orphan Ye Xingchen unexpectedly traversed to the realm of the demon clan, where she became the consort of the empress and awakened a signing-in system. Disguising her true prowess, she swept through the talents, only to realize upon reflection that she had begun her journey already invincible. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey, the Awakening of the System. In the divine wasteland continent, amidst the lush, picturesque forests, beauty concealed countless dangers, for this was one of the forbidden lands of the demon clan. Within the territory of the demon clan stood a magnificent palace, illuminated by golden radiance, its imposing aura evoking a sense of reverence. Inside the palace, in a lavishly decorated, expansive bathhouse, steam enveloped the air. Within the bath, a woman's figure emerged, ethereal and enchanting, her long black hair, damp and cascading over her shoulders, exuding an alluring elegance with each graceful movement. And, suddenly, a man's voice pierced the tranquility. With a resounding splash, water erupted as he fell into the vast bath, startling the woman with his unexpected arrival. The man struggled to rise from the water, brushing droplets from his face, only to find himself in a grand bath, eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the breathtaking woman. Beside him, Ye Xingchen, upon gazing at the stunning beauty before her, quickly averted her gaze, though she had thoroughly taken in the sight. Yet, the pretense must be maintained. Could it be that surviving a great calamity brings forth future blessings? Ye Xingchen pondered as she surveyed the opulent and slightly antique room, her heart whispering in contemplation. Alas, I have fallen victim to a nefarious plot, under the pretense of engaging in extreme sports in the desert, only to find my parachute sabotaged, rendering it utterly inoperable. I could do nothing but watch helplessly as those two scoundrels waved at me, their laughter echoing in the air. It felt as though I was bidding farewell to my own existence. One was my girlfriend, and the other my closest companion. Although this scenario may seem trite, reminiscent of a cinematic trope, it unfolded in reality. Miraculously, I plummeted from such a great height, and yet emerged unscathed. Truly, I am fortunate to be alive. First and foremost, I must ascertain my location and promptly notify the authorities. I cannot allow those wretched souls to revel in their misdeeds. This is nothing short of a malevolent scheme, verging on homicide. Though perhaps the notion of greed is overstated, the intent to cause harm is undeniably real. For now, I shall inquire about my whereabouts. Standing in the bath, the man seethed inwardly. Though I had not intended to intrude, one must maintain a semblance of decorum. He promptly declared, "Miss, I assure you, I did not mean to intrude upon your bathing." As Ye Xingchen began to speak, the woman seemed to snap back to reality, sweeping her hand dismissively, which sent Ye Xingchen hurtling away, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Before succumbing to darkness, Ye Xingchen's sole thought was a reflection on the adage that those who survive calamity are destined for greater fortune. Would I truly escape the jaws of a tiger only to stumble into the den of wolves? What Ye Xingchen remained oblivious to was that this time he had likely fallen into a far more sinister realm than mere wolves, a veritable den of demons. At this moment, the woman had donned her attire, a resplendent red palace gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her skin, as smooth as delicate cream, rendered her akin to a queen descending from the heavens, strikingly beautiful and unparalleled in her youth. Presently, upon her enchanting countenance, her slender brows knitted slightly as she murmured softly to herself, "How could an ordinary mortal venture into the depths of the demoner? Evading layers of vigilant guards to arrive at my bathing sanctuary? Who could have sent this individual, and what purpose do they serve?" This captivating and exquisite woman was none other than Ye Xingchen, the empress of the demon race on the divine wasteland continent. Observing the man who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, she pondered aloud. As the empress, Ye Xingchen possessed the power to obliterate Ye Xingchen with a mere glance, rendering him non-existent, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. The reason she refrained from directly ending his life and instead chose to render him unconscious was to discern the intentions of the puppet master behind this occurrence. Though she was indeed a formidable empress, the demon clan was not a monolith. Dissenters existed among them. Thus, she had casually waved her hand, intending to incapacitate him. However, She was taken aback to discover that this human was so feeble. A sweep of her consciousness revealed that he was merely an unremarkable mortal devoid of any cultivation, prompting her to voice her curiosity. She was eager to uncover who had expended such considerable effort to bring this mortal here and to comprehend their ultimate aim. Casting another glance at the man lying on the ground, Ye Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly as she sensed the life force of the unconscious man rapidly waning. With a sigh of resignation, Ye Xingchen was taken aback by the frailty of the untrained human. With a mere flick of her wrist, she had nearly extinguished the man's life. However, she required the man to remain alive, for she had numerous inquiries to make. Thus, she delicately flicked her finger, causing a drop of her vital essence, rich in life force, to enter the man's mouth. In an instant, the injuries within him healed, and his constitution experienced a remarkable enhancement. Casting another glance at the man, Ye Xingchen herself could not fathom why she had chosen to sacrifice her own life essence to save him. There were countless methods available to rescue him, yet she had inexplicably compelled herself to impart her vital blood to him. As an Empyrean sovereign, even a single drop of her ordinary blood possessed boundless potential, let alone her life essence. Ye Xingchen then turned and softly commanded, "Take this man to the Phoenix resting palace where I shall reside. Ensure he remains undiscovered. He holds great significance to me." Having uttered her words, she stepped away, leaving behind a lingering fragrance and an unconscious handsomani. In the bathing chamber, suddenly, the space warped and an elderly woman with flowing white hair materialized beside the man. She cast a fleeting glance at the already vanished Ye Xingchen before turning her attention to the man lying on the ground. A flicker of joy illuminated her eyes as she gently drew her hand, causing the man to vanish from sight. Unbeknownst to Ye Xingchen, her inexplicable decision to bestow a drop of her life essence upon the man set into motion the gears of fate between them, a phenomenon the human race. Referred to as a destined connection, as the scene shifted, Ye Xingchen slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by white drapes, adorned with cascading tassels that swayed gently. In the breeze, he subtly shifted his body, stretching lazily while gazing at the white canopy above. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting his mind to awaken. Recalling the moment when that stunning woman had rendered him unconscious with a mere wave of her hand, he quickly rose to assess his condition. To his astonishment, he found no injuries on his body. In fact, he felt remarkably well. His mind was clear, his senses sharp, and he even sensed a newfound vigor coursing through him, causing him to raise an inquisitive eyebrow. Could it be that being struck down by a woman brings such unexpected benefits? With his worries alleviated, Ye Xingchen began to explore the quaintly adorned room. Beside the bed stood a window, its exquisite carvings and rare wood indicating that the furnishings were indeed of high quality. The walls were adorned with elegant calligraphy and paintings, harmonizing beautifully with the intricately crafted wooden furniture, bestowing an air of tranquility and refinement upon the entire space. Beyond the window lay a courtyard, featuring radiant stone hills, a clear pond, vibrant green lotus leaves, delicate pink water lilies, and clusters of emerald bamboo. The sight was so captivating that it seemed to purify his very soul. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xingchen noticed the air was infused with a subtle sweetness, compelling him to exclaim, "What a heavenly paradise, what a picturesque abode by the flowing waters! Are you awake?" A sudden melodious voice resonated in Ye Xingchen's ears. Upon turning, he was astonished to find the enchanting woman before him, emerging from her bath. Ye Xingchen quickly spoke, "My lady, I am Ye Xingchen. I did not intend to intrude upon your bathing sanctuary. Should you have any conditions, I am willing to comply. However, could you kindly inform me of this place? Might I borrow your phone, as mine is not with me?" The captivating woman furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing his words and replied, "This is the divine wasteland, the territory of the demon clan, Cloud Cliff Mountain. As for your mention of a phone, I am unfamiliar with such an object. I've only heard of it in passing." Realizing that the woman might still harbor resentment towards him, Ye Xingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile. He continued, "I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. I genuinely require the use of your phone. I implore you to assist me." Ye Xingchen frowned slightly, surprised that this man doubted her words. She released a hint of her imperial aura, and suddenly, with a resounding thud, Ye Xingchen found himself prostrated on the ground, unable to move, as if a colossal mountain bore down upon him. Observing the comical expression on Ye Xingchen's face, Ye Xingchen maintained her composure. She merely wished to ascertain who was scheming against her from the shadows, so she withdrew her imposing presence. Ye Xingchen then realized that he could move. As he just got up, he noticed the woman had already approached him, her finger gently pressing against his forehead. In an instant, a terrifying surge of information flooded into his mind, making him feel as though his head might explode, and he could not endure it any longer before fainting once. More, when Ye Xingchen awoke again, he dashed out of the room and into the courtyard, lifting his gaze toward the sky. Upon beholding the massive moon before him, the towering peaks that pierced the heavens, and the various mystical beasts soaring through the air, he slowly returned to his room, as if devoid of his very soul. He sat by the window, staring vacantly outside, remaining in that state for an entire day. Suddenly, the voice of Ye Xingchen echoed once more. From now on, you shall reside here. As long as you do not leave this Phoenix Nest Palace, you may roam freely. However, should you venture beyond these walls, your fate will be uncertain. Your meals will be delivered to you thrice daily. After Ye Xingchen finished speaking, she turned to leave. At that moment, Ye Xingchen turned to her and said, "Thank you, miss." With that, he resumed his days. Ye Xingchen offered no further words and departed. At this moment, Ye Xingchen's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he sighed in resignation. He had never anticipated that he had truly crossed over. Originally, Ye Xingchen was an orphan from Blue Star, yet he had diligently pursued his studies since childhood. Through his relentless efforts, he eventually ascended to the rank of an executive in a Fortune Global 500 company, earning a lucrative salary. He also spoke of a beautiful girlfriend, only to be betrayed during an extreme skydiving challenge by his closest friend and girlfriend, who sabotaged his parachute, leading him to this unexpected realm. Astonishingly, it is the fantastical world described in the novels of his previous life, inhabited not only by humans, but also by various races such as demons and monsters. From the information conveyed by an enchanting woman, Ye Xingchen learned that the world he currently inhabits is called the Divine Wasteland Continent. This vast expanse is occupied by numerous factions, with humanity claiming the majority of the territory. The demon race dominates the endless forests and many other regions, some of which have never been traversed even by the mightiest of beings, resulting in countless perilous and forbidden zones, rumored to be home to formidable emperor-level powers. With this newfound knowledge, Ye Xingchen comprehended that this realm is governed by the principle of strength, where formidable beings soar through the skies and traverse the earth, with ease, plucking stars from the heavens and commanding the elements at will, while indulging in the finest resources. In stark contrast, those of lesser cultivation find themselves at the mercy of others, subjected to incessant torment. He also discerned the hierarchical structure of cultivation in this world, which ascend from the lowest to the highest tiers: body refinement realm, transcendence realm, innate ray, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, spirit transformation realm, thunder tribulation realm, great ascension realm, celestial realm, earth immortal, heaven immortal, profound, immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal lord, immortal emperor, great emperor, and heavenly emperor. Moreover, the same applies to techniques, martial arts, magical treasures, and weapons, which are similarly stratified into 9 tiers, ranging from the highest to the lowest: Dao, evil, heavenly Dao level, divine grade, immortal grade, emperor grade, heavenly grade, earth grade, profound grade, blue grade, and the most inferior, gray grade. From ancient times, the celestial emperor has been the most formidable presence in the divine wilderness continent. It is said that following the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons, the supreme titans beyond the realm of the great emperors transcended into a higher plane of existence. Some assert that these formidable beings continue to safeguard the divine wilderness from another realm, while others believe they have entirely forsaken it, awaiting the impending invasion of the demon race. Ye Xingchen gazed out the window, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Others who traverse realms often emerge from noble lineages, blessed with extraordinary fortune, ORP, possess divine abilities that propel them to unparalleled heights, overshadowing their contemporaries. Yet here he was, having crossed into the realm of the demon race, facing the very real threat of being devoured by them. Though the woman he encountered exhibited a semblance of kindness, sparing his life, he could not shake the suspicion that she might be biding her time, fattening him up for a future feast. After all, he had only endured a single beating, emerging not just unscathed but significantly stronger. Was the universe truly so unjust? Reflecting on his current predicament, Ye Xingchen let out a resigned sigh. If he was to persist, he must adapt to his circumstances and contemplate his survival. Suddenly, as if the heavens had heard his silent plea, a melodious voice resonated. Ding! Detecting that the host is in a state of prayer. Initiating system scan. Activation in progress. 1, 250, 100. System activated. Binding host. Binding successful. Upon hearing the sound, Ye Xingchen looked up at the sky in disbelief. He had merely uttered a prayer, yet he had truly awakened the system. Silently offering a respectful bow to the void, he then leapt up in excitement with a resounding bang. Could this be the benefit of a transmigrator? To think he now possessed a golden finger. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "System, what are your capabilities?" Ding! The host need not raise their voice. Communication with this system can occur directly within the mind. This system is the Invincible Fortune sign-in system, allowing for daily sign-ins with rewards that are randomly assigned. Ding! Today, the host is eligible for a sign-in. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen immediately shouted in his mind, brimming with excitement, "System, sign me in." Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack. Astonishing rewards at this moment, Ye Xingchen was overwhelmed with excitement. Upon hearing the system's voice, he promptly exclaimed, "System, check-in." Beep. System check-in in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received a Novice Gift Pack, which has been stored in the system space. Upon hearing this, Ye Xingchen inquired, "System, how do I access the system space?" Beep. The host may simply think of the system space to open it. Within this space, the host can retrieve items and also store any belongings, serving as a benefit provided by the system. Following the system's guidance, Ye Xingchen focused his thoughts on the system space, and indeed, the next moment, the system space materialized before him. The vastness of the space left Ye Xingchen agape with astonishment. This space is truly enormous. As he surveyed the rows of compartments, Ye Xingchen's gaze fell upon a golden package. To himself, he mused, this must be the Novice Gift Pack the system mentioned. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, his heart pounding vigorously. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out to the system, "System, open the Novice Gift Pack." Beep. Opening the Novice Gift Pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Supreme Chaos Body. The Supreme Chaos Body is the foremost among countless physiques, inherently blessed by the Tao, possessing unparalleled fortune. It ensures safety in peril, immunity to all malevolence, and any strong individual will be unable to detect the host's presence unless the host consciously releases their aura. Additionally, the host will master any technique instantly upon learning it. Moreover, the great Tao Chaos Body possesses unparalleled physical strength and innate divine abilities, enabling it to autonomously absorb celestial essence, thereby assisting its host in perpetually enhancing their cultivation. Ding! May I inquire if the host wishes to immediately merge with the great Tao Chaos Body? Upon hearing the system's introduction, Ye Xingchen could not restrain himself and promptly declared in his heart, "System, initiate the fusion with the great Tao Chaos Body at once." Ding! Fusion of the great Tao Chaos Body is underway, and the process is successful. As the system's voice faded, Ye Xingchen felt a profound transformation within his body. An ancient aura emanated from him, akin to the descent of a primordial deity. The entire Phoenix Nest Palace was enveloped by this ancient presence, causing the otherworldly beings of the demon tribe soaring above to plummet from the void, overwhelmed by the terror of this force. Countless untransformed beasts on Cloud Cliff Mountain prostrated themselves, trembling and emitting low growls as if revering an ancient god. At this moment, across the divine wasteland, Myriad mighty beings who were in seclusion or slumber opened their eyes, murmuring, "Quickly, someone must go investigate the demon tribe. What has transpired to unleash such a terrifying aura from their domain? Could it be that Ye Xingchen has broken through once more?" In response, numerous formidable factions dispatched their strongest members towards the territory of the demon tribe. At that moment, Ye Xingchen remained oblivious to the happenings outside, feeling as though he could shatter the void with a single punch. As the terrifying, ancient aura dissipated, Ye Xingchen's figure materialized in the room, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Ye Xingchen, who sat by the window. She spoke, "What did you just do in this room? Why did a wave of formidable energy prevent me from entering?" Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen turned to her with a hint of confusion and replied, "Why do you inquire so, young lady? I have merely been sitting here, pondering why I have found myself in this place. Did something transpire?" Ye Xingchen regarded him with evident skepticism, her powerful consciousness sweeping over him. Ye Xingchen felt as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What have you discerned about me, young lady? Why do I feel as though my essence has been laid bare?" At that moment, Ye Xingchen chose not to respond, turning away and vanishing from sight. She realized that Ye Xingchen was merely an ordinary mortal whose physical form had been significantly enhanced, possibly due to the essence of his own bloodline. In just a single day, his cultivation had ascended to the realm of body refinement. However, due to the absence of a cultivation technique, the scant spiritual energy within him lay dormant within his veins, which had been transformed by the power of his blood. In truth, Ye Xingchen was entirely unaware of the profound transformation that had occurred within Ye Xingchen. This change stemmed from an extraordinary alteration in his constitution, elevating him to the pinnacle amongst myriad physiques as the primordial chaos body. Ye Xingchen silently expressed relief, recognizing that had it not been for the ancient and terrifying aura emanating from the chaos body, which had barred Ye Xingchen from entering, his secret would likely have been unveiled. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Ye Xingchen's ears once more. "Ding! The novice gift pack is being opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Xuanwu concealment technique." The Xuanwu concealment technique is an ancient divine beast's intrinsic divine art. Upon mastering this technique, one can shroud their own cultivation realm, impervious to any probing. Upon hearing the system's reward, Ye Xingchen nearly leaped with excitement. With the acquisition of the Xuanwu concealment technique, no one would be able to detect his true cultivation level. It was akin to receiving a pillow just as one was about to doze off. Ye Xingchen immediately addressed the system. "System, I wish to learn the Xuanwu concealment technique." "Ding! Learning the Xuanwu concealment technique. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the Xuanwu's intrinsic divine art." No sooner had the system's voice faded than a piece of parchment inscribed with golden characters materialized in Ye Xingchen's mind, instantaneously transforming into a golden stream of light that vanished within his consciousness. In the next moment, Ye Xingchen found himself adept in the Xuanwu concealment technique, as if it were an innate ability. Now, whenever he desired, no one could ever again perceive the reality of his cultivation. "Ding! The novice gift pack is being opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Underworld King's Finger." The Underworld King's Finger is a prestigious martial technique. With a mere gesture, gods and demons retreat, and all spirits submit. At this moment, Ye Xingchen was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely find the words to express himself. He finally grasped the advantages of possessing a golden finger. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. He then mentally addressed the system. "System, learn the Pluto finger." "Ding! Learning Pluto finger. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the Pluto finger." As the host is a chaos body of the Great Way, the Pluto finger has automatically reached its highest level. Listening to the system's voice, Ye Xingchen was beside himself with joy. At last, he possessed the means to secure his existence. As long as he did not act recklessly and remained here in tranquility, he believed it was only a matter of time before he would escape. However, unbeknownst to Ye Xingchen, certain developments were not destined to unfold according to his desires. "Ding! The novice gift pack is being opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 1 Tao Elixir. The Tao Elixir, crafted by the ancient sect of alchemists, was the sole pill surpassing the Tao level. Upon consumption, it could instantaneously augment one's cultivation by millions of years. This was the only remaining elixir from the divine wasteland continent, designed not only to enhance one's cultivation, but also to facilitate rapid breakthroughs to the Tao level. At this moment, Ye Xingchen felt as if he had been struck dumb with shock. The emotion of overpowering everything and eclipsing the ages began to spread within his heart. After all, in his previous life as an avid reader, he had encountered many novels of this nature, betrayed and beset by those he held dear in his past existence. Was this new life truly a compensation from the heavens? Not only had he been endowed with a golden finger, but he had also found himself beside an extraordinarily beautiful demoness. This enchanting image was indelibly etched into Ye Xingchen's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, it was this woman who saved herself. If the conditions permit, one should lend a helping hand. This encapsulates Ye Xingchen's philosophy of life. With this thought in mind, Ye Xingchen directly addressed the system. System, consume the heavenly Tao cultivation pill. Ding! Consumption of the heavenly Tao cultivation pill successful. Congratulations, host, for gaining 10 million years of cultivation. As the host is a chaotic body of the great Tao, fortune is doubled, resulting in a total of 20 million years of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen felt a tremendous transformation occurring within. At that moment, his cultivation was surging at an astonishing pace, breaking through to the stages of transcendence, innate, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, thunder tribulation, great ascension, immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, immortal monarch, immortal emperor, great emperor, and heavenly emperor. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xingchen had ascended from a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation to the realm of heavenly emperor. At that moment, Ye Xingchen had truly taken a monumental leap, becoming invincible within the godless continent. He sensed that his level of existence had seemingly transitioned into a higher echelon. However, at this instant, Ye Xingchen was at a loss, feeling disoriented and uncertain about what to do next. With his current cultivation, he was indeed an unrivaled being in the godless continent. Yet, this sudden shift left him grappling with an overwhelming sense of adjustment. In a previous life, I relentlessly competed in every aspect, at work, in daily existence, never allowing myself a single moment of respite. Finally, when the opportunity arose to enjoy a carefree outing with my girlfriend and my closest friend, I was tragically thwarted by the two of them, resulting in my unexpected transference to this realm. Now endowed with unparalleled power, I find myself at a loss, as if I have been granted eternal life. Each experience has been lived, and each day endlessly repeats itself. While Ye Xingchen grapples with the question of what to do next, the scene shifts to the outskirts of the demon realm, where Luo Qingshan gazes upon dozens of formidable celestial emperors, her expression icy. The overwhelming aura of a celestial emperor emanates from her, pressing down upon the assembled celestial emperors. In response, the celestial emperors quickly activate their powers to counter her force. Addressing Luo Qingshan with deference, we beseech the demon empress for forgiveness. Our intentions were not to offend the demon clan. We merely came to investigate the ancient and terrifying aura that just emanated from your territory and meant no disrespect. We implore the demon empress to take no offense. Upon hearing their explanations, Luo Qingshan remained unfazed, responding coldly, "Begone, or remain here as guests of the demon clan." As her words echoed, a multitude of fearsome demons materialized behind her, their gazes fierce and bloodthirsty, directed at the celestial emperors. Faced with the imposing presence of the demon empress and the additional formidable demons of equal strength, the celestial emperors felt an immediate surge of pressure. They clasped their hands in salute to Luo Qingshan, bowed slightly, then swiftly carved a path through the void, vanishing from sight. At this moment, the formidable beings of the demon clan, standing behind Luo Qingshan, performed a respectful bow before vanishing into the depths of the demon territory. Luo Qingxian gazed at the departing figures with a resigned sigh. The demon clan, unlike the human race, does not possess an innate talent for cultivation. Each breakthrough for them is a battle against the heavens. A moment's carelessness can lead to a swift return to their original forms, compelling them to commence their training anew. In contrast, humans require merely to endure a single heavenly tribulation to transcend their boundaries. For demons, however, the path to advancement necessitates enduring the transformation tribulation. Success in this trial allows them to assume human form, while failure results in their complete dissolution. Furthermore, even upon successfully transforming, the intensity of the heavenly tribulation they face during their breakthroughs is tenfold that of humans. Many demons, having crossed the transformation tribulation and taken on human forms, find themselves reverted to their original state when confronted with the heavenly punishment during their ascension. Fortunately, the principles of the universe are impartial, and once a demon has transcended, they are often several times stronger than their human counterparts at the same level. Because of these factors, over countless years, the demon clan has splintered into two factions. One faction, led by Luo Qingxian, is known as the Defiant Sect. This group strives relentlessly to attain human form, believing that the innate affinity humans possess towards the great Tao facilitates their ascension to the highest realms. Luo Qingxian serves as a quintessential example. Despite both being at the immortal emperor level, she utterly overwhelms her human counterparts. The other faction, guided by the clan's elder, is known as the Conformity Sect. This group advocates aligning with the celestial order, enhancing the innate strength of the demon form, which increases the likelihood of awakening the demon's innate divine abilities. The same holds true for disadvantages. The drawback lies in the inability to transcend to a higher realm, as the disparity in power between the human race and others widens with time. The formidable beings of the demon clan mentioned earlier were those who, upon successfully transforming, were thwarted and reverted to their original forms by heavenly tribulations during their attempts to break through to a higher level. Although they managed to preserve their lives and maintain their human forms, they suffered injuries to their innate essence, rendering them incapable of ascending to the realm of celestial emperors, destined to linger perpetually in the realm of celestial sovereigns. Luo Qingxian had heard of a legendary elixir known as the Supreme Creation Pill, a treasured medicine of the human race that, upon consumption, enables any race to trace back to their origins and return to their innate roots. This wondrous pill not only restores the innate essence of any race that has been damaged, but also allows them to ascend another significant realm based on their own potential. Hence, it is aptly named the Supreme Creation Pill. Luo Qingxian had ventured into the human realm several times to discreetly investigate the circumstances surrounding the Supreme Creation Pill, only to discover that it is a closely guarded secret of the esteemed Qinggong Palace, a major sect of the human race. Even for many powerful beings among the humans, obtaining a single Supreme Creation Pill is an arduous task, let alone for the demon race. Although millions of years ago, the human and demon races had united to vanquish the demonic clan, such alliances are now but a relic of the past. In recent years, while the human and demon races have not engaged in outright warfare, their relations are far from amicable. Numerous demons have perished at the hands of humans, just as many humans have met their demise at the hands of demons. Thus, Luo Qingxian promptly dismissed any thoughts of pursuing this endeavor. At this moment within the Fengqi Palace, Ye Xingchen gradually regained his senses, gazing out at the exquisite scenery. Suddenly, the image of a breathtaking figure materialized in his mind. With his current cultivation level, he could distinctly sense the drop of his life essence within. He mused to himself, "Imperial blood, how intriguing. You have saved me, yet I have beheld your beauty. Could this be the fabled destiny of love?" Chapter 3. The Conspiracy of the Invincible Lion, an unexpected coincidence at this juncture. With Ye Xingchen's cultivation having ascended to the level of an emperor, he effortlessly discerned that the drop of essence that had saved him, bestowed by Luo Qingxian, was indeed imperial blood. Reflecting on the stunning figure he had seen, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but think, "You have come to my aid, and I have glimpsed you, transcending the river of time to meet." Is this not the destined union foretold? He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, clearly sensing the joyous affinity within the Tao. A slight smile graced his lips as he made a resolution. In his previous life, he resided within the realm of humanity. In this life, he might as well spend some time among the demon clan to discern the differences between the human and demon realms. This, too, promises to be a most fascinating endeavor. As evening fell, Luo Qingshan once again graced the Fengqi Palace, astonishing the maidservants as she shared dinner with Ye Xingchen. As she was about to depart, she cast a lingering glance at Ye Xingchen, as if words were poised on the tip of her tongue. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to express them. With a sigh, she turned away and returned to her chamber within the Fengqi Palace. Originally, Luo Qingshan had intended to convey to Ye Xingchen that she would arrange for his departure after some time. However, when the words came to her lips, she found herself utterly speechless. Whether it was due to the lingering trace of her own blood or the tale she had heard during her time among the human race, stories of how a woman must wed the man who has seen her purity, Luo Qingshan ultimately refrained from speaking and simply turned to leave. Ye Xingchen, too, sensed that Luo Qingshan had something to say, and inwardly he pleaded, "Please, do not send this young master away." Thus, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. One wished to remain, while the other hesitated to voice a desire for departure, and they tacitly agreed to avoid the subject altogether. The following morning, Ye Xingchen awoke feeling invigorated, experiencing for the first time in many years the joy of waking naturally. Empowered and surrounded by breathtaking scenery, he resolved to take a stroll. As long as he remained within the vast confines of Fengqi Palace, he was free to roam. Yet, with his current strength, he could traverse the entirety of the divine martial continent. Still, Ye Xingchen chose to linger here and immerse himself in the customs and culture of the demon race. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ear. "Ding. You may check in today. Would the host like to proceed with the check-in?" Upon hearing the sound of the system, Ye Xingchen suddenly remembered that he could check in daily. He promptly addressed the system. "System, proceed with the check-in." "Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Alchemy True Canon." The Alchemy True Canon is a treasure of the ancient sect. The Alchemy sect, which holds the essence of its teachings. After studying it, the host will be able to master the crafting methods of all elixirs from the Alchemy sect. In ancient times, the Alchemy sect was obliterated by a coalition of other sects due to this very text. And since then, the whereabouts of the Alchemy True Canon have remained a mystery. Consequently, the level of alchemy on the divine wilderness continent plummeted, making alchemists highly sought after by all factions. Hearing the system's announcement, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. His prowess had grown sufficiently strong, and now the system bestowed upon him the opportunity to become a revered alchemist. This was surely a path to unparalleled greatness. Without further hesitation, Ye Xingchen declared to the system, "System, I wish to study the Alchemy True Canon." "Ding. The study of the Alchemy True Canon is underway. Congratulations, host. You have learned the sacred art of the Alchemy sect, the Alchemy True Canon." As the host possesses the innate chaos body, blessed with extraordinary fortune, the hidden alchemical techniques within the Alchemy True Canon have been automatically deciphered, granting you access to ancient alchemical arts. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Ye Xingchen felt a torrent of immense information flooding into his mind. Deep within his consciousness, a figure radiating a luminous, jade-like glow sat solemnly in the depths of his mind's sea. In its right hand, a book emitting a greenish light gradually materialized, revealing itself to be the Alchemy sect's treasured tome, the Alchemy True Canon. The figure stood like an ancient titan, exuding an air of solemnity and unparalleled dominance. It was the divine infant of Ye Xingchen, the heavenly emperor. At this moment, a luminous halo emerged behind the divine infant, safeguarding Ye Xingchen's consciousness with unwavering strength. He appeared as if steeped in the art of alchemy for countless millennia, possessing an intimate mastery over the techniques of concoction. The precision of various temperatures and the names, components, and proportions of countless spiritual herbs, divine medicines, and poisons, all thoroughly understood. He further comprehended that elixirs, like martial skills and techniques, possess corresponding grades. In this moment, Ye Xingchen's mind was exceptionally clear, and his spiritual awareness intensified. Instantly, his mood brightened, and he hummed cheerfully as he made his way towards the Phoenix Roost Palace's garden. He recalled a pavilion situated by a natural lake in the garden. Ye Xingchen intended to cut a piece of emerald bamboo to fashion a fishing rod, envisioning tranquil afternoons spent at the pavilion. Fishing and sipping tea at a quaint table. A delightful indulgence indeed. As he passed the study of the Phoenix Roost Palace, he caught sight of an extraordinarily beautiful figure seated within. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded gracefully, her brows arched like a crescent moon, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her lips, as red as ripe peaches, curved slightly upwards, while her snow-white neck and slender form resembled a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. Her flawless beauty was truly captivating, unmatched, and unparalleled, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman. Ye Xingchen, standing outside the door, was momentarily entranced, recalling the surgically enhanced starlets of his past life. Luo Qingshan's visage and grace could easily eclipse those celebrities. Yet, in this moment, it seemed that Luo Qingshan was reminded of something troubling, her delicate brows knitting together, which only served to accentuate her unique allure. A sudden breath of air made Luo Qingshan turn abruptly, only to discover it was Ye Xingchen. With a casual wave, Luo Qingshan firmly closed the study door, leaving Ye Xingchen with an awkward expression. With a wry smile, Ye Xingchen mused inwardly. The path to winning the heart of a beauty is indeed fraught with challenges. Dismissing further thoughts, Ye Xingchen descended the stairs and made his way to the garden of Fengqi Palace, heading towards the bamboo grove. Selecting a suitable green bamboo, he fashioned it into an appropriately sized fishing rod. After a thorough search in the garden, he gathered some small earthworms and bent the silk thread and silver needles he had brought from his room, securing them deftly. Satisfied with his preparations, he strolled towards the gazebo by the natural lake. Every movement of Ye Xingchen was meticulously observed by Luo Qingshan, who stood by the window. After watching Ye Xingchen busily approach the lake, Luo Qingshan gradually returned to his seat. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the study door, followed by the voice of the maid. "Qing'e, your majesty, Prince Lion requests an audience." Upon hearing Qing'e's words, Luo Qingshan furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "Let him go to the council hall. I shall be there shortly." The maid, upon receiving the command, acknowledged and departed. At that moment, Luo Qingshan rose and approached the window, discovering that Ye Xingchen had already entered the gazebo, casting his bamboo rod into the water and beginning to fish leisurely. Watching the relaxed Ye Xingchen, Luo Qingshan felt a twinge of envy and smiled softly before turning to leave. As the scene shifts to the council chamber, a formidable man with a fierce countenance sits regally, his brows furrowed as though engaged in an internal struggle. In his hand, he incessantly kneads a crimson elixir, and this individual is none other than the prince of the dwindling Golden Lion clan, the indomitable Sherwoodi. He is also among the many suitors vying for the affection of Luo Qingshan, possessing formidable prowess, standing at the threshold of the immortal monarch realm, just a step away from transcending to the emperor of immortals. He is regarded as a paragon of talent among the younger generation of the demon race. Though the Golden Lion clan has dwindled to fewer than 10 members, all aligned with the faction of the Grand Elder. With a creak, the doors of the council chamber swing open. Upon glimpsing the figure he has yearned for, Sherwoodi hesitates no longer. Silently, he crushes the crimson elixir in his hand into powder, allowing it to dissipate into the air of the chamber. Rising, he turns to Luo Qingshan with a smile and proclaims, "Qingshan, behold what this prince has brought back for you. I assure you, it shall please you." Upon his declaration, he retrieves an ancient treasure chest from his storage ring, adorned with crimson jewels, clearly a trove acquired from the realm of humanity, and presents it before Luo Qingshan with a flourish. However, Luo Qingshan disregards Sherwoodi's gesture, striding directly to the throne at the head of the chamber. Once seated, she coolly remarks, "Prince Sher, I trust your visit is not merely to present this trinket. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me by my name. You may call me Empress or Your Excellency, as our familiarity does not extend that far. Do not forget your identity." Upon finishing her words, a terrifying imperial might descended, causing Lion Invincible to involuntarily retreat several steps. His jaw clenched as he summoned all his magical power to withstand this overwhelming pressure. Hearing Luo Qingshan's words, a glimmer of madness flickered in Lion Invincible's eyes. He lowered his head and cupped his fists, addressing Luo Qingshan with a respectful tone. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It is my fault. Upon seeing your grace, I was momentarily overwhelmed with joy and lost my composure." Yet, within the depths of his lowered gaze lurked resentment, and he silently mused, "Humph, Luo Qingshan, though I'm the prince of the noble Golden Lion clan, and despite your superior strength, my lineage, status, and bloodline are not inferior to yours. How dare you treat me in such a manner? I shall ensure you regret this. I refuse to believe that the lavish gift I have prepared for you will allow you to escape my grasp. This time, no matter what, you shall become mine. According to the customs of the demon clan, you will have no choice but to obediently wed me." At that moment, the entire demon race will fall under the dominion of the Golden Lion clan, and I shall ascend as the true ruler of the demon realm, while you, Luo Qingshan, shall be but a subordinate to me. Ha ha! As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lion Invincible felt that the time was ripe and, contrary to his usual demeanor, erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan, observing Lion Invincible's unusual behavior, sensed an unsettling disquiet within her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her body ablaze with heat. She attempted to suppress this sensation with her magical power, but the more she resisted, the stronger the feeling became. At this moment, Luo Qingshan's face was flushed, her breath quickening. Having visited the territory of the human race, she was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she exclaimed with indignation, "Despicable! Lion Invincible! How dare you!" Lion Invincible, observing Luo Qingshan reclining there, her stunning visage adorned with a rosy hue, her fair neck also tinted with a hint of red, and her breathing rapid, could no longer maintain his pretense. He burst into hearty laughter, addressing her, "Luo Qingshan, cease your resistance. Obediently become my woman. This is the one you dan." A celestial-grade elixir procured at great expense from a disciple of the Upper Clear Palace. The greatest advantage of this pill is that, regardless of your formidable strength, it cannot be undone unless you engage in dual cultivation with a man. Otherwise, you will be consumed by insatiable desire and perish. Have you not longed to lead the demon race out of their plight? Come, submit to me and be my woman, or else your life shall be forfeit, rendering all your ambitions meaningless. A triumphant expression illuminated Lion Invincible's fierce countenance, his eyes ablaze with an unusual fervor as he unabashedly surveyed Luo Qingshan, whose exquisite legs resembled jade pillars. With a wicked grin, he advanced towards her. As Luo Qingshan's breath grew increasingly erratic, waves of shame surged through her mind. With Lion Invincible drawing ever closer, she cried out, "Lion Invincible, do you dare?" Luo Qingshan had never anticipated that Lion Invincible, upon returning from the human realm, would descend to such depths. She bit her tongue sharply, striving to maintain her clarity. With a powerful strike, Luo Qingshan unleashed a palm against the formidable Shawuti, catching him completely off guard. He had not anticipated that Luo Qingshan could still muster resistance at this moment. The force of her furious blow, imbued with the might of an immortal emperor, was beyond what the immortal monarch Shawuti could withstand. He was instantly reduced to a mere pulp, lifeless, with even his inner demon core shattered. At this moment, Luo Qingshan did not spare a glance at Shawuti. She fought to preserve the last vestiges of her sanity as a man's visage flashed through her mind. Resolute, she vanished without further hesitation. When Luo Qingshan reappeared, she found herself by the serene lake of Fengqi Palace, where Ye Xingchen was leisurely fishing. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned Ye Xingchen, who was still engrossed in his activity, into oblivion at the water's edge. The moment Luo Qingshan materialized, Ye Xingchen had already sensed her presence. However, upon seeing her, his face flushed crimson, breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with a fervent intensity. Before he could utter a word, he was whisked away by Ye Xingchen's magic, leaving behind only a swaying emerald fishing rod, a testament to the fish that had taken the bait. As the scene shifted in Ye Xingchen's chamber, Ye Xingchen found himself bound by her sealing spell, rendered completely immobile and unceremoniously cast upon the bed. At this juncture, Ye Xingchen, clinging to the final threads of her composure, approached Ye Xingchen, her garments gradually slipping away. As dusk descended, Ye Xingchen cast a glance at Ye Xingchen, who lay curled in his embrace. At that moment, her cheeks bore a delicate flush, enhancing her allure, devoid of the imperial demeanor characteristic of the demon race. Resembling instead a neighborly girl, Ye Xingchen had never anticipated that he would experience being pursued in such a manner, especially by the breathtakingly beautiful empress of the demon tribe. Sensing his gaze, Ye Xingchen slowly opened her eyes to behold the handsome figure before her. Wordlessly, she rose, indifferent to Ye Xingchen's stare, and quietly donned her garments. With a calm voice, she declared, "This empress understands the customs of your human race and shall take responsibility." With that, Ye Xingchen vanished, leaving an utterly bewildered Ye Xingchen to search for his tattered clothing. Upon noticing the stark red stain on the bed, his heart raced violently, and the light in his eyes intensified, as though he had discovered a newfound purpose in life. He gazed towards the spot where Ye Xingchen had disappeared, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 4. The misfortunes of the Golden Lion clan and the ruthlessness of the Grand Elder at this moment. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen paused momentarily, and when he beheld the crimson hue on the bed, the brilliance in his eyes grew ever brighter. It was as if he had found his life's objective. Watching the direction of Ye Xingchen's departure, the corners of his mouth curled upwards into a faint smile. Observing the now darkened skies, Ye Xingchen realized that the demon territory would not remain tranquil this night. After leaving the Phoenix Nest Palace, Ye Xingchen arrived at the Golden Lion territory with an expression of serene composure. At this moment, the Golden Lion clan has long lost the glory of ancient times. With the exception of the formidable Shawudi, the entire clan comprises fewer than 100 members, most of whom are frail and elderly. The strongest among them is none other than the clan leader, Shishiamba, whose cultivation has barely reached the threshold of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Had it not been for the significant contributions made alongside the Great Elder in the past, this meager remnant would have been annihilated by other clans. Presently, their ability to reside peacefully within the territory of the demon race is solely due to the influence of the Great Elder. Although their living conditions are the most deplorable, a fact that an astute observer would readily comprehend. Within the dilapidated palace of the Golden Lion territory, the remnants of the clan's former splendor are starkly evident. Upon a main throne sits a middle-aged man with a beard, his countenance radiating authority as he gazes down upon the fewer than 100 clan members. His eyes gleam with an enigmatic light as he addresses them. "Wudi, my son, has been at the Phoenix Nest Palace of the Empress for quite some time now. I trust that significant matters have come to fruition, especially since we have expended the last of our clan's resources to procure the celestial elixir, one Yudan. The Golden Lion clan once rendered immense service to the demon race, only to be exiled to this forsaken place. I vow to reclaim the suffering we have endured over the years. I have long encouraged Wudi to grow close to Ye Xingchen, with the intention of easing her wariness towards him. Now, as I reflect upon the passage of time, Wudi's scheme should have reached its culmination. Henceforth, Ye Xingchen will be under my dominion." Ha 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 ha! Lion Tianba's joy intensified as he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The other members of the Golden Lion clan shared his elation, their faces adorned with smiles. Among them, an elderly man with a crown of white hair, whose cultivation had reached the earth immortal realm, spoke with a darkened expression. The clan leader speaks truly. Our Golden Lion clan has rendered significant service to the demon race. Yet we have been relegated to the most inhospitable territory by the Grand Elder. It is said that he is powerless, as it is all orchestrated by that woman, Ye Xingchen. According to the rules of the demon race, she must ultimately marry into our Golden Lion clan. With our connection to the Grand Elder, the entire demon race will soon be under our control. Haha. Upon hearing Lion Tianba's words, the white-haired elder immediately chimed in, unable to restrain himself from joining in the laughter. The other clansmen also bore expressions of mirth, as if the demon race was already at the mercy of their Golden Lion clan. Sitting at the head of the assembly, Lion Tianba wore a cheerful demeanor as he addressed the gathered clansmen. Indeed, without the clandestine support of the Grand Elder, our Golden Lion clan would have long been annihilated. Over the years, how many resources have been covertly bestowed upon us by the Grand Elder? My initial decision to align with him was astute. One day, we shall restore the former glory of the Golden Lion clan. Although the demon race can transform into human form upon reaching the innate realm, we have yet to endure the thunder tribulation and lack the meridians of the human race, relying solely on our formidable physical prowess and innate divine abilities. If it were not for the resources discreetly provided by the Grand Elder, relying solely on the demon cores within us to absorb the celestial energy, how could I have so swiftly ascended to the threshold of the half-step celestial emperor realm? You too would not have achieved your rapid advancement to the earth celestial realm. Therefore, we must express our gratitude to the Grand Elder. Moreover, the opportunity to procure the 10,000 desire pills from the territory of the human race was also a notion that the Grand Elder inadvertently revealed. Shi Tianba gazed proudly at the assembly below, relishing the fact that it was he, Shi Tianba, who chose to follow the Grand Elder. Over the years, had it not been for Ye Xingchen, the Grand Elder might have long since bestowed upon our Golden Lion clan the finest territory. Addressing his kin below, Shi Tianba continued, with our success in this endeavor, I have already informed the Grand Elder. I trust it will not be long before he arrives. For now, let us conduct ourselves with decorum and not offend the Grand Elder. Yes, clan leader, the other members of the Golden Lion clan responded in unison. Meanwhile, hidden in the void, Ye Xingchen could scarcely believe her ears upon hearing Shi Tianba's words. Throughout the years, due to the contributions of the Golden Lion clan, she had dispatched an abundance of resources to them annually and had arranged for them to inhabit the most favorable territory. Yet now, it seemed as though she was the one who had granted them the privilege of residing in this place. And even more infuriating was the fact that the resources she had provided were now being attributed to the merits of the Grand Elder. What infuriated Ye Xingchen even more was that the proposition of the Wan Yu Dan had originated from the Grand Elder himself. A glimmer of wisdom flickered in her eyes as she suddenly comprehended numerous matters. She had initially believed her differences with the Grand Elder were merely ideological. However, in the end, they were both striving for the well-being of the demon race. Given the formidable strength of the human race and the lurking threat posed by the demon clan, if the demon race failed to unite, they would ultimately face slaughter, enslavement, or become a delicacy for other races. Outcomes that Ye Xingchen could not bear to witness. To her surprise, the Grand Elder, who had always appeared affable, was indeed a person who acted with the demon race's best interests at heart, though she had not anticipated the depths of his concealment. This evening, Ye Xingchen had intended to annihilate the Golden Lion clan. However, upon observing the pitiful state of the Golden Lions being sold while counting coins for others, coupled with her curiosity about what would transpire when a Grand Elder arrived, she restrained her fury and refrained from taking action. In that moment, Ye Xingchen resolved that sometimes enduring the pain of excising festering flesh could lead to a quicker healing of wounds. It seemed the time had come for a significant transformation within the demon race. In a brief interval, she sensed a surge of divine consciousness sweeping through the void around her, indicating the Grand Elder's presence, who had reached the threshold of semi-immortal emperor. Without needing to ponder, Ye Xingchen understood it was indeed the Grand Elder. His cautious probing of the surroundings underscored his meticulousness and prudence. Once he ascertained that the area was secure, he swiftly materialized into the palace where Lion Tianba resided, wearing a beaming countenance. Upon the arrival of the Elder, Lion Tianba immediately rose to greet him. While the members of the Golden Lion clan regarded the Elder with expressions of profound gratitude, collectively exclaiming, We pay our respects to the elder." Before them stood a gaunt, sallow-faced elder draped in black, who, upon seeing Lion Tianba, revealed a benevolent smile. With a mere wave of his hand, the members of the Golden Lion clan felt an overwhelming force lift them, and, as he smiled gently at them, he took a seat beside Lion Tianba at the main table. However, upon noticing that Lion Tianba sat next to him, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed within the depths of his murky eyes. He turned to Lion Tianba with a smile and remarked, "Tianba, you summoned me today. You appear radiant. I presume you have joyous news to share with me." The elder's voice, though amiable, carried an undercurrent of malice. Yet Lion Tianba remained oblivious to this subtleness. Instead, upon hearing the elder's words, he proudly declared, "Indeed, elder, as the esteemed elder foretold, I have fulfilled my promise. Now that my son, Wudi, is to wed Luo Xingchen, it is a cause for great celebration." The elder's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing Lion Tianba's proclamation. His formidable consciousness swept the vicinity once more, confirming their solitude, before he slowly rose, the smile on his face gradually fading as he addressed Tianba. "Oh, I have heard news from the Divine Soul Hall this afternoon, stating that the prodigious talent of the Golden Lion clan, Lion Wudi, has met with a tragic fate, his soul stone shattered, leaving him beyond the realm of death." The members of the Golden Lion clan, who had just moments ago been graced with smiles, were now rendered incredulous by the words of the Grand Elder. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon him, while beside them, the boisterous Xingchen seemed to be throttled mid-laughter, fixating his gaze on the Grand Elder with a fervent intensity. He articulated each word with fervor. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son, the unparalleled prodigy, is on the verge of breaking through to the immortal Emperor realm, possessing formidable physical strength and having comprehended the innate divine ability of our clan, the Lion's Roar. Who could possibly slay my son with ease?" In that moment, Xingchen's countenance twisted into a fierce grimace as he bellowed at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, observing Xingchen's reaction, felt a chilling resolve wash over him. With a smile that carried an unsettling undertone, he inquired, "Regarding the matter of the Wan Yu Dan, is there anyone besides myself who is privy to this information?" At this juncture, Xingchen, now acutely aware of the malice in the Grand Elder's eyes, stammered in no one, aside from our kin. Tianba has disclosed this to no one else. Upon hearing Xingchen's response, the Grand Elder's smile deepened, tinged with darkness, as he replied, "That is most fortunate. Thus, your entire family may soon reunite." With that, a terrifying aura erupted from the Grand Elder, and he directed a gentle yet forceful palm strike towards Xingchen. Anticipating the lethal intent of the Grand Elder, Xingchen summoned all his arcane power to block the strike. However, the force was such that he was thrust into the unyielding wall of the palace, blood spewing from his mouth. His gaze towards the Grand Elder now laced with a hint of madness. In the next moment, the entire Golden Lion clan launched an all-out assault towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gazed upon the approaching members of the Golden Lion clan with a disdainful smile, letting out a soft snort from his nostrils as he calmly remarked, "You overestimate yourselves." Without even turning his body, he casually struck out with a hand. A terrifying force materialized into a colossal hand, ensnaring nearly 100 members of the Golden Lion clan within its grasp. With a gentle squeeze, those countless beings were instantly reduced to mere pulp. And with a flick of his wrist, their remains transformed into a rain of blood, staining the entire hall crimson. After completing this act, the Grand Elder nonchalantly brushed his hands together, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. As he glanced at the bloodied and near-death figure of Lion Tianba, embedded in the wall, he turned to leave. However, he suddenly heard a faint voice call out, "Why, when the Golden Lion clan has been unwaveringly loyal to you, would you do this? Why?" Upon hearing the voice, the Grand Elder turned back and calmly replied to Lion Tianba, "At this point, allow me to clarify your demise. Those resources were actually sent by Luo Xingchen, not bestowed by me. Furthermore, what you received was merely a fraction of the vast wealth. Your residence here was not arranged by Luo Qingshan, but by me, deliberately revealed to you. Haha. Once, seeing that you had followed this elder for many years and had achieved considerable merit, nearly leading to the extinction of an entire race, I contemplated allowing you to wither away in this place. Yet, unexpectedly, a prodigy like Lion Wudi has emerged, seeking to transcend to the realm of the immortal emperor at such a tender age. In due time, he may even surpass this elder's cultivation. At this moment, the Grand Elder gazed upon the crimson-eyed and fierce-faced Shishiemba, chuckling softly as he mockingly declared, "Thus, I inadvertently revealed the matter of the Wan Yu Dan, for I am well aware that your Golden Lion clan, born with an innate pride, cannot possibly endure the treatment bestowed upon you by Luo Qingshan. It is evident that your ambitions will come to naught. This way, not only can I ensure that Lion Wudi meets his demise at the hands of Luo Qingshan, but your Golden Lion clan, in seeking to harm the Empress, will face annihilation at my hands. This will not only allow Luo Qingshan to perceive my goodwill, but also demonstrate my loyalty to others. Surely, this is a scheme of unparalleled advantage that anyone would wish to execute. Rest assured, I shall inform others that Shishiemba, feeling unworthy to face the Empress due to his son Lion Wudi's disloyalty, chose to perish alongside all his kin, thus preserving a semblance of dignity for you." After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he stood there, a smile gracing his features as he observed Shishiemba. In that moment, Shishiemba recalled the deeds of his clan, realizing he had been but a pawn all along, while he had remained blissfully unaware. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh as he struggled to extricate himself from the confines of the wall. With the cultivation of a half-step immortal emperor, Lion Tianba was no match for the elder of the half-step immortal emperor realm. At that moment, he knelt partially before the elder and venomously declared, "Dongfang Huang, do not revel in your triumph just yet. Sooner or later, your fate will be far worse than that of the Golden Lion clan. I shall await your downfall." It was revealed that the elder's name was indeed Dongfang Huang. Upon hearing Lion Tianba's words, he let out a contemptuous laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Lion Tianba. Choosing silence instead, he stood there quietly, intent on watching Lion Tianba suffer slowly, revealing his merciless heart. After speaking, Lion Tianba fixed his gaze behind the elder, suddenly bursting into laughter as if something behind him had brought him joy. He swiftly turned around, realizing there was nothing there, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He felt an ominous energy surging toward him from behind. He turned to defend himself. Yet at that moment, Lion Tianba displayed a resolute expression, shouting, "Dongfang Huang, perish." In a desperate act, he shattered the demon fetus and demon core within him, unleashing a momentary surge of power that equated to a terrifying strike of immortal emperor level. Aimed at Dongfang Huang. Dongfang Huang sensed the impending danger and quickly turned to defend himself, despite his formidable strength allowing him to withstand Lion Tianba's final, desperate attack. He was forced back several steps due to the urgency of his defense, blood trickling from his lips. Gazing at Lion Tianba, who was nearly devoid of life, Dongfang Huang struck with tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed as half of the palace crumbled, and Lion Tianba was reduced to nothing but dust, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the Golden Lion clan was annihilated. Observing this scene, the Grand Elder finally exhaled a sigh of relief and spoke with a fierce tone. "You still wish to deceive me at the brink of death? Do you truly believe I am as foolish as you?" His laughter echoed, "Ha ha," just as the Eastern Emperor laughed heartily. A chilling voice suddenly pierced his ears. "Is that so? I find you even more foolish than they." At this moment, the Eastern Emperor, filled with indignation, gazed at the mangled corpse of Lion Tianba and exclaimed vehemently, "You still wish to deceive me at the brink of death? Do you truly believe I am as foolish as you?" His laughter rang out once more, "Ha ha 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 ha." Suddenly, the icy voice echoed in his ear again. "Is that so? I find you even more foolish than they." The familiar voice startled the Eastern Emperor, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Upon seeing Luo Qingshan's icy gaze fixed upon him, his pupils constricted, and he immediately adopted a cordial demeanor, clasping his fists in greeting. "I pay my respects to the Empress." I have urgent matters to report. I have discovered that the Golden Lion clan has conspired against you. I came to apprehend them, but to my surprise, Lion Tianba resisted fiercely. He has now been dealt with on the spot. I implore the Empress to investigate." At this moment, the Eastern Emperor slightly bowed, smiling as he spoke. However, the convulsive motion of his throat revealed his inner turmoil. He hoped to take a gamble, for upon his arrival, he had scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and found no one present. Perhaps the commotion caused by his earlier actions had drawn Luo Qingshan's attention, prompting her to come here. Regarding Luo Qingshan's remark about being more foolish than them, it was something that Dongfang Huang, in his anxiousness, chose to overlook. At this moment, the Empress Luo Qingshan gazed at Dongfang Huang, who was performing before her. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing such a spectacle, she might have been deceived by him. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke. "It is often said that the human race is as cunning as a fox. Observing the Grand Elder, I find he is not lacking in guile compared to humanity. Does the Grand Elder perceive me as foolish? Or does he believe that all demonkind should be mere playthings in his eyes? While there are indeed some among the demon race who are ruthless and malevolent, they are but a minority. The majority of demons refrain from competing with humans, which is why, during the ancient battles of gods and demons, we allied with humanity. Though we ultimately triumphed over the demonic forces, we were still expelled from the most prosperous territories. Even so, most demons have borne it without complaint, living in harmony. Why, then, does the Grand Elder become more deranged than humans? Is it truly the greed spoken of by humanity? Do you covet the throne of the demon race so eagerly?" Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Dongfang Huang realized she had discerned the entirety of the situation and ceased his charade. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of cold malice. He looked at Luo Qingshan and spoke in a low voice. "The throne belongs to the capable. I have dedicated myself wholeheartedly to the demon race. Yet in the end, it is you, this naive little girl, who has claimed the throne. No matter how high your cultivation, under your leadership, the demon race will only grow weaker, destined to be devoured by humanity sooner or later. I cannot fathom why those old fools support you. I refuse to accept this. In terms of cultivation, I am merely a hair's breadth behind you. Why should you be allowed to become the sovereign of the demon race?" The Eastern Emperor grew increasingly agitated, his complexion darkening as a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. Opposite him, Luo Qingshan remained impassive, observing the Eastern Emperor's erratic speech with an expression of serene calm. He spoke, addressing the gathered elders. "Have the esteemed clan elders not heard? The Eastern Emperor has annihilated his own kin, leading to the extinction of the Golden Lion clan, a betrayal of his own people. Today, I shall bring him to justice. Surely, the esteemed elders will not oppose this. Will they?" Luo Qingshan's steady gaze remained fixed on the Eastern Emperor as he calmly addressed the void. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, the Eastern Emperor was taken aback. Glancing around in horror, he soon realized that, unbeknownst to him, the hidden, powerful guardians of the demon clan had gradually emerged from the surrounding void. Their formidable presence loomed like celestial deities, their indifferent gazes fixed upon the Eastern Emperor. Among them stood an elderly figure clad in green robes, his white hair flowing, who regarded the Eastern Emperor with a detached tone. "Eastern Emperor, do you not understand your transgressions?" At that moment, the Eastern Emperor was thoroughly petrified, retreating to a corner as he beheld the terrifying figures exuding an aura of supreme authority. These beings were the very essence of the demon clan, rarely revealing themselves and remaining dormant, only to awaken in times of dire peril for their kind. Now, summoned by Luo Qingshan, the Eastern Emperor was rendered speechless, his eyes pleading for assistance from one of the elders. He fell to his knees, his voice trembling with urgency. "Ancestor, save me." In the void, an elder with a complexion as dark as coal, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, cast a disappointed glance at Dongfang Huang and calmly remarked, "You have harmed your kin, ensnared the Empress in injustice, and your intentions are impure. Thus you shall reap the bitter fruits of your actions." Upon finishing his words, the elder turned and vanished from sight. Dongfang Huang, Upon realizing that the only ancestor who might have offered him salvation had chosen to depart, felt utterly despondent, as if his very soul had been wrenched from him. He understood that he had no chance of escape, and a sudden sense of resignation washed over him. His body expanded dramatically only to wither away in an instant, blood erupting from his mouth along with fragments of internal organs. He had detonated his own life essence. The demon core locked within him, shattering his body completely, yet not succumbing to immediate death. This was a testament to the resilience of the demon race, for he had not undergone the tribulation of transformation. However, the sole drawback was that breaking through to higher realms became exceedingly arduous, which explained why Dongfang Huang had long been unable to ascend to the status of a mortal emperor. After all, in his youth, he had been regarded as a prodigy among the demon clan. At this moment, the vitality in his eyes swiftly diminished. Gazing at the composed Ye Xingchen, he struggled to articulate, "Empress, I have erred. Everything I did was for the sake of the demon race. Yet my direction was misguided. Your choices are indeed correct. I have ultimately been in the wrong. I beseech you to forgive my kind." As Dongfang Huang uttered these words, his entire being began to fragment slowly, transforming into a cloud of dust that scattered with the wind. Ye Xingchen gazed at the dissipating form of the Eastern Emperor and let out a soft sigh, calmly declaring, "Capture all those who followed the Eastern Emperor and participated in this affair. Imprison them in the fiery cave for a century. Those who resist shall be slain." At that moment, Ye Xingchen exuded an air of authority, akin to that of an emperor descending from the heavens. Her regal presence instilling a profound sense of pressure among the demon clan's formidable lineage. As her words echoed, 6 figures cloaked in black emerged from the void. Emanating a formidable. They knelt before Ye Xingchen, clasping their fists in respect, and proclaimed, "We obey the edict of the empress." With that they vanished, their speed astonishingly swift. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, all participants in the affair were apprehended and taken into the fiery cave, while those who dared to resist were instantly struck down. Thus, the demon clan fell completely under Ye Xingchen's control, achieving true unity. Upon receiving this news, Ye Xingchen took a deep breath and appeared before the esteemed elders of the demon clan. She spoke softly, "Esteemed elders, the matter has been resolved. The demon clan is truly unified now. I apologize for the inconvenience, and now that the Eastern Emperor has been vanquished, I kindly ask you to return." Though she held the title of Empress of the demon clan, she remained humble, bowing slightly in deference to those who had once been the clan's leaders. At this moment, a kind-hearted old matron, leaning on a cane, approached Ye Xingchen and gently spoke, "My dear Xingchen, we, the venerable elders, have watched you grow. You have been a prodigy since childhood, beginning your cultivation at the tender age of 3. By 6, you had mastered all the techniques of our demon clan, and after enduring the transformation tribulation, you took on human form. At 9, you transcended the thunder tribulation realm, and by 12, you bravely withstood the 6 paths of heaven's tribulations to enter the realm of immortals. By 18, you achieved the celestial immortal stage and ventured into the human realm for further experience. Remarkably, within just a century, you ascended to the position of an immortal emperor. Considering the longevity of our demon clan, you are still but a fledgling in your age." The old matron gazed at Ye Xingchen with affection and continued, "Having watched you grow, I am aware of your extraordinary aspirations from a young age. You once boldly declared that your future husband would be an unparalleled genius, a magnificent figure who could dominate an era. Now, regardless of whether it be among the young talents of the demon clan or the human race, suitors abound. You have not only integrated the techniques of both clans, but have also created the heaven path-level technique, the Demon Emperor Scripture, which has become the foundational skill of our clan. Throughout the years, my dear child, you have diligently worked for the benefit of our demon kin, turning down countless admirers. Yet now, it seems that the scoundrel Sherwoody has taken advantage of you. Fortunately, he has met his end at your hands, but alas, it has caused you much distress. The compassionate matron, a blood relative and ancestor of Ye Xingchen, had long surpassed the realm of a mortal emperor and was a former empress of the demon clan. Upon hearing that Shi Wudi had used the 10,000 Desires pill on Luo Qingshan, she initially feared that he had succeeded in his pursuits, and her heart ached for the young woman. Listening to the words of her esteemed ancestor, Luo Qingshan slightly lowered her head, her exquisite visage adorned with a flush of crimson. In a hushed tone, she addressed the benevolent old matriarch, esteemed ancestor. I have not succumbed to the schemes of the formidable Shi Wudi. I maintained my last shred of consciousness, vanquished him, and managed to escape. However, Luo Qingshan glanced at the elderly matriarch and then at the numerous prominent figures of the demon clan before her, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate her predicament. Her face was suffused with embarrassment, as if she had resolved to confront a profound truth. With a shy demeanor, she confessed, "It appears I have been poisoned by the 10,000 Desires pill, losing my true nature, and I have become entwined with a human male. According to the customs of our demon clan, this individual shall henceforth be recognized as my husband, even if he is merely an ordinary human of the body refinement realm. I have resolved to accept him, and I implore all esteemed ancestors to support this decision." Luo Qingshan gazed at the assembly of elders, compelled to speak thus in order to safeguard Ye Xingchen. Yet, deep within her heart, she wrestled with turmoil. Her ancestor was indeed correct. Since childhood, she had set her sights exceedingly high, attracting countless suitors over the years, each exceptional in both talent and strength. Yet, none had captured her interest. The man she envisioned as her husband ought to possess extraordinary gifts, unparalleled beauty, and overwhelming power. Fate, however, has played a cruel jest upon her, leaving her anxious about the elder's potential disapproval and the harm it might bring to Ye Xingchen. In this moment, Luo Qingshan found herself ensnared in a web of inner conflict, prompting her to finally voice her thoughts. Upon hearing that Luo Qingshan had lost her virtue to an ordinary individual of the body refinement realm, a surge of imperial might erupted, with numerous strands of imperial consciousness sweeping towards the Fengqi Palace. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen sat leisurely in Luo Qingshan's chambers, lost in thought. Suddenly aware of the multitude of imperial presences scanning the area, Ye Xingchen merely smiled, gazing at the enchanting nightscape beyond the window, feigning ignorance as he remained composed. The imperial consciousnesses scrutinized Ye Xingchen, noting that apart from his striking appearance and unparalleled demeanor, he appeared to possess little cultivation. However, they soon detected a drop of Luo Qingshan's essence blood nestled within him. Instantly, their awareness recoiled, and a terrifying aura emanated from them, overflowing with rage. Among them, several elders cast furious glances towards the direction where Dongfang Huang had vanished, seething with indignation. They believed that had Dongfang Huang been alive at that moment, he would have been obliterated by these elders. At that moment, an elderly matron furrowed her brow and declared, "This human must be eradicated. He cannot be spared. Apart from his looks, he is utterly devoid of merit. His cultivation was only achieved through the transformation of Qingshan's essence blood to break through the body refinement realm. How could he possibly be worthy of my granddaughter?" As the matron finished speaking, her terrifying imperial cultivation surged forth, and she extended a finger, channeling her formidable energy towards Ye Xingchen's position. Yet, Luo Qingshan swiftly intervened, positioning herself before the matron with a frosty expression. She addressed the elder resolutely. "No matter the circumstances, Ye Xingchen is now Qingshan's husband. If you wish to harm my husband, then you must first eliminate me." At this moment, Luo Qingshan understood that if she did not adopt a more resolute stance, Ye Xingchen's life would undoubtedly be in peril. After all, in the eyes of these venerable ancestors, Ye Xingchen appeared no more significant than an insignificant insect. His death would evoke no emotion whatsoever. Yet, seated by the window, Ye Xingchen's smile seemed to widen, as if he had heard something that brought him immense joy. Meanwhile, the elderly matron and the assembly of clan elders, witnessing Luo Qingshan's unwavering determination, furrowed their brows in concern. The matron then proclaimed, "Even if I am reproached by Qingshan for the rest of my days, I cannot allow this person to live. Otherwise, word will spread, and Xingchen will become a laughingstock throughout the divine wilderness. A dignified celestial emperor stooping to the level of a mere mortal? Absolutely unacceptable. With that, she stepped forward, intending to head toward Fengqi Palace, her feet gliding through the air, sending ripples of energy cascading beneath her. The dozens of monstrous clan leaders encircled Luo Xingchen, their terrifying auras of celestial emperor realm firmly restraining her. In that moment, Luo Xingchen felt a surge of desperation, as though she were on the verge of losing her most cherished possession. Her heart raced violently, and the overwhelming pressure of imperial forces erupted within her. With her hand clawing at her throat, she addressed the matron with fierce determination. If the ancestor truly intends to take my husband's life, then I shall perish before you first. At this moment, dozens of powerful celestial beings from the demon clan gazed in astonishment at the resolute Luo Xingchen. The elderly woman appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing her journey towards the Fengqi Palace. In a state of urgency, Luo Xingchen summoned her inner strength, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth, seemingly attempting to break through the collective might of the assembled demon emperors. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen, seated by the window, allowed a soft sigh, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Gradually, he rose to his feet, stretching his back and rotating his neck, as though he had been seated for too long and needed to relieve himself. With a tranquil expression, he gazed at the enchanting night scenery. As Luo Xingchen's ancestral figure approached the Fengqi Palace, her formidable aura escalated to its zenith, and she coldly addressed the assembled clan elders. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my impoliteness. Upon uttering these words, her overwhelming presence reached its peak, teetering on the brink of uncontrollability. Suddenly, from the depths of the demon territory, an ancient voice, as if having traversed the rivers of time, echoed in the ears of the demon clan's leaders and Luo Xingchen. This matter I have permitted. Upon hearing this voice, the demon clan's celestial beings widened their eyes in disbelief, while the elderly woman who had arrived above the Fengqi Palace halted in her tracks, her face awash with astonishment. Yet, she did not take another step forward. Instead, she shifted back into the void where Luo Xingchen stood. After exchanging glances with the other powerful demons, she clasped her hands together and, bowing toward the deepest reaches of the demon realm, spoke in unison. We shall faithfully adhere to the decree of the great emperor. The ancient voice revealed itself to be that of a living emperor from the demon clan, which left Luo Xingchen momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the slumbering emperor, hidden deep within the demon realm, would speak. Acknowledging Ye Xingchen's presence, she quickly regained her composure, clasped her hands in respect, and bowed deeply towards the depths of the demon realm. In Chapter 6, the sword technique of dominance, the gift of invincibility, as the voice fell silent, dozens of celestial emperors slowly rose, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they extended their consciousness towards Ye Xingchen. They were well aware that the being residing in the deepest part of the demon realm was the only living emperor in millennia, renowned for his immense power and mastery of divination, whose insight was unparalleled. It was inconceivable that he would speak for an ordinary mortal like Ye Xingchen without substantial reason. Not only had he spoken, but he had also acknowledged Ye Xingchen's identity as the husband of the demon empress Luo Xingchen, thereby recognizing him as a member of the human race. As the celestial emperors swept their consciousness over Ye Xingchen, half an hour passed, and they sighed in resignation. They could discern no extraordinary qualities in him. He appeared to be merely an ordinary human. Yet, given that the emperor had spoken, there must be a rationale behind it. Retracting their consciousness, the gentle old woman turned to Luo Xingchen, sighed with resignation, and calmly expressed, "Since the emperor has recognized this individual, there must be a reason. I have no further words, but I sincerely hope that you, my child Xingchen, may find happiness. The young man's cultivation is simply too low. The average human lifespan does not exceed a century. Even if he were to consume elixirs that extend life, without the robust cultivation to support him, he would inevitably succumb to the ravages of time. For you, who possesses nearly infinite longevity, this may not necessarily be a source of happiness. It is to be hoped that this young man can find solace among our demon clan and devote himself to diligent cultivation, thereby honoring the heartfelt intentions of Xingchen. My child. The old matriarch concluded her words and looked up at Luo Xingchen with a benevolent expression. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, Luo Qingyi lowered her head slightly, her heart in turmoil. She herself was uncertain about her feelings towards Ye Xingchen. In the face of such circumstances, her only desire was to prevent his demise. Just as during their first encounter, when Luo Xingchen could have easily vanquished Ye Xingchen, she ultimately chose to save him with her own life essence. Similarly, witnessing the elder's intent to strike him down filled her with profound anguish, as if she were on the verge of losing something of great significance. This sensation was entirely new to Luo Xingchen. As the empress of the demon clan, one would expect her to be exceedingly rational, devoid of emotional impulsivity. Yet, ever since encountering Ye Xingchen, even she could not comprehend the reasons behind her own feelings. From the outset, she yearned to discover who had brought him to her sanctuary and what their intentions were, but now she remained oblivious to her own thoughts. It is not entirely her fault. Often, those who stand by and observe are left bewildered. Despite Luo Qingchen's formidable strength, she remained a woman at heart. It is only natural that when a woman entrusts herself to a man, she may develop inexplicable sentiments. Merely, Luo Qingchen had never encountered such an experience. Thus her most instinctive reaction was to express her innermost thoughts, though she remained oblivious, merely because she was an outsider in this circumstance. The old woman gazed at the bowed head of Luo Qingchen, sighed gently, cast one last glance at the palace where Ye Xingchen resided, and then turned to vanish, accompanied by dozens of formidable figures from the demon clan. Once these individuals had disappeared, Luo Qingchen slowly directed her gaze towards Ye Xingchen's location. This night, she had numerous matters to attend to, and with a swift motion, she arrived at the female emperor's palace within the demon clan's main hall. This was where Luo Qingchen typically managed affairs concerning the demon tribe, and due to the situation with the Eastern Emperor, many subsequent issues required her attention. On another note, Luo Qingchen was uncertain how to face Ye Xingchen. After all, she was the one who, as this thought crossed her mind, her delicate face flushed, and she turned to gaze at the transparent, starry sky above the main hall, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Ye Xingchen, who wore a smile as he turned and made his way to the embroidered bed within Luo Qingchen's chamber, breathing in the familiar fragrance of the bedding. Ye Xingchen gradually succumbed to sleep, his heart at utmost tranquility. The following morning, he was awakened by Luo Qingchen's maid, Qing'er, who looked at him with a bashful expression. This was her first time witnessing a man enter the female emperor's chamber, let alone resting upon her embroidered bed. Had it not been for the female emperor's prior remarks indicating that the man before her might indeed be her future husband, Qing'er would have long since devoured Ye Xingchen whole. Do not be deceived by Qing'er's petite and adorable appearance. As the personal attendant to the empress, her cultivation level is undoubtedly formidable. Presently, Qing'er is a grand demon king within the celestial realm. After enjoying breakfast served by Qing'er, Ye Xingchen, as per his usual routine, took his bamboo fishing rod and proceeded to the pavilion by the natural lake to embark on his fishing endeavors. Reclining on a lounge chair, Ye Xingchen appeared utterly content, eyes closed and legs crossed, seemingly indifferent to whether the fish in the lake were biting. Instead, he addressed the system in his mind. System, initiate today as sign-in. Ding. The system is processing the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Chaotic Tai Xian Technique. The Chaotic Tai Xian Technique is a Tao-level martial art, originating from the boundless chaos at the time of the division of heaven and earth. After cultivating it, the host can autonomously absorb celestial spiritual energy, regardless of whether it is celestial or demonic. Any energy capable of enhancing cultivation can be absorbed by the Chaotic Tai Xian Technique. Moreover, it transforms into beneficial, celestial, spiritual energy for the host, unaffected by spatial constraints, and when used in conjunction with the Tao of Chaos body, its effects are unrivaled. Ding! Would the host like to begin cultivating the chaotic Tai Xin technique immediately? Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen was overwhelmed with excitement. He had just been lacking a suitable technique, and the system had promptly provided him with a Tao-level martial art to be able to absorb any gas in any environment, transforming it into a beneficial ethereal essence without the need for personal cultivation, autonomously operating at all times to enhance one's skills, is akin to a bespoke technique tailored for oneself. Ye Xingchen exclaimed with excitement, "System, commence the cultivation of the Chaos Supreme art immediately." Ding! The Chaos Supreme art is currently being cultivated. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the Chaos Supreme art. As the host possesses the innate Chaos body, endowed with unparalleled fortune, the cultivation of the Chaos Supreme art has reached its pinnacle. As soon as the system's voice faded, an abundance of information regarding the Chaos Supreme art flooded Ye Xingchen's mind, as if he had practiced for countless years. A myriad of ethereal essences began to flow into his body, circulating through his meridians, gradually enhancing his abilities. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, it was worthy of being a self-evolving technique of chaos. From this moment on, Ye Xingchen would no longer need to engage in deliberate practice, even while asleep. The technique would operate autonomously, perpetually augmenting his prowess. Coupled with the innate chaos body, he could also absorb ethereal essence effortlessly. Although this would not enhance his cultivation per se, it would fortify his physical cells, ensuring that he remained in an optimal state without any depletion. This realization of the systems might compel Ye Xingchen to voice his admiration. "System, I am utterly enamored with you." "System, please maintain your composure." Host. This is an invincible luck signing system, destined to lead you to triumph over all adversaries and dominate an era. This is merely the beginning. As Ye Xingchen listened to the system's voice, he found himself at a loss for words, pondering. How has this system become increasingly human-like, its tone ever more audacious? Nevertheless, this young master rather enjoys it. System. Feeling the continuous surge of power within, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but smirk, his leg involuntarily shaking with excitement. Suddenly, the melodious voice of the system resounded in his ear once more. Ding. The system is currently signing in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the reward, Beishan Sword Technique. The Beishan Sword Technique is a supreme-level martial art, derived from the insights of an ancient, unparalleled being who transcended the highest realm, distilling a lifetime of knowledge into this art. It consists of 7 formidable forms, each more powerful than the last. These 7 forms are 1. One sword unsheathed, the world trembles. From then on, celestial lords are as fleeting as grass. 2. 2 swords unleashed, the firmament shatters. Even celestial kings must evade its edge. 3. 3 swords drawn, heaven and earth rend. Even celestial emperors are left in terror. 4. 4 swords unleashed, all beings perish. Henceforth, the celestial sovereign leaves no trace. 5. 5 swords drawn, the heavenly path collapses. From this moment, none dare claim the title of immortal. 6. 6 swords unleashed, the great way suffers. All in the world becomes naught. 7. 7 swords drawn, the world shatters, akin to the birth of a new realm. Ding! Would the host like to commence the cultivation of the Beishan Sword Technique immediately? Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen leaped up in excitement, casting aside his fishing rod within the pavilion, and fervently pumped his fist in exhilaration. The Dominator Sword Technique, as its name suggests, is an exceptionally formidable martial art, conceived by ancient powerhouses who transcended to supreme realms. The system's introduction elucidates that these 7 forms correspond to all realms following the celestial sovereign stage. The first form, world shocking, upon execution, it annihilates celestial sovereigns with ease, rendering them mere fodder for slaughter. The second form, sky shattering, upon its manifestation, even celestial kings must prudently evade its razor-sharp brilliance, too daunted to engage in combat. The third form, heaven and earth rift, true to its name, even celestial emperors are left in awe, their souls shaken, unwilling to confront this sword directly. The fourth form, annihilation of all beings. When this sword is unleashed, all life is extinguished, compelling celestial emperors to flee, lest they fall to despair in the northwest. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly skipping ahead to the remaining three forms. The Dominator sword technique aligned perfectly with Ye Xingchen's aspirations for martial prowess. Facing adversaries with a mere flick of his sword, he would obliterate them, no matter their might. In his past life, Ye Xingchen had indulged in countless fantasy novels, dreaming of wielding a 3-foot azure blade, sweeping away all foes. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. He could not contain his excitement as he proclaimed to the system, "System, commence the practice of the Dominator sword technique immediately." Ding! The Dominator sword technique is now being cultivated. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the Dominator sword technique. As the host is a chaotic body of the great Tao, inherently favored by the Tao, and possessing extraordinary fortune, the technique has automatically been cultivated to its highest level. Please take heed, host. The 7 techniques of dominance correspond to the different realms of the immortal sovereign. Should the host's cultivation not reach the requisite level, attempting to wield them will result in a backlash from the techniques, causing injuries at best, or even threatening one's life at worst. Thus, the host is urged to exercise caution. As the system's voice faded, a terrifying aura of dominance emanated from Ye Xingchen's being. Surrounding him were 7 radiant sword shadows, each imbued with unparalleled and frightening power. This formidable energy seemed capable of slicing through the void, soaring into the heavens, extinguishing stars with a single stroke. In that moment, Ye Xingchen resembled a deity amidst chaos. Had it not been for the concealment technique of the Xuan Wu, which shrouded the menacing sword intent, the entire divine wasteland would likely sense this overwhelming aura of dominance. At that moment, the brilliance of his sword intent flickered in Ye Xingchen's eyes, exuding an awe-inspiring might that rendered onlookers unable to meet his gaze. Gradually, this radiance receded into the depths of his eyes, vanishing from sight. As he contemplated the 7 techniques of dominance within his mind, Ye Xingchen understood that with his current strength, he could only barely execute the first 4 techniques. To unleash the subsequent 3, heavenly Tao collapse, great Tao suffering, and world shattering, he would need to ascend to the corresponding realm. Moreover, although he had completely comprehended these final 3 techniques, as if he had cultivated them for many years, they manifested in a somber gray within his mind. In contrast, the first 4 techniques shimmered with a resplendent golden brilliance. Thus, Ye Xingchen deduced that, with his present capabilities, he was incapable of wielding the latter 3. It seems the ancient legends hold truth. Following the cataclysmic battle of the primordial gods and demons, it is indeed possible that many supreme beings ascended to a higher realm. Thus, even though Ye Xingchen's strength has now transcended to the realm of the heavenly emperor, the final 3 strokes still manifested in a dark gray hue. However, this mattered little. With a formidable system at his disposal, he believed that one day he would ascend to the pinnacle, suppressing all throughout eternity. Slowly settling into a reclining chair, Ye Xingchen took his time to calm his excited heart. He inhaled deeply a few times, exhaling gradually. Then a smile graced his lips as he picked up the fishing rod from the ground and cast it gently into the water. At that moment, the motion of Ye Xingchen's fishing was imbued with an effortless ease, compelling him to hum softly. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible, alone at the summit, with the cold wind continuously blowing. Who can understand my solitude? How lonely it is to be invincible. Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice pierced the air, reaching Ye Xingchen's ears. Recognizing the familiar tone, he swiftly turned his head, and upon seeing the figure that epitomized beauty in his heart, he cast aside the fishing rod, indifferent to the fish that had just bitten. He hurried to the side of that exquisite silhouette and spoke gently. "You have come." The one who had just laughed was none other than the Empress Ye Xingchen, who had concluded her matters with the Eastern Empress. Initially, Ye Xingchen intended to return directly to her palace to seek out Ye Xingchen and explain the situation. However, Upon arriving at her chambers and finding them empty, she turned and approached her embroidered bed. Upon seeing the neatly arranged bedding and the freshly changed sheets, as well as the meticulously folded ones set aside, the striking splash of red upon them caused Ye Xingchen's delicate visage to flush slightly. With utmost care, she placed the sheet down. As if sensing something profound, she approached the window and gazed toward the pavilion on the lake, where she spotted a familiar figure. In a swift motion, Ye Xingchen glided to the back of Ye Xingchen, observing Ye Xingchen, who lay leisurely fishing while singing joyfully, his tune comically light-hearted. Ye Xingchen could not suppress a soft chuckle. However, a sudden awareness of the situation washed over her, and her cheeks blossomed with a deeper crimson hue. As she gazed up at Ye Xingchen, whose handsome face radiated charm, she found herself at a loss for words, merely managing a gentle sound of acknowledgement. The two stood in tranquil silence, with Ye Xingchen quietly observing Ye Xingchen, while our empress dared not meet his gaze, slowly turning her head aside. Suddenly, a splash broke the tension between them. It was revealed that a fish had dragged Ye Xingchen's fishing rod into the lake. He turned to see his rod slipping away, and with a resigned shake of his head, he approached the pavilion, watching the rod drift farther. In an unexpected turn of events, the fishing rod suddenly soared from the water, soaring directly towards the pavilion, and landed steadily in Ye Xingchen's grasp. Ye Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, turned to find Ye Xingchen had already approached him. Gazing at the fish still struggling in the lake, she gently remarked, "If you don't lift the fishing rod soon, the fish will escape." At that moment, Ye Xingchen regained his composure, pulling the rod with vigor, and a plump fish surfaced, which he brought to the pavilion. Swiftly unhooking it, he cradled the fish in his hands and proudly declared to Ye Xingchen, "Tonight, I shall treat you to grilled fish." Upon inspecting the fish more closely, Ye Xingchen noticed its swollen belly, revealing it to be a fish laden with roe. Ye Xingchen, too, recognized this fact, and Ye Xingchen, with a hint of resignation, said, "It seems I cannot invite you to enjoy grilled fish tonight, as this one is carrying eggs. It is best to release it. To kill would be against nature." With that, Ye Xingchen carefully crouched down, gently placing the magnificent fish back into the lake. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a glimmer of light flickered in Ye Xingchen's eyes, a fleeting softness that vanished just as swiftly. As Ye Xingchen watched the fish gradually disappear into the depths of the lake, he spoke, "Hurry and swim far away. Don't let your greed lead you back to the hook. If you encounter others, they may not be as kind-hearted as I am to let you go." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, a hint of a smile flickered across Ye Xingchen's exquisite face. As she turned to face him, she gently remarked, "Let us go. I shall treat you to fish." In response to Ye Xingchen's invitation, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and proposed, "Why don't you provide the fish, and I shall prepare it for you?" Taken aback for a moment, Ye Xingchen then beamed, her voice soft as she replied, "Very well. I shall experience your culinary skills today." The two conversed effortlessly, akin to a married couple who had shared many years together, their eyes reflecting an unspoken affection that lingered unexpressed. The scene shifted to the kitchen of Ye Xingchen's palace, where Ye Xingchen busily maneuvered with a hint of nervousness. While Ye Xingchen sat in the dining hall, her beautiful gaze filled with interest as she observed the bustling figure in the kitchen, her eyes soft with tenderness. In a short while, Ye Xingchen had prepared an extravagant feast. Within the domain of the demon clan, there was no shortage of rare ingredients and exotic beasts. These creatures, rightfully classified as beasts rather than demons, posed no discomfort to Ye Xingchen's palate. To her surprise, the man who had unwittingly intruded upon her life possessed remarkable culinary talents. The flavors of his dishes were unlike any she had savored during her time among the human realm, far surpassing them in delight. Gently caressing her satiated belly, she blushed as she addressed Ye Xingchen, "It is truly delicious. Thank you for treating me today. Moreover, the fish was exquisitely prepared. I have never tasted such a delightful rendition before." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's praise, Ye Xingchen gazed at the blushing Ye Xingchen and offered a gentle smile as he remarked, "As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters." These are merely some simple hometown dishes. If you like them, I shall prepare them for you often in the future." At that moment, Luo Qingshan, captivated by Ye Xingchen's radiant smile, found herself momentarily entranced. A sudden realization dawned upon her. The prospect of spending a lifetime with Ye Xingchen seemed quite delightful. Seemingly making a momentous decision, she stood up and addressed Ye Xingchen, saying, You, take some time to prepare these next few days. I assure you, I shall keep my word. According to the customs of the human race, I will take responsibility for you. I have already informed my elders, and we shall wed within these days. Though there will be no grand banquet, many will come within the demon realm." Luo Qingshan gazed at Ye Xingchen, her exquisite visage aglow with a rosy hue, and softly spoke to him. Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and replied, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." He had not anticipated that a simple meal and a fish could lead to such an outcome, filling his heart with quiet joy. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's response, felt her cheeks flush even deeper. Leaving him with a few parting words, she turned and vanished, saying, "Then you prepare accordingly these days, and I shall notify you when the time comes." Watching Luo Qingshan depart in a flurry, Ye Xingchen smiled softly. Perhaps spending a lifetime here was indeed a splendid choice. He called for Qing'er to tidy the dining area while he picked up the bamboo fishing rod and made his way toward the pavilion by the natural lake. With Ye Xingchen's current prowess, he could effortlessly perceive the feelings that Luo Qingshan harbored for him. Unlike his previous life, the affection emanating from Luo Qingshan, coupled with the tension and protection he felt during the perilous moment when the ancient demon emperor sought to annihilate him, gradually thawed the icy heart that had long been frozen. Arriving at the lakeside pavilion, Ye Xingchen resumed his fishing endeavors. The fishing hook he employed was straight, reminiscent of Jiang Taigong's fishing philosophy. Those willing to bite would be ensnared. Gazing at the vast moon above, Ye Xingchen felt liberated from his former animosity, replaced instead by an overwhelming tranquility. As he beheld the countless twinkling stars, the visage of an exquisite beauty began to emerge in his mind. The silhouette of Luo Qingshan gradually manifested in the sky. Witnessing this enchanting figure, a wave of tenderness washed over Ye Xingchen's heart. After gathering his fishing rod, he turned towards the Fengqi Palace, where Qing'er had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Spotting Ye Xingchen from afar, she hurried forward, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "Young Master Yi," she spoke, "the Empress has instructed me to inform you that you are to reside in Fengqi Palace starting tonight. You shall henceforth be the master of Fengqi Palace, as the Empress has specifically requested that you stay in her chambers." Upon hearing Qing'er's words and observing her bashful demeanor, Ye Xingchen understood that Luo Qingshan must have conveyed the news of their impending nuptials to her. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Very well, thank you for your assistance." Qing'er, upon hearing the gentle voice of Ye Xingchen, spoke up, "Young master, you shall henceforth be the consort of Her Majesty the Empress, and he is, undoubtedly, my master. It is my duty to serve him." In response to Qing'er's words, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly, choosing not to linger any longer, and made his way towards Luo Qingshan's chamber. Once inside Luo Qingshan's room, he observed the freshly changed bed linens and realized that she would not be returning tonight, as the demon tribe had just unified, leaving her with countless matters to attend to. Lying on the soft, expansive bed and inhaling the familiar scent of the covers, Ye Xingchen felt a profound sense of contentment as he gradually closed his eyes. In his previous life, he had tirelessly labored without ever pausing for rest, but now he finally had the freedom to pursue whatever his heart desired. In the dead of night, while Ye Xingchen was immersed in slumber, he sensed someone entering the room. Upon a brief assessment, he discovered it was indeed Luo Qingshan who had returned. He could feel her quickened heartbeat at that moment. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ye Xingchen, Luo Qingshan exhaled softly, unaware that he had already sensed her arrival. Initially, she had no intention of returning that evening, given the multitude of tasks awaiting her attention. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself drawn back. As she watched the slumbering figure of Ye Xingchen, a warm sensation blossomed within her heart, particularly as memories of Ye Xingchen's triumphant catch of the mother fish surfaced, prompting a gentle smile to grace her exquisite features. Gazing at the slumbering Ye Xingchen, Luo Qingshan gradually approached the soft couch by the window. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming events of the past few days, or perhaps the weight of her heart had finally lifted. Luo Qingshan found herself gently lying down on the soft couch, succumbing to sleep, observing her swiftly descending into slumber. Ye Xingchen smiled faintly, choosing not to awaken Luo Qingshan or suggest she move to the bed. Instead, he too softly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Luo Qingshan slowly opened her eyes, experiencing perhaps the most restful sleep she had ever known. As she gradually sat up, she discovered a soft blanket draped over her, prompting her to turn and glance at the bed. There sat Ye Xingchen, a gentle smile gracing his features as he gazed at her with tender affection. The warmth in Ye Xingchen's eyes ignited a blush upon Luo Qingshan's exquisite face, causing her to lower her gaze and fidget with her fingers. The formidable empress of the demon clan revealed an unexpectedly bashful and enchanting side to her nature. Such captivating charm could only be appreciated by Ye Xingchen, and it was only before him that Luo Qingshan unveiled this alluring facet of herself. "You are awake. Freshen up, and let us have breakfast," Ye Xingchen said. Hearing his words, Luo Qingshan shyly nodded in agreement. She refrained from inquiring whether it was Ye Xingchen who had covered her with the blanket, just as he did not question her about her return the previous night. Their silent understanding spoke volumes. After enjoying breakfast together, Luo Qingshan hurriedly departed to attend to pressing matters, while Ye Xingchen, unencumbered, picked up his fishing rod and made his way to the pavilion at the heart of the lake to continue his fishing endeavors. Not long after taking a seat, the system's voice suddenly resonated in Ye Xingchen's ear. "Ding! Today's sign-in is available. Would the host like to proceed?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and responded, "System, let us commence today's sign-in." "Ding! The system is processing the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Imperial Sword. The Imperial Sword is a divine weapon of the Great Path, transformed from the pillars of heaven at the dawn of creation, and may only be wielded by the host. Upon its emergence, the sword's aura astonishes the world, compelling all weapons to submit. Known as the sovereign of all weapons, every divine armament pales in comparison before this sword, which grants the host an imperial aura, capable of suppressing all beings." Listening to the system's announcement, Ye Xingchen was overjoyed. Indeed, what he desired had materialized. With his possession of the dominating sky sword technique and lacking a formidable divine weapon, the system had promptly bestowed upon him a weapon of the Great Path, the Imperial Sword. With this sword, utilizing the dominating sky sword technique, Ye Xingchen was confident in his ability to cleave through the heavens and vanquish any formidable opponent with a single strike. Silently reciting in his heart, he retrieved from the system's space the ancient sword, suffused with overwhelming imperial majesty. This was none other than the sovereign of all weapons, the Imperial Sword. As the sword emerged, the surrounding space of the lakeside pavilion trembled. Fissures manifesting as the very fabric of space struggled to withstand the fierce aura emanating from the Imperial Sword. The imperial might and sword radiance unleashed instantly swept across the ancient divine wasteland, causing countless divine weapons to tremble in response. Some even autonomously emerged from their resting places, bowing toward the direction of the Imperial Sword. The entire demon clan, along with all divine weapons, emerged from their confines, swaying towards the direction of Fengqi Palace as if bowing to an emperor. Ye Xingchen silently felt a sense of foreboding and promptly withdrew the Imperial Sword into the system space. He had not anticipated that the Imperial Sword could exude such overwhelming power, and he felt a surge of joy within, truly worthy of being the sovereign of all weapons. In the next moment, all the formidable beings of the demon clan, including Luo Qingshan, materialized in the void above Fengqi Palace. Luo Qingshan's blood-related ancestor, Luo Xuannu, directly spoke. Just now, a terrifying imperial aura emanated from the direction of Fengqi Palace. Though it lasted but a fleeting instant, it compelled my divine weapon to emerge and pay homage. Could it be that a divine weapon has appeared in Fengqi Palace? Upon hearing Luo Xuanu's words, Luo Qingshan replied, I sensed it as well, but it vanished in an instant. I initially thought I had misperceived it, but it seems the ancestors also sensed it. Hearing her words, Luo Xuanu nodded slightly, her consciousness spreading out to encompass the entire demon territory in her mind. Everything became crystal clear. There was no sign of a divine weapon's emergence. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Had a sword Dao Emperor merely passed by? After scanning the surroundings once more, she spotted Ye Xingchen fishing in the pavilion at the heart of the lake, and Luo Xuanu shook her head lightly. Turning to Luo Qingshan, she noticed her ancestor gazing at her, causing Luo Qingshan's delicate face to flush. Looking at her only living blood relative, Luo Xuanu sighed softly, Qingshan, my child, since the demon clan's emperor consents, I shall no longer oppose. However, due to your vital essence, this child has only entered the innate realm, which is indeed too lowly. You must diligently supervise him and ensure he cultivates earnestly. Observing the bashful Luo Qingshan glancing at Ye Xingchen, Luo Xuanu let out a helpless sigh. The acknowledgement from the demon emperor suggests that your husband possesses extraordinary qualities. However, now that our ancestor hopes for Qingshan's happiness, and since your heart belongs to this young man, I trust he will not disappoint you. With that, she and the formidable demon leader vanished without a trace. At this moment, Luo Qingshan stood dazed in the void, gazing at Ye Xingchen, who was contentedly fishing, and she smiled faintly before disappearing. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen, seated in silence, felt a wave of exasperation. Thankfully, he had acted swiftly, otherwise he would have been discovered again. In truth, being found out due to his immense strength would not pose a significant issue. But the crux of the matter lay in the delicate trust that had just begun to blossom between him and Luo Qingshan. Should he suddenly reveal his formidable prowess, how might Luo Qingshan perceive him? Anyone might assume that Ye Xingchen harbored ulterior motives. After all, why would a legendary supreme being conceal himself among the demon tribe? He feared that Luo Qingshan would lose faith in him. Contemplating these thoughts, an unsettling fear crept into Ye Xingchen's heart. In times of peril, one's true nature is revealed. The way Luo Qingshan had defended him during that critical moment warmed his heart anew. A woman like her was someone he did not wish to lose. Thus, before the system could utter another word, Ye Xingchen spoke up, System, might I request that you refrain from making such a commotion when presenting rewards in the future? I nearly exposed myself just now. Ding, the system has received the host's request and has automatically made adjustments. All rewards retrieved from the system space will now carry a protective barrier. Unless the host cancels this barrier, no one will be able to sense anything within it. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of joy and thought to himself, System, I adore you. You are truly my idol. Ding, please maintain control over your emotions. Host, there is no need for such excitement. This is a trivial matter that poses no challenge to this system. After hearing the system's response, Ye Xingchen was momentarily speechless. The system's melodious voice resounded once more. Ding, the system is currently signing in. Congratulations to the host for receiving one 9-turn Emperor Pill as a reward. The 9-turn Emperor Pill is a supreme grade, divine medicine, irreplicable and undetectable. It is crafted from 9 different divine herbs, refined through 9 stages of alchemical fire, and subsequently purified by 9 tribulations. After being nurtured for 81 years in the essence of chaos, it comes into existence. The day it is completed, celestial phenomena occur, with purple chi rising from the east for 90,000 miles, astonishing the world. Upon consumption of this pill, any injury, no matter how severe, will heal instantly as long as there is a single breath left. Even severed limbs can regenerate effortlessly. As the system's voice faded, Ye Xingchen eagerly retrieved the 9-turn Emperor Pill from the system space. On one hand, he wished to ascertain the reliability of the newly adjusted barrier. On the other, the potency of the 9-turn Emperor Pill was simply extraordinary, akin to gaining an additional life. Gazing at the 9-turn Emperor Pill in his hand, its golden exterior revealed no discernible energy fluctuations, nor did the 9 intricate patterns emanate any radiance. Ye Xingchen, proficient in ancient alchemical arts and the true essence of pill refining, could effortlessly replicate any elixir with merely a touch, a whiff, and a glance. Moreover, he could concoct the most suitable proportions based on the pharmacological properties, creating even more exquisite pills, surpassing all others. However, as he scrutinized the 9-turn emperor pill, he realized that despite his mastery of ancient alchemical techniques, he was unable to discern the names and ratios of the divine herbs employed within. This particular 9-turn emperor pill eluded even his replicative prowess, leaving him slightly astonished. It was a logical conclusion. If he could freely fabricate supreme-grade divine herbs, there would be no need for the system's rewards, which had never failed to impress him. Carefully, he placed the golden 9-turn emperor pill into the system space, awaiting the system's notification. After a considerable interval, when no prompts materialized, Ye Xingchen exhaled softly. It appeared that the fortune sign-in system offered varying rewards each time. Occasionally, multiple rewards were granted, while at other times, only a single one. The large gift packages seemed more frequent, and he mused that receiving additional such packages would be immensely gratifying. Nonetheless, upon observing the imperial sword of the master of 10,000 weapons and the 9-turn emperor pill, equivalent to an extra life within the system space, Ye Xingchen could not help but smile. Such formidable rewards had the potential to incite bloodshed and chaos across the divine wasteland. Yet, possessing such treasures effortlessly reveals the true strength of the system and the advantages of having a golden finger. Contemplating this, Ye Xingchen was suddenly filled with boundless anticipation for the future. In Chapter 9, the Empress's Grand Wedding, the path congratulates Ye Xingchen, reflecting on the myriad of treasures made accessible through the system, felt a surge of excitement about what lay ahead. At that moment, with a fishing rod in one hand and a contented expression on his face, he began to organize the rewards bestowed by the system over the past 2 days, gaining a rudimentary understanding of his own strength. Now, he possessed the first divine body, the chaos body, naturally sheltered by the great path, endowed with unparalleled fortune. His martial skills included the Underworld King's finger and the Overlord sword technique, capable of repelling both celestial and demonic entities, with myriad paths bowing to him. His cultivation techniques comprised the Chaos Supreme technique and the Black Tortoise concealment art. The Chaos Supreme technique allowed him to continuously absorb any celestial aura, transforming demonic energy into beneficial celestial essence, unaffected by spatial constraints. The Black Tortoise concealment art enabled him to conceal his own strength, unless he chose to reveal it. No one could perceive his true capabilities. He wielded the Emperor's sword, the sovereign of all weapons, and possessed the life-saving divine medicine, the 9 Revolutions Emperor Pill. As Ye Xingchen reminisced about his recent gains, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly become invincible. Moreover, due to the Chaos Supreme technique, he could cultivate autonomously even while sleeping. Ye Xingchen discovered that his power, hindered by some mysterious force, was still being enhanced as the celestial essence he continuously absorbed, nurtured, and transformed the strength of his physique. Currently, Ye Xingchen's physical strength has reached a level comparable to that of an ordinary divine weapon. If this continues, he believes that it won't be long before he attains a state of sanctity in his physical form. A realm that others may not achieve in their entire lives has been reached by him in just a few days, owing to the presence of the system. Contemplating this, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but express in his mind, "System, you are simply incredible. I adore you immensely." Ding. Please, host, manage your emotions and refrain from excessive excitement. This is merely a fraction of my capabilities. As the sole system across all realms, I am destined to assist you in suppressing the heavens and pushing through the ages. This is just the beginning. Please maintain your composure. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen pouted slightly, realizing that the system had become increasingly boastful. Yet, he found himself inexplicably drawn to its proclamations. In the evening, Ye Xingchen returned to Fengqi Palace with an empty fishing net and rod. As soon as he entered, he was surprised to find Luo Qingshan back today. Seeing Ye Xingchen's return, Luo Qingshan smiled gently and said, welcome back. Please tidy up. Dinner is ready." At her words, Ye Xingchen momentarily fell to daze, suddenly realizing that this was the life he had always desired. Now that he possesses such abilities, he is determined to protect everything he cherishes. Anyone who dares to disrupt this harmony will undoubtedly face the consequences. As Ye Xingchen gazed vacantly, Luo Qingshan's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke up, "Today there are no matters within the clan, so I have returned. Also, you should prepare. For tomorrow, we shall hold the wedding." Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen smiled and nodded. "All right, I shall heed your words." After speaking, he set down his fishing rod, tidied up, and approached the dining table. Observing the sumptuous spread before him, he remarked with a grin, "This is truly impressive. I did not expect your culinary skills to be so exquisite, appealing to the senses in every way." In response, Luo Qingshan, feeling a touch bashful, replied, "I spent a considerable time among the human race and learned a few things. Please sit down and savor it." Without hesitation, Ye Xingchen took a seat and sampled the dish. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he began to eat ravenously. Watching his demeanor, Luo Qingshan felt a wave of tenderness, as if they were a long-married couple. With a gentle laugh, she advised, "Eat slowly. There is no one here to compete with you." With his mouth full, Ye Xingchen could only smile and nod in agreement. After their meal, the two sat quietly by the window, gazing at the starry night sky that resembled a river of stars. Ye Xingchen turned to admire Luo Qingshan's exquisite profile and inquired, "For tomorrow's wedding, is there anything I need to prepare?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan shyly lowered her head, casting a captivating glance at him. In a melodious voice, she remarked, "You need not inquire. I wish to share that the wedding customs of the demon clan are fundamentally akin to those of the human clan. The garments have already been prepared. Shortly, someone will come to brief you on the ceremonial protocols. I, too, must attend to certain matters. According to the traditions of the demon clan, I shall not return tonight. I shall take my leave now." As Luo Qingshan finished speaking, a sudden recollection seemed to flush her cheeks crimson, and she fled as if in haste. Observing the bashful departure of Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen's eyes brimmed with affection. The following morning, Ye Xingchen, attended by a throng of maidens, donned a resplendent crimson wedding robe. The previous night, an elderly woman had come to provide him with meticulous instructions, detailing what required attention and what to be cautious of. After arduous learning, he was then guided to a natural bathing pool, filled with divine waters imbued with rich spiritual essence. The moment Ye Xingchen entered the pool, several extraordinarily beautiful demon maidens, clad in revealing attire, entered to assist him in his bath. Observing these enchanting figures, Ye Xingchen resolutely declined their assistance, never expecting that these stunning women would adopt a pitiable expression. They explained that it was the custom of the demon clan for the husband of the empress to be entitled to the finest treatment, and it was their duty to serve him. Should Ye Xingchen dismiss them, he would risk incurring the disdain of others. Ye Xingchen was unwilling. It was not merely that he held no affection for such matters, but even were he to harbor some fondness, he would never acquiesce to such actions. This was not only a dereliction of duty towards Luo Qingshan, but also a profound irresponsibility towards those women. Ultimately, Ye Xingchen resorted to the ultimatum that he would forego bathing unless these maidens departed, which compelled them to leave. Unbeknownst to him, this incident had reached Luo Qingshan's ears. Upon hearing it, she smiled subtly, choosing silence, yet her heart brimmed with joy. As time wore on, Ye Xingchen was carried towards the empress's palace, drawing countless onlookers from the demon clans, eager to witness the spectacle. Many prodigies of the demon race wore expressions of envy. The empress's marriage was an unforeseen event, devoid of any prior indication. Though they had never dared to dream of marrying the empress, upon discovering that she was to wed a human man, their faces were painted with jealousy. At that moment, as Ye Xingchen beheld the unabashed envy radiating from those demon prodigies, he smiled warmly, recalling the lessons imparted by the elderly woman. He raised his hand, waving to the crowd. Instantly, a multitude erupted in exclamations, with voices rising in fervor. "Look! Look! The esteemed emperor is waving at us. Let us respond. Though it is said that the emperor's strength is merely at the innate level. His demeanor and countenance. How do the humans phrase it? Ah, yes. A gentleman as exquisite as jade, a paragon unmatched in the world. Indeed, he is truly worthy of the empress. Unlike us rough-hewn brutes, you may have heard that although the esteemed emperor possesses limited strength, he is revered among the human race as a cultured scholar. It is said that the empress was captivated by his literary prowess, for while power can be cultivated through rigorous training, talent in literature is an innate gift. The demon race refers to the empress's husband as the emperor, a fact that Ye Xingchen learned just last night. Throughout the journey, Ye Xingchen listened to countless discussions and debates, smiling and waving, even as his face grew weary from the exertion. Eventually, he was carried into the empress's palace, a place where Ye Xingchen managed the affairs of the demon race. Guided by a group of delightful demon children, he arrived at the empress's palace, aware that these charming youngsters had yet to undergo the transformative tribulation. Ye Xingchen observed that these demon children were just as innocent and romantic as he had hoped, devoid of the malevolence, violence, and bloodlust he had anticipated. Although he noticed envy etched on the faces of many young demon males along the way, it was apparent that their hearts harbored no animosity towards him. With his abilities, Ye Xingchen could easily perceive their thoughts, revealing that the demon race is, in fact, more sincere and straightforward than the human race. Upon entering the empress's palace, the first sight to greet Ye Xingchen was Ye Xingchen seated majestically on the throne, flanked by numerous formidable demon warriors standing at her sides. At that moment, Ye Xingchen donned a splendid crimson robe, her breathtaking beauty and noble demeanor rendering her akin to a celestial being, unattainably divine. Following the instructions imparted by the elderly woman, Ye Xingchen approached the elevated position where Ye Xingchen sat, step by step. As he approached Ye Xingchen, extending his hand, even the enchanting empress of the demon clan felt her fair cheeks flush. In the midst of the demon clan's wedding, the moment Ye Xingchen placed her hand in Ye Xingchen's, it symbolized the union of their marriage. Ye Xingchen gazed at Ye Xingchen with tender affection, seemingly imparting her with immense courage. With a gentle lift, Ye Xingchen clasped Ye Xingchen's hand. In the next instant, extraordinary phenomena erupted in the skies above the demon clan. Auspicious clouds of 7 colors descended, illuminating the land for miles. Celestial blessings danced from the heavens, while golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth. Sharing a glance, Ye Xingchen and Ye Xingchen led the way to the empress's palace, their hands tightening in an embrace as they beheld the wondrous sights unfolding above. After a duration akin to the time taken for a fragrant incense stick to burn, it seemed as if the very essence of the great Tao had manifested in the void. Fragrant aromas wafted through the air, accompanied by flickering beams of golden light. In the next moment, the auspicious pairing of dragon and phoenix appeared, heralding a match made in heaven. 8 golden characters materialized in the emptiness, illuminating all who basked in their glow. Those of lower prowess experienced a significant breakthrough, while the more powerful gained invaluable insights. Suddenly, from the depths of the demon clan, an ancient voice resonated. Good, good, good. A blessed union bestowed by heaven, recognized by the great Tao, showered with golden light in celebration. Upon hearing the pronouncement from the demon emperor, coupled with the recent celestial phenomena and the illuminating 8 golden characters that greatly benefited countless demons, they immediately knelt, bowing before Ye Xingchen and Ye Xingchen, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the empress and the emperor on their marriage, a blessed union granted by heaven, recognized by the great Tao. Joy upon joy. Congratulations to the empress and the emperor on their marriage, a blessed union granted by heaven, recognized by the great Tao. Joy upon joy." Chapter 10. The shock of the demon clan, the excitement of the empress at this moment, gazing at the astonishing celestial phenomenon above, coupled with the immense benefits recently acquired. Countless powerful beings of the demon clan bowed before Ye Xingchen and Ye Xingchen, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the empress and the emperor on their grand wedding. A divine union blessed by the heavens, recognized by the great Tao. Joy upon joy." In this moment, even Luo Qingxian found herself momentarily taken aback. The breathtaking spectacle, illuminated by golden rays, displayed the auspicious phrase of dragon and phoenix in harmony, which left her in a state of astonishment. As she observed the smiling Ye Xingchen beside her, she inwardly mused, He truly is the destined partner of this empress. How else could the great Tao descend to bestow its blessings? With this thought, Luo Qingxian firmly grasped Ye Xingchen's hand, their hearts drawing closer in that instant. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Xingchen, as a being of the great Tao's chaotic essence, was innately favored by the Tao, akin to a beloved child of the heavens. On such a momentous occasion for this favored child, could the great Tao refrain from offering its congratulations? However, the distance of the divine wilderness continent from the great Tao diminished the spectacle's grandeur. Otherwise, the celestial display would have been even more magnificent. Meanwhile, across the entirety of the divine wilderness continent, all-powerful beings were astonished, raising their gazes toward the 8 golden characters suspended in the void. From among countless factions, an ancient voice resonated. Investigate and see who is marrying to warrant such a divine presence. Within the territory of the demon clan, numerous prodigies beheld the 8 golden characters in the sky, and in light of the demon emperor's words, their previous envy dissipated entirely. Have you not heard the proclamation of the demon emperor? The union of the empress and the emperor is a divinely ordained match, recognized by the great Tao. Just moments ago, the great Tao graced them with its presence to offer congratulations, bestowing boundless blessings that enabled many to instantly transcend to a higher realm. What is there left to envy? The empress and the emperor are indeed a pair destined by heaven. The 8 golden characters in the sky persisted for an hour before gradually fading, while the golden radiance they emanated benefited countless beings within the demon clan. Simultaneously, the major powers received the news. The demon empress, Luo Qingxian, was marrying in a grand ceremony, and the celestial phenomenon was witnessed within the domain of the demon tribe. Upon receiving this news, the various factions were taken aback, having not anticipated the quiet nuptials of the demon empress and the attendance of the great Tao to celebrate. This revelation sparked immense curiosity about Luo Qingxian's husband, prompting many to commence investigations. At this moment, the hearts of Luo Qingxian's suitors and secret admirers were inundated with jealousy and disappointment. The formidable and exquisite woman they coveted was now spoken for. Just then, Luo Qingxian turned to Ye Xingchen and, with a hint of shyness, softly uttered, "Husband, it is time to let them rise." Hearing her words, warmth flooded Ye Xingchen's heart. The term husband brought tears to his eyes and moisture to the corners. What he had failed to achieve in his past life, he had finally accomplished today. No longer was he alone. He was now a man with a family. The stunning woman before him, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, would henceforth be his wife. From this moment on, wherever she was, there would be home. As Ye Xingchen gazed into the slightly reddened eyes of Luo Qingxian, she gently tightened her grip on his hand, her gaze suffused with boundless tenderness. Sensing Luo Qingxian's heartfelt emotions and the concern reflected in her eyes, Ye Xingchen offered her a warm smile. "Please, everyone rise. To marry the empress today is a great blessing for Ye Xingchen. I vow here and now to cherish Qingxian, to love and protect her, and should I ever violate this oath, may the heavens and earth conspire against me." As soon as Ye Xingchen's words fell, thunder rumbled across the vast expanse of the sky, and fiery clouds gathered ominously, a terrifying pressure descending, for it was the heavenly Tao that recognized Ye Xingchen's vow. His sincere promise left Luo Qingxian beside him in utter astonishment, transforming into a warm current within her heart. She had never anticipated that Ye Xingchen would pledge his oath to the heavenly Tao. The other beings of the demon race present, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's vow, felt not a trace of jealousy. In the divine wasteland, oaths to the heavenly Tao were held in the highest regard, and their efficacy was well known. Few dared to make such promises. Ye Xingchen's declaration was a testament to his profound care for Luo Qingxian. As the powerful figures of the demon race gradually stood, Ye Xingchen gazed deeply at Luo Qingxian and softly recited, "When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows. Only then would I dare to part with you." Upon hearing these lines, Luo Qingshan's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at Ye Xingchen, transformed into a love-struck maiden in an instant. Having begun her trials among the human race at 18, she was quite versed in poetry and cherished it dearly. In this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen recite poetry, how could one not feel a surge of excitement? My own husband, indeed, is a talented scholar. In order to establish Ye Xingchen's esteemed reputation among the demon clan, Luo Qingshan deliberately instructed her trusted confidants to extol his poetic prowess amidst the crowd. Historically, the demon clan has been looked down upon by the human race, and even after undergoing transformation to take human forms, they are still referred to as mere beasts. Consequently, those of the demon lineage tend to venerate the talents of humanity. To bolster Ye Xingchen's standing, Luo Qingshan took such measures. She even extended invitations to numerous eminent human sages to impart their wisdom within the demon realm, only to be met with outright refusals. These sages, while professing ideals of equality and benevolence, revealed their true, contemptible natures when called to action. From that moment on, Luo Qingshan ceased to trust the words of these so-called sages, recognizing the hypocrisy of humanity as far surpassing that of the demon clan. Thus, when she heard Ye Xingchen passionately recite a beautifully crafted verse directed at her, it was impossible for Luo Qingshan not to feel exhilarated. Moreover, she could perceive the profound affection Ye Xingchen harbored for her through his words. Among the demon clan, there exists a number of individuals well-versed in the art of poetry, along with wise sages who enlighten their kin. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's poetry, they could not help but exclaim, "It turns out that our esteemed emperor is indeed a gifted scholar of the human race. Such poetry is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human talent. Having an emperor among us is a blessing for our demon clan. Truly, the empress possesses remarkable discernment." At this moment, countless powerful beings from the demon tribe, upon hearing the words of the white-haired sage, were utterly astonished. Even Luo Qingshan's trusted confidant appeared momentarily taken aback. How could the account given to the empress differ so significantly? It turned out that the esteemed emperor was indeed a prodigious talent of the human race, leaving them at a loss regarding their next course of action. With a sharp sound, a robust man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist delivered a resounding slap to the head of a similarly imposing figure beside him, exclaiming, "Second brother, why are you still in a daze? Shout out." The man who had been struck, wearing an expression of grievance, replied, "Big brother, shout what? I don't even know what to say. Foolish fellow, at a time like this, all we need to do is shout something pleasing. It can't go wrong. Follow my lead and shout together. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The resounding voices reverberated, causing all the demon tribe members outside the empress's palace to instinctively cover their ears, glaring angrily at the two shouting men. Ye Xingchen turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, spotting the two towering, muscular figures who were now grinning foolishly in his direction. He offered them a slight bow and a nod. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan furrowed her brow, casting a fierce glare at the two ruffians. At that moment, the two burly men completely disregarded the fierce look directed at them by the empress, their faces beaming with joy. "Second brother, did you see that? Our shout was not in vain. The emperor acknowledged us with a bow of gratitude. Big brother, I saw it, and he nodded at us, which surely means he wants us to continue." A somewhat shorter man, his face alight with excitement, looked at his companion and boisterously exclaimed, "Ha, not bad. The second one has become wise. Let us continue." Just as they were about to proceed, the astute Luo Qingshan interjected, "Xiong Wu Fa, Xiong Wu Tian. Silence yourselves before this emperor." At that moment, upon hearing the empress's words, the two men realized the ireful gazes of those around them. Embarrassed, they scratched their heads and chuckled awkwardly. Hearing Luo Qingshan's remark, Ye Xingchen turned to the duo and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Xiong Wu Fa, Xiong Wu Tian, Wu Fa Wu Tian. How amusing." Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan could only smile wryly and remarked, "Though these two simpletons may not possess great intellect, their loyalty to me is unwavering. Their loud voices, though excessive, stem from good intentions. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen understood her desire to defend the two. For their earlier raucousness during the wedding had indeed seemed more disruptive than celebratory. He grasped Luo Qingshan's hand tightly and gently reassured her, "My dear, there is no need for such concern. Today, we unite in marriage, and all is well. I am fortunate to have you as my wife." Their loudness merely reflects their heartfelt sentiments. I am not so petty as to be offended. At this moment, as Luo Qingshan heard Ye Xingchen address her as "my dear," a blush crept upon her cheeks. The two shared a gaze filled with affection, their hands clasped firmly together, drawing their hearts ever closer. Dupte unser verwarming moments. The newlywed gift, Luo Qingshan grasped Ye Xingchen's hand tightly, their hearts drawing ever closer in that moment. Subsequently, the ensuing events unfolded according to the customs of the demon clan. Hand in hand, Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen began their walk from the empress's palace to the Phoenix Nest Palace, a tradition amongst the demon folk, receiving their congratulations and toasts along the way. It must be said that the demon clan's brewed wine was quite unpalatable to Ye Xingchen. Not only was it bitter and tasteless, but it also possessed an exceedingly low alcohol content, leaving Ye Xingchen with the impression of having consumed a mouthful of medicinal herbs meant to dispel internal heat. However, the demon clan members appeared to savor it thoroughly, leaving Ye Xingchen with no choice but to accept their offerings, treating it as a remedy. After a flurry of activity, the couple finally returned to the Phoenix Nest Palace, marking the conclusion of the wedding ceremony. The remaining time would be theirs alone, uninterrupted until the early hours of the next morning. During this period, aside from Luo Qingshan's personal maid, Qinger, no one was permitted to linger within the palace, with only guards stationed outside. At this moment, Luo Qingshan's cheeks had taken on a gentle flush. Despite the wine's low potency, she felt a slight intoxication. Yet, according to the customs of the demon clan, she could not use her inner magic to dispel it, a purpose that was all too evident. Observing Luo Qingshan's rosy complexion, Ye Xingchen remained unfazed, gently taking her hand and leading her into their bridal chamber. The room was aglow with flickering red candles, radiating warmth and light. It was exquisitely adorned, with bright red double happiness characters affixed to the windows, celebrating the joy of their union. On the bed, a brocade quilt adorned with the auspicious 100 suns motif glimmers with joy, exuding a delightful fragrance. The ancient dressing table showcases a bright bronze mirror, while jade hairpins and golden combs shimmer softly in the dim candlelight. Upon a table crafted from fragrant agarwood, a sumptuous feast has already been prepared. Ye Xingchen gently takes Luo Qingshan's hand, and in the midst of her bashful gaze, they slowly take their seats at the table. At this moment, their eyes meet, causing Luo Qingshan to shyly lower her head, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the brocade handkerchief. In this enchanting demeanor, Luo Qingshan radiates an irresistible charm that captivates Ye Xingchen. After a prolonged silence, Luo Qingshan raises her head, only to find Ye Xingchen gazing at her with an infatuated expression, his eyes brimming with deep affection. This sight prompts a soft huff from Luo Qingshan as she swiftly turns away. It is only then that Ye Xingchen regains his composure, admiring the graceful silhouette of Luo Qingshan with a tender smile. He rises and approaches her, gradually kneeling down, taking her hand in his and softly saying, "My dear, after all this time and having consumed so much wine, shall we indulge in some food?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan suddenly feels a pang of hunger in her stomach. She lets out a soft chuckle, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she lightly murmurs in agreement. Observing Luo Qingshan's bashful demeanor, Ye Xingchen finally rose to his feet. Gazing at the table laden with delicacies, he lifted a glass and poured a drink, presenting it to Luo Qingshan before serving himself. He then addressed her earnestly. "My dear wife, allow me to toast to you, expressing my gratitude for all that you have done for me today." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan replied, "You, husband, are aware of it all." The way she uttered husband made Ye Xingchen's heart swell with joy. He gazed at her with deep affection and continued, "My dear, you fear that my humble abilities may lead the demon clan to look down upon me. To establish my reputation, you encourage those close to us to spread the word that I am a talented scion of the human race. I am not oblivious. I see through your intentions." Hearing his words, Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. At that moment, Ye Xingchen approached her, intertwining his arm with hers, and said, "In our realm, this act of sharing a drink is known as a bridal cup toast, symbolizing that husband and wife shall share joy and sorrow, facing trials together. Today, do you wish to partake in this toast with me?" Luo Qingshan's eyes sparkled with recognition as she nodded vigorously, and together they drank from their glasses. Observing her enchanting visage, Ye Xingchen smacked his lips and chuckled wryly. "My dear, when time permits in the coming days, I shall brew some wine for you to savor. I must admit, our demon clan's winemaking skills leave much to be desired." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan's delicate face flushed slightly, and she joyfully nodded. Having spent considerable time among the human race, she had savored their exquisite wines, which indeed possessed a rich aroma and a robust flavor, incomparable to those brewed by the demon clan. The two enjoyed a tender meal together, and as the sky gradually darkened, Ye Xingchen took Luo Qingshan's hand and led her to the window. They exchanged glances frequently, reveling in their intimate moment. It was then that Ye Xingchen recalled he had not checked in that day. With nothing else to occupy him, he decided it was best to do so promptly, lest he miss the opportunity later. Thus, he addressed the system within his mind. "System, I would like to check in for today." Ding. The system is processing the check-in. "Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Chaos Furnace. The Chaos Furnace is devoid of rank, crafted from Chaos Divine Iron. Utilizing the Chaos Furnace for alchemy guarantees a 100% success rate for any elixir, and the quality of the same elixir produced will be significantly enhanced." Ding. The system has detected that the host is getting married today and has generously rewarded the host with a newlywed gift package, now stored in the system space. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, amused by the system's thoughtful gesture of providing a newlywed gift package. Ding. Please note, esteemed host, that this system is unique across the myriad realms. It embodies all emotions, so please do not be overly surprised. Ye Xingchen. The two stood affectionately by the window, gazing at the distant natural lake, their hearts drawing ever closer. The moon hung low above the willow treetops, and lovers convened after dusk. As time passed, Luo Qingshan gently rested her head upon Ye Xingchen's shoulder. He, supporting her slender waist, softly murmured into her ear, "My dear, it is late. Let us retire for the night." Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingshan shyly buried her face into his chest, her enchanting demeanor captivating him. In a moment of surprise from Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the crimson bed. With tenderness, he placed her upon the mattress, then eagerly positioned himself beside her, gazing intently at the exquisite woman before him. Ye Xingchen silently vowed to cherish and protect this beautiful soul, ensuring her happiness and joy. Meeting the affectionate gaze of the man, Luo Qingshan boldly held his stare. Noticing her alluring appearance, Ye Xingchen slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep affection, silently affirming to himself that he had finally found a home. This was his wife. Sensing the profound love reflected in his eyes, Luo Qingshan sweetly said, "Husband, it is late. Let us retire." With a graceful wave of her hand, the room was instantly engulfed in darkness. Outside, the moon shyly concealed itself behind a veil of clouds. Chapter 12. A Couple's Journey in the Realm of Swords. At that moment, hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan felt an even greater flush of shyness, resting her head against his chest. Gazing into his passionate eyes, she softly murmured, "Husband, it is late. Let us retire." With that, she waved her hand, and the room was swallowed by darkness once more. Beneath the celestial expanse, the moon shyly concealed itself within the embrace of dark clouds. At the break of dawn, Ye Xingchen awoke, his gaze falling upon the woman nestled in his arms. A wave of tenderness washing over him. As if sensing the affection reflected in Ye Xingchen's eyes, Luo Qingshan, curled within his embrace, slowly opened her enchanting eyes, meeting the gaze of the man whose eyes brimmed with warmth and gentleness. A unique allure graced her features as she softly murmured, "Husband." The mere utterance of this word sent a surge of joy through Ye Xingchen's heart. Nothing could compare to the delight of being called husband by the empress of the demon clan. "My dear, you are awake." Upon witnessing the smile that adorned Ye Xingchen's face, along with the depth of his affection, a blush crept upon Luo Qingshan's cheeks as she shyly responded with a soft turning her gaze towards the brightening sky. She rose and gently spoke to Ye Xingchen. "Husband, let me assist you in dressing." As Ye Xingchen beheld Luo Qingshan's graceful silhouette, a spark ignited in his eyes, while she effortlessly revealed her flawless form before him. Such is the nature of a woman from the demon clan. Only in the presence of her beloved does she unveil her most enchanting side. Hearing Luo Qingshan's invitation, Ye Xingchen chuckled, "How about we dress each other?" A charming blush spread across Luo Qingshan's face at his words. In their playful banter, they prepared themselves, with Ye Xingchen, of course, taking his share of liberties, earning him a few playful eye rolls from Luo Qingshan. At long last, the two were settled. Luo Qingshan, sitting shyly beside the new bed, addressed Ye Xingchen, saying, "Husband, according to the traditions of the demon clan regarding newlyweds, there is one more matter that requires your attention. I wonder if you would be willing?" Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, approaching her side with warmth. "My dear, we are now united as husband and wife. You're the closest person to me. Whatever it is, you need only to express it to your husband. How could I possibly refuse?" Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed deeply at his words, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed tenderly at him. "Husband, according to the customs of our clan, on the second day of marriage, you are required to carry your wife from the room to the living room, symbolizing our mutual support and shared hardships." Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xingchen turned his back to her and slowly crouched down before her, offering a gentle smile as he softly said, "My dear, come aboard. I shall carry you to the living room." Luo Qingshan's eyes lit up at his words. She knew her husband would indeed carry her, but she had not anticipated such a swift agreement from him. After all, in the demon clan, many newlywed couples often found themselves at odds over this custom, as many demon men felt that carrying a woman would invite ridicule, leading them to refrain from such acts on the second day of marriage. Touched by her husband's unwavering willingness, Luo Qingshan approached him shyly and climbed onto his back. With a joyful smile, Ye Xingchen carried Luo Qingshan into the living room. Qing'er had long been waiting there, and upon seeing the emperor carrying the empress, her eyes sparkled with delight. Ye Xingchen gently placed the bashful Luo Qingshan onto a chair and, under Qing'er's attentive service, enjoyed breakfast. As it was their wedding day, Luo Qingshan was free from the affairs of the demon clan and took Ye Xingchen's hand, intending to show him around the demon realm, allowing him to become acquainted with its customs and traditions. The territory of the demon clan was vast and boundless, known as one of the forbidden lands of the divine wilderness, teeming with countless spiritual herbs and celestial grasses. At the heart of the demon clan lay Uni Mountain, where towering trees stood like sentinels, creating a verdant barrier that shielded the serenity from the clamor of the outside world. The only sounds were the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers, rendering it a truly enchanting place. Enormous structures were built around the mountains, and after spending several years in the human realm, Luo Qingshan returned, blending the architectural styles of humanity with her unique creativity to form a cluster of buildings imbued with an exotic charm. It was Ye Xingchen's first time stepping out of Fengqi Palace, and as Luo Qingshan guided him through the picturesque landscapes of the demon clan, he felt a wave of admiration swell within him. "My dear, the scenery of our demon realm is astonishingly beautiful, akin to the divine realm." Hearing her husband's words, Luo Qingshan felt a surge of joy. As long as he cherished and acknowledged the demon clan, nothing could bring her greater happiness. "As long as my husband is fond of it, I fear he may find it uncomfortable to reside in the demon realm. Luo Qingshan cautiously cast a glance at Ye Xingchen and spoke. Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen turned to face her, gently grasping her hand with a serious expression. My dear, he said, since childhood, I've been an orphan, utterly alone. To be able to marry, you must be the reward for the good deeds I performed in my past life. Wherever you are, that is my home. How could I ever become accustomed to living elsewhere? A lifetime would never be enough. As Ye Xingchen spoke, Luo Qingshan tightened her grip on his hand. Her face flushed with excitement as she gazed at him. Husband, is what you say truly the case? A lifetime would never be enough. Seeing her flushed and exhilarated expression, Ye Xingchen offered a tender smile and looked earnestly at her. Wherever my dear is, that is my home. How could one ever tire of their own dwelling? Moreover, the scenery here is breathtaking, and the people of the demon tribe are exceptionally warm and simple. Not just a lifetime, but even 10 lifetimes would not suffice. Luo Qingshan felt a surge of joy at his words. Unable to resist tightening her hold on Ye Xingchen's hand, her eyes shimmering with affection. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared behind them, bowing respectfully. Luo Qingshan furrowed her brow slightly. It was only the second day of her marriage, and unless something significant had occurred, her guards would not have shown up. Casting an apologetic glance at Ye Xingchen, she spoke with authority. What is the matter? A figure cloaked in black spoke in a low voice. I pay my respects to the empress and the emperor. Today, there has been a complication regarding the transaction of spiritual herbs with the human race, one that the elders are unable to resolve. Thus, we have no choice but to request the esteemed empress to take charge. Luo Qingshan cast a glance at Ye Xingchen, her eyes filled with regret. She had promised to accompany her husband on a stroll through the demon realm, yet now found herself unable to fulfill that promise. Observing the remorseful Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, taking her hand in his, and said softly, Our bond as husband and wife is everlasting, and we have ample time to be together. My dear, do not be troubled. Go ahead and handle your affairs. I shall return to Feng Qi Palace to fish and see if I can catch something to prepare for you this evening. At his words, Luo Qingshan let out a soft laugh. Her spirits lifted considerably. The thought of her husband fishing, with the fishing hook itself being straight, made it seem unlikely he would catch anything at all. As she recalled the image of Ye Xingchen fishing, a smile broke across her face. She extended her delicate hand, grasped her husband's, and with a swift motion returned to Feng Qi Palace, casting a charming smile at Ye Xingchen before dashing towards the empress's palace. Watching Luo Qingshan's stunning silhouette vanish, Ye Xingchen approached the window of his study, realizing he had yet to check in for the day. He also recalled the newlywed gift package rewarded by the system the previous day, which he had not yet examined. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to explore the contents of the newlywed gift package. System, please proceed with today's check-in. Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Domain of the Sword. The realm of the sword represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, achieved through the harmonious fusion of sword intent, sword momentum, and sword domain, culminating in the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. Its power is formidable beyond description. Upon hearing the system's announcement regarding the realm of the sword, Ye Xingchen was elated, for those who could cultivate such a realm are invariably the most exceptional prodigies or formidable beings. This includes realms of fire, water, and so forth. Yet none on the entire divine wilderness continent has succeeded in cultivating the realm of the sword, as it is exceedingly arduous. Ding! Would you like to immediately integrate the realm of the sword? Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen excitedly exclaimed, System, integrate the realm of the sword. Chapter 13. Astonishing rewards and Luo Qingshan's troubles at this moment. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen eagerly shouted, System, integrate the realm of the sword. Ding! The system is integrating the realm of the sword. Congratulations, host, on successfully merging with the realm of the sword. As the host possesses the chaotic body of the great Tao and has extraordinary fortune, you have directly comprehended the highest level, the realm of the domain. As the system's voice faded, Ye Xingchen discovered that deep within his sea of consciousness, An imposing and formidable divine infant sat, exuding an overwhelming aura. In its left hand appeared a sword domain, radiating a deathly aura. This sword domain shimmered with divine brilliance, yet emanated a chilling essence of death, contrasting starkly with the alchemical true solution in its right hand, which exuded a rich vitality. The juxtaposition of the two sides accentuated Ye Xingchen's divine infant, resembling a deity commanding life and death, exuding an aura of inviolable authority that inspired reverence. Feeling the immense and imposing presence of the divine infant within his sea of consciousness, Ye Xingchen's lips curled into a subtle smile. The power he wielded to effortlessly dictate the life and death of others was an exhilarating sensation. Grasping his fishing rod, he leisurely made his way to the heart of the lake, a place that had become his personal sanctuary. Reclining comfortably in a chair, Ye Xingchen cast his line into the water. Recalling the newlywed gift package bestowed upon him by the system the previous night, he addressed the system directly. System, open the newlywed gift package. With a chime, the system responded, the system is opening the newlywed gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 100,000 exquisite divine wines. Another chime followed, the system is opening the newlywed gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 100,000 premium celestial stones. After a brief pause, Ye Xingchen noticed the system had fallen silent, leaving him momentarily stunned. System, is this truly the extent of your newlywed gift package? Just 100,000 bottles of wine? 100,000 exquisite celestial stones? While the wine may be commendable, this reward feels somewhat lacking. Shouldn't there be some heavenly-grade martial techniques or elixirs to enhance one's comprehension and aptitude? A final chime echoed, please note, host, that the newlywed gift package is a present from the system intended for your marriage, not a reward from your fortunes. Furthermore, this wine has been refined by the system, making it unique throughout the divine wasteland. Upon consumption, its rich aroma and full-bodied flavor will swiftly replenish your internal celestial energy and enhance your cultivation, comparable to celestial-grade elixirs. If the host is dissatisfied, the system can reclaim it. Upon hearing the system's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight. This wine is extraordinary after the system's enhancement. It has reached a quality comparable to elixirs of the celestial realm. To decline such a gift would be sheer folly. Indeed, this host holds a fondness for it. Truly, it is a testament to the system's excellence. Remarkable. This host is utterly enamored. Please do not retract it. Upon hearing the system's intention to reclaim this reward, Ye Xingchen promptly intergested. The system, gazing at the millions of specially crafted divine wines and an equal number of exquisite celestial stones within the system's space, Ye Xingchen was overjoyed. He recalled the wine brewed by the demon race he had consumed the previous day, which not only tasted bitter and bland, but also possessed an extremely low alcohol content, akin to sipping a herbal concoction with a faint hint of wine. Such a beverage was intolerable for someone like Ye Xingchen, who relished fine wines. Reclining in his chair, Ye Xingchen casually retrieved a bottle from the system's space. Examining it closely, the bottle, a lustrous white jade, emanated a gentle radiance, crafted from spirit stones. This was nothing short of extravagant, as it allowed for the wine to be nourished by the spirit energy contained within the stones at any time. It would be a rarity if it were not of the finest quality. Throughout the divine wilderness continent, any wine worthy of being contained within spirit stones is undoubtedly of the highest caliber, especially since the primary currency for trade in this realm is spirit stones. Additionally, there are exceedingly rare celestial stones and divine stones. Spirit stones are not only used for transactions, but also for cultivation, significantly accelerating the process. It is hardly conceivable that anyone beneath the level of elite powers or supreme beings would waste spirit stones on mere wine. Such an act would be considered a flagrant extravagance. It is evident that the wedding gift bestowed upon the system is utterly astonishing. Setting aside the exquisite wine, the bottle crafted from 1,000,000 spirit stones constitutes a considerable fortune in itself. Moreover, The presence of an additional million superior celestial stones serves as a reward that could drive countless individuals to madness. Yet he found himself unsatisfied, a clear indication of insatiable greed. At that moment, Ye Xingchen realized he had become somewhat arrogant. After chastising himself inwardly, he unscrewed the cap and took a generous sip. True to the system's assertions, the wine was rich and smooth, its essence reminiscent of a divine realm above the clouds. Each sip felt like savoring the twinkling of the stars, with a unique interplay of sweet and sour notes, its velvety texture transporting him through the river of time. Most importantly, the wine was imbued with a potent aura of celestial spirit, a testament to the system's enhancements. Although the drink held little effect for Ye Xingchen due to his formidable strength, it was undoubtedly a supreme brew for others. After merely a sip, Ye Xingchen discerned that this wine was beneficial even for celestial emperors and could gradually enhance their cultivation. Coupled with its rich, soft flavor and aromatic fragrance, it indeed merited the title of a premier divine brew. Unbeknownst to him, half of the divine wine had already vanished from his grasp. The drink was undeniably delightful, albeit with a high alcohol content. After storing the remaining half bottle in the system's space, Ye Xingchen gently closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that twilight had descended, the sky adorned with shimmering stars, and a colossal moon hung majestically in the heavens. At that moment, Ye Xingchen noticed a familiar figure quietly seated beside him. Upon realizing that he had awoken, the figure turned and gazed at him tenderly. "My lord, you are awake." Hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen beheld the exquisite beauty before him, his heart swelling with affection. "When did you arrive, my dear? Why did you not awaken me?" Luo Qingshan replied softly, "I have only just come. Seeing my lord in such peaceful slumber, I hesitated to disturb you. I had nothing pressing to attend to, merely wishing to be by your side." Yet, in the depths of Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen perceived a subtle weariness, mingled with anger and helplessness, carefully concealed beneath her exterior. Perhaps out of concern for him, she chose not to reveal her true feelings. Sensing her reluctance to share, Ye Xingchen gently took her delicate hand in his and turned to her with warmth in his gaze. "My dear, is there something troubling you? Would you care to share it with me?" As she heard her husband's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Luo Qingshan's eyes. Although her lord possessed remarkable talent, his strength was regrettably insufficient, and she knew that revealing her burdens would only serve to worry him further. Just as she intended to assure him that all was well, she was met with a profound tenderness in his gaze, and in that moment, she found herself unable to deceive Ye Xingchen. Observing the struggle in Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen smiled gently. He grasped Luo Qingshan's hand and, amidst her shy exclamation, pulled her into his embrace. As he gazed at the blushing demoness empress, a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. "My dear, we are united as husband and wife. You may share any concerns with me. Though my strength may be modest, there may be matters where I could assist you. After all, 3 cobblers can match a zhuge liang." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan playfully swatted his chest, fully aware of the saying from the human realm after spending many years among them. With a bashful smile, she retorted, "It is you who is the cobbler." With that, she let out a soft laugh, her previously troubled mood lifting significantly. Seeing her husband's cheerful expression, Luo Qingshan playfully rolled her eyes at him before continuing. "I initially intended to keep this from you, to spare you from my worries. However, since you have inquired, I do not wish to deceive you." Casting a serious glance at Ye Xingchen, who was intently listening, Luo Qingshan continued softly. "Although our demon clan can enhance our cultivation by absorbing the ethereal energies in the air, we still require a significant amount of spirit stones to aid our training. Furthermore, many medicinal pills must be purchased with spirit stones, such as those for replenishing ethereal energy, restoring vitality, or healing injuries. My dear husband, you should be aware that in the desolate lands of the divine wilderness, only the human race can claim the title of alchemist, and even among them, such practitioners are exceedingly rare. It is fair to say that even the most ordinary alchemist is fiercely sought after by the great powers. Fortunately, our demon clan, though incapable of concocting elixirs, possesses an abundance of spiritual herbs and celestial medicines within our realm. We frequently utilize these precious resources to exchange for spirit stones with the humans, enabling our kin to enhance their cultivation while also allowing us to procure various necessary elixirs from the human race. At this juncture, Ye Xingchen noticed a flicker of anger and resentment in Luo Qingshan's eyes and gently patted her hand, offering a tender smile. Is it not the case that the humans who come to purchase our medicinal materials have significantly driven down the prices, inciting such fury within my dear wife? Upon perceiving the indignation in Luo Qingshan's gaze, Ye Xingchen quickly surmised the cause and chuckled softly. Hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan nodded slightly, expressing her helplessness. I once ventured into the human territory in hopes of hiring an alchemist. Even when I offered the most generous terms, not a single alchemist was willing to join our demon clan. Now we possess a treasure trove of resources abundant in spiritual herbs. Yet we find ourselves unable to be self-sufficient. The humans continuously lower the prices of our medicines, leaving us with no recourse. In response to Luo Qingshan's sense of helplessness, Ye Xingchen mirili. Is my wife troubled by this matter? Why not simply refuse to sell to them? Could we not venture into human lands to sell our wares on our own terms? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan responded, I once harbored similar thoughts. I considered leading people to the human territory to sell medicinal herbs. However, all the alchemists there predominantly hail from the Upper Clear Palace. No one is willing or dares to accept herbs from the demon race, even though our herbs are significantly more effective than those of the humans. They fear offending the Upper Clear Palace. Upon listening to Luo Qingshan's lament, Ye Xingchen immediately comprehended the situation. It was a quintessential monopolistic strategy. The demon race, acutely aware of their need for spirit stones yet devoid of alchemists, could only resort to selling herbs to procure the stones necessary for their sustenance. The Upper Clear Palace, being the foremost alchemical force among humans, wielded the authority to dictate the prices of herbs, effectively seizing their vulnerability. Contemplating this, Ye Xingchen gazed at Luo Qingshan with a flicker of indignation, and a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, My dear, it appears that those who come to procure herbs from our demon race are indeed emissaries of the Upper Clear Palace. Luo Qingshan nodded in agreement, softly affirming his observation. Witnessing the troubled and helpless expression on his beloved's face, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of discontent. It was utterly intolerable. While one could bully others, it was absolutely unacceptable to mistreat his own wife. My beloved, do you trust your husband? At his earnest inquiry, Luo Qingshan smiled gently, replying, You are my husband, the one closest to me. Of course, I trust you. Hearing her words, Ye Xingchen felt a swell of pride in his heart, realizing that only he could evoke such vulnerability from the demon race's empress. Ye Xingchen was acutely aware that Luo Qingshan, as the empress of the demon clan, possessed an undeniable regal aura. Yet, at this moment, she lay in his embrace, revealing her most genuine self, a testament to the depth of her affection for him. As he listened to her words, his heart brimmed with tenderness. He gently addressed her, My dear, the individuals from the Shangqing Palace have likely yet to return, correct? Indeed, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Their offered price is simply too low. That is why I have yet to acquiesce to them. If we do not reach an agreement by tomorrow, they may very well leave, and all the herbs harvested by our clan will be rendered useless. Upon hearing her resignation, Ye Xingchen tightened his embrace around Luo Qingshan and softly reassured her, Since you trust your husband, allow me to handle the matter of the herbs tomorrow. You need not burden yourself with other concerns. I shall resolve this for you. A flicker of warmth illuminated Luo Qingshan's eyes at his words. Although she understood that even with his involvement, the issue of the herbs might remain unresolved, she nodded in agreement. She did not wish to undermine Ye Xingchen's pride at such a moment. Having spent over a decade among humanity, she was well aware of how much men valued their honor. Since her husband wished to assist her, she would wholeheartedly support him, even if it meant shouldering the consequences herself in the end. Seeing Carnot, Ye Xingchen, amid her startled exclamation. lifted her effortlessly into his arms, and set off towards the direction of the Phoenix resting palace. At this moment, Luo Xingchen, with a bashful expression, nestled in Ye Xingchen's embrace, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. The scene shifts to an opulent chamber, where a white-haired elder, his face etched with wrinkles, sits with an air of self-satisfaction, sipping fragrant tea. The aura he exudes reveals him to be a formidable immortal emperor. Beside him, a middle-aged man wears a similar expression of delight, addressing the elder with pride. "Father, we have managed to further lower the prices of the demon clan's medicinal materials. We stand to reap substantial profits once again. The demon clan possesses a treasure trove, yet lacks alchemists, leaving them vulnerable to our relentless exploitation. As long as they require elixirs and spirit stones, they have no choice but to sell their materials to us." Upon hearing his son's words, the elder's satisfaction deepens as he replies thoughtfully, "This price has already reached the demon's bottom line. If Luo Xingchen refuses tomorrow, we shall slightly raise the price. After all, the efficacy of the demon clan's materials surpasses that of human materials several-fold, yet they are priced at merely 1/5 of ours." The middle-aged man nods in agreement, then continues, "I have heard that Luo Xingchen is to be wed, and that a great figure from the Tao will be present to offer congratulations. I wonder who is fortunate enough to claim such a beauty." As he recalls Luo Xingchen's exquisite form, a fiery gleam ignites in his eyes. You had best refrain from harboring any illicit thoughts. After all, Luo Xingchen is a matriarch of her clan. The reason she treats us with such courtesy is that she has demands from us. Otherwise, do you think a clan matriarch would personally attend to us on every occasion? Moreover, must we continually endure your unreasonable demands? Were there a single alchemist among the demon clan, Luo Xingchen would not deign to personally attend to us, nor would she tolerate our impertinence. I fear we would have long been unceremoniously expelled from the demon territory. Thus, it would be wise for you to temper your expectations. Luo Xingchen is no trifling character, for she is a renowned empress of the demon clan among the human realm." Upon hearing his father's words, the middle-aged man was instantly roused from his stupor, offering an awkward smile, ceasing his words. Yet, deep within his gaze, a flicker of fervor remained concealed. Chapter 14. The dominance of the Shangqing Palace. The overbearing emperor at this moment, the middle-aged man, awakened by his father's admonition, offered a sheepish smile and fell silent, though beneath the surface a fervent spark lingered. The following morning, as Ye Xingchen languidly drifted between slumber and wakefulness, he suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose. Opening his eyes, he discovered Luo Xingchen nestled in his embrace, teasingly brushing her hair against him. Ye Xingchen casually extended his right hand, inadvertently resting it upon a grand peak, causing the smiling Luo Xingchen to flush crimson, letting out a delicate gasp as she shot him a reproachful glance. That glance, imbued with myriad charms, made it seem as though Luo Xingchen sensed something. Blushing fiercely, she sprang away from Ye Xingchen, only to be pulled back into his embrace. Gazing into the depths of his passionate eyes, Luo Xingchen stammered softly, "Husband, the dawn has arrived. We should rise." Yet, it seemed as though Ye Xingchen had not heard Luo Xingchen's words at all. Slowly, he lowered his head, tenderly planting a kiss on Luo Xingchen's cherry lips. When the two finally awakened, it was nearly noon. Ye Xingchen gazed at Luo Xingchen's face, adorned with a radiant blush, and felt a surge of pride within him. Observing Ye Xingchen's triumphant demeanor, Luo Xingchen rolled her eyes, though her heart brimmed with affection. Amidst their playful banter, they dressed themselves, and in a moment of shyness, Luo Xingchen found herself cradled in Ye Xingchen's arms as they made their way to the living room. Waiting there was Qing'er, who, upon witnessing the sweet exchange between the empress and the emperor, felt a wave of joy wash over her. It seemed the empress truly had found someone she cherished, just as the heavens would celebrate such a union. Indeed, the emperor was a fateful match for the empress. After enjoying a lunch served by Qing'er, a man clad in black robes arrived to deliver a message, stating that the people from the Upper Clear Palace had conveyed that if the empress did not make an appearance soon, they would have no choice but to depart. The elder, having no alternative, had sent this black-robed man to inform the empress. Ye Xingchen recognized him as Wei Donglai, the captain of Luo Qingshan's guards, known for his silent demeanor, steadfastness, and unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing Wei Donglai's words, Luo Qingshan nodded and turned to Ye Xingchen, only to find her husband smiling at her with affection. Giving him a playful glare, she spoke with authority. "This empress understands. Go inform them that I shall arrive shortly." Wei Donglai bowed respectfully to the two before turning and vanishing from sight. At this moment, Ye Xingchen rose to his feet, grasping Luo Qingshan's hand, and softly spoke to her. "My dear, let us proceed. I shall confront the individuals from the Shangqing Palace and discover the source of their audacity that has caused you such distress. For this alone, I shall ensure they do not escape unscathed." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan blushed and smiled shyly. Meanwhile, Qing, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but the Empress has personally attended to them each time to ensure we have sufficient spirit stones for our cultivation and to purchase elixirs. Yet, the people from the Shangqing Palace consistently display an arrogant demeanor, persistently driving down the prices of our medicinal materials, which has infuriated the Empress. Many elders can no longer tolerate their behavior and wish to cease transactions with them. But the Empress, for the sake of the demon clan, endures this indignation. I can no longer bear to witness it." Hearing Qing's words, Ye Xingchen turned to glance at Luo Qingshan, his eyes filled with compassion. He took her hand and said, "My dear, let us go. I shall handle today's affairs, and you may observe from the side." Moved by the tenderness in Ye Xingchen's gaze, Luo Qingshan felt a wave of emotion as she soared into the sky alongside him, heading towards the Empress's palace. Upon their arrival at the Empress's palace, the guards, upon seeing the Empress and the Emperor, immediately bowed in respect, their eyes filled with admiration for Ye Xingchen, the talented scion of the human race. Ye Xingchen offered a gentle smile to the guards, taking Luo Qingshan's hand as they entered the palace together. At this moment, within the Empress's palace, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat leisurely upon the luxurious chairs flanking the throne, while a middle-aged man occasionally cast glances towards the palace entrance. Opposite them, dozens of elder members of the demon clan sat with expressions of indignation, evidently agitated by the two men. Suddenly, a powerful aura of imperial authority descended, and at the entrance of the palace appeared a breathtaking figure, accompanied by a tall and strikingly handsome man of unparalleled grace. When the man grasped Luo Qingshan's hand and entered the palace, both the elderly man and the middle-aged man narrowed their eyes slightly in surprise. Ye Xingchen, holding Luo Qingshan's hand, paid no heed to the two individuals from the Shangqing Palace and confidently approached the imperial throne above. Upon witnessing the man confidently take his seat alongside Empress Luo Qingshan upon the throne that symbolized the highest authority of the demon clan, the elderly man and the middle-aged man could no longer maintain their composure. The privilege to sit on that throne, which represented the supreme power of the demon clan, was reserved solely for the Empress and her consort. In the next moment, the reaction of the demon clan elders confirmed their suspicions. As the two took their seats, the numerous elders below immediately bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Empress. We pay our respects to the Emperor." At that moment, seated upon the throne, Luo Qingshan exuded an air of authority and calmly addressed the assembly, saying, "There is no need for formalities, esteemed elders. Please be seated." Hearing her words, the demon elders gradually settled back into their seats. In contrast, the two individuals from the Shangqing Palace wore expressions of unrestrained arrogance, their necks craning as if to reach the heavens. As Luo Qingshan regarded their haughty faces, a flicker of anger ignited in her eyes, mirrored by the fury of the elder members of the demon clan below. The two from Shangqing Palace, at this moment, were entirely fixated on Ye Xingchen, their senses revealing the startling truth that he was, in fact, a member of the human race, and a mere innate realm cultivator at that. This revelation sparked a glimmer of derision in their eyes. The esteemed consort of the demon empress turned out to be a feeble human, a fact that would undoubtedly elicit uproarious laughter if it were to circulate. Feeling the wrathful gazes from the demon clan elders, the two reluctantly rose to their feet and offered a perfunctory bow to Ye Xingchen, their insincerity palpable, while they completely disregarded Ye Xingchen. What an absurdity! A mere innate realm wretch was hardly worthy of their respect. Witnessing this scene, Ye Xingchen was on the verge of an outburst when Ye Xingchen grasped her hand, offering a reassuring smile and a nod. He then turned his calm gaze towards the two from Shangqing Palace and commanded, "Bring these two forth and cast them into the fiery abyss, so they may experience the true hospitality of our demon clan." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the demon clan elders below were instantly invigorated. The status of the emperor was tantamount to that of the empress among the demon clan. Moreover, the empress remained composed and did not intervene, indicating that the resolution of this matter rested with the esteemed emperor today. A formidable aura erupted, as all the demon clan elders who could enter the empress's palace possessed the cultivation of celestial sovereigns. At this moment, the formidable presence of dozens of elders at the celestial emperor level surged simultaneously, bearing down upon the two individuals in the Shangqing Palace, who found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding such pressure. The white-haired elder's expression shifted drastically, while the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by this terrifying force, collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. This was far from what he had envisioned. The white-haired elder hastily exclaimed, "Who dares? Empress, an elder of the Shangqing Palace. You dare to seize me? Do you still wish to negotiate? Humph." Offending the Shangqing Palace means that no one in the divine wilderness will dare to trade with your demon clan. You must ponder the consequences. He continued, "Moreover, as an elder of the Shangqing Palace, do you intend to make an enemy of us?" A series of voices echoed. Despite Han Chuanluo's outward calm, his heart was in turmoil. The human man above was acting unpredictably, intending to capture them both outright, showing a blatant disregard for the Shangqing Palace. The arrogance displayed by the father and son duo in front of the demon clan and the empress stemmed from the formidable backing of the Shangqing Palace, a premier force of the human race. Meanwhile, seated upon the imperial throne, Ye Xingchen maintained a serene demeanor, observing Han Chuanluo below, his eyes glimmering with derision. "Do you not comprehend the words of this emperor? Seize them both at once and throw them into the fiery abyss." Ye Xingchen's voice, imbued with boundless authority, emanated a commanding aura, surprising the demon elders below. They had not anticipated that the emperor possessed such an imposing presence. Situt beside Ye Xingchen, Ye Xingchen felt the immense aura of authority emanating from him, and her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Her husband, who radiated the presence of a sovereign, filled her with admiration. This was precisely what Ye Xingchen had longed to witness. She yearned for her husband to exude unparalleled charisma. At this moment, dozens of elder demons below had long harbored disdain for Han Chuanluo. The formidable aura of the celestial emperor was unleashed without reservation, bearing down upon Han Chuanluo with overwhelming force. He stood no chance against such a multitude of celestial emperor-level opponents, unable to muster even a moment of resistance before being subdued and cast to the ground by the elder demons. The middle-aged man faltered under the pressure, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Lying on the ground, Han Chuanluo gazed upward at Ye Xingchen, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He realized that it was not Ye Xingchen who held sway today, but rather this strikingly handsome man, radiating an extraordinary presence. At this moment, the man's eyes glinted with mockery, exuding the undeniable aura of a domineering ruler, instilling in Han Chuanluo the conviction that this dashing figure was indeed a person of unwavering authority, intent on casting both him and his son into the depths of despair. In that instant, the once unshakable Han Chuanluo felt genuine fear. In the man's gaze, he discerned a derisive contempt, a disdain reserved for mere insects. As the man, whose cultivation level was evidently only at the innate realm, beheld the approaching elder of the demon clan, Han Chuanlu, with little time to ponder, urgently called out, "Wait. There are matters we can negotiate. Everything is open to discussion, including the issue of medicinal herbs. If you truly cast my son and me into the fiery pit, the Upper Qing Palace will no longer engage in trade with the demon clan, which would be detrimental to your kind. Why resort to such measures? Upon hearing Han Chuanlu's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes glimmered with heightened derision. With a casual wave of his hand, the elders of the demon clan immediately halted in their tracks. Ye Xingchen's calm voice resonated. So you are Han Chuanlu. It seems you genuinely do not comprehend the situation. As for the trade of medicinal herbs, I am utterly indifferent. Although the Upper Qing Palace possesses the majority of alchemists, there are numerous factions with grievances against it. The demon clan can easily sell the herbs elsewhere, and certainly at prices far exceeding those offered by the Upper Qing Palace. I have subdued you because you harbor no respect for the demon clan, lacking even the most basic reverence for the powerful. The empress, being the sovereign of your kind and a formidable figure at the celestial emperor level, is someone you dare not pay homage to. Your audacity is astonishing. Do not think that merely subduing you is the extent of my actions. I could eliminate you on the spot. And I am confident that the Upper Qing Palace would not wage war over you, a mere ordinary elder. What do you think of that? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Anchuan Luskun Tanansa, Shifta dramatically. He had traded with the demon clan countless times, transitioning from initial trepidation to his current arrogance. Having long forgotten that Luo Qingshan was a celestial emperor-level powerhouse. It was believed that apart from the Shangqing Palace, the demon race could not sell medicinal herbs, leading to an insufficient supply of spirit stones to sustain their daily expenses. This misconception fostered a sense of power, leading to their increasing arrogance. However, upon being enlightened by Ye Xingchen, Han Chuanluo came to realize that strength is indeed the most potent form of authority in the divine wasteland continent. The Shangqing Palace would never engage in battle with the demon race for his sake. At that moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Han Chuanluo promptly knelt before Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen, respectfully proclaiming, I beseech the demon empress and the emperor to forgive me. I, Han, acknowledge my past transgressions before the empress and the emperor. With his forehead pressed to the ground, a profound intent for vengeance simmered in his eyes as he inwardly mused. I shall bide my time with you for now. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. Once I return, the demon race will undoubtedly pay the price. The esteemed husband of the demon empress is merely a congenital realm human. When the truth is revealed, countless will find it laughable. Ha ha ha. At this moment, witnessing Han Chuanluo kneeling in apology, the demon elders and Luo Qingshan were visibly astonished. They had not expected the once formidable Han Chuanluo to humbly admit his faults. Unbeknownst to them, Han Chuanluo was quite cunning. He recognized the contemptuous gaze in Ye Xingchen's eyes, akin to that of one observing mere ants. He realized that had he merely bowed instead of kneeling in apology, he might not have been granted a second chance. At this juncture, the demon elders regarded Han Chuanluo on the ground with a gaze filled with profound respect as they turned their attention to Ye Xingchen. Upon hearing Han Chuanluo's words, Ye Xingchen maintained a serene expression and spoke, In that case, demonstrate your sincerity. I, the esteemed emperor, shall state my terms clearly. You possess but one opportunity. Should you fail to satisfy me, I shall have no choice but to retain both of you as guests among the demon clan, and the timing of your departure will rest solely upon my whims. At this moment, Ye Xingchen regarded the kneeling Han Chuanluo with an expression of calm, his words imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority, causing a sudden tremor in Han Chuanluo's heart. Today, it seemed, would entail considerable sacrifice. He could only blame his own greed, for he had unwittingly brought this calamity upon himself. The emperor was correct. Han would indeed present ample sincerity. Upon hearing Han Chuanluo's declaration, Ye Xingchen offered a faint smile and addressed the elders, esteemed elders. Why do you not promptly assist Elder Han in rising to take a seat? Allowing him to remain on the ground does not reflect our hospitality as demons. The elders were momentarily taken aback by Ye Xingchen's words, yet they swiftly moved to help Han Chuanluo to a chair. As for the middle-aged man who had long since fainted, the esteemed emperor made no comment, and the demon elders chose to disregard him. At this moment, Han Chuanluo, gazing up at the smiling Ye Xingchen, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although this young man possessed humble strength, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. With just a few words, he had deftly maneuvered both Han and his son into a precarious position. This youth had seen through everything. The Upper Clear Palace would never instigate conflict with the demon clan for the sake of the two of them. Moreover, should others learn that the duo acquired the medicinal herbs of the demon clan at merely 1/5 of the market price, they would undoubtedly suspect that it was orchestrated by the Upper Clear Palace. Even if the two were to assert that their actions were solely their own, no one would believe them. In such a scenario, in order to preserve the millennia-old reputation of the Upper Clear Palace, they would inevitably become scapegoats. Upon realizing this, Han Chuanluo was gripped by a wave of trepidation, lamenting his own greed which had led him to this precarious juncture, thus allowing this offspring to manipulate him so effortlessly. Raising his gaze to the smiling Ye Xingchen, who sat there nonchalantly, Han Chuanluo cautiously spoke, "To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to compensate for the price differences from previous transactions, and for this current deal, I am prepared to purchase at a price double that of the external market. I wonder if the emperor is satisfied with this offer." At that moment, upon hearing Han Chuanluo's words, Luo Qingshan turned to look at Ye Xingchen, her eyes filled with delight. The elders of the demon clan below were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that a mere few words from the emperor would compel the usually arrogant Han Chuanluo to drastically alter his stance and voluntarily increase the price for the medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen, seated above, cast a casual glance at Han Chuanluo. Yet, that single glance instilled within the celestial sovereign Han Chuanluo a sense of terrifying pressure, akin to confronting an ancient behemoth. This left Han Chuanluo profoundly perplexed. He was a powerful celestial sovereign, while the other was merely a primitive realm practitioner. Why then did he experience such overwhelming pressure? Han Chuanluo was acutely aware that, despite Ye Xingchen's apparent strength being at the innate realm, the might of Ye Xingchen, who was at the heavenly emperor realm, was beyond what he could withstand when he casually released even a hint of his imposing aura. With no time to ponder further, Han Chuanluo hastily rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Ye Xingchen, stating, "I, Han, am willing to demonstrate my sincerity. I implore the emperor to show me the way." In the next moment, Ye Xingchen's calm voice resonated, sending a shockwave through the hearts of all present. It became evident to everyone that the emperor possessed such a domineering side. Chapter 15. The Shock of the Crowd. The emperor is actually an alchemist at this juncture. Ye Xingchen's tranquil voice once again reverberated, causing a tremor within the hearts of all assembled. It was at this moment that they comprehended the true extent of the emperor's formidable nature. Upon hearing Han Chuanluo's words, Ye Xingchen maintained his serene demeanor, yet his tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. "Hand over the storage rings belonging to you and your son, and you may leave. The demon clan is not a place where you two can behave recklessly." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's indomitable and authoritative voice, Han Chuanluo's heart raced. He lifted his gaze to the once smiling Ye Xingchen, who, without any hesitation, removed the storage ring from his hand and the ring held by the middle-aged man, respectfully presenting them to an elder of the demon clan. Han Chuanluo dared not hesitate. After years of navigating the human realm and attaining the status of an immortal emperor, his greatest pride lay in his discerning eye for people. Though this young man may not possess formidable strength, the aura of authority he unconsciously exudes is unmistakable. Han Chuanlu, relying on his discerning eye, inadvertently saved both himself and his son from peril. It was only later that Han Chuanluo realized how astute his judgment had been. Not daring to linger, he bowed respectfully to Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan above, hoisting the middle-aged man from the ground before swiftly departing from the empress's palace. At that moment, Luo Qingshan gazed at her husband, her eyes shimmering with divine light. She had discovered a commanding and regal side to him. Although their acquaintance had been brief, and their union born from an unforeseen circumstance, Luo Qingshan could sense Ye Xingchen's deep affection for her. Witnessing this dominant aspect of her husband filled her with astonishment, yet more so with joy, for regardless of the circumstances, he was the man destined to accompany her throughout her life. Meanwhile, the dozens of elder members of the demon clan below were taken aback as they beheld two storage rings in the hands of one elder. Ye Xingchen, with a slight smile, turned to Luo Qingshan and remarked, "My dear, there is no need for astonishment. These two merely conspired to suppress the prices of medicinal materials. I am merely reclaiming the spirit stones that rightfully belong to our demon clan." Han Chuan Luo, displaying remarkable intelligence, without any hesitation, surrendered the rings, likely having secured his vital possessions before arriving in the demon realm. In the present day, the rings merely contain a considerable number of spirit stones. Yet the two individuals dare not report this to the Shangqing Palace, as it would undoubtedly tarnish the palace's reputation. Should the Shangqing Palace become aware of this matter, they will be the first to face severe repercussions. Behind this incident, there must be someone who has given them such audacity. Otherwise, Han Chuan and his son would never possess such boldness. Observing the stunningly beautiful Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen calmly analyzed the situation. The next moment, as Ye Xingchen had anticipated, the two rings contained nothing but a vast quantity of spirit stones. Gazing at the millions of spirit stones scattered on the ground, Luo Qingshan addressed one of the formidable demon clan elders, saying, "Elder, please collect the spirit stones for the training of our clan members, and send others to the human realm to purchase some restorative elixirs." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, a robust and earnest-looking middle-aged man promptly rose and waved his hand, gathering the millions of spirit stones. This man was none other than Wan Qianli, the elder of the demon clan. Meanwhile, seated upon the imperial throne, Ye Xingchen watched as Wan Qianli collected all the spirit stones before hesitantly speaking to Luo Qingshan beside him. "Actually, my dear, there is no need to procure elixirs from the human realm." Hearing Ye Xingchen's words and witnessing her previously formidable husband suddenly appear so sheepish, Luo Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear husband, what has come over you? You seem to be stuttering. Although we failed to sell the medicinal herbs this time, these spirit stones should suffice to sustain the demon clan for a while. We can continue our search for a human faction that purchases medicinal herbs. As you mentioned, if the Upper Clear Palace does not accept them, their rival faction surely will. Our herbs are by no means inferior to those of the humans." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen glanced at her, feeling somewhat awkward as he stammered, "What my dear husband means is that we need not procure pills from the human realm anymore." "Well, my lady, it is possible that my husband might also concoct some pills, haha." At this moment, Ye Xingchen raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, feeling rather sheepish. He found it challenging to explain to Luo Qingshan, as the matters concerning the system were not something he could divulge. Some secrets must remain undisclosed. Deep down, Ye Xingchen was anxious. He had been an ordinary person, and now to suddenly claim he could refine pills made him fear that Luo Qingshan might misconstrue his intentions. At this juncture, all the demon clan members, including Luo Qingshan, were taken aback by Ye Xingchen's assertion of his alchemical abilities, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Grand Elder, Wan Qianli, even exclaimed excitedly, "The Emperor is actually an alchemist?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, all eyes turned toward Ye Xingchen. Feeling the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Ye Xingchen glanced at Luo Qingshan, a twinge of guilt gnawing at him. At this moment, Luo Qingshan was filled with excitement, her eyes brimming with anticipation rather than anger over her husband's concealment. She gazed at Ye Xingchen, her eyes reflecting unwavering hope for her husband's success. Ye Xingchen, Similing Genti, took her hand and softly reassured her, "My dear, it was never my intention to keep anything from you. It is merely that." Before he could finish, Luo Qingshan grasped his hand firmly. Her eyes filled with affection as she tenderly replied, "There is no need for explanation, my husband. Regardless of your actions, I place my utmost trust in you, for you are the man I cherish most in this lifetime." Hearing her words, Ye Xingchen was genuinely moved, tightening his grip on her hand as a wave of happiness enveloped them both. Meanwhile, The elder members of the demon clan felt a profound sense of awkwardness witnessing the couple's affectionate display. The intimacy between the empress and the emperor left the elders feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, deep down, they were immensely pleased, recognizing the true happiness that radiated from the empress. Having watched her grow, they remembered how she had dedicated herself to her people for so long, and witnessing her joy now brought them heartfelt contentment. As the couple continued their tender exchange, it was the eldest elder's gentle cough that finally brought them back to reality, leaving Ye Xingchen blushing with embarrassment. Yet Ye Xingchen directly addressed the Grand Elder Wan Qianli, saying, "Grand Elder and esteemed elders, please make arrangements. Tomorrow, I shall refine pills in the presence of our clansmen, and I have a grand surprise in store for them as well. It would be best to choose a spacious venue capable of accommodating countless members of our clan." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the eyes of the elders gleamed with excitement, and the Grand Elder responded, "Your Majesty, if a larger space is required, we should proceed to our Wan Yao Square, a significant gathering place for our demon clan, where important matters are discussed and disciples frequently convene. It is not only ample in size, but also a familiar sight for our kin." Nodding slightly at Wan Qianli's suggestion, Ye Xingchen replied, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Esteemed elders, please go and prepare." As soon as Ye Xingchen's voice fell, the elders promptly rose, bowing respectfully to both Ye Xingchen and Ye Xingchen, declaring, "We shall dutifully follow the emperor's decree." Observing the eager departure of the elders, Ye Xingchen felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen, with a playful grin, leaned close to Ye Xingchen's ear and teasingly remarked, "My dear, it seems that this time your husband has achieved merit for the demon clan. How do you intend to reward him?" Casting a charming glance at her mischievous husband, Ye Xingchen retorted, "How does my husband wish for me to reward him?" At her words, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled, and he whispered something into her ear, causing her delicate face to flush a deep crimson. In a tender embrace, she flung herself into Ye Xingchen's arms, playfully striking his chest as she exclaimed, "Husband, you always tease me, you mischievous rascal." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen held her closely, his heart brimming with affection. To have the esteemed empress of the demon clan display such shyness, he believed himself to be the sole recipient of this privilege. Yet, he pondered when his wish would come to fruition. Chapter 16. The Celestial Demon Transformation Tower and the Great Yen Auction House, at this moment, gazing at the enchanting Ye Xingchen. Ye Xingchen mused about the realization of his desires. The newlyweds were basking in their affectionate exchange when suddenly, a figure clad in black robes appeared outside the Empress's palace. The attendant bowed deeply and addressed them, "Greetings, Your Majesty, greetings, Emperor." Observing the black-robed attendant, Ye Xingchen calmly inquired, "What is it?" The attendant replied, "I report to the Empress. The Great Yin Empire has sent envoys to seek an audience." Upon hearing this announcement, Ye Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing her expression, Ye Xingchen asked, "My dear, what troubles you? What is the background of the Great Yin Empire?" Realizing her husband, although a member of the human race, was but an ordinary man and unfamiliar with the power dynamics of the divine wilderness, she began to explain, "The Great Yin Empire is a top-tier force among the human factions, possessing immense strength. The Demon Clan has had no dealings with the Great Yin Empire, and it is perplexing why they would suddenly send envoys to our realm." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen immediately lost interest, his face exhibiting a clear expression of boredom. Noticing this, Ye Xingchen offered a helpless smile and suggested, "If my lord finds it dull, you may return to Fengxi Palace or wander around the demon realm. Once these matters are settled, I shall seek you out." As she gazed at the disinterested Ye Xingchen, she spoke softly. The two had just wed, a time traditionally reserved for rest and leisurely exploration of the demon realm together. However, pressing matters required Ye Xingchen to return alone. Through the past few days, Ye Xingchen had gained some understanding of her husband's character. He naturally favored tranquility over commotion, which compelled her to express her resignation. At that moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen rose promptly, offering her a faint smile before eagerly turning towards Fengxi Palace. As he vanished from sight, Luo Qingshan's eyes brimmed with tenderness. She then glanced at the black-robed guards below and spoke in a steady voice. "Allow the envoy from the great Yin Empire to enter." The scene shifted, and Ye Xingchen leisurely returned to Fengxi Palace, where he picked up his fishing rod and strolled towards the pavilion in the lake center. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he cast his line and settled into a chair, savoring the tranquility. Of course, he did not forget the most crucial task at hand and promptly addressed the system. "System, initiate today's check-in." Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Celestial Demon Transformation Tower. The Celestial Transformation Tower, an ancient artifact of the Demon Clan, is a gift from the heavens, naturally formed and devoid of any classification. It enables demons who have yet to undergo the transformation tribulation to enter and achieve their transformation directly. After the cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons, it vanished without a trace, significantly diminishing the strength of the Demon Clan. The system has now placed the Celestial Transformation Tower into its space when called upon. A mere whisper of celestial spiritual power will cause the tower to expand instantaneously, revealing its true form as a clan-defining artifact. At this moment, Ye Xingchen, seated in the pavilion at the center of the lake, was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the system's announcement. Leaping to his feet, the Celestial Transformation Tower, the clan artifact of the ancient demon race. The prospect of allowing all demons to transform successfully without facing the heavenly tribulation is nothing short of extraordinary. He could hardly believe that he had secured the clan-defining artifact of the demon race. As Ye Xingchen absorbed the system's introduction, he marveled, recognizing the Celestial Transformation Tower truly deserved its esteemed title. He retrieved the Celestial Transformation Tower from the system's space and examined it closely, cautious due to the system's enhancements. Wary of a repeat of the Imperial Sword incident, the miniature version of the tower in his hand bore intricate, crisscrossing markings, as though it had weathered countless storms over millennia, exuding an aura of antiquity that immediately conveyed its extraordinary nature. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, Ye Xingchen fell into contemplation, pondering how best to present the Celestial Transformation Tower to his beloved wife. The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace, where a middle-aged man clad in resplendent yellow brocade sat alongside a young man on the lower throne. A young man lifted his teacup, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the exquisite figure above, his eyes filled with awe. This young man was none other than Yin Jing, the crown prince of the great Yin Empire. The middle-aged gentleman beside him was none other than Yin Wushuang, the prince of the great Yin Empire and the younger brother of the emperor. At this moment, as he beheld the stunning figure above, Yin Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he mused to himself. It is said that the female emperor of the demon race, Luo Qingshan, possesses formidable strength and unparalleled beauty, attracting countless suitors among the human race. Upon this encounter, her reputation is indeed well-deserved. However, it is somewhat regrettable to hear that she has suddenly wed, leaving countless admirers heartbroken. I wonder who is fortunate enough to have won her affection. At that moment, Yin Wushuang rose to his feet, clasping his hands in respect towards Luo Qingshan above. "Empress Luo," he declared, "I have come to the demon realm to extend an invitation for you to attend the inaugural auction of the great Yin Empire, to be held in a month's time. Additionally, there will be an exchange among young disciples. I sincerely hope you will attend. Here is the invitation." As Yin Wushuang finished speaking, a dark golden invitation materialized in his hand. With a gentle shake, a mysterious force propelled the invitation gracefully towards Luo Qingshan. Upon hearing Yin Wushuang's words and gazing at the dark golden invitation before her, Luo Qingshan extended her hand to receive it, her voice resonating with calm authority. "Since Prince Yin has personally come to extend the invitation, this empress shall indeed attend. However, I would like to inquire whether the inaugural auction of the great Yin Empire has invited various factions to participate." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's inquiry, Yin Wushuang smiled faintly and proudly declared, As the premier force of the divine wilderness, it is only fitting that the Yin hosts its inaugural auction, inviting all factions within the divine wilderness to participate. The items up for bid will undoubtedly exceed the expectations of the empress. At Yin Wushuang's words, Luo Qingshan nodded slightly, suddenly intrigued by the upcoming Yin auction. In that case, I shall personally attend in 1 month. Bring forth King Yin and Prince Yin to rest and ensure they are well entertained. Do not be negligent. No sooner had Luo Qingshan's voice faded than Yin Wushuang promptly replied, I appreciate the empress's kindness, but I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Since the invitation has been delivered, I shall take my leave. Beside him, Yin Jing stood up, somewhat disappointed, and bowed respectfully to the exquisite figure above. In response to Yin Wushuang's words, Luo Qingshan's calm voice resonated. In that case, I shall not impose. Please convey to the emperor that I intend to visit the Yin in 1 month to discuss a business venture for long-term cooperation. Taken aback by Luo Qingshan's statement, Yin Wushuang hesitated momentarily. Though uncertain of the nature of this long-term cooperation, he quickly responded, the empress's message will be conveyed to the emperor. I shall personally welcome the empress to the Yin in 1 month. Nodding in acknowledgement to Yin Wushuang, Luo Qingshan instructed her attendants to escort the two out of the empress's palace before she fell into deep contemplation. As she awaited her husband to concoct the elixir, perhaps an opportunity for collaboration with the great Yin Empire would arise, potentially leading to significant transformations within the demon clan, all due to her beloved. Remembering the moment when her husband expressed his insecurities about his alchemical skills, a tender affection filled Luo Qingshan's eyes. She could easily sense the tension that gripped Ye Xingchen's heart at that time, the fear of loss, a fear rooted in love. Although he intended to convey his reasons, she interrupted him, for as she had previously stated, Ye Xingchen was her husband, and her unwavering belief in him was sufficient. Lifting her gaze towards the direction of Fengqi Palace, a tall figure emerged in her mind. Recalling Ye Xingchen's whispered words, her cheeks flushed with warmth, caressing her cherry lips. She shyly murmured, Darling, if you truly succeed in crafting the elixir, I shall grant your wishes. Humph, that will be quite the jest. As if recollecting something, she let out a charming hum, her eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 17. Conquering the Demon Clan, the emergence of the chaotic furnace at this moment. Luo Qingshan gazed toward Fengqi Palace, her eyes filled with profound emotion. With a gentle smile, she swiftly made her way in that direction. Inside the living room of Fengqi Palace, Ye Xingchen was busily engaged in the kitchen, delightful aromas wafting through the air. Upon her return, Luo Qingshan observed her husband diligently working, and a smile crept onto her lips as she gracefully approached him. As night enveloped the world, Ye Xingchen gazed tenderly at Luo Qingshan, who lay contentedly asleep in his embrace. A profound sense of pride swelled within him. In this lifetime, he had accomplished what he had failed to achieve in his previous existence. Not only had he acquired formidable strength, but he had also gained the love of a woman who genuinely cared for him. These were treasures that Ye Xingchen vowed to protect, impervious to any form of destruction. Most notably, Luo Qingshan had become his most cherished vulnerability, a thought so harrowing that he dared not contemplate the madness he would succumb to should any misfortune befall her. At the break of dawn, the two shared an unspoken understanding as they donned their attire, devoid of frivolity, for a significant event awaited them. Upon their arrival at the Wanyao Square, they were met with a throng of people. Nearly all the transformed beings of the demon race had gathered. As Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen approached hand in hand, every demon bowed in reverence. Hail to the Empress! Hail to the Emperor! Upon reaching the central platform of Wanyao Square, Ye Xingchen surveyed the crowd below, noting the gleam of admiration and respect in their eyes, a testament to the acknowledgement of strength. Turning to his side, he found Luo Qingshan, the epitome of beauty, gazing at him with eager anticipation. The warmth of her gaze ignited a spark of encouragement within him. Just as he prepared to rise, she gently grasped his hand. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered something in his ear, igniting a luminous excitement in his eyes. Observing Ye Xingchen's agite demeanor. Luo Xingchen cast a charming glance at him and tenderly remarked, "My dear husband, just strive with all your might. Even if it turns out to be a simple failure, I shall still support you." Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen offered her a reassuring glance before turning to the edge of the platform. At that moment, numerous ancient demon ancestors, concealed within the void, were secretly transmitting messages. Our esteemed emperor's cultivation remains at the innate realm. However, I have an inkling that his true prowess far exceeds this. Do any of you share this sentiment? One ancient demon ancestor communicated to several of his fellow celestial ancestors. Indeed, I sense the same, yet we need not worry. I have not detected even a hint of threat from our esteemed emperor towards the demon race, and I possess confidence in this regard. Upon hearing this elder's words, the other celestial ancestors exchanged glances of disbelief. Isn't that rather obvious? Did you not witness the interaction between the empress and the emperor just now? Their eyes nearly sparkled with affection. Moreover, how could one recognized by the demon emperor pose a threat to our kind? It appears the emperor's discernment is far superior to ours. He recognized this young man's extraordinary potential from the very beginning. As long as Xingchen and my child find happiness, I shall be content. Standing amidst the void, the ancient ancestor Luo Xuannu gazed down at Ye Xingchen and softly spoke. At this moment, on the platform below, Ye Xingchen observed the multitude of demon clan individuals surrounding him. Many of them were unfamiliar to him. However, two robust men with amiable expressions caught his attention. They were none other than the brothers Xiong Wufa and Xiong Wutian. As if struck by a sudden realization, Ye Xingchen smiled and waved at the two, saying, "Xiong Wufa, Xiong Wutian, come up to the stage. I have a task for you." The two brothers, standing amidst the crowd, gazed up at Ye Xingchen with admiration. Suddenly hearing their names called by the emperor, they were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe their ears. It was only when other members of the demon clan nudged them forward that they came to their senses. Xiong Wufa, looking at Ye Xingchen's beaming face, exclaimed, "Emperor, did you just call for us?" Yes, Emperor, did you summon us?" The moment the brothers finished speaking, a wave of good-natured laughter erupted from the crowd of demon clansmen. Standing beside the platform, the elder of the demon clan, Wan Qianli, immediately voiced his indignation. "How dare you, Xiong Wufa and Xiong Wutian? You are becoming increasingly outrageous. The emperor is not someone you can treat as a brother. Seize them." Upon hearing the elder's words, Ye Xingchen merely smiled and replied, "There is no need for anger, elder. They are indeed like brothers. They have not erred in their address. Since they have called me elder brother, I shall acknowledge them as such." At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the hidden ancestors in the void instantly brightened, their eyes gleaming with newfound interest. Below, the gathered members of the demon clan exhibited expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the emperor would possess such a carefree and grandiose demeanor. The several elders of the demon clan, upon listening to Ye Xingchen's words, felt a surge of excitement within their hearts. They had witnessed Ye Xingchen's unparalleled might before, and now they were beholding another facet of his grandiosity. At this very moment, the elders of the demon clan genuinely acknowledged Ye Xingchen as the true emperor of their kind. In the next instant, Ye Xingchen's commanding voice resonated. "Brothers, you may call me emperor or simply your leader. We are all brethren here, and there are no stringent rules amongst us." As soon as Ye Xingchen's words fell, countless young demons exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement, as if sharing a silent understanding. They clasped their hands in salute, bowing respectfully towards Ye Xingchen on the platform, exclaiming, "Hail, leader! Hail, leader!" In this moment, with just a few words, Ye Xingchen had captivated the hearts of innumerable demons. Standing at the center of the platform, Luo Xingchen wore a look of contentment, her eyes filled with tenderness. At that same moment, the hidden ancestral figures of the demon clan nodded slightly, turning their gaze towards the depths of their lineage, and inclined their bodies in respectful acknowledgement. "Very well. Since you all recognize me as your leader, I shall present you with a surprise today. Xiong Wufa, Xiong Wutian, why do you remain standing below? Come up." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Xiong Wufa and Xiong Wutian were jolted from their excitement, leaping onto the platform and approaching Ye Xingchen with eager anticipation, awaiting his command. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as a dark, obsidian cauldron, radiating divine brilliance, materialized atop the platform. Observing the astonished expressions of those present, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, uttering words that rendered the entire demon clan momentarily speechless. Even the ancestors in the void appeared one after another. While Luo Qingshan on the platform covered her lips, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 18. The Revelation of the Elixir Formula. Acknowledgement by the demon clan at this moment. Witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, Ye Xingchen smiled slightly and declared, "This cauldron is known as the Chaotic Cauldron. Aside from myself, no one else can claim it. Henceforth, this chaotic cauldron shall remain here upon the platform. Of course, if any of you, my brothers, elders, or ancestors, doubt this, feel free to test it. No one but myself can move it even an inch. Furthermore, since you all call me Big Brother, I shall not be stingy. Today, I will unveil the wondrous capabilities of the Chaotic Cauldron." At this moment, Xiong Wufa and Xiong Wutian, standing beside Ye Xingchen, gazed at the cauldron, its divine radiance captivating their eager hearts. Observing their expressions, Ye Xingchen could not help but chuckle in resignation, addressing them. "Xiong Wufa, Xiong Wutian, do you wish to see if you can lift the Chaotic Cauldron?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's inquiry, the two individuals immediately brightened with excitement, their expressions earnest as they nodded vigorously in response. Observing their amusing demeanor, Ye Xingchen smiled and gestured towards the chaos furnace nearby. In an instant, the brothers Xiong Wuyuf and Xiong Wutian, upon noticing Ye Xingchen's motion, promptly stepped towards the chaos furnace. Meanwhile, the gathering of demon clan members below began to murmur amongst themselves as they watched the brothers approach the furnace. "Hey, old Lu, these Xiong brothers are among the strongest in our demon clan. Do you think they can lift the chaos furnace?" One of them questioned. With a confident demeanor, old Lu replied, "Are you foolish? Is there any doubt? Didn't the esteemed emperor declare that no one but himself could accomplish such a feat? Not even our ancient ancestors can manage it. The emperor, a person of unparalleled grandeur and authority, would never speak falsely. No matter how strong these brothers are, it would be in vain." Hearing old Lu's words, those around him nodded in agreement. If the emperor had the audacity to make such a statement in public, it must surely hold true. At that moment, on the platform, Xiong Wuyuf had already crouched low, his arms encircling the chaos furnace. His arms, as thick as tree trunks, bulged with veins as he exerted his legs. With a mighty roar, a tremendous force erupted from within him, and those nearby felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiong Wuyuf. Their eyes filled with admiration. In terms of sheer strength, Xiong Wuyuf was indeed one of the most formidable beings in the demon clan, and all present below were left in awe of the terrifying power he displayed. In the next moment, Xiong Wufang's face flushed crimson, his muscles bulging, and he even summoned the cultivation of the celestial realm. Yet he could not lift even the slightest fraction of the chaos furnace, nor could even cause it to sway. Observing this, Xiong Wutian's eyes widened in astonishment. He was all too aware of the magnitude of Xiong Wufang's strength. Witnessing his brother's flushed visage, it was evident that he had reached the pinnacle of his power. Xiong Wutian, emulating Xiong Wufang, attempted to join forces with him to raise the chaos furnace, but despite exerting all their combined strength, the furnace remained immovable. The onlookers below were utterly astonished, and even the elders in the void wore expressions of disbelief. They were well acquainted with the strength of the Xiong family, having the ancestral figure of the Xiong clan right beside them. However, the fact that the combined might of the two brothers could not budge the chaos furnace even a fraction was truly astonishing. As they gazed at the two, their faces flushed and teeth gritted, Ye Xingchen offered a faint smile. Once they had regained their composure, he observed their disgruntled and panting forms before speaking. "Now do you understand why I, the eldest, have the confidence to declare that no one besides me can move the chaos furnace even a hair's breadth? Let alone take it away? Moreover, The purpose of the chaos furnace extends beyond this. Soon you shall witness its true marvels. Casting a glance at the bewildered crowd below, Ye Xingchen smiled once more and continued, "Our demon clan may not possess much, but we are rich in various spirit herbs and celestial grasses. Henceforth, I shall concoct 3 types of elixirs. These 3 elixirs have never graced the divine wilderness continent. Pay close attention to how the leader concocts them. The names of these 3 elixirs are as follows: the Xian Yuan pill, which restores the celestial energy within the body; the recovery pill, which heals internal injuries; and the Chiedu pill, which counteracts lethal toxins." Observing the Grand Elder, who maintained order nearby, Ye Xingchen spoke up, "Grand Elder, procure a stalk of Luotian flower, 2 emogene fruits, and 1 tianling fruit. These are the ingredients for the Xian Yuan pill: 3 strands of blood-condensing grass, 2 gathering qi fruits, and 1 washing marrow leaf. These are the materials for the recovery pill: 100 poison grass, 1 Hishou Wu, and 3 9-leaf spirit mushrooms. These are required for the Chiedu pill." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, all present, including Luo Qingshan, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gasped Luo Qingshan, then voiced her concern. "Husband, you have disclosed the formula. Are you not afraid it will be leaked? Moreover, you mentioned that these 3 elixirs have never appeared in the divine wilderness continent. Do you realize the value of a single formula in this realm?" For reasons unknown, Luo Qingshan had unwavering faith in Ye Xingchen's ability to craft these 3 elixirs. The astute woman refrained from questioning him about the origins of these formulas. This was a testament to her trust in Ye Xingchen. She believed in her husband as firmly as she believed in herself. Hearing her words, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and replied with assurance, "They are all my brothers. I have faith in them." Ye Xingchen's words flowed effortlessly, instilling a profound sense of emotion in countless members of the demon clan. They could discern that the Supreme Lord was not merely feigning sincerity. His words were spoken with genuine conviction. Simply because they had addressed him as Supreme Lord, he placed his trust in them, readily sharing the coveted alchemical formula that had driven the inhabitants of the godforsaken continent into a frenzy. At that moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's statement, Luo Qingshan offered a resigned smile and cast a glance at her famished husband. "My dear, I have no doubt about the integrity of the demon clan. I, too, place my faith in them. However, should those with ulterior motives seek to probe their minds, the consequences could be dire." In response to Luo Qingshan's concerns, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and reassured her, "There is no need for worry, my beloved. The alchemical formula requires the chaos furnace for its creation. Without it, no one can replicate the concoction, regardless of their knowledge of the formula. It would be ludicrous to think that a product of the system could be so easily pilfered." When Ye Xingchen initially claimed he would practice alchemy, he had already consulted the system, which had solidified his intent. Today marked the fruition of that very idea. Hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, upon absorbing Ye Xingchen's message, gazed at him with immense respect. He promptly retrieved all the necessary medicinal materials from his storage ring and meticulously arranged them on the platform in the order specified by Ye Xingchen. Ye Xingchen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to the Grand Elder. In the next moment, Ye Xingchen's smile vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from within, leaving all the demon clan members in utter astonishment. Chapter 19. The Power of the Chaos Furnace. A monumental surprise at this juncture. Gazing down at the demon clan members, Ye Xingchen's smile faded and an indomitable aura of dominance radiated from him, instantly shocking all present. Our demon clan occupies the boundless forest, rich with countless spiritual herbs and celestial plants, yet we squander numerous resources due to the absence of an alchemist. The situation has been a source of great distress for the empress, particularly as the spiritual stones in the hands of our brethren are becoming increasingly scarce. However, from this point forward, there is no need for further concern regarding this matter. Brothers, take heed. I trust you have memorized the 3 formulas. Henceforth, simply follow my guidance and place the medicinal ingredients into the chaos furnace. In the next instant, Ye Xingchen placed the ingredients for the Xian Yuan pill, the Luotian flower, the Mo Jin fruit, and the Tianling fruit into the chaos furnace. He then turned to the crowd below and continued, once all the ingredients are within the chaos furnace, simply infuse a trace of celestial spirit energy and wait for a brief moment. As soon as the words left his lips, Ye Xingchen infused a sliver of celestial spirit energy into the chaos furnace. In the following moment, the furnace erupted in resplendent light, radiating divine brilliance, and within moments, a faint yet enchanting aroma of medicine wafted into the nostrils of the onlookers. Once the divine glow of the chaos furnace dissipated, Ye Xingchen opened its lid, and a far more potent fragrance of medicine surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. At this moment, within the chaotic furnace, lay numerous black-gray elixirs. According to the descriptions found within the alchemical scriptures, Ye Xingchen recognized them as Xian Yuan Dan. After extracting several of these elixirs from the chaotic furnace, Ye Xingchen similit faintly. Simultaneously, Luo Qingshan, brimming with excitement, approached Ye Xingchen. Observing her fervent expression, Ye Xingchen placed the Xian Yuan Dan into her hands. As she gazed at the dozens of black-gray elixirs emanating a rich aura of ethereal essence, her eyes glistened with tears. Her husband had succeeded, and the demon clan could finally forge their own elixirs. Though Luo Qingshan had always believed in her husband's capabilities, a tinge of worry lingered in her heart. Now that the elixirs had been successfully crafted, her heart was finally at ease. Noticing Luo Qingshan's exuberance, Ye Xingchen gently grasped her hand and offered a tender smile, drawing a chorus of gasps from the surrounding demon kin, causing Luo Qingshan's cheeks to flush with a charming hue. Following this, Ye Xingchen proceeded to replicate the process, producing several restorative elixirs for healing wounds. However, his subsequent words left countless demon clan members in sheer astonishment, even revealing the true forms of the ancestral demons concealed in the void. Xiong Wufa, based on the method the esteemed master just demonstrated. You shall concoct the Chiedu Dan. Upon hearing the words of the emperor's esteemed master, Xiong Wufa could scarcely believe his ears. Esteemed master, did you just say? For me to refine elixirs? I'm no alchemist. If the furnace explodes, do not hold me accountable. Upon hearing the words of Bear Wufa, Ye Xingchen, in a fit of annoyance, delivered a swift kick to Bear Wufa's backside, prompting the latter to behave considerably better. Imitating Ye Xingchen's method, Bear Wufa dutifully placed the ingredients for the fear-removing pill into the chaos furnace and infused it with a trace of celestial aura. In the next moment, the chaos furnace erupted in resplendent radiance, emitting beams of divine light. When the brilliance finally subsided, Bear Wufa, filled with excitement, opened the furnace to reveal dozens of emerald-hued pills before everyone's eyes. At that instant, astonishment gripped the onlookers, their faces awash with disbelief. How could Bear Wufa have possibly refined pills? Observing the myriad expressions of shock among the demon kin below, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "My brothers, you must understand that pills are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest, the latter known as divine grade. The remarkable strength of the chaos furnace lies in its ability to autonomously concoct any pill below the 3rd grade, simply by placing the requisite ingredients within and infusing it with celestial aura." At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, everyone stood agape, utterly stunned. Initially, they had presumed that the emperor had intervened to assist Bear Wufa in crafting the fear-removing pill. However, their astonishment grew as they realized that it was, in fact, the prowess of the chaos furnace at work. Its might was truly unparalleled. Ye Xingchen, however, refrained from disclosing the entirety of the truth. While the inhabitants of the divine wasteland were only aware that 9th-grade pills were divine grade, they remained oblivious to the existence of Dao-level pills beyond the divine grade. Ye Xingchen chose to withhold this knowledge, wishing to prevent them from overthinking the matter. At that moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan appeared utterly astonished, her eyes brimming with excitement. Her husband implied that as long as there exists a medicinal formula, the Chaos Furnace could autonomously concoct any third-grade elixir using the required ingredients? At this juncture, all the members of the demon race turned their attention to the serene emperor, observing the fervent gazes of Luo Xingchen and the demon kin. Ye Xingchen smiled gently and spoke. My dear wife is indeed correct. Although we can only refine third-grade elixirs, it suffices for our demon race's needs. Moreover, the Xian Yuan pill, restoration pill, and detoxification pill possess far greater efficacy than their human counterparts. Casting a glance at the utterly dumbfounded crowd, Ye Xingchen continued, from now on, this chaos furnace will remain on the platform. Brothers venturing out for training and in need of elixirs may come here to refine these 3 commonly used pills. Hearing Ye Xingchen's words, everyone was jolted back to reality. Such a treasured artifact of the clan was simply placed upon the platform, allowing the demon disciples to freely concoct elixirs. How audacious! As the demon empress, Luo Qingshan's vision extended far beyond that of ordinary demons. Addressing the exhilarated crowd below, her authoritative voice resonated. Summon someone to guard the chaos furnace day and night, and request an elder to provide covert protection. Furthermore, since the emperor has spoken, any demon may come here to refine elixirs. I shall not obstruct this. However, selling them for spirit stones is strictly forbidden. Any violations will result in immediate suppression and expulsion from the demon race. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, looking at the stern-faced Luo Qingshan, and softly remarked, My dear, there is no need for such gravity. Although these 3 types of elixirs are significantly more potent than those concocted by the human race, they are solely suitable for our demon kin. Should a human consume them, they would yield no effect. Ye Xingchen spoke truthfully. Possessing the genuine understanding of alchemy, he could effortlessly combine various elixirs to create those fitting for the demon race. Noticing a fleeting shadow of melancholy in Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen cheerfully continued, However, my dear, I possess formulas for elixirs suitable for humans. I shall share them with you shortly, and you may assign someone to refine them. This batch of elixirs will surely be immensely popular among the human race, thereby alleviating your concerns regarding spirit stones. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan's eyes brightened, and upon seeing her husband's cheerful demeanor, she quickly realized he was teasing her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare. Observing the blush on Luo Qingshan's exquisite visage, Ye Xingchen added, As for the need to station someone to guard the chaos furnace, that is unnecessary. Have you forgotten what I initially said? Aside from me, no one can move the chaos furnace even a fraction, not even the ancient celestial emperors. Hearing Ye Xingchen's assertion, Luo Qingshan exclaimed, Indeed, you can try it yourself, or even allow the ancestors to give it a go. This is not mere boast. Not even a celestial emperor, let alone an emperor, could hope to shift the chaos furnace even a fraction. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's earnest demeanor, Luo Qingshan found herself inexplicably inclined to believe him. Suddenly, a venerable voice resonated through the air, followed by the imposing figure of a towering man appearing upon the arena. The usually reckless Xiong brothers, upon witnessing this formidable presence, exhibited an unusual tremor, clearly indicating their profound trepidation. Your Majesty, allow me to make an attempt. The elder spoke, for the chaotic furnace holds immense significance. Although it belongs to your Majesty, it is of paramount importance to the demon clan. I wish to ascertain whether it is indeed true, as your Majesty has stated, that no one can shift it even a fraction, save for yourself. Observing the sudden emergence of this powerful figure, Luo Qingshan offered a slight bow in his direction, while numerous demons below also bent in respect. The Xiong brothers, however, prostrated themselves on the ground, too fearful to raise their gazes towards this imposing figure. Ye Xingchen regarded this formidable presence, discovering that the figure was an elder with graying hair and a resolute countenance, exuding an aura of unparalleled might, a truly invincible demeanor. Noticing the reactions of the crowd and the unusual behavior of the Xiong brothers, Ye Xingchen surmised that this elder, radiating an aura of invincibility, must indeed be the ancestor of the Xiong clan. In turn, Ye Xingchen also bowed to the elder before speaking. Ancestor, please. The outcome was as one might expect. The ancestor of the Xiong clan similarly failed in his endeavor. It was only after the combined efforts of dozens of ancestors that they realized the truth of the emperor's words. The chaotic furnace could not be moved even a fraction. Given this reality, whether or not guards were assigned became a matter of little consequence. Dozens of venerable ancestors, particularly the blood relatives of Luo Qingshan, gazed upon Ye Xingchen with growing satisfaction. They exchanged smiles before vanishing along with their fellow elders. Meanwhile, the gaze of Luo Qingshan toward Ye Xingchen was infused with boundless affection. Her husband had bestowed upon the demon race an extraordinary opportunity, bringing immense surprise to both herself and her kin. In the ensuing moments, the members of the demon race diligently endeavored to concoct elixirs, successfully producing the potions they sought. At this juncture, the entire demon race harbored profound respect for Ye Xingchen, regarding him with eyes akin to those reserved for deities. Observing the deep emotion in Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen approached her with a mischievous smile and whispered something into her ear. Instantly, Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson as she playfully cast a glance at her husband, then nodded bashfully, her face still aglow. Witnessing her assent, Ye Xingchen erupted in joyous exuberance, for his heart's desire was on the brink of fruition. Chapter 20. A Shift in Destiny. The Pill Pavilion at this moment. Seeing Luo Qingshan's nod, Ye Xingchen could hardly contain his excitement, leaping into the air. The sight of her husband's elation left Luo Qingshan blushing profusely. Subsequently, she returned to the empress's palace, burdened with numerous responsibilities, while Ye Xingchen, brimming with happiness, made his way back to the Phoenix Rest Palace, fishing rod in hand, heading towards the pavilion at the heart of the lake. Within the empress's palace, powerful beings continuously received Luo Qingshan's directives, transforming into streaks of luminous energy as they dispersed to all corners. The entire demon race seemed to embody the machinery of a nation, beginning to operate with fervent intensity. At this moment, our protagonist sits comfortably in the pavilion at the heart of the lake, addressing the system with a voice full of intent. System, let us commence today's sign-in. With a chime, the system responds, indicating that the sign-in is in progress. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Mask of Deception. This divine mask, once donned, allows the host to conceal their aura and visage, rendering them undetectable, an indispensable artifact for those who venture forth to explore or engage in nefarious deeds. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ye Xingchen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The system had bestowed upon him a divine mask, seemingly encouraging him to hide his identity and partake in sinister activities. The system interjected, "Please note, host, that each sign-in reward is entirely random. Do not hastily conjecture about this system. As the sole entity across myriad realms, I would never condone such shameless acts." In response to the system's words, Ye Xingchen rolled his eyes and chose to disregard the system's cheeky demeanor. He casually retrieved the Mask of Deception from the system's space and began to examine it closely. Although he feigned indifference, he held each reward from the system in high regard. The mask, resplendent in golden hues and emanating a faint divine glow, felt remarkably soft to the touch, its material a mystery. The mask featured only openings for the eyes and mouth. Upon wearing it, Ye Xingchen felt as though he were unmasked, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, acknowledging that it was indeed a product of the system, extraordinary and unparalleled. After carefully placing the stolen treasure into the system's space, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The system is signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the Imperial Fist of the Divine Way. The Imperial Fist of the Divine Way, a supreme martial art, was created by the ancient Celestial Emperor. With a single strike, the aura of the Divine Way envelopes you, as if the Celestial Emperor himself has descended, suppressing the heavens and the earth, unmatched by anyone. Ding! Does the host wish to immediately cultivate the Imperial Fist of the Divine Way? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ye Xingchen exhibited no hesitation. System. Commenced the immediate cultivation of the imperial fist of the divine way. Ding. Cultivating the imperial fist of the divine way. Congratulations, host. The cultivation is complete. As the host possesses the chaos body of the great path, endowed with boundless fortune, the imperial fist has automatically been cultivated to its utmost pinnacle. At this moment, Ye Xingchen sat within the pavilions by the lake, an overwhelming aura of the divine way emanating from his being, as if he had transformed into an ancient emperor, inspiring an involuntary sense of reverence in those who beheld him. In merely a brief moment, Ye Xingchen grasped the essence of the imperial fist at its highest level, effortlessly commanding it as if he had trained for countless years with complete mastery. After slightly attuning to this formidable aura, Ye Xingchen felt a deep satisfaction with the essence of the divine way. Sitting alone while thousands worshipped, this was the sensation. After a brief wait, noticing that the system had fallen silent, Ye Xingchen gradually rose to his feet. In that moment, Ye Xingchen's features were strikingly handsome, his demeanor transcendent. Akin to a jade-like gentleman, anyone who laid eyes upon him would inwardly commend. What a remarkable beauty! Yet, who could have imagined that this seemingly ethereal young man, endowed with innate prowess, was in fact a peerless prodigy overshadowing all of antiquity? Gazing upwards, Ye Xingchen noticed that the sky had gradually darkened. She surmised that Luo Qingshan should be returning shortly. A gentle smile graced her lips as she remembered the promise Luo Qingshan had made to her, filling her heart with warmth. Upon her leisurely arrival at Fengqi Palace, her expectations were met. Luo Qingshan had indeed returned. The two of them, under the attentive service of Qing, enjoyed a delightful dinner. Luo Qingshan, blushing with shyness, was gently led into the room by Ye Xingchen. Observing her husband's cheerful demeanor, Luo Qingshan felt a rush of nervousness as she recalled her promise to him, sitting timidly at the edge of the bed. As she sat there, blushing, Ye Xingchen slowly embraced Luo Qingshan's slender waist from behind, a smile lighting his eyes. "My dear, have all the arrangements been made?" At the sound of Ye Xingchen's voice, Luo Qingshan turned around slowly, her eyes filled with emotion as she offered him a tender smile. "Yes, everything is in place. I believe it won't be long before members of the human race come to purchase the elixirs. Although they are merely first-grade elixirs, their efficacy far surpasses that of those concocted by humans. Most importantly, first-grade elixirs are consumed rapidly. It won't be long before the elixirs of the demon race penetrate the human market. I have already set the plans in motion to establish an elixir hall at the border between the human and demon realms, with a demon elder stationed there to oversee operations. Additionally, I have discreetly dispatched the Black Guard to provide protection and prevent any malicious disruptions. My dear husband, as a talented scion of the human race, I wish for you to personally name this elixir hall." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, his right hand stroking his chin in contemplation before he spoke. "As my beloved has suggested, how could a husband not heed her words? Let us name it the Wandan Pavilion." Wandan Pavilion. What a splendid name. My husband is truly remarkable. Let it be named the Wandan Pavilion, or the Pavilion of Wandan, whichever you prefer. At the sound of Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly leaped into his embrace, her excitement palpable. Sensing the fervor radiating from Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen gazed at her tenderly, pondering her mention of those from the demon race who had failed to transform. An idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps this heaven-defying mask could be utilized in such a manner. In that moment, cradled in Ye Xingchen's arms, Luo Qingshan inhaled the familiar scent that enveloped him, a profound sense of happiness blossoming within her heart. As he beheld the breathtaking beauty in his arms, Ye Xingchen wore a mischievous smile, softly whispering in her ear, "My dear, the night is deepening. Let us retire early. Tomorrow, you have many matters to attend to." At his words, a blush instantly crept over Luo Qingshan's exquisite face. Observing her shy and enchanting demeanor, Ye Xingchen gazed at her with unwavering affection, as if he possessed all the beauty the world had to offer. With a casual wave of his hand, the room was enveloped in darkness. and he tenderly embraced Luo Qingshan. Feeling the rhythm of her anxious breaths, Ye Xingchen's heart brimmed with tenderness and infinite warmth. That night, their hearts drew ever closer, their bond deepening with each passing moment. Outside, the moon in the sky shyly concealed itself behind the clouds. Chapter 21. Pangu's Celestial Stride. The ancestor of the demon clan at the break of dawn, Luo Qingshan awoke, her thoughts drifting to the events of the previous night, causing a flush of shyness to wash over her. As she gazed at the slumbering Ye Xingchen, his handsome profile and tranquil breath filled her heart with warmth. She mused quietly, "This is my husband, the man with whom I shall share my life." With this thought, a gentle smile graced her lips. Just as she intended to rise quietly, she was suddenly enveloped in Ye Xingchen's embrace, who softly exclaimed, "My dear, you are awake." Feeling the warm breath near her ear and the strong arm that held her close, Luo Qingshan found herself completely captivated by Ye Xingchen, silently lamenting her fate. Bashfully, she replied, "Husband, do not tease me so. There are many matters to attend to today. When evening falls, I shall accompany you then." Seeing Luo Qingshan's exquisite and bashful demeanor, Ye Xingchen recalled her enchanting figure from the night before, stirring a deep sense of emotion within him. To elicit such a response from the demon empress, it was clear that Luo Qingshan held profound love for him. With this realization, his heart softened, and he tenderly declared, "My dear, let me assist you in rising." With eyes filled with affection, Luo Qingshan responded, "Husband, I shall attend to you as well." Their mutual feelings blossomed rapidly, and amidst playful banter, they dressed themselves, radiating happiness as they made their way to the living room. Under the cheerful gaze of Qing they shared a delightful breakfast. Due to matters concerning the elixir from the previous day, Luo Qingshan bid farewell to Ye Xingchen and set off for the empress's palace. Remaining alone, Ye Xingchen decided not to visit the lakeside pavilion today. He instructed Qing not to disturb him, expressing his intention to focus on his cultivation. Thus, he retreated to his chamber within the Phoenix Nest Palace, for he had other matters to attend to as well. Ye Xingchen planned to don the guise of a formidable demon clan expert through the use of the heavenly steel, with the aim of presenting the celestial demon transformation tower to Luo Qingshan. It was fortunate that the system had rewarded him with this ability. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to deliver the tower to her. Before proceeding with that, however, Ye Xingchen decided to complete his daily check-in. He addressed the system. "System, I wish to check in for today." Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Flowing Silk Celestial Fabric. The Flowing Silk Celestial Fabric is a defensive treasure for women, lacking any grade classification, and is woven from the silk of the primordial divine beast, the sky-devouring ancient silkworm. The silk produced by the sky-devouring ancient silkworm is exceptionally rare, impervious to fire and water, and possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. When worn by a woman, it can withstand the full force of an emperor-level attack, making it an invaluable defensive artifact. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ye Xingchen was filled with excitement, as he had been pondering what gift to present to Luo Qingshan. The system had promptly rewarded him with a piece of exquisite defensive treasure for women, capable of withstanding the mightiest strikes from emperor-level experts, effectively granting him an additional life. Just as Ye Xingchen reveled in his joy, the system's voice echoed once more, "Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Pangu's Step across the sky." Pangu's Step through the heavens, an unparalleled movement technique of the highest order, allows one to traverse distances as if time itself were reversed, with the sun, moon, and stars swirling around. With a single step, one may disregard any spatial formations. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoes. "Host, do you wish to immediately cultivate Pangu's Step through the heavens?" At this moment, Ye Xingchen felt an overwhelming excitement. This technique was nothing short of extraordinary. The ability to ignore any spatial constraints meant that with but a thought, he could instantly arrive anywhere with a single step. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Ye Xingchen responded to the system. "System, I wish to cultivate Panga's step through the heavens. Commencing cultivation of Panga's step through the heavens. Congratulations. Host, you have mastered Panga's step through the heavens. As the embodiment of primal chaos, your innate fortune is unparalleled, enabling you to cultivate this technique to its utmost pinnacle. As the system's voice faded, a majestic figure materialized in Ye Xingchen's mind, stepping forward with an aura of golden radiance, surrounded by the celestial bodies. A terrifying force of cosmic laws descended, prompting countless powerful beings to bow in reverence. An overwhelming presence, exuding invincibility across the ages, emanated from this noble figure. Instantly, this aura of invincibility surged into Ye Xingchen's consciousness, allowing him to experience the sensation of being the center of attention, unmatched and revered. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within Ye Xingchen's gaze as he rose with a smile. Indeed, the system was remarkable. Pangu's step through the heavens was tailor-made for him. With this technique, his entrance would be nothing short of awe-inspiring, shaking the heavens and the earth. Approaching the window, Ye Xingchen gazed at the distant empress palace, his heart brimming with excitement. Noticing the system remained silent, he retrieved the heavenly stealing mask from the system's space and donned it without a hint of discomfort. Instantly, his aura underwent a profound transformation. With a single step, the masked Ye Xingchen appeared above the empress palace, emanating a terrifying presence that swiftly enveloped the entire demon clan. Deep within the demon realm, dozens of immortal emperors emerged in response. In the empress palace, Ye Xingchen sensed this overwhelming aura immediately as it manifested above the palace. All the denizens of the demon clan looked up in astonishment at the imposing figure radiating an aura of dread. At first glance, Ye Xingchen found the authoritative silhouette somewhat familiar, yet the ominous energy it exuded dispelled any thought she harbored. This esteemed guest, entering the core territory of the demon clan uninvited and evading their defensive formations, must have an ulterior motive. Thus, I urge you to speak swiftly, or you may find departing as easy as your arrival was. As Luo Xuannu finished speaking, the dozens of immortal emperors swiftly dispersed, forming an offensive formation that surrounded him, one that could easily spell doom even for those of half-step emperor strength. Ye Xingchen stood firm in the void, seemingly unaffected by the formidable aura emanating from the assembly of immortal emperors, gently shaking his head in defiance. The demon clan has indeed grown increasingly feeble. Within the entirety of their ancestral territory, there exists but a single emperor. The unparalleled glory of the ancient demon clan has now vanished without a trace. Ye Xingchen spoke, his own voice startling him as it echoed with a tone he scarcely recognized. This transformation had even altered his own vocal resonance, rendering him less apprehensive about being discovered by Ye Xingchen. Upon hearing his words, Ye Xingchen furrowed her delicate brows and boldly declared, "Esteemed elder, your visit to our demon clan is not intended to belittle us, is it? Though we may not possess the might of ancient times, we are not to be insulted by anyone at will." As Ye Xingchen's voice faded, an even more terrifying aura of an immortal emperor emanated from her, crashing forth like a colossal wave towards Ye Xingchen. She aimed to gauge the true cultivation level of this enigmatic figure. Sensing the overwhelming pressure approaching him, Ye Xingchen inwardly admired her prowess, yet he maintained his facade. In the next moment, an indomitable aura characteristic of an emperor radiated from him, shocking the dozens of immortal emperors in the vicinity, including Ye Xingchen, who were instantly taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Although Ye Xingchen revealed merely a fraction of his emperor's might, it sent shivers down the spines of the assembled immortal emperors, their expressions shifting dramatically as they could not help but exclaim, "An emperor-level powerhouse." Moreover, the trace of emperor's aura he exuded evoked an overwhelming impulse among the hidden observers from the demon clan to bow in reverence. Fortunately, this fleeting aura dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. In the next moment, deep within the realm of the demon clan, a venerable figure, stooped and frail, traversed the void with deliberate steps, as if walking through the river of time. Though his pace was slow, he appeared before Ye Xingchen in an instant. Upon witnessing this hunched elder, dozens of celestial emperors bowed respectfully, their voices resonating with excitement as they exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the great emperor." Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan and Luo Xuannu prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces alight with joy as they declared, "We pay our respects to our ancestor." This formidable demon emperor was, in fact, the direct ancestor of Luo Qingshan and Luo Xuannu, which explained why a mere word from him had compelled Luo Xuannu to cease her aggression towards Ye Xingchen. The surrounding members of the demon clan were equally exhilarated. Countless among them had only heard tales of this great emperor ancestor, yet had never laid eyes upon him until now. They all bowed in reverence, chanting, "We pay our respects to the great ancestor. We pay our respects to the great ancestor." Chapter 22. The mysterious power of the demon clan bestows divine artifacts at that moment. Gazing upon the demon emperor who seemed to have emerged from the annals of time, the onlookers from the demon clan were filled with fervent excitement. They had only heard rumors of this great emperor ancestor, but now, witnessing him in person, they bowed deeply, repeating, "We pay our respects to the great ancestor. We pay our respects to the great ancestor." The stooped figure waved his hand casually, and all felt a gentle force lifting them up. With a benevolent gaze, he regarded Luo Qingshan and Luo Xuannu, smiling and nodding, which elicited a wave of astonishment in their eyes. In the next moment, the stooped figure turned to gaze at the masked Ye Xingchen, and an aged voice resonated. "With such cultivation, why engage in petty disputes with the younger generation? I am Luo Tianhe. It is an honor to meet you, fellow cultivator." As soon as Luo Tianhe's words fell, a collective gasp echoed from the surrounding Yaoju. Hiss! His utterance was tantamount to acknowledging Ye Xingchen as an equal among the formidable emperors. "Pray tell, what brings you to our Yaoju? Although, as you mentioned, we are far from the might we once possessed in ancient times, it is not a realm that anyone may trespass without consequence. I urge you to clarify your intentions. Or else." Before Luo Tianhe could finish, he raised his hand, and a cascade of laws descended upon the Yaoju, reminiscent of a divine decree. As a terrifying formation manifested, the renowned one Yao Shu Sun Ba Jun, the protective array of the Yaoju. Ye Xingchen, suspended in the void, felt the oppressive force of this formidable array and silently mused. Truly, the Yaoju may not possess the strength of your, yet even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Their foundation remains profoundly deep. This array poses no threat to me, an emperor of the heavenly realm, but for an average emperor, it would certainly be a formidable challenge. Seeing this, Ye Xingchen had no desire to ignite a conflict with the Yaoju. Thus, he addressed Luo Tianhe, stating, "I have come at the behest of an old acquaintance to return the ancestral artifact of the Yaoju. Where might I find the Yaoju Empress?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's declaration, Luo Qingshan stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Ye Xingchen, a gesture of respect befitting an emperor. The younger generation, Luo Qingshan, now stands as the empress of the demon clan. If you have words to share, please do so. As Luo Qingshan gazed upon Ye Xingchen's figure, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped her. Indeed, it is remarkable that one so youthful has already attained the formidable realm of the immortal emperor. The future holds great promise. You must remember that although our demon clan does not seek conflict, we are not to be subjected to humiliation by anyone. As empress, you are to lead our clan in resurrecting the glory of ancient times. Upon hearing the authoritative words from the figure before her, the hearts of many demons were filled with astonishment. The implication of the speaker's words suggested that he too belonged to the demon clan. As soon as the words were spoken, Ye Xingchen effortlessly conjured a miniature version of the heavenly demon transformation tower, which materialized in his hand. With a gentle wave, the tower was lifted by a soft force and gradually descended into Luo Qingshan's grasp, holding the ancient relic that exuded an aura of antiquity. Luo Qingshan looked up at Ye Xingchen, her expression one of inquiry. Perceiving her unspoken question, Ye Xingchen offered a gentle smile, his gaze towards her filled with warmth. "This tower is the ancestral artifact of our demon clan, the heavenly demon transformation tower. You must have heard of it. Since the ancient times, following the war between immortals and demons, it has been lost to history. I stumbled upon it by chance. Initially, I had no intention of returning it to the clan. Yet witnessing the current state of our people ignited a profound anger within me. However, after much contemplation, despite the demon clan not yet regaining its former splendor, our pride endures. I cannot bear to see our clan weakened. Thus, I have come forth today to return this ancestral artifact. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, an enveloping silence fell over the assembly. Luo Tianhe swiftly approached Luo Qingshan, seizing the miniature version of the celestial demon transformation tower into his hands, scrutinizing it with growing excitement. The more he examined it, the more exhilarated he became, ultimately erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, it was the celestial demon transformation tower. The long-lost ancestral artifact of the demon clan had finally returned. It was a blessing for the demon race. 3 resounding shouts of "good" echoed, awakening all the demons present. The esteemed ancestor had personally authenticated it, confirming that it was indeed the legendary artifact from ancient times, thought to have vanished. This was truly the fabled ancestral treasure of the demon clan, a divine favor for the demons. An elder of the celestial realm, moved to tears, exclaimed with fervor upon hearing Luo Tianhe's words. The exhilarating sentiment was shared by several other celestial demon emperors. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the demon race blushed with excitement. For the celestial demon transformation tower was a name they had heard since childhood, a treasure every demon aspired to find in their lifetime. To their astonishment, it had been returned, and the one responsible was likely a living demon emperor. At that moment, Luo Qingshan, gazing at the miniature celestial demon transformation tower in her hands, was equally overwhelmed with emotion, her face flushed. How could she not feel exhilarated, holding the artifact that could spare all demons from the tribulation of transformation? Bowing respectfully to the imposing figure before her, she acknowledged its significance. All the demons present, including the emperor-level Luo Tianhe, bowed in reverence to that majestic presence. In this moment, everyone willingly submits. This gesture is gracefully accepted by that proud figure. With serene composure, Ye Xingchen acknowledges the tribute from the demon clan, effortlessly raising a hand to bestow a gentle force that lifts everyone up. At the moment of invocation, merely infusing a trace of celestial energy allows the celestial demon transformation tower to revert to its original size. Once restored, the tower can instantly connect to the demon clan's celestial veins, uniting with the entire demon race to suppress their fortune. No one can remove it. It can be safely placed anywhere within the demon realm, though the old man shall not concern himself with its location. Now that the divine artifact has been returned, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing his words, Ye Xingchen intended to step away when the aged voice of Luo Tianhe resonated, as fellow sovereigns of the demon race. Why would you depart now that you have returned? Is it for? Hearing Luo Tianhe's inquiry, Ye Xingchen refrained from casually responding, for it would reveal the existence of another mighty emperor of the demon race who had mysteriously disappeared, a matter not to be trifled with. Instead of answering directly, Ye Xingchen proclaimed, "A great era is approaching, and the divine wasteland continent shall undergo tremendous changes. I have other matters to attend to. Should the demon race encounter difficulties, I shall assuredly return." After speaking, Ye Xingchen turned to Luo Qingshan and remarked, as the empress of the demon race, "Why do you carry such a potent aura of the human race?" Taken aback by Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan blushed slightly, but replied, "I humbly report to the great emperor and ancestor, my husband is of the human race." Since this individual is the esteemed ancestor of the demon clan, Luo Qingshan did not conceal her thoughts and spoke openly. As her words resonated, a terrifying aura swept through the air. Moments later, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and feigned, indeed, a human male within the Phoenix Nest Palace, endowed with great fortune and unparalleled grace, should undoubtedly be your perfect match." Upon finishing his statement, Ye Xingchen retrieved the awarded flowing silk celestial fabric from the system space, casually waved it, and presented it to Luo Qingshan. This is the flowing silk celestial fabric, woven from the threads of the ancient sky-devouring silkworm. It is impervious to water and fire, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities. When donned by a woman, it can withstand a full-force strike from an emperor-level being. I present this to you today, with the hope that you too may join hands and lead the demon clan to reclaim its former glory. Having said this, Ye Xingchen made no further delay, stepping forward and vanishing in an instant, eluding all detection. In the next moment, he reappeared within the Phoenix Nest Palace, gently removing the veil of deception as if nothing had transpired, sporting a serene smile as he picked up a fishing rod and strolled towards the pavilion in the lake's heart. Meanwhile, in the void of the Empress's palace, Luo Tianhe could not help but murmur, "This individual's power far surpasses that of this emperor." The Phoenix Nest Palace is fortified with formations that even my divine sense cannot penetrate, yet he was able to perceive everything with a mere glance, showcasing his formidable strength. Fortunately, we share the same demon lineage. What a blessing! Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Luo Xingchen inquired, "Ancestor, where has this esteemed emperor gone?" Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's inquiry, Luo Tianhe turned and stepped forward, vanishing into the depths of the demon realm. His aged voice echoed through the air. "This is a matter of great consequence. I cannot speak of it, nor should the Empress inquire further. First, place the clan's sacred artifact properly, allowing the untransformed members of our kin to undergo their transformation. I too must enter a slumber. The grand era is upon us, and with the sacred artifact returned to our clan, the demon race shall surely flourish. Furthermore, this one possesses vision akin to mine. Ye Xingchen is indeed a worthy match for the Empress, and the future of our race will undoubtedly benefit from this child's contributions." Observing the direction in which their ancestor had vanished, Luo Xingchen felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks as she turned towards Fengqi Palace. There, she spotted her husband, making his way to the pavilion in the center of the lake, his silhouette evoking profound affection in her eyes. Chapter 23. The rise of the demon clan and the response of the human forces at this moment, upon hearing Luo Tianhe's words. Luo Xingchen smiled gently and looked towards Fengqi Palace. She noticed her husband holding a fishing rod, heading towards the pavilion in the lake's heart. And the sight of his figure, which filled her heart and mind, imbued her gaze with deep affection. Meanwhile, the surrounding demon clan members, having recovered from their astonishment, began to converse excitedly. "Did you hear that? We actually have an emperor-level powerhouse among us." An ancestor Luo himself stated that his strength surpasses even his, exclaimed one demon warrior to another nearby. "Indeed, it is remarkable that we have managed to recover the long-lost ancestral artifact of our Yaoju, the heavenly demon transformation tower. This was a lesson imparted to us since childhood, and its return is truly unexpected. The younger generation of our Yaoju will no longer have to endure the trials of transformation. Our strength will undoubtedly grow ever more formidable." Upon hearing the words of a companion, another Yaoju warrior interjected, "Moreover, our esteemed emperor has discerned the extraordinary qualities of that ancient ancestor. The emperor is inherently blessed with great fortune, a perfect match for the empress. Indeed, it is no wonder that the empress and the emperor are united in matrimony, with the Tao itself offering its congratulations, a testament to the emperor's remarkable destiny. Furthermore, as a talented scion of the human race and a distinguished alchemist, we can now directly utilize the chaos furnace for our elixirs, crafting as many as we desire without restraint during our excursions," another added. "Right? Since the emperor's arrival among our Yaoju, he has accomplished so much for us, resolving significant troubles. And now, with the return of our ancestral artifact, could it all be attributed to the emperor's extraordinary fortune?" One Yaozu warrior mused. "The concept of fortune is indeed profound. Yet the character of our esteemed emperor is undeniably admirable. Void of any arrogance typical of the human race, he is approachable and relatable. I willingly acknowledge him as my leader," a young Aoju enthusiastically declared. At this moment, as she listened to the discussions among her Yaoju kin, Luo Xingchen gazed deeply into Ye Xingchen's eyes, her affection growing ever more profound. Taking a deep breath to compose her emotions, Ye Xingchen glanced at the dozens of celestial emperors surrounding her and spoke. I have decided to place the heavenly demon transformation tower in the Wanyao Square, where the chaotic furnace resides. What do you all think? Upon hearing her words, the assembly of celestial emperors nodded in agreement, including the two demon emperors, who expressed that no one could seize the heavenly demon transformation tower, thus alleviating their concerns. Seeing that all the ancestors were in unison, Ye Xingchen swiftly ascended to the void above Wanyao Square. She cast her gaze upon the chaotic furnace below, which continued to emit a faint divine radiance, and couldn't help but smile faintly. At this moment, all members of the demon clan had gathered at Wanyao Square, eagerly anticipating the thrilling moment ahead. With this ancestral artifact, from now on, no demon would have to endure the tribulation of transformation. Who would feel a surge of excitement in their hearts? Standing in the void, Ye Xingchen observed the expectant expressions of the crowd below. She infused a wisp of celestial spirit energy into the miniature heavenly demon transformation tower in her hand and casually tossed it downward. Remarkably, the tower began to grow mid-air, expanding as it danced with the wind. With a thunderous crash, as the heavenly demon transformation tower descended onto the central platform of Wanyao Square, it instantly transformed into a towering structure approximately 9 meters high. The tower's surface was adorned with intricate, intersecting patterns, reminiscent of enduring countless tempests, radiating a crystalline brilliance. An aura of antiquity emanated from the tower, allowing anyone who beheld it to sense its extraordinary nature at first glance. Everyone gazed at the celestial tower before them, radiating a luminous brilliance and imbued with ancient significance. Their hearts stirred with inexpressible excitement. In the next moment, the celestial tower emitted resplendent beams, resembling a colossal world tree deeply rooted within the demon clan. The entire celestial vein of the demon race materialized in the void, transforming into a magnificent figure that ceaselessly morphed and howled towards the heavens. Countless streams of purple energy soared from the firmament, entering this figure. The entire divine wilderness continent trembled as purple energy converged above the demon clan, spanning 100,000 miles. This astonishing spectacle instantly captured the attention of myriad factions. All members of the demon race felt the elation emanating from the colossal figure, which once again howled skyward, causing the 100,000-mile flow of purple energy to surge into its form. Within this immense figure, beams of divine light radiated from its eyes, as if it had attained self-awareness, before transforming into a purplish-golden celestial vein, merging into the demon clan. At that moment, every member of the demon race experienced a profound clarity in their minds, as if they had awakened to enlightenment. This phenomenon exemplified the advantages of the power of fortune, elucidating why all factions, dynasties, and empires employed clan-suppressing artifacts to harness fortune. Those surrounded by fortune possess keen perception, enhanced enlightenment, fortified bodies, and immunity to malevolence. Now, with the return of the clan's artifact, absorbing the scattered fortune of the demon race across the cosmos and consolidating it within the celestial vein, an intangible baptism had already transpired, granting every member of the demon race the sensation of sudden enlightenment. None anticipated that the suppression of fortune by the clan artifact would yield such ancillary benefits, leaving them all in a state of exhilaration. In the next moment, Ye Xingchen arrived before the celestial demon transformation tower, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he gazed upon it. Elder, he declared, beginning tomorrow, let all members of the demon race who have yet to endure the transformation heavenly tribulation enter the celestial demon transformation tower to undergo their metamorphosis. From this day forth, our demon race shall rise. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the elder, Wan Qianli, immediately responded, while all the demon clansmen displayed expressions of fervent excitement, chanting, "The demon race shall rise. The demon race shall rise," especially for those who were parents. The prospect of no longer enduring the pain of losing their offspring filled them with hope. After all, not everyone could survive the transformation heavenly tribulation. and far too many had perished under its wrath. Now that the divine artifact of the demon race had returned, there was no need to suffer the trials of transformation any longer. This alone was enough to herald the resurgence of the demon race. At that moment, the scene shifted. The monumental changes occurring within the demon race also stirred the various human factions, causing a ripple of astonishment. A gathering of purple aura spanning 1,000,000 miles coalesced above the demon territory, indicating that something significant had transpired. However, their curiosity intensified. Ever since the marriage of the demon empress, who had been personally congratulated by the Tao, it appeared that the demon race underwent a remarkable transformation, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Speculations abounded among countless factions, pondering whether this alteration was indeed a consequence of the demon empress's nuptials. This only fueled their intrigue, prompting many to dispatch individuals to investigate further. Who was this man capable of winning the heart of the demon empress? What was his origin? And did the recent events within the demon race have any connection to him? At this moment, Elder Han Chuanluo of the Upper Clear Palace gazed towards the direction of the demon clan, recalling the figure of unparalleled dominance. He murmured to himself, "A great era is imminent. With such a child among the demon clan, their rise is inevitable and unstoppable." As for the identity of this individual, even the palace lord could not uncover it. It seems that my suspicions were indeed correct. This matter is far from simple. Could it be those reclusive giants of the Holy Church? Reflecting on that strikingly imposing yet exquisitely graceful young man, Han Chuanluo spoke softly to himself. Meanwhile, far away at the demon clan's pavilion in the lake, Ye Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding among the human race. Even if he were aware, he would merely smile faintly, unperturbed. Ye Xingchen had not anticipated that the return of the heavenly demon transformation tower to the demon clan would provoke such a significant reaction. At that moment, he sat contentedly in the pavilion, a smile gracing his lips as a breathtaking figure continuously flickered in his mind. Remembering his beloved wife, her bashful demeanor ignited a surge of tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 24. A heart-to-heart conversation between spouses, sharing divine wine as everyone busied themselves investigating Ye Xingchen's identity. He sat leisurely in the pavilion, a smile dancing on his lips as the enchanting image of his wife lingered in his thoughts. As evening approached, with the sky darkening, Ye Xingchen tidied up his fishing rod and strolled leisurely towards the Phoenix Nest Palace, a smile illuminating his face. By now, Luo Qingshan must have finished her tasks. Upon returning to the Phoenix Nest Palace, Ye Xingchen's expectations were met. Luo Qingshan had indeed returned and greeted him with a beaming smile from a distance. Gazing at the smile adorning Luo Qingshan's face, Ye Xingchen feigned ignorance and gently inquired, "My dear, you seem particularly joyful today. Is it perhaps related to the ethereal purple aura that graced the skies above?" Taking hold of Ye Xingchen's arm, Luo Qingshan tenderly unveiled her true self. Upon hearing his inquiry, she replied with a soft smile, "Indeed, I am quite happy today. My husband should freshen up first. After our meal, I shall share the details with you." Observing the radiant joy illuminating Luo Qingshan's features, Ye Xingchen nodded gently, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. After all, nothing could be more gratifying for a man than to see the woman he loves basking in happiness. Following their meal, Luo Qingshan affectionately took Ye Xingchen's arm and led him to the window of their chamber. Captivated by the exquisite profile of Luo Qingshan, he found himself momentarily entranced by her enchanting allure. Noticing his dazed expression, Luo Qingshan playfully rolled her eyes at her husband before bursting into laughter, which brought Ye Xingchen back to reality. He embraced Luo Qingshan tenderly, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. After admiring her captivating beauty, he finally spoke, "My dear, I can discern your happiness today. What delightful event has transpired that you might share and bring joy to me as well?" Feigning ignorance, Ye Xingchen gazed at Luo Qingshan and softly asked, "My dear, do you know?" To our astonishment, there exists an ancestor of the great emperor realm within our demon clan, who has returned today, bringing back the long-lost ancestral artifact, the heavenly demon transformation tower. which had vanished since ancient times. Shonner has placed the heavenly demon transformation tower beside the chaotic furnace. While my husband is free, he may visit the myriad demon square. The return of our ancestral artifact connects to the demon clan's celestial veins and stabilizes our fortune, thus invoking a celestial aura that stretches for 100 miles. From this day forth, our demon clan shall no longer endure the tribulation of transformation. All those yet to undergo this metamorphosis need only enter the heavenly demon transformation tower to emerge transformed, bypassing the trials of transformation, which is the essence of our clan. Observing the ecstatic expression on Ye Xingchen's face, glistening with tears of joy, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, tenderly caressing her back to offer solace. Feeling the depth of her husband's affection, Ye Xingchen rose from Ye Xingchen's embrace, her eyes sparkling with happiness and a shy smile gracing her lips. With the artifact returned to our clan, today truly fills Shonner with immense joy. I fear I have troubled my husband with my exuberance. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen playfully pinched her delicate nose and replied softly, "As husband and wife, our hearts are one. Seeing you happy brings me great joy. How could I ever jest at your expense?" Overwhelmed by her husband's boundless affection, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of delight and nestled into Ye Xingchen's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. "My husband, let us retire early to rest." As Ye Xingchen concluded her words, she bashfully nestled her head against Ye Xingchen's chest. Gazing at the exquisite beauty in his embrace, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, pondering, a woman who sincerely loves one so deeply deserves all the happiness in the world. Failing to provide, it would be a grievous sin. With this thought, he tenderly lifted Ye Xingchen in his arms, her enchanting gaze guiding him towards the bed. Upon awakening naturally the next morning, Ye Xingchen discovered that Ye Xingchen had already vanished. He recalled that today marked a significant occasion for the demon clan, as many yet to transform demons would ascend the celestial demon transformation tower to attain their forms. Reflecting on the previous night, his heart brimmed with affection. It seemed that only he could evoke such feelings from the demon empress. After a refreshing wash and breakfast, with the assistance of Qing, the mischievous girl had already prepared the fishing rod with great enthusiasm. Observing her playful demeanor and cheeky expressions, Ye Xingchen affectionately ruffled her hair, eliciting a delightful blush of embarrassment and indignation from her. With a hearty laugh, he made his way towards the pavilion at the center of the lake. This life was precisely what he yearned for, a devoted woman by his side, an adorable little girl, and the simple joy of fishing and signing each day. It was sheer bliss. Upon reaching the pavilion, he cast his fishing line and addressed the system. "System, let the daily check-in commence." Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 indestructible golden pills as a reward. The indestructible golden pill is a divine-grade elixir crafted from myriad spiritual herbs and celestial medicines, having withstood 9 trials of indomitable heavenly tribulations to be refined. On the day of the elixir's completion, its fragrance wafted for miles, lingering for 3 days. Consuming it could extend life for an astonishing 100,000 years. With each individual permitted only one, it stood as the pinnacle among divine elixirs. Ding! The system is currently signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 100 million exquisite divine wines, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Seated in the pavilion at the center of the lake, Ye Xingchen listened to the system's announcement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The indestructible golden elixir, capable of extending life for 100,000 years, was simply extraordinary. Mastering the alchemical truths of his sect, he was aware that although there existed longevity elixirs, their maximum lifespan extension was but a century. Now, with the system's sign-in bestowing upon him a divine elixir of such remarkable longevity, how could Ye Xingchen contain his excitement? Ye Xingchen understood well that if he were to present an indestructible golden elixir to the world, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed across the divine wilderness continent. Observing the system's space now filled with millions of exquisite divine wines, combined with the previous million gifted by the system, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. This wine was the result of the System's enhancements, unparalleled across the divine wilderness continent. Not only did it restore one's celestial spiritual energy, but also gradually augmented one's cultivation. Such a divine wine, if presented at an auction, could potentially bring immense wealth to the demon race. Ye Xingchen rose, stowing away his fishing rod within the pavilion, and turned his gaze towards the location of the myriad beast square. As the esteemed emperor of the demon race, how could he possibly miss such a significant occasion? On such an important day, one could not be without exquisite wine. As he pondered this, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and set off towards the Wanyao Square, inwardly reflecting, "The finest wine is best enjoyed in the company of brothers." Chapter 25. The flourishing sale of elixirs and the comical brothers. At this moment, Ye Xingchen leisurely made his way to Wanyao Square, which was teeming with people. Upon his arrival, numerous members of the demon clan bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration. It was due to the emperor's grace that they could freely concoct elixirs, no longer constrained by the frugality of their past, saving every precious spirit stone for cultivation. This newfound freedom allowed their strengths to flourish significantly, thereby enhancing the overall might of the demon clan. Historically, the demon race had been scarce, suffering tremendous losses during the ancient war between immortals and demons. Had it not been for the formidable presence of certain celestial emperors, a powerful ancestor reigning over the Shunhui, the demon clan might have been utterly consumed. Yet, for reasons unknown, the powerful beings above the great emperor have vanished, just as the formidable figures among the human race have similarly disappeared. This phenomenon has become a taboo subject throughout the Shunhui continent. Over the years, countless rumors have circulated in whispers. Some claim these powerful beings ascended to higher realms, while others suggest they remain clandestinely guarding the Shunhui. There are even tales of these mighty figures having forsaken the Shunhui, biding their time for an impending invasion by the demon race. Regardless of the truth, it remains that the demon clan, despite being one of the most elite forces on the Shunhui continent, commanding boundless forests and possessing innumerable spiritual herbs and elixirs, finds itself at a standstill without alchemists to utilize its vast treasures. In the present day, the emergence of the emperor has brought about profound transformations within the demon clan. As the ancient demon emperor once proclaimed, the emperor is inherently endowed with great fortune and will lead the demon clan to reclaim the splendor of their ancient heritage. Although the emperor's strength is not formidable, he possesses none of the arrogance characteristic of the human race. Rather, through his unique personal charm, he has garnered the recognition and respect of all demon clan members, who affectionately refer to him as the emperor. Ye Xingchen smiled as he observed the admiration reflected in the eyes of the demon clan, pondering how pure-hearted they are compared to humans. Upon his arrival, Luo Qingshan swiftly approached him, her eyes brimming with delight. Unfazed by the gaze of her kin, she tenderly grasped Ye Xingchen's arm and led him to a chair beside the heavenly demon transformation tower. The faces of the demon clan radiated with blessings, and witnessing the intimate bond between the empress and the emperor, smiles adorned their countenances. "My husband, what brings you here?" Luo Qingshan exclaimed with joy. "Today is a momentous occasion for the demon clan. How could you not come to witness it?" Hearing her words, Ye Xingchen noted the deepening joy in her eyes. "Qingshan knows I prefer tranquility, which is why I did not summon you to join me. Yet, I'm elated that you are here," she continued, her face glowing with happiness. "My dear, how is the transformation progressing?" "It should be nearing completion," Ye Xingchen asked, gazing at Luo Qingshan with profound affection. "Indeed, it is nearly finished. Except for those young demons who have yet to reach the age of transformation, all others have completed their metamorphosis, thereby significantly enhancing the power of our clan." Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Luo Qingshan responded with evident joy. In response to her words, Ye Xingchen nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared, saluting Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen with clasped hands, exclaiming, "Your subordinate pays homage to the empress and the emperor." The sudden appearance of the black-clad figure rendered all the demon clan members silent, This figure was a personal guard of the empress, possessing strength at the level of the immortal king. Each time such an individual appeared, it signified the occurrence of significant matters. Hence, all the demon clan members fell into hushed anticipation, observing the unexpected arrival of the blackguard. Luo Xingchen inquired, "Did I not instruct you to patrol the Wandian Pavilion? What brings you back to the demon clan?" "Report to the empress. Your subordinate has returned on the orders of the ancestor of the immortal emperor to convey news and spiritual stones." The blackguard responded promptly to Luo Xingchen's query, casting an admiring glance at Ye Xingchen, and continued, "The 3 types of elixirs refined by the esteemed emperor have already exceeded supply at the Wandian Pavilion. The ancestor has commanded me to return and inform the empress, requesting permission to transport another batch of elixirs. Moreover, the profits from this sale of elixirs, after deducting expenses, have amounted to a staggering total of 100,000 spiritual stones." After relaying this information, the blackguard presented a dark golden token in a storage ring to Luo Xingchen. At this moment, upon hearing the blackguard's words, all the demon clan members were left astounded. To sell such a magnificent sum of spiritual stones in merely a few days was beyond their wildest imaginations. Turning to face the smiling emperor seated nearby, the admiration in the eyes of all the demon clan members intensified. Luo Xingchen was also taken aback, reaching out to accept the dark golden token and storage ring. After confirming the authenticity of the ancestral token, she returned it to the black-clad guard. Subsequently, as her divine sense swept across the storage ring, she beheld the staggering amount of spirit stones within, millions in number, filling her eyes with excitement. It was not that Luo Xingchen had never encountered such wealth before. Rather, the sheer volume of revenue amassed in just a few days left her utterly astonished and exhilarated. She had never anticipated such exorbitant profits from the pill business. If this trend continued, the demon clan would no longer face worries over spirit stones. All thanks to the man by her side. Turning her gaze, Luo Xingchen looked at Ye Xingchen with profound affection, a multitude of words longing to escape her lips. Yet the presence of so many people rendered her speechless. At that moment, it seemed as if Ye Xingchen understood the meaning behind Luo Xingchen's eyes, offering a gentle smile as he firmly grasped her hand. Their gazes locked. An unspoken connection blossomed between them, as if their hearts resonated in perfect harmony. Countless demon clan members observed the pair, their expressions akin to those who had just witnessed a romantic scene, and they were met with a fresh wave of envy. Suddenly, 2 incongruous voices pierced through the enchanting atmosphere. "Did you see that, brother? When looking for a partner, one should aspire to find a woman like the Empress. The way she looks at you is as if she could weave threads of connection. Now, that is true love. You understand? Big brother, I get it. It's just like how Tsuehua gazes at you. Every time she sees you, her eyes sparkle like stars. That is true love." At this moment, 2 sudden voices rendered the entirety of the demon square profoundly silent. The expressions on the faces of all the demon folk were a tumultuous blend of suppressed laughter and embarrassment, their faces flushed with a deep crimson hue. Behind Luo Xingchen stood a strikingly beautiful woman, her cheeks aglow, her eyes sparkling with a predatory glint as she gazed in the direction of the 2. "Boss, why do I feel an inexplicable chill coursing through me? Do you feel it too?" "Yes, it's peculiar. I sense it as well. Could it be an illusion? The weather shouldn't be like this. This feeling is eerily reminiscent of how Tsuehua looks at me." Listening to their exchange, Ye Xingchen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, acutely aware of the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the woman behind him. He regarded the 2 with boundless sympathy, for they were none other than the comical duo, Xiong Wuwang and Xiong Wutian. In the next moment, the woman behind Ye Xingchen vanished, and an energetic voice filled the air. "Xiong Wuwang, I'm coming for you." Instantly, the woman reappeared beside Xiong Wuwang, who was still lost in his own world, causing him to startle with disbelief. He recognized that aura all too well. Just as he contemplated fleeing, a powerful jade-like hand seized his ear and twisted it with force. A thunderous cry erupted. "Ouch! Ouch! Tsuehua, let go. Are you trying to commit spousal murder?" At that moment, The surrounding demon folk could no longer contain themselves and burst into hearty laughter, further reddening the cheeks of the beautiful Suewa. "All right, Suewa, come back. You know how these two brutes can be." In the next moment, Luo Qingshan's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of helplessness as she gently shook her head. After turning around fiercely once more, Suewa seemed to find some relief, glaring at Xiong Wufa with intensity. She then pivoted and kicked the giggling Xiong Wutian to the ground, letting out a soft huff before swiftly returning to stand behind Luo Qingshan. With her cheeks flushed, she offered a graceful bow to both Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen, while her lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile at the sight of the sullen Xiong Wufa. Luo Qingshan regarded the two disheartened brothers with a silent expression and turned to Ye Xingchen beside her, saying, "Husband, as this spirit stone is your earnings, it should be you to allocate it. What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, all eyes turned to Ye Xingchen, who responded with a soft smile. Addressing Luo Qingshan gently, "It is sufficient for my wife to distribute it. What is mine is yours, and there is no need to separate us." This simple and tender utterance served as yet another wave of affectionate sentiment, leaving the surrounding demon kin feeling satiated. Hearing her husband's words, Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart brimming with tender emotions. Thus, she declared with an air of authority, "Elder, place 100,000 spirit stones into the demon clan's treasury. From now on, the welfare of our kin will be significantly enhanced, and those who contribute to the clan shall receive additional rewards. Furthermore, procure a batch of each of the 3 types of elixirs, allowing the blackguards to transport them back to the Pill Pavilion. Thereafter, every few days, the elders shall visit the Pill Pavilion to deliver a batch of elixirs and retrieve the spirit stones garnered from sales." In the next moment, Luo Qingshan's commanding voice resonated, igniting excitement among the countless demon kin present, for they would no longer have to fret over spirit stones. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, the Grand Elder Wan Qinli swiftly appeared before her, his face alight with excitement as he accepted the storage ring. He then offered a slight bow to both Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had already entrusted 3 storage rings to the hands of the black-clad guards. At that moment, the guards clasped their fists in salute to Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen, saying, "I shall take my leave now. The ancestor has instructed me to return to Wandange swiftly, lest it affect the sale of the elixirs." Upon hearing the guards' words, Luo Qingshan nodded slightly. As the guards turned to depart, Ye Xingchen's voice resonated through the air. "Since this brother has returned, there is no need to rush away. Today is a day of double happiness for our demon clan, and this emperor has prepared some small gifts for everyone. I kindly ask this brother to take them back to Wandange as well." In the next moment, with a casual wave of his hand, a scene of astonishment unfolded. As the black-clad guards were about to depart, Ye Xingchen interjected, "This brother, do not be in haste to leave. Today marks a joyous occasion for our demon clan, and I have small tokens of appreciation for all my brothers. Please, do take them back to Wandange." Hearing Ye Xingchen's words, all eyes turned toward him. With another wave of his hand, countless jade vials, radiating a brilliant glow, appeared in the hands of all present demons. As they gazed at the shimmering vials, feeling the ethereal aura emanating from them, expressions of astonishment filled their faces. Have you all felt it? The ethereal aura emanating from this bottle is crafted from exquisite spirit stones, exclaimed a powerful demon clan warrior, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the bottle in his hand. Indeed, it is truly exquisite spirit stones. Could this be the small gift bestowed upon us by the emperor? Another demon clan warrior chimed in, equally astonished, observing the shocked expressions of those around him. Ye Xingchen offered a faint smile and announced, "Brothers, today is a momentous occasion for our demon clan, deserving of celebration. How can we refrain from toasting? This bottle contains a brew of my own crafting, and I assure you, it is quite agreeable. Let's drink together today." Though it was a reward from the system, Ye Xingchen could not openly declare it. Thus he referred to it as his own brew. It was a plausible assertion, and he comforted himself with that thought. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, everyone was taken aback, including Luo Qingxian beside him, who was equally astonished. A bottle made from exquisite spirit stones containing wine. How remarkable must this wine be? Noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen smiled subtly and continued, "Brothers, while this wine is indeed palatable, moderation is key. Moreover, once you finish, do not discard the bottle. It is crafted from exquisite spirit stones, though not abundant. It represents a token of goodwill from your emperor." At Ye Xingchen's words, laughter erupted among the crowd, with some boldly shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Upon hearing the call below, Ye Xingchen raised his hand to signal, then spoke, "Today is a joyous occasion. My brothers may partake of this bottle." After uttering these words, Ye Xingchen waved his hand once more, and another identical bottle appeared in the hands of numerous demon clansmen. He continued, "This bottle is for you to keep. The greatest efficacy of this wine lies in its ability to swiftly replenish the celestial essence within your bodies with just a sip, while gradually enhancing your cultivation, rivaling that of divine elixirs. My brothers, do not let it go to waste." At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Rivaling divine elixirs? Indeed, the esteemed emperor exuded majesty. When he chose to act, it was akin to unleashing a thunderous strike, leaving all the demon clansmen utterly astounded. In the next instant, a rich aroma of wine permeated the entirety of the Wan Yao Square, causing countless demon clansmen to slowly close their eyes in sheer ecstasy. As the fragrance was simply divine, it turned out that the two lively characters, Xiong Wu Fei and Xiong Wu Tian, upon realizing that the exquisite wine was brewed by the emperor, could not contain themselves and immediately uncorked the bottle, allowing the intoxicating fragrance to waft forth. Gulp, gulp. The two brothers, unable to resist the intoxicating scent, began to drink eagerly. Simultaneously, the throats of numerous demon clansmen bobbed up and down, their mouths watering uncontrollably, utterly captivated by the overwhelming aroma of the wine. Unlike the brothers Xiong, who possessed such audacity, the others were restrained, for the emperor had yet to speak, and they lacked the same boldness. Observing the expressions of the surrounding demon kin, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and spoke, "Come, my brothers, let us partake of this bottle together. However, I must forewarn you, this liquor possesses an exceedingly high potency. Those with a lesser capacity for drink may find themselves rendered inebriated after a mere sip. So let us drink." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the assembled demon kin could no longer contain themselves. They uncorked the bottle and tilted their heads back to drink. What splendid wine! Truly exquisite. This is the essence of fine liquor. The beverages we previously consumed pale in comparison. A veritable chasm separates them. They exclaimed in delight. "Ah, what a refreshing sensation. I can feel my cultivation subtly advancing even after just one sip. This liquor deserves to be called divine." Listening to the fervor of the crowd below, Luo Qingxian opened the bottle and took a sip. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. The liquor was rich and sweet, soft yet crisp, imbued with a profound ethereal energy. A single sip felt akin to consuming a precious elixir. Simultaneously, Luo Qingxian could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in her cultivation. It was simply astonishing, for she was an immortal emperor. This small sip could elevate her strength, albeit marginally, merely due to her already formidable power. Indeed, as Luo Qingxian anticipated, many newly transformed demon kin, still relatively weak, found themselves bathed in radiant divine light after taking a sip, and astonishingly, they broke through their limits. The ensuing spectacle was magnificent, as beams of divine radiance flared continuously, leaving countless onlookers in awe. All eyes were upon Ye Xingchen, filled with profound reverence. It was a heartfelt admiration. Such divine wine, and the emperor's sovereigns so casually allowed them to savor it. What grandiosity could fail to inspire respect? In the next moment, all the demon race, directed towards the place where Ye Xingchen stood, clasped their hands in salute and knelt on one knee, respectfully exclaiming, "Emperor Sovereign, our esteemed leader." Majestic indeed. Emperor Sovereign, our esteemed leader, so formidable. At this moment, Luo Qingxian gazed upon her husband, her heart brimming with excitement. Kneeling on one knee was the highest form of respect among the demon race, bestowed only upon those they held in the highest regard. Now, with all the members of the demon race kneeling before Ye Xingchen, it signified their recognition of him as their true leader, one for whom they would willingly sacrifice their lives. How could this not stir Luo Qingxian's emotions? This gesture represented complete and genuine acknowledgement. It symbolized the total allegiance of the demon race. Witnessing the response of those around him, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of exhilaration and with a booming voice declared, "Good, good, good. My brothers, please rise. This gesture I accept as your leader, not for any other reason, but for it signifies your recognition of me as your leader. And as such, I am worthy of this honor." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the crowd smiled as they stood, their gazes towards him infused with immense respect. "Do you see? This is our emperor's sovereign, unlike others of the human race who are so hypocritical. He speaks plainly, without pretense. It is needless to say that the esteemed emperor is no ordinary individual. Despite merely being at the innate realm, the recent display of skill at the Wanyao Square, amidst such a throng of spectators, where he effortlessly directed the bottles to land precisely in each person's hand, is a feat that even the immortal kings and lords could hardly accomplish. An astute member of the demon race remarked to his companions. Furthermore, the ability to brew such divine liquor, rivaling the quality of celestial elixirs, truly justifies the title of the esteemed emperor, mysterious and powerful indeed. Upon hearing the discussions of those below, Ye Xingchen could only shake his head in resignation. In a moment of excitement, he had momentarily forgotten about this matter. Fortunately, Luo Qingxian had not inquired, or he would have been at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxian wore a gentle smile, gazing at her increasingly enigmatic husband with eyes full of mirth. Her heart brimmed with affection, devoid of any doubt. She placed her trust in Ye Xingchen. Though he chose not to divulge, she did not pry. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and the love he bestowed upon her was more than sufficient. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen raised his hand slightly, and the entire Wanyao Square fell into an instant hush. Today is a day of joy. Let's not drink alone. These wines are to be sent to the ancestral elders of the demon race. Additionally, I ask this brother to take these back to the Wanyan Pavilion. Today, the demon race celebrates a double occasion, and we shall all rejoice together. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingxian nodded gently, her beautiful eyes reflecting an even deeper affection for her husband. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded. "The emperor is a prodigy of the human race, endowed with innate fortune. I, an old man, humbly beseech the emperor to impart wisdom to the newly transformed disciples of the demon clan." At that moment, Ye Xingchen heard the venerable voice, which silenced the entire demon clan, leaving all present with expressions of astonishment. To address all the transformed disciples of the demon race is not a task assigned to just anyone. It transcends mere strength and cultivation, as it pertains to the very future of the demon clan. This is akin to being a master teacher for the human race. Should Ye Xingchen enlighten the transformed disciples of the demon clan, he would effectively become their guiding mentor and indelibly imprint his essence upon them. It is well known that the human race reveres its teachers, and the demon race holds this principle even more dearly. This is not only an immense honor, but also an extraordinarily heavy responsibility. Furthermore, it would endow Ye Xingchen with unparalleled power, potentially placing the entire demon clan under his dominion. Such a responsibility is not a trivial matter. It is no wonder the entire demon clan fell into an immediate hush. Following the source of the voice, Ye Xingchen discerned an elderly man with white hair, his face flushed, likely having indulged in drink. Yet his eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. As the elderly figure approached slowly, all members of the demon clan bowed in deference. Even Luo Qingxian, standing beside him, offered a slight bow upon the elder's arrival, a testament to the high esteem in which he was held among the demon kin. Ye Xingchen vaguely recalled that this white-haired elder was the last remaining sage of the demon clan. Observing the elder's eyes, which sparkled with the light of wisdom, he too bent slightly in reverence. "Esteemed elder, As a newly formed disciple of the demon clan, I dare not present myself inadequately. With your esteemed presence, there is no need for me to impart wisdom on behalf of the demon clan. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the elder's eyes glimmered with intelligent light, and he smiled gently. His voice, aged yet resonant, echoed once more. There is no need for modesty, imperial sovereign. As the sage of the demon clan for many years, I am well aware that I cannot rival the great sages of the human race in terms of ability. However, I possess unwavering confidence in my ability to discern the true nature of others. The sage's gaze fixed upon Ye Xingchen, emanating beams of divine light, his expression radiating profound confidence. I was born with dual pupils, capable of seeing through illusions to grasp the essence of things. It is precisely because of these eyes that my cultivation has remained stagnant for many years. I have devoted all my celestial energy to honing my dual pupils. At this moment, as Ye Xingchen attentively observed the elder's eyes, he discovered that hidden within their depths were golden orbs. The wisdom emanating from them was a manifestation of this very sight. At this moment, Luo Qingshan's voice resonated. Husband, those endowed with dual pupils possess innate wisdom and talents that far surpass even the most exceptional prodigies. The dual pupils themselves are a symbol of strength. Throughout the years, all dual-pupiled individuals have traversed the world, exerting their dominance. Yet, for the future of the demon clan, the wise sage has devoted all celestial energies to the cultivation of the dual pupils, neglecting to elevate his own cultivation even slightly. Consequently, his power has remained stagnant at the golden core stage. Were it not for the sage's inherent demon lineage bestowing him a longer lifespan, he might have. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen gazed at the elder with profound admiration. A being who ought to dominate the world and exert unparalleled influence has relinquished all this for the sake of the entire demon clan. Such selflessness is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. It requires immense tenacity, courage, and a heart devoid of selfishness. In response to Luo Qingshan, the silver-haired elder gently shook his head and chuckled, saying, "In all these years, had it not been for the demon clan and the empress, I might have long since departed this world. I have squandered numerous longevity elixirs. This old body does not wish to burden the demon clan any further. If not for the relentless quest to procure longevity elixirs for me, consuming countless spirit stones, how could the demon clan have reached a point where they can scarcely provide their kin with cultivation resources?" Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, Luo Qingshan spoke up directly. "Wise one, you have sacrificed so much for the demon clan. In times of peril, it has been your keen insight that penetrated the mists, granting the demon clan a new lease on life. Were it not for your guidance, the demon clan might have long since vanished into the annals of history." At this moment, upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, countless members of the demon clan voiced their agreement. The empress is absolutely right. For the wise one, we fear not hardship. Indeed, thanks to the emperor, our clan will no longer lack spirit stones in the future. I am willing to forego the use of our clan's spirit stones in the search for longevity elixirs. Yes, I too am willing. And I am willing as well. Just as everyone was exclaiming their willingness, a deeper and more resonant voice emerged. My emperor is a master alchemist. Have you all lost your minds? Why not simply ask him if he can concoct a longevity elixir instead of shouting aimlessly? As the words of Xiong Wufa fell, the gazes of countless members of the demon clan turned towards his direction. At that moment, Suihua, who was being held by Xiong Wufa, suddenly heard this amusing remark and felt the collective gaze of the clan upon them. Her face flushed crimson with shyness. Yet, the crowd seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. Giving Xiong Wufa a thumbs up before turning their attention to Ye Xingchen, their faces brimming with anticipation. As Ye Xingchen gazed upon the expectant faces of the crowd and the anxious grip of Luo Qingshan's hand, he offered a subtle smile, choosing to remain silent. Even the emperor smiled, yet uttered not a word, eliciting a flicker of disappointment among the many demon clans present. Unlike the others, Luo Qingshan perceived the answer she sought within her husband's expression. Just as she was about to speak, The hearty voice of Xiong Wufang resonated once more. Who is our esteemed emperor? Were those looks upon your faces? I firmly believe that our emperor will surely concoct the longevity elixir. Xiong Wutian's voice joined in, affirming the sentiment. Hearing their words, Ye Xingchen inwardly sighed, recognizing their genuine, albeit blind, faith in him. However, before he could respond, the aged voice of the Demon Clan sage broke through the air. Esteemed Emperor, do you know why this old man wishes for you to impart wisdom to these newly transformed disciples of the Demon Clan? It is because I see the future of our kind reflected in you. Though shrouded in mist, obscuring clarity, I trust these eyes will not deceive me. Moreover, your strength eludes my understanding, while you outwardly appear to be of the innate realm. The supreme aura that envelopes you is unlike anything seen in a being of that level, an unparalleled might that soars to the heavens, a force not even the celestial emperors possess, yet I perceive it within you. Upon hearing the words of the wise being from the Demon Clan, Ye Xingchen felt a stir in his heart and mused, truly, one endowed with dual pupils possesses the extraordinary ability to pierce through illusions and reach the very essence of things. If it were not for my innate chaotic body and the hidden arts of the you, I might indeed have been seen through by those eyes. One must never underestimate anyone in the divine wasteland continent. Observing the gleam of wisdom emanating from the Demon Clan sage, Ye Xingchen gently shook his head and smiled, saying, perhaps the elder has misjudged. My cultivation is indeed at the innate stage, and any talk of overwhelming aura surging towards the heavens is quite the exaggeration. As for the matter of delivering teachings to the disciples of the Demon Clan, since the elder has taken the initiative to speak, I shall certainly comply. Tomorrow at noon, in the Myriad Demon Square, I, the Emperor, shall impart wisdom to the shape-shifting disciples of the Demon Clan, and all interested parties are welcome to attend. The newly transformed disciples of the Demon Clan, upon hearing the Emperor's agreement, were filled with excitement, their gazes towards Ye Xingchen brimming with boundless admiration. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in the wise one's eyes, and a knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps in my old age, I truly have erred. However, since the Emperor has consented to enlighten the disciples, I can rest easy now. After speaking, the wise being cast a deep glance at Ye Xingchen before turning to leave. As he prepared to depart, Ye Xingchen's voice resonated, and the entire Myriad Demon Square was engulfed in an immediate silence. Chapter 28. The Power of the Indestructible Golden Core, 9th rank alchemist at this moment. Gazing at the retreating figure of the wise being from the Demon Clan, his silhouette appeared so desolate. The moment he entrusted the matter of preaching to Ye Xingchen, an aura of death enveloped the wise elder of the Demon Clan. This was a manifestation of the spirit, which had remained tense due to the burdens of his heart. Now, finally relaxing, unable to suppress the pervasive death energy within him. Numerous demons gazed at the elder's retreating figure, each silently resolving to seek the elixir of longevity, to extend the elder's life. Without the demon elder, their race might have perished long ago. In times of great peril, it was this elder who, sacrificing his own limited lifespan, foresaw the future and turned calamity into safety for the Demon Clan. This was also the double-edged nature of the dual pupils. Despite their formidable power, they demanded sacrifices of one's own lifespan to unleash their true potential. At that moment, Luo Qingshan also wished to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Xingchen, who called out, "Elder, please wait." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the demon elder slightly turned, looking at him with a jesting tone. Does the Emperor wish to renege on his promise? A true man must honor his word and cannot backtrack. Surprised by the elder's playful banter, Ye Xingchen paused momentarily, never expecting the wise elder to possess a sense of humor. He then smiled and replied, "Elder, the promises I make shall never be retracted. However, there is one request I would like you to agree to, one that I believe the entire Demon Clan would hope for you to accept." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan became instantly exhilarated, tightly grasping Ye Xingchen's hand. Sensing her excitement, Ye Xingchen cast a tender glance at Luo Qingshan, offering her a gentle smile. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the wise elder of the demon race offered a slight smile, his eyes betraying an air of tranquility. "Please, your majesty, speak. If it is within my power, I shall certainly act upon it." Upon hearing the elder's response, Ye Xingchen casually waved his hand, causing a golden elixir to manifest in midair before the wise elder. As the golden elixir appeared, the entire Wan Yao square was instantly enveloped in a fragrant aroma, detectable for miles around. The golden halo emanated a rich vitality, radiating outward continuously. Sensing the life force exuding from the golden elixir, astonishment washed over the faces of all present. Ye Xingchen's voice then rang out, "Elder, this is the imperishable golden pill that I have concocted. I implore you to partake in it, so that with these eyes you may continue to pierce through the mist for the demon race and guide our path." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the wise elder gazed at the golden elixir hovering before him, feeling the potent vitality it radiated. With a hint of disbelief, he inquired, "Your Majesty, this is of your making?" "Indeed, this is the imperishable golden pill. Its fragrance travels for miles and lingers for 3 days. Consuming it may extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years." Ye Xingchen attributed the achievement of the system to himself, yet refrained from disclosing the pill's grade, wishing to spare the elder any burden. At that moment, the faces of all the demon race members were filled with astonishment. Luo Qingshan covered her mouth in disbelief. Although she discerned from Ye Xingchen's expression that her husband possessed the ability to concoct longevity pills, she never imagined that he could create a divine elixir that extended life for 100,000 years. From the aura emanating from this pill, she could discern that the indestructible golden pill was at least of the 9th grade. In the divine wasteland, a 9th grade pill could be deemed a divine pill. The entire myriad beast square fell into a profound silence, with all the Yaoju standing frozen in place. A longevity elixir that could extend life for 100,000 years was undeniably a 9th grade pill. The emperor was, in fact, a 9th grade alchemist. In that moment, countless pairs of eyes gazed at the standing Ye Xingchen with reverence. It was then that they realized the figure in white was growing increasingly towering and enigmatic in their hearts. Observing the smiling Ye Xingchen, the wise ones of the Yaoju were equally filled with excitement. With trembling hands, they grasped the indestructible golden pill suspended in the air, feeling the immense life force within it. In disbelief, the wise one inquired of Ye Xingchen, "Is it true that the 9th grade divine pill is indeed a gift for this old man? Do you know its value is nearly priceless? If placed at auction, it could easily exchange for an entire city among the human realm." Upon hearing the wise one's words, Ye Xingchen smiled slightly and calmly replied, "Elder, please accept it. Do not speak of a city. Even 10 cities cannot compare to you in my eyes." As Ye Xingchen's voice fell, before the wise one of the demon clan could respond, he effortlessly waved his hand, catching the sage off guard, and sent the indestructible golden elixir into the wise one's mouth. In the next moment, the wise one's eyes widened. The instant the golden elixir entered, it transformed into an immense surge of life force that coursed through his body. This formidable vitality relentlessly repaired all the hidden ailments within him, fortifying his meridians and enhancing the strength of his flesh. The wise one could easily sense the monumental transformation occurring within. His previously withered body now felt as though it was reborn, brimming with boundless vigor. All the members of the demon clan gazed in awe as the once lifeless wise one radiated a powerful life force, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a goose egg whole. At that moment, the wise one with a bent back began to straighten, and the visage that resembled withered wood, with deep-set wrinkles, appeared to be smoothed out as if ironed, growing shallower by the second. His graying hair gradually turned black. In the blink of an eye, the wise one had completely transformed from a decrepit elder shrouded in lifelessness to a robust middle-aged man. Feeling the remarkable shift within himself, the wise one gazed at his newfound strong hands and sturdy physique, unable to suppress a tremor that coursed through him. He then knelt before Ye Xingchen on one knee and proclaimed in a resonant voice, I, Lu Wanchuan of the Demon Clan, express my profound gratitude to the Emperor for your great benevolence. I bow to you. At this moment, the members of the Demon Clan, astonished by the significant transformation of Lu Wanchuan, finally awakened to the sight of their wise elder kneeling on one knee before the Emperor. They were momentarily frozen in disbelief. It turned out that the wise elder was named Lu Wanchuan. Observing Lu Wanchuan's reaction, Ye Xingchen swiftly stepped aside to assist him, exclaiming, Elder Lu, please do not demean yourself in such a manner. It truly burdens the younger generation. If you continue this way, it will only provide amusement for our brethren. Please rise. The elderly figure responded, regardless of what the other clansmen might think, the Emperor has bestowed upon Wanchuan a second chance at life. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a reborn parent. He certainly merits this bow from Wanchuan. Lu Wanchuan gazed at Ye Xingchen and, turning once more, knelt again. Ye Xingchen, feeling exasperated, pondered the elder's stubbornness and reached out to prevent Lu Wanchuan from kneeling further. He cast a helpless glance at the radiant Luo Qingshan, who was smiling nearby. At that moment, upon noticing her husband's plea for assistance, Luo Qingshan playfully rolled her eyes at him before addressing Lu Wanchuan, saying, Elder Lu, my husband has understood your sentiments. Please rise. Today is a day of joy for our demon clan. We need not indulge in such formalities. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Lu Wanchuan finally relented, although he still offered a deep bow to Ye Xingchen. Unable to refuse, Ye Xingchen accepted the gesture gracefully as he helped Lu Wanchuan to his feet once more. At this juncture, the entire demon clan regarded Ye Xingchen with not only admiration but also profound pride, for their enigmatic emperor was not only their acknowledged leader but also a ninth-grade alchemist. This was a significant point, as an ancient saying circulated throughout the divine wilderness continent. Chapter 29. The deep affection of Luo Qingshan and the inference of the Flame Emperor at this moment. The eyes of the entire demon clan were filled with profound admiration as they gazed upon Ye Xingchen. An ancient saying echoed throughout the divine wasteland. A ninth-rank alchemist can reign supreme. Feeling the reverent stares of those around him, Ye Xingchen's heart swelled with pride as he exclaimed, Brothers, let us rejoice today. Come, let us share another drink. In that instant, Ye Xingchen's renown reached its zenith, even surpassing that of the demon empress, for oftentimes, the bonds between men are forged through the simplicity of a shared cup, transforming them into true confidants. In the next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the myriad demon square, with a collective spirit of all present surged skyward. Observing this remarkable scene, Luo Qingshan gazed at Ye Xingchen with eyes brimming with affection. The current unity of the demon clan was entirely due to this enigmatic man before her, her beloved husband, whose mystery only deepened her feelings. Without overthinking, she sensed her husband's intentions, and that alone sufficed. The festivities continued until noon, as the exquisite divine wine, potent in its essence, led all the demon folk into a state of intoxication. Some of the less experienced even found themselves enveloped in a divine glow, achieving breakthroughs as a consequence of the fine wine. When Ye Xingchen returned to the Phoenix Rest Palace, he was supported by Luo Qingshan, guiding him back. Perhaps it was due to joy, or perhaps a surge of noble spirit, that Ye Xingchen found himself intoxicated, combined with the exquisite divine wine, which possessed an exceptionally high potency. Even someone of his considerable tolerance succumbed, collapsing into the embrace of Luo Qingshan. As she gazed upon the slumbering Ye Xingchen, serenity filled her eyes, and after a fleeting glance, Luo Qingshan vanished. There were numerous matters awaiting her attention. Today it brought a plethora of delightful news for the demon clan. The wise elder Lu Lao had been granted an extension of life by a pill crafted by her husband, living an additional 100,000 years. Even more astonishing and joyous to Luo Qingshan was the revelation that her husband was an esteemed ninth-grade alchemist. A ninth-grade alchemist. Such a title had never even been whispered throughout the vast divine wilderness. The leader of the human race's supreme power, the Shangqing Palace, was merely of the 8th grade. Perhaps, As the two ancient emperors and Elder Lu had declared, the future of the demon clan rested solely upon her husband's shoulders. Recalling the ancient legends of the divine wilderness, where a ninth-grade alchemist could reign supreme, Ye Xingchen cast another glance at the peacefully sleeping Ye Xingchen and resolved within her heart. Regardless of what the future held, she would stand by him, not because he was a ninth-grade alchemist, nor because he was the future of the demon clan, but simply because he was her husband. Nothing more, nothing less. With this thought, a resolute expression graced Ye Xingchen's exquisite features as she turned and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, shifting the scene to the human realm, within a grand and magnificent palace, golden red laws shimmered with brilliance. Countless flames cascaded like waterfalls from the heavens, descending toward a formidable figure seated below. The flames radiated an intense heat, as if capable of incinerating all existence and piercing the void. They cascaded upon the imposing figure, only to transform instantly into a playful child, joyfully swirling around it. The figure formed intricate hand seals, and that terrifying fire was swiftly absorbed into its essence. The myriad golden red laws within the grand hall morphed into a golden red thread, weaving into the figure's being. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a refreshing coolness. A voice of unparalleled authority resonated. Has the Prince of Wushuang relayed any messages? As the commanding voice faded, a hazy silhouette emerged within the hall, addressing the formidable figure. Reporting to the Flame Emperor, the prince has conveyed the message. The Empress of the Demon Clan has agreed to come to the Empire in 1 month's time to attend the auction. Moreover, the prince mentioned that the Empress wishes to engage in a business collaboration with the Empire. Upon hearing the words of the indistinct figure, the imposing presence finally lifted its gaze, revealing sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of grandeur. A profound authority emanated from its countenance, with eyes as deep as abysses, commanding respect without anger, as if the world lay within its grasp. This person was none other than the Flame Emperor of the Great Yin Empire, Yin Wudi. Ye Xingchen wishes to conduct business with me. I find myself rather intrigued. Has the prince confirmed the details regarding the grand wedding of the Demon Empress, and whether the Supreme Path has personally extended its congratulations? Upon hearing the imposing voice of Yin Wudi, the indistinct figure promptly responded, Your Majesty Yin Di. Regarding this matter, the prince has not conveyed any news. However, an informant from the Shangqing Palace has returned with intelligence. It is said that Elder Han Chuanluo of the Shangqing Palace once ventured into the demon tribe, yet returned in a state of disarray. It is likely he possesses some insights. Those hypocrites of the Shangqing Palace, taking advantage of the demon tribe's lack of alchemists, have been ruthlessly suppressing the prices of demon medicinal materials. I surmise that Han Chuanluo has suffered at the hands of the demon tribe. I speculate that Ye Xingchen's visit may very well pertain to the matter of demon medicinal materials, seeking collaboration with the imperial court. Thus, it appears that the demon tribe and the Shangqing Palace are not on amicable terms regarding this issue. Upon hearing Yindi's words, the indistinct figure below swayed slightly, and then spoke, Your Majesty Yindi, the Shangqing Palace has always acted in this manner, leveraging their dominance over the divine wasteland continent, possessing the majority of alchemists and being a top-tier power. All their disciples are filled with arrogance and self-importance. I have one more matter to report, Your Majesty. The demon tribe has established a Wandan pavilion at the border with the human tribe, selling 3 types of first-grade elixirs, none of which have ever been seen on the divine wasteland continent. Moreover, their efficacy surpasses that of similar elixirs from the Shangqing Palace by a significant margin, and they're offered at a far more reasonable price. It can be said that demand far exceeds supply, indicating that the demon tribe must now possess an alchemist. I have heard that this situation has greatly vexed the Shangqing Palace. Although these are merely ordinary first-grade elixirs, they have seized a considerable portion of the Shangqing Palace's market. Upon hearing the indistinct figure's words, Yin Wudi seemed to plunge into contemplation, murmuring to himself, Wan Dun Budilian. Quite intriguing. Casting a glance at the shadow below, Yin Wudi's authoritative voice resonated once more. Convey my imperial decree. First, covertly investigate the matter concerning the husband of the demon emperor. Second, during the auction, no disciples of any sect are to offend those of the demon race. Any transgressions will be met with severe punishment. Upon hearing the emperor's command, the indistinct figure bowed respectfully towards Yen Wudwa, and with a sudden fluctuation in space, the figure vanished. At that moment, Yen Wudi raised his gaze towards the exterior of the palace, where the demon race resided, before his silhouette gradually faded away, leaving no trace of disturbance in the surrounding space, a testament to his formidable prowess. Yet, the air still resonated with Yen Wudi's murmured words. I have a premonition that the demon race is on the verge of rising. As the great era approaches, perhaps forming an alliance with them would not be a poor choice. At the very least, compared to the hypocrisy and treachery of the human race, the demon race possesses a far greater purity and kindness. As Yen Wudi's voice faded, the entire palace was instantly engulfed in an intense heat, with countless crimson and gold laws manifesting. The flames exuded an even more terrifying aura. Should any powerful beings have been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to realize that the entire palace had entered a domain of its own. The emperor of the great Yin dynasty, Yen Wudi, was indeed a celestial emperor who had comprehended the realm of domain. In this moment, if any strong entities were present, they would certainly discover that Yen Wudi of the great Yin dynasty had attained the formidable state of a celestial emperor, having cultivated the domain realm. Across the vast expanse of the divine desolation continent, many celestial emperors possess formidable strength, yet those who can cultivate to the realm of domains are exceedingly rare. Numerous celestial emperors have mastered the domains of fire, water, and sword, but the elite who can harness the domain of flames are truly few and far between. Much like Ye Xingchen's mastery of the sword domain, without the system's rewards, he might have never achieved such a feat in his lifetime. After all, to cultivate to the realm of domains requires more than mere talent and insight. It demands the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance, each indispensable, alongside an astonishing comprehension of the laws of fire, effectively forging a new path within the domain of flames. At this moment, Ye Xingchen lay peacefully within the Phoenix Nest Palace, deep in slumber, and it was not until the following morning that he gradually opened his eyes. As he beheld Luo Qingshan, nestled comfortably in his embrace and sleeping soundly, his gaze was filled with sweetness, while his heart mused, I never anticipated that the exquisite divine wine, enhanced by the system, would render me inebriated after merely 2 bottles, without even drawing upon my inner cultivation. Truly, it is a product worthy of the system. As if sensing Ye Xingchen's attention, Luo Qingshan slowly opened her eyes. Meeting the affectionate gaze of her husband, she offered him a gentle smile. Husband, you are awake. Last night, I noticed you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to disturb you. You truly slept for a long time, she said softly, her face aglow with joy. In response to her words, Ye Xingchen reached out to playfully pinch her adorable nose, eliciting a charmingly playful eye roll from Luo Qingshan. As today, Ye Xingchen promised to impart wisdom to the newly transformed disciples of the demon clan. Neither of them lingered in bed. After rising with cheerful laughter, they joyfully shared breakfast together. Luo Qingshan, as the empress of the demon clan, had numerous matters to attend to. After exchanging pleasantries with Ye Xingchen, she swiftly departed for the empress palace. Ye Xingchen, watching Luo Qingshan vanish, smiled faintly before glancing at the sky, noting that midday was not far off. He intended to complete today's sign-in before heading to the Wanyao Square. Approaching the window of his study, he admired the exquisite scenery of the demon realm and addressed the system. System, commence today's sign-in. Ding! The system is processing the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 1 million premium celestial stones, which have been deposited into the system space. Ding! The system is processing the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 cultivation upgrade cards. The cultivation upgrade cards are exclusive to the system, meant solely for the host's use. Upon activation, they allow any individual below the Great Ascension realm to instantly break through one major realm, a remarkable artifact specially crafted for the host's grand endeavors. Ding! The system is processing the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an ancient spirit gathering formation. This ancient formation autonomously gathers the celestial aura from the heavens and earth, amplifying the spiritual energy in its vicinity several-fold, a long-lost technique from ancient times. At this moment, gazing at the picturesque view outside the window and hearing the system's notifications, Ye Xingchen could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The system has surprisingly equipped itself with a tool for self-aggrandizement. This system possesses an exceptional understanding of my character, and I find it utterly delightful. System, please be mindful of your emotions, host. This system is unparalleled across all realms. In addition to granting you the strength to suppress eternity and dominate an era, it shall also bestow upon you every conceivable aura. This is merely the beginning. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Ye Xingchen was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet the rewards filled him with immense satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he leisurely made his way towards the Myriad Beast Plaza. At this moment, the plaza was teeming with people. Although the emperor had agreed to impart wisdom solely to the newly transformed disciples of the demon race, he had not prohibited others from attending. The entire plaza buzzed with lively discussions, all centered around their esteemed emperor. I still can't believe it. Just from a single bottle of the exquisite divine wine bestowed by the emperor, I have broken through 2 major realms. The emperor is simply extraordinary. Isn't that the truth? I can hardly believe it either, but look around. All of us who transform together have similarly advanced by 1 or 2 major realms. The emperor is truly a divine being. 2 demon disciples leaned together, whispering in discussion. Upon overhearing their conversation, the surrounding disciples became instantly invigorated and joined in the discourse. Let us not forget, the emperor is a 9th-rank alchemist. There is not a single 9th-rank alchemist in the entire divine wilderness continent. A 9th-rank alchemist. The emperor is destined to reign supreme. A disciple of the demon clan, having overheard the conversation between 2 fellow disciples, interjected, "Indeed, it is regrettable that our esteemed emperor possesses slightly inferior strength, merely at the innate realm." What nonsense! Have you lost your wits? Did you not heed Elder Lu's words yesterday? Elder Lu, with his innate dual pupils, can pierce through any illusion to reveal the essence of things. He remains our clan sole sage and could not discern the true cultivation level of our emperor. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that our emperor is merely at the innate realm. Another disciple of the demon clan immediately retorted upon hearing these words. The atmosphere in the Wanyao Square was rife with such discussions, rising and falling like waves. When Ye Xingchen leisurely arrived at the Wanyao Square, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The square was already teeming with people, a vast sea of black figures. He recalled that the number of newly transformed disciples of the demon clan was never this great. Just as confusion clouded his expression, someone with sharp eyes spotted Ye Xingchen's arrival and shouted, "Look! The emperor has come." This proclamation instantaneously silenced the entire Wanyao Square. In the distance, a figure approached slowly, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a deity descending into the realm of the divine. It inspired an involuntary urge among onlookers to bow in reverence. This presence was formidable, an invincible might, a sovereign aura that declared, "In this realm, I alone reign." In that moment, every demon present, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of fervent excitement, their gazes toward Ye Xingchen brimming with admiration. Upon arriving at the Wanyao Square, Ye Xingchen comprehended the reason for the multitude gathered there. It was not only the transformed disciples of the demon clan, but even other members of the demon race were present. He even spotted the elder one, Qianli, feigning to maintain order, leading various elders of the demon clan, along with the wise Lu Wanchuan, seated among the disciples. Even in the void, some formidable demon warriors were concealed. No wonder it appeared like a dark mass from afar. Observing the crowd below, who gazed at him with profound admiration and respect, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly, pondering how wondrous it feels to be needed and acknowledged by others. As he surveyed the assembly, Ye Xingchen's expression grew tranquil, and he spoke, Since I, the Emperor, have promised Elder Lu to impart teachings to the newly transformed disciples today, henceforth, all attendees must remain silent and refrain from any disturbance. Elder, should you notice any disruptions, expel them immediately. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the ostensibly orderly one, Qianli, promptly clasped his fists in respect toward Ye Xingchen's direction, declaring, "I shall faithfully adhere to the Emperor's decree." In that moment, Ye Xingchen's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, exuding an aura of terrifying authority befitting a supreme being. The domineering presence of one who reigns supreme, unmatched in the heavens and the earth, resurfaced, leaving all who had witnessed Ye Xingchen's might in awe once more. Chapter 31. The Demon Clan's Teachings. Resonance of heaven and earth at this juncture. Gazing down at the demon assembly, Ye Xingchen's countenance was grave, radiating an overwhelming and commanding presence characteristic of a sovereign. The formidable presence left all the beings of the demon clan below utterly astounded. Such an aura could not possibly emanate from someone of mere, innate realm cultivation. This terrifying dominance was not something that could be casually projected by just anyone. Indeed, their emperor was truly not as superficial as he appeared. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen raised his hand, bidding everyone to take their seats in the square. As an unparalleled powerhouse of the heavenly emperor realm, Ye Xingchen's understanding of the Tao had nearly reached its zenith, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship, where he could effortlessly forge a new path. Even a few casual words from him sparked profound realizations among the demon clan below. Once he saw that everyone had settled down, he too calmly took his seat and spoke serenely. The so-called Great Tao is myriad, and the lesser paths are countless. Ultimately, one must discern whether the path one walks is truly suited to oneself. With this opening statement, Ye Xingchen had already ignited a divine radiance in the eyes of all the demon clan powerhouses present. Without pausing, he continued to articulate his understanding of the Tao. This moment was a stroke of fortune for all the demon clan individuals, for to hear a heavenly emperor expound upon the Tao was an extraordinary blessing. It was precisely because of this discourse that, decades later, the demon clan produced countless eminent figures, each a formidable force that reverberated throughout the divine wilderness. The great Tao is elusive, while the lesser paths are easily traversed. As the adage goes, when one path is understood, myriad paths become clear. Once one recognizes the path that suits them, they must tread it step by step. One should not become complacent due to momentary success, nor should one succumb to despair in the face of temporary failure. As it is said, the Tao is boundless and the heavens are infinite. The great Tao knows no end, and the emperor is not the terminus. At this moment, Ye Xingchen articulated his understanding of the Tao in the most comprehensible manner. From the simple to the profound, he seemed to be immersed in a certain ethereal realm, drawing the entire demon clan into this transcendent experience. At that instant, Ye Xingchen's voice resonated like the sound of the Tao, provoking deep contemplation and intoxicating all who heard it. Every member of the demon tribe, including the formidable beings concealed within the void, found themselves instinctively sitting cross-legged, enveloped in this profound resonance of the Tao. In this moment, the entire territory of the demon clan was transformed. The sky above brimmed with violet energy stretching for miles, while extraordinary phenomena unfolded between heaven and earth. The sun and moon shone harmoniously, dragons and phoenixes sang in unison, celestial flowers cascaded from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. As time progressed, Ye Xingchen spoke with increasing fervor, as myriad laws descended, seemingly summoned and intertwining in the heavens above. At this moment, even the venerable ancestors within the ancestral grounds of the demon clan and Luo Qingshan of the Empress Palace appeared, gazing in astonishment at the celestial occurrences above the demon realm, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. What they witnessed was nothing short of miraculous. In the void, countless manifestations of the laws of the Tao appeared as if they were responding to a call. This scene sent shivers through the very souls of the ancestors, destabilizing their hearts of Tao. The pursuit of the Tao is notoriously elusive. It is a well-known truth that seeking to comprehend these profound laws often feels akin to pleading with one's ancestors for a mere glimpse. Yet now, they manifested openly before them. How could this not leave the elders of the demon clan utterly astounded? Suddenly, an ancient and profound voice resonated in their ears. Silence, sit cross-legged, and attune your hearts to the profound sounds of the Emperor's Tao. You shall reap immense benefits. Upon hearing this time-worn voice, all the ancestral beings of the demon tribe, including Ye Xingchen, instantly widened their eyes in astonishment. It turned out that this monumental occurrence was orchestrated by the Emperor himself. While they were aware that the Emperor was delivering teachings to the newly transformed disciples of the demon tribe today, they had not anticipated such a grand spectacle. As they observed the magnificent phenomena surrounding them, the sky ablaze with colors, the earth erupting with golden lotuses, and a manifestation of various celestial wonders along with the Tao principles, these ancients felt compelled not to delay. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. They all settled into meditation, allowing their hearts to gradually find tranquility as they began to listen to the profound sounds emanating from Ye Xingchen's realm of understanding. At that moment, the entire territory of the demon tribe was gradually enveloped in a mystical purple aura, with various celestial phenomena unfolding, and the principles of the Tao intertwining and materializing in the void. Sitting peacefully in the square, Ye Xingchen bore an expression of serene composure, his voice resonating like the ultimate truths of the Tao, stirring a resonance with the universe. Many demons sat entranced, immersed in the teachings and in their subconscious state. Their comprehension of the Tao deepened significantly. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the demon tribe, whose realms had long remained stagnant, miraculously began to experience a gradual loosening at that moment. The newly transformed disciples of the demon tribe, too, exhibited radiant divine light behind them. The sound of resounding breakthroughs echoed incessantly. Almost all the newly transformed disciples, in a state of unconsciousness, simultaneously transcended a significant realm, their auras surging dramatically. The celestial emperors and ancient ancestors, seated in the void, as well as Ye Xingchen, gradually became enraptured by Ye Xingchen's profound understanding of the Tao, which surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. The wisdom of the demon race as sages in inviting Ye Xingchen to impart teachings to their newly transformed disciples was truly discerning, befitting their innate dual pupils. Not only did it furnish these fledgling demon disciples with a newfound comprehension of the Tao, greatly aiding their future cultivation, but it also profoundly benefited the surrounding demon elites, deepening their own insights into the grand principles of the universe. As twilight approached, Ye Xingchen gradually concluded his discourse. The extraordinary phenomena enveloping the demon territory and the laws of the Tao slowly receded, merging into the vast expanse of the heavens. The celestial emperors were the first to awaken, their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they gazed upon Ye Xingchen in the square below. They were genuinely astounded. As celestial emperors, their grasp of the Tao was already profound, yet within mere moments, they found themselves drawn into the depths of the Tao by Ye Xingchen's voice, enriching their understanding to new heights. Ye Xingchen, equally taken aback, was filled with joy, her gaze towards Ye Xingchen now brimming with affection. Regardless of the mysteries surrounding him, she knew that the transcendent figure seated below was her husband, and that certainty was more than sufficient for her. After an hour, all the demon elites who had been seated began to awaken in succession, their faces alight with shock and excitement. The formidable individuals, to varying degrees, have all experienced an elevation in their realms. At this moment, had it not been for their reluctance to disturb those disciples of the demon clan who were still immersed in their enlightenment, they would have long since risen to express their gratitude to Ye Xingchen. Now, they all gazed at him with eyes brimming with appreciation. It was not until 2 hours later that the demon clan disciples awakened in a state of bewilderment. It is understood that the more profound one's cultivation, the deeper their comprehension of the Tao, thus they awakened more swiftly. Conversely, those newly transformed demon clan disciples, possessing lesser cultivation, found themselves more easily ensnared in a deeper state of enlightenment. As the demon clan disciples gradually regained their senses, they discovered that they had indeed transcended a significant boundary within themselves. From their initial confusion to their eventual exhilaration, it became evident to all that this transformation was a gift bestowed upon them by the emperor. Upon beholding Ye Xingchen, the demon clan disciples knelt, paying their respects as disciples, and together they proclaimed, "Thank you for the great grace of the emperor. Thank you for the great grace of the emperor." Simultaneously, the demon clan masters clasped their fists and bowed deeply, voicing in unison, "Thank you for the bestowed teachings of the emperor. Thank you for the bestowed teachings of the emperor." Observing the fervent reactions of the demon clan, Ye Xingchen maintained a tranquil demeanor. After allowing them to rise, he stood up calmly and spoke with composed clarity. As it is said, "The Tao is boundless and cultivation is relentless." Upon your return, take time to reflect, and may you reap further rewards. As if recalling something profound, the subsequent words from Ye Xingchen left the entire demon clan in a state of astonishment. Chapter 32. The gift of the emperor and the shock of the major powers at this moment. Ye Xingchen suddenly recalled the cultivation upgrade card rewarded by the system. He gazed down at the newly transformed disciples of the demon clan, who, thanks to his teachings, had all successfully advanced to the divine transformation realm. The admiration in their eyes as they looked at Ye Xingchen was palpable. Should he guide them to break through to another level at this instant, he could very well ascend to the status of a deity in their hearts. Observing the crowd, Ye Xingchen offered a gentle smile and spoke, "Is the Grand Elder present?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's inquiry, Grand Elder Wan Qianli immediately appeared in the square, respectfully clasping his fists and addressing Ye Xingchen. "Your subordinate is here. What are your commands?" "Emperor, Grand Elder, how does the strength of our young demon clan disciples compare to that of the human race?" As the emperor's question resonated, a sense of shame washed over the assembly, causing them to lower their heads. Grand Elder Wan Qianli, momentarily taken aback by Ye Xingchen's query, responded directly, "Reporting to your majesty, our young demon clan's top prodigies possess strength that is on par with the finest of the human race. However, when considering the overall strength, the young disciples of the demon clan fall short of their human counterparts." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Ye Xingchen nodded slightly and inquired further, "What is the overall strength level of the young generation among the human disciples?" Grand Elder, upon hearing the emperor's question, promptly replied, "Reporting to your majesty. The majority of the young disciples from various human factions are currently at the Thunder Tribulation realm, with some even reaching the Great Ascension realm. Certainly, the most exceptional disciples of the human race have likely already transcended to the celestial immortal realm or even the profound immortal realm, with minimal disparity among them. However, within the major factions, there exist prodigies cultivated in secrecy, and whether there are even greater top-tier prodigies remains uncertain." Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Ye Xingchen gained insight. At present, the pinnacle combat capabilities of both the demon and human races are essentially on par, with only minor differences in mid-tier strength. The sole distinction may lie in the disparities among the disciples. One should not underestimate this slight difference, as it could potentially lead to a significant gap between the two races in the future. After all, the younger generation represents the future of the demon race. With this thought, Ye Xingchen addressed all the demon beings below. "All newly transformed demon disciples, gather before this emperor. The rest of you, please vacate this vicinity. Your esteemed emperor wishes to present a gift to these newly transformed disciples." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's proclamation, all the demon beings immediately sprang into action, and in the blink of an eye, only the newly transformed disciples remained before Ye Xingchen. At that moment, as they gazed upon him, admiration shone in their eyes. Ye Xingchen's teachings forged a bond akin to that of master and disciple, and they would take immense pride in this connection in the future. Meanwhile, the other demon beings surrounding them wore expressions of envy, for the gifts bestowed by the emperor were anything but ordinary. Moreover, although the emperor was merely at the innate stage, only a fool would truly believe he was just at that level. The teachings of the innate realm have enabled them to elevate their cultivation significantly, with even the newly transformed demon disciples attaining a unified state of divine transformation. Extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth have emerged, manifesting the principles of the great Tao. Such a spectacle is beyond the capabilities of even an immortal emperor. Therefore, the expressions of envy are evident on the faces of the surrounding demon clan members. They have long grown accustomed to the innate realm exhibited by their esteemed leader. As long as the leader is pleased, nothing else matters. However, to truly regard the esteemed leader as merely an innate being would indeed be folly. Their thoughts were swiftly validated as their leader once again conjured a miracle before their eyes. Yet, at this moment, the demon clan members appeared to have mentally prepared themselves, displaying little astonishment, though their lips quivered with suppressed admiration and envy. With a casual wave of his hand, Ye Xingchen communicated with the system internally. System. Activate the cultivation upgrade card. Ding. The cultivation upgrade card is in use. Congratulations, host. Activation successful. As the system's voice faded, a golden energy shield enveloped all the newly transformed demon disciples. Every member of the demon clan felt the overwhelming power emanating from within the golden shield. In the next moment, divine lights flickered incessantly within, and within a brief span, the shield vanished. The disciples of the demon clan were left astounded to discover that they had all broken through to the thunder tribulation realm. In an instant, they had ascended an entire level of cultivation, and from this point forward, the overall strength of the younger generation of the demon clan would certainly rival that of the human race. The newly ascended disciples of the demon tribe gazed at Ye Xingchen with expressions of sheer excitement, regarding him as if he were a divine being. While the other members of the demon tribe were taken aback, they seemed to have acclimated to such extraordinary events. They might express astonishment at others. But when it came to their esteemed leader, the emperor, they found it entirely natural. However, in the next moment, numerous celestial emperors and ancestors, including the empress Ye Xingchen, appeared suddenly in the Wanyao Square, their faces etched with grave expressions. Upon the unexpected arrival of the empress and the celestial emperors, the countenance of the demon tribe members shifted dramatically, as if they had suddenly grasped a profound understanding. Meanwhile, in the human territories, various factions were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the astonishing occurrences within the demon realm. Not only had there been frequent celestial phenomena, but the laws of the great Tao had also manifested in the void, accompanied by an influx of purple qi stretching for miles. This left countless factions in shock, pondering whether the demon tribe had birthed an unparalleled prodigy. Recent anomalies within the demon realm led many to speculate that a great era was approaching, heralding the rise of the demon tribe. Within the main hall of the Shangqing Palace, a middle-aged man with a complexion as pale as jade sat regally upon the throne. Exudinia dirifayinyoha. Various ethereal images of divine beasts surrounded him, radiating brilliance akin to that of an ancient deity, exalted and untouchable. Have we ascertained the situation? What exactly has transpired within the demon tribe that has led to the manifestation of the laws of the great Tao and the frequent celestial phenomena? His authoritative voice resonated throughout the grand hall, addressing the numerous individuals exuding formidable energies below. This man was none other than Huangfu Bue, the master of Shangqing Palace, a celestial emperor and one of the rare 8th-grade alchemists among the human race. Upon hearing the voice of Huangfu Buba, an elderly man with white hair clasped his fists and addressed, "Esteemed Palace Master, I have received word that today marks the day when the demon race's emperor will impart teachings to his disciples. I surmise that the recent occurrences within the demon territory are undoubtedly linked to the emperor." At the mention of the white-haired elder, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow and inquired, "The demon race's emperor? Is he not the same human man referenced by Elder Han Chuanluo, the husband of the empress Luo Qingshan?" "Indeed, it is he," the elder confirmed. Huangfu Buba's brow knitted in contemplation, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. The Qinggong Palace is currently the sole entity aware that the husband of the demon empress is a member of the human race. He gazed at the white-haired elder and remarked, This individual possesses an exceedingly mysterious background. I have secretly dispatched individuals to investigate for a considerable time, yet their identity remains undisclosed. I even suspect he may very well be affiliated with the reclusive giant known as the Holy Sect. Elder by in just over 10 days, the inaugural auction of the Great Yin Dynasty will commence. It is certain that representatives from hidden families and the Holy Sect will attend. At that time, let us dispatch someone to inquire further to ascertain whether this individual is indeed affiliated with the Holy Sect. Furthermore, the recent elixirs sold by the demon race are likely products of his alchemical prowess. The revelation that the husband of the demon empress is a member of the human race, if disseminated, will undoubtedly pique the interest of many. Huangfu Buba's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light as he addressed the white-haired elder below. Upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's words, the elderly man with white hair immediately clasped his hands in salute, nodding in acknowledgement, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable brilliance. After all, when Ye Xingchen had ventured into the human realm for training, she had offended numerous powers, and it was only natural that they would harbor a heightened interest in her husband. Chapter 33. The Terrifying Thunder Calamity. The courage of the demon race disciples in this moment. Huangfu Bubi's eyes shimmered with an eerie light, mirrored by the old elder's gaze, both revealing an enigmatic glint. It was evident that many factions within the human race were intrigued by the husband of the demon empress. The scene shifted to the demon race's Wanyao Square, where all present gazed pallidly at the void of the demon realm. At that moment, the entire demon sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with fierce winds howling, as an abyss of darkness rapidly enveloped the territory of the demons. Enormous clouds swirled in the demon void, forming colossal tribulation clouds shimmering with countless blue lightning dragons, each exuding a terrifying aura of death. The overwhelming pressure rendered the demons below pale and trembling. Yet, amidst their fear, the demon folk were engulfed in a peculiar joy, completely oblivious to the fact that transcending into the realm of tribulation required enduring the baptism of thunder. At this moment, although other demons also sensed the dreadful pressure emanating from the calamity clouds, their feelings were markedly different. After all, these clouds were not directed at them, but rather at the newly transformed demon disciples. The previously exhilarated disciples now felt the terrifying pressure from the void, their faces turning ashen as a visceral sensation of impending doom surged within them, a feeling so genuine yet utterly paralyzing, akin to that of an ant facing the celestial decree. Gazing at the increasingly ominous pressure looming above the demon clan, the venerable immortal emperors instantaneously materialized in the Wanyao Plaza. With solemn expressions, they observed the terrifying calamity clouds overhead, which began to merge with alarming rapidity. In their eyes, a myriad of complex emotions surfaced as they turned to the direction of Ye Xingchen, seemingly awaiting the decision of the demon empress. Ye Xingchen stood there, observing the calamity clouds that flickered ominously above, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He could easily sense that these clouds were aimed at the newly transformed disciples of the demon clan below. Ye Xingchen appeared beside Ye Xingchen, her countenance more serious than ever. She gazed at him with profound affection and reluctance, uttering, "Husband, shortly. Allow Xiong Wuwei and Xiong Wutian to escort you away from the demon clan to reside in the Wandan Pavilion for a few days. Your presence here troubles me greatly." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen gently shook his head, responding softly, "Is it because of the calamity clouds above? Do they portend great tribulation for the demon clan? Is that why you appear so grave?" With a serious expression, Ye Xingchen looked earnestly at Ye Xingchen, his voice imbued with concern. He anxiously glanced upward at the merging, ever-expanding black clouds. Understanding her husband's disposition, Ye Xingchen hastily clarified, "Husband, ordinarily, everyone who seeks to transcend to the thunder tribulation realm must endure the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Upon overcoming the tribulation, the heavenly Tao bestows blessings, enhancing the physical form of all who have broken through, thereby laying a robust foundation for future tribulations." Originally, The disciples of the demon clan achieving a breakthrough from the transformation stage to the thunder tribulation stage was a momentous occasion. However, everyone overlooked the fact that the simultaneous experience of the heavenly tribulation by such a multitude would lead to the fusion of these tribulations, resulting in a significantly more formidable conglomerate tribulation. If it were merely a standard heavenly tribulation, the disciples, aided by the demon clan's robust physical forms, would surely withstand it. Yet, with the amalgamation of so many tribulations, their intensity has surpassed that of ordinary tribulations by countless magnitudes, rendering it insurmountable for these disciples. We are unable to intervene on their behalf. Otherwise, the same level of tribulation would descend upon us, becoming even more terrifying. The entire demon clan could be annihilated in an instant. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen inquired, "In such a predicament, does my dear wife possess a solution?" With a soft sigh at Ye Xingchen's question, Ye Xingchen replied, "There are methods available. We may either abandon these demon disciples or activate the protective formation of the demon clan, hoping that it can assist them in overcoming this calamity. However, should they fail to endure, the entirety of the myriad demon square may be reduced to ashes, along with the chaos furnace, the heavenly demon transformation tower, and these demon disciples. Therefore, my husband, it is imperative that you swiftly depart with those two brothers. And all other members of the demon clan must vacate the myriad demon square. It is hoped that the protective formation of the mountains can withstand this terrifying thunder tribulation. Otherwise, not only will the ancestral artifact of the demon clan and the chaos furnace be lost, but these disciples will also face dire consequences." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, all the members of the demon clan gazed with helplessness in their eyes. It was not that they were unwilling to lend a hand. Rather, they were paralyzed by fear and the weight of their own limitations. Should they intervene, the heavenly path would take notice and, in accordance with the cultivator's strength, amplify the intensity of the thunder tribulation, making it even more formidable. The demon disciples, despite their pale faces in the face of such a terrifying storm, stood resolutely, their gazes unwavering. They bowed respectfully to Ye Xingchen and Ye Xingchen, clasping their fists in salute, proclaiming, "We humbly report to the emperor and the empress. For the sake of the demon clan, we are willing to face death. The ancestral artifact and the chaos furnace are the very foundation of our lineage. They must not be lost. Otherwise, even if we survive, we would be condemned as eternal sinners of the demon clan. We implore the empress to command everyone to evacuate the myriad demon square." The weight of these disciples' words cast a heavy pall over the hearts of all present, who understood the gravity of their intentions. Only when the one marked by the thunder tribulation perishes will the storm dissipate. As they gazed upward at the ominous rumble of thunder, which echoed like the cataclysmic roar of the heavens, the sheer might of the impending storm cleaved the very fabric of the void above the demon clan, splitting it asunder. Countless bolts of terrifying lightning descended, seemingly heralding an eternity of death, ready to obliterate all beneath them in the next heartbeat. Upon hearing the words of the disciples of the demon clan, tears glistened in the eyes of all present. They had just achieved their transformation, with boundless possibilities ahead. Yet now, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the future of their race. What immense courage this demanded. At that moment, Ye Xingchen felt an overwhelming weight in her heart. As the empress of the demon clan, she was torn between the countless newly transformed disciples and the foundational future of their kind. Both represented the destiny of the demon race, and she found herself unable to choose. However, as the empress, she was compelled to make a decision. Casting her gaze upon the powerful demon emperors, her authoritative voice resonated. "Esteemed ancestors, join me in activating the great formation of the demon clan. All others, swiftly vacate the Wan Yao Square and bear the emperor away with haste." As the empress and sovereign of the demon race, she would never sacrifice a single disciple for the sake of their future. Just as she prepared to raise the protective formation, she felt a firm hand clasping her own. Turning to look, she was astonished to find it was her husband. At that moment, The brothers Xiong Wufa and Xiong Wutian wore expressions of delight as they left the Wan Yao Square, cradling a bottle of exquisite divine wine. The departing demons surrounding them gazed at Xiong Wufa and Xiong Wutian, astonished that they had left the empress behind in the Wan Yao Square for the sake of a mere bottle of fine wine. Everyone cast furious glances at the two miscreants. Sui Hua marched directly to Xiong Wufei's side, twisting his ear in exasperation. In a moment of desperation, Xiong Wufei exclaimed, "It is the esteemed emperor who has commanded me to sip fine wine from the sidelines and witness his magical feats. The emperor has declared that he will make Lei Lai vanish, and I am to observe alongside the second brother." Upon hearing Xiong Wufei's words, the surrounding demon clan members grew even more incensed. Noticing the fury etched on their faces, Xiong Wufei declared, "What are you all so angry about? I have faith in the emperor. Since he has uttered it, he shall undoubtedly fulfill it." Sui Hua, infuriated by Xiong Wufei's unwavering faith, kicked him to the ground and spat, "You blindly follow the emperor's words. How could he possibly resolve such a terrifying fusion of thunder tribulations? It is mere folly to think of it as a magic trick. You imbecile." Despite being knocked down, Xiong Wufei merely smiled at Sui Hua with a simple-hearted grin and replied, "I trust the emperor, just as I once believed he would concoct the longevity elixir, and indeed he succeeded." At that moment, his words resonated through the ranks of the demon clan, causing a collective tremor. They turned their gazes towards the direction of the Wan Yao Square, struggling to fathom that such a formidable thunder tribulation could truly be dispelled by the emperor. If that were to come to pass, the emperor would forever be their revered deity. Meanwhile, on the Wan Yao Square, Ye Xingchen, observing Luo Qingshan's anxious demeanor, offered a gentle smile before soaring towards the celestial demon transformation tower. With a single utterance, Ye Xingchen, clad in a solitary stance, left the entire demon clan speechless. Mouths agape, frozen in place, as silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even the resounding echoes in the void came to an abrupt halt. In that moment, Ye Xingchen's silhouette resembled that of a deity. Chapter 34. A single word to repel the thunder tribulation. The demon clan's master at this juncture. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the void, Ye Xingchen maintained an unruffled demeanor, gazing at Luo Qingshan with profound affection, softly inquiring, "My beloved, do you trust your husband?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why he would pose such a question in such dire circumstances. Yet, upon witnessing the depth of emotion in Ye Xingchen's eyes, her anxious heart inexplicably settled, and with a playful glare, she tenderly replied, "My husband is the one closest to me, the one I cherish deeply. Of course, I trust you implicitly." As the exchange unfolded, the entirety of the demon clan was once again treated to a display of affection, akin to being fed a wave of dog food, which seemed to invigorate the thunder tribulation in the void, intensifying its ominous aura, as if poised to strike at any moment. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen offered a gentle smile, affectionately brushing his fingers against her delicate nose in front of everyone. Luo Qingshan's face flushed crimson, casting him an exasperated glance. Meanwhile, countless members of the demon clan, along with disciples present at the heavenly demon square, stood utterly stunned by the spectacle. The disciples, almost moved to tears, pondered the propriety of such an intimate display between the esteemed demon empress and the emperor before such a multitude. In this moment of abundant affection, they were thoroughly satiated, yearning for the impending tribulation to descend upon them, an opportunity to administer a fitting punishment to the two. With a resounding boom, the void erupted. In the next instant, as if responding to the collective thoughts of the demon disciples, the storm clouds above the 10,000 demons square converged completely. Amidst the pitch-black tempest, lightning surged like roaring dragons, incessantly writhing, the thunderous roars awakening all the petrified demons in an instant. Ye Xingchen lifted his gaze towards the heavens, no longer lingering. With a single step, he ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial demon transformation tower. At that moment, Ye Xingchen stood with his hands clasped behind him, his white robes billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of transcendent majesty. He resembled a deity surveying the mortal realm, and a voice of unparalleled authority resonated. Disperse. No sooner had Ye Xingchen's words echoed than a startling phenomenon unfolded before the astonished eyes of all the demons. The once fearsome storm clouds, crackling with lightning, began to recede, revealing a clear sky in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all the demons below stood frozen in disbelief. The entire 10,000 demons square fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed upon the white-robed figure atop the celestial demon transformation tower. That silhouette, resolute yet shrouded in mystery, stood like an ancient deity amidst the cosmos, invoking a profound sense of reverence. In this moment, even in Luo Qingshan's eyes, there resided an overwhelming admiration. This was their demon sovereign, a figure who appeared to be merely at the innate realm, yet possessed an unfathomable power. The only ninth-grade alchemist in the divine wasteland, capable of crafting extraordinary elixirs that could extend life by 100,000 years with effortless ease, casually delivering his teachings. The Emperor of the Tao manifests extraordinary phenomena, effortlessly wielding his hand to enable the disciples of various demon clans to ascend to a higher realm. In a moment of peril for the demon race, his mere words could dispel terrifying tribulations. At this juncture, Xiong Wuwei burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming loudly, "Ha ha! Do you see? I told you the Emperor could achieve this. Oof. If the esteemed Emperor declares it can vanish, then it shall indeed vanish." At that moment, all the demon clansfolk are roused by Xiong Wuwei's voice, gazing at the sky where the dreadful storm clouds recede. Golden beams of energy descending from a void into the bodies of the demon disciples. In this instant, all the young demon disciples, who have just broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm, find their cultivation solidified and reach the pinnacle of that realm. It is believed that before long, they will achieve another breakthrough without any instability in their realms. This is the benefit of undergoing the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation. Although they did not personally experience that terrifying trial, the heavenly Tao still bestows its blessings upon them. The esteemed ancestors and powerful beings of the demon race witness the young disciples, all of whom have attained the utmost in the Thunder Tribulation realm. This status is unparalleled across the divine wilderness continent, surpassing even the foremost human factions, which possess far fewer disciples at this level. These disciples represent the foundation of the demon race, the promise of its future, and it is the figure clad in white, their ninth-grade alchemist, the amiable, mysterious, and formidable Emperor, who has granted the demon race all of this. At this moment, Ye Xingchen, feeling the affectionate intent emanating from the heavenly Tao, could not help but smile faintly. It was fortunate that the heavenly Tao granted him such regard. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to take action. With his cultivation having surpassed the limits of the divine wasteland continent, and possessing the unparalleled chaos body akin to the favored child of the great Tao, it was only natural that the heavenly Tao would show him favor. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, Ye Xingchen uttered a single word. To his astonishment, it succeeded, and he could distinctly sense the heavenly Tao's warmth towards him, as if he were the dearest friend of the heavenly Tao itself. Once more, he smiled gently at the sky, acknowledging the heavenly Tao's presence, before he swiftly returned to the Wanyao Plaza. Suddenly, an ancient and profound voice resonated from deep within the demon tribe. From this day forth, Emperor Ye Xingchen shall be the master of the demon tribe. All members of the demon tribe shall bow in respect, for he stands equal to this emperor. In that instant, the unexpected proclamation stirred excitement among all the demon tribe's people, who bowed deeply towards the source of the voice and proclaimed, "We humbly obey the decree of the great emperor. We humbly obey the decree of the great emperor." Upon hearing the voice of Emperor Luo Tianhe of the demon tribe, Ye Xingchen was about to refuse when he was stopped by Luo Qingshan, who stood beside him, her face alight with joy. In the next moment, all the demon tribe members, excluding Luo Qingshan, including the venerable celestial emperors, bowed deeply before Ye Xingchen, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master of the demon tribe." We pay our respects to the master of the demon tribe. Observing the excitement in the eyes of those around him, Ye Xingchen felt a sense of helplessness. He glanced at Ye Xingchen, who, similarly filled with enthusiasm, softly urged, "Husband, it is time to allow them to rise." At her words, Ye Xingchen managed a wry smile. To be truthful, he held little interest in being the master of the demon clan, although his prowess would pose no challenges in that regard. With a gentle sigh, he addressed the assembly. "Everyone, please rise." Upon hearing his words, the demon folk stood up, their faces alight with fervor. Noticing the helpless expression on Ye Xingchen's face, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle softly. "There is no need for such formality, my husband. The title of master among the demon clan is merely a mark of nobility, one that commands respect from all, including the clan's elders. Only those of the highest esteem are worthy of such a title. It is not at all akin to the role of a master among the human race. There is no necessity for you to impart teachings to the demon folk. However, given your caliber, should you choose to enlighten them, your wisdom would undoubtedly be well received." With a teasing glint in her eyes, she regarded her husband. Realizing her playful demeanor stemmed from his earlier display of power, Ye Xingchen was about to offer an explanation. Yet, he noticed Ye Xingchen slightly shake her head, as if she anticipated his thoughts. "Do you know what my husband wishes to convey? There is no need for explanations. I trust you implicitly, just as I trust myself. For you are my husband, and that alone is sufficient." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen gazed at her with profound gratitude, his eyes filled with deep affection, gently nodding in acknowledgement. The faces of all the Yaoju were alight with excitement. As the revered master of the Yaoju, the emperor's authority was unquestioned, and he indeed possessed the qualifications to assume this esteemed position. Although the specifics of the emperor's prowess remained shrouded in mystery, the mere ability to dispel the thunder tribulation with a single utterance indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, as a ninth-grade alchemist, the emperor stood alone as the sole master of such caliber throughout the entire divine wasteland. In addition to his other contributions, he provided the Yaoju with a chaotic furnace capable of autonomously refining third-grade elixirs, akin to the finest Qing Yao, as well as exquisite divine wine. He also imparted knowledge to the younger generation of the Yaoju, laying a solid foundation for their future. Given these numerous merits, none among the Yaoju could harbor any dissent regarding the emperor's role as their master, not even the venerable Shi Levo, who harbored a sense of reverence. Observing the excitement reflected in the eyes of those present, Ye Xingchen recalled the courage of the Yaoju disciples, who were willing to sacrifice their lives for their kin, as well as the kindness emanating from everyone around him. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his decision to remain with the Yaoju. In his previous life, he had been ensnared in the treachery of the human race, betrayed by those closest to him. Yet in this new existence, he found himself enveloped in an unprecedented warmth within the Yaoju, alongside the cherished companionship of his beloved wife. At this moment, Ye Xingchen experienced a profound sense of belonging. Initially drawn to the Yaoju solely because of Ye Xingchen, he now truly regarded the Yaoju as his home. Here, there was no deceit or intrigue characteristic of the human realm, only mutual support and unwavering camaraderie. As Ye Xingchen gazed down at the excitement and admiration reflected in the eyes of the demon clan, he could sense that these emotions were genuine and heartfelt, rather than feigned. With his formidable strength, he easily discerned this truth. Addressing the crowd below, Ye Xingchen proclaimed, "Today is a joyous occasion, and this emperor has a gift to bestow, which I hope all of you will cherish." Upon hearing that the emperor had another gift, anticipation illuminated the faces of everyone present. Each of the emperor's previous offerings had left them astounded, and this time would likely be no different. Indeed, the next moment unfolded in a manner that would astonish all. In Chapter 35, the ancient spirit gathering array, deep affection between couples. The crowd's expectation grew palpable as Ye Xingchen, wearing a serene smile, casually flipped his hand, revealing a resplendent golden array platform. As soon as this platform appeared, an overwhelming surge of celestial energy began to flow in from all directions. Even the ethereal celestial energy in the void transformed into a magnificent waterfall, cascading down towards the array platform where Ye Xingchen stood. Instantly, all the members of the demon clan felt the richness of the celestial energy surrounding them intensify. The ancient ancestors at the celestial emperor level exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes sparkling with disbelief as they exclaimed, "Emperor, could it be? Is it truly the long-lost ancient spirit gathering array?" Upon hearing the words of the ancient ancestors of the demon clan, the expressions of all the demons around changed dramatically, their faces etched with astonishment. Indeed, the gifts from the emperor are always astonishing. However, Ye Xingchen remained composed, nodding with a smile. Indeed, this is the ancient gathering spirit array, capable of autonomously gathering the celestial spirit energy from the heavens and the earth, amplifying the spirit energy in the area it covers manifold. The Myriad Demon Square is a frequent gathering place for disciples, spacious enough to accommodate many. Thus, the Emperor has decided to place this ancient gathering spirit array here, allowing all demon disciples to come and cultivate. Upon finishing his words, Ye Xingchen casually clapped his hands, and a resplendent ancient array platform was cast into the Myriad Demon Square. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system in his heart. System, activate the ancient gathering spirit array. Ding! The ancient gathering spirit array has been successfully activated and is now automatically inscribed into the demon clan's grand array. As soon as the system's voice faded, a brilliant golden light flashed, enveloping the entire Myriad Demon Square in a radiant glow, which then vanished into the void. All present were astonished to discover that the celestial spirit energy in the square had surged several times, its richness rivaling that of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, with only the faintest difference. At this moment, even the ancient ancestors could hardly remain seated. Such a rich cultivation environment would undoubtedly accelerate the breakthroughs of the demon disciples. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen spoke, "Elder Xiong Wufa, Xiong Wutian. You three must immediately investigate the extent of the coverage of the ancient gathering spirit array." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the three individuals promptly nodded in agreement and vanished from sight. After approximately half a stick of incense, they returned with expressions brimming with excitement. Observing their exhilaration, everyone awaited their response with keen anticipation. Reporting to the Emperor, the ancient gathering spirit array centered around the Wanyao Square has expanded outward in all directions, remarkably covering a substantial portion of the core territory of the Cloud Cliff Mountains Demon Clan, even beyond the Wanyao Square. The richness of the celestial spiritual aura within the chambers has multiplied several times over for all demon kin. Upon hearing their report, the eyes of all present demon kin shimmered with fervor. Such a dense, celestial spiritual aura would enable even the most unassuming of beings to attain immortality in such an environment. At this moment, the density of the celestial spiritual aura among the demon kin rivaled that of the reclusive titans of the holy sect. As night fell, after a long day of toil, Ye Xingchen finally reclined upon the grand bed of the Phoenix Nest Palace, gazing at the blushing, kitten-like figure of Luo Qingshan nestled in his arms. A wave of pride surged within him. Sensing the delight emanating from her husband, Luo Qingshan's exquisite visage flushed with bashfulness as she shot him a reproachful glance. Recalling the antics of this troublesome companion, her embarrassment deepened. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen relished the moment, a smirk gracing his lips, filled with a sense of triumph, as if he had accomplished something remarkable that filled his heart with secret joy. Luo Qingshan, observing the slight curve of Ye Xingchen's lips, quickly comprehended the mischief brewing in his mind. With a playful yet exasperated swat at his chest, her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. After a playful interlude filled with laughter, Luo Qingshan suddenly fell silent, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Ye Xingchen. With heartfelt sincerity, she spoke, "Husband, thank you for everything you have done for the Demon Clan. I'm truly moved and feel so blessed." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words and seeing the moisture in her eyes, Ye Xingchen tenderly embraced her, planting a loving kiss upon her forehead. In a gentle tone, he replied, "As husband and wife, I'm willing to do all of this for you, my dear, because you are my beloved wife. That alone is enough. It was akin to how she, despite knowing he harbored secrets, had never pressed him for answers, merely stating, because I am your wife. Luo Xingchen, fully aware of her own secrets, yet never inquiring about them, embodied the essence of understanding and deep love. How could Ye Xingchen not be moved and enamored by such a woman? At that moment, hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Xingchen tightened her embrace around him. A playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She playfully huffed, I'm not. I have questions for you right now, husband. Do not try to placate me with words. As he looked at the spirited Luo Xingchen in his arms, Ye Xingchen's heart brimmed with affection. As the empress, she revealed her truest self only before him, her playful demeanor serving to dispel his feelings of guilt. How could he not be utterly captivated by such an astute and charming woman? Gazing at Luo Xingchen, Ye Xingchen's eyes brimmed with tenderness as he softly remarked, My dear, feel free to inquire about anything. Your husband shall share all that he knows without reservation. Observing the affection in Ye Xingchen's gaze, Luo Xingchen responded with a charming smile and inquired, Surely, my husband possesses great strength? Upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. A mischievous expression instantly gracing his face as he boldly retorted, Is it not clear to you just how formidable I am, my dear? Witnessing her husband's playful demeanor, Luo Xingchen felt a rush of embarrassment, realizing that he had completely misunderstood her intent. Noticing her blushing countenance, Ye Xingchen waved his hand, and the room was enveloped in darkness. In that moment, the air was filled with Luo Xingchen's shy voice, Husband, my dear, that is not what I meant. You have misunderstood me. In the next instant, the moon outside shyly concealed itself behind the clouds, causing the room to radiate an intense warmth. The following morning, Luo Xingchen slowly awoke, finding herself tightly embraced by her husband, akin to an octopus. With a resigned smile, her cheeks flushed, she shot him a playful glare. She had thoroughly grasped her husband's prowess. This troublesome man took delight in teasing her, she mused shyly. Suddenly, a voice from outside the room broke the moment. Your Majesty, the Xintian sect has come to visit. Chapter 36. The Visit of the Xintian Sect, the Celestial Emperor's Guard. At that moment, as Luo Xingchen gazed bashfully at her husband, a voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Your Majesty, the Grand Elder has sent word that the Xintian sect is here for a visit. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingchen furrowed her brows slightly and replied, I see. They must have brought disciples with them again. Outside, Qinger's voice, tinged with irritation, responded, Your Majesty. This time the Xintian sect has brought even more disciples, all of whom are at the Thunder Tribulation and Great Ascension stages, numbering over 10. Luo Xingchen's brows tightened instantly upon hearing this, and she called out to Qing outside, Understood? Let the Grand Elder take them to the Lianyan Hall and extend a proper welcome. At that moment, Qing, pouting with an expression of anger, sighed helplessly upon hearing Luo Xingchen's words, acknowledged with a reply, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Luo Xingchen, still with furrowed brows, was about to rise and quietly depart when she was unexpectedly pulled into the embrace of Ye Xingchen, who was feigning sleep. As she gazed at the now-awake Ye Xingchen, her brows relaxed instantly, replaced by a look of joy as she softly exclaimed, Husband, you're awake. Ye Xingchen, looking at her with affectionate eyes, gently replied, My dear, did I cause you worry with my frown just now? Was it because of the Xintian sect? Feeling the tenderness in her husband's gaze and hearing his words, Luo Xingchen nodded slightly. The Xintian sect is a human force that borders our demon territory, and it is quite powerful among human factions. In ancient times, it was once one of the most prominent powers in the divine wilderness continent. However, for reasons unknown, there was a gradual decline later on. Nevertheless, a thin dead camel is still larger than a horse. The Xintian sect remains among the top-tier powers, due to its proximity to the territory of the demon clan. The Xintian sect frequently leads its disciples to visit, ostensibly for the purpose of engagement, but in reality, it is merely an opportunity for the disciples to spar and compete. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and remarked, "My dear, the interactions between the demon clan and the human clan, the sparring holds only advantages. Why does my husband frown upon meeting his wife?" In response to her husband's words, Luo Qingshan could only manage a wry smile. She gazed at Ye Xingchen and gently replied, "Husband, initially I too believed that engaging in competitions with the human clan would benefit the disciples of the demon clan. Hence, when the Xintian sect arrived, the entire demon clan was quite pleased and warmly welcomed them. Yet, the Xintian sect took advantage of these contests to gamble against us, adopting a condescending attitude. How could the disciples of the demon clan endure such provocations? Moreover, the disciples they sent to spar were all immensely powerful, and time after time, our demon clan suffered defeats, resulting in substantial losses of spirit stones. It seems the Xintian sect regards the demon clan as a mere source of easily obtainable spirit stones, visiting us regularly. Furthermore, in these contests, our demon clan's disciples, who have just transformed and mostly possess the strength of the Golden Core stage, stand no chance against their disciples from the Thunder Realm and the Great Ascension stage. This indeed reflects a shortcoming of our demon clan. Though the disciples of the demon race possess formidable physical prowess, enabling them to triumph even against those at the divine transformation stage, they find themselves outmatched by human disciples who are 2 realms above them. Consequently, they have faced multiple defeats at the hands of the Xintian sect. The recent celestial phenomena observed among the demon race have likely drawn the Xintian sect's attention, leading them to speculate that some treasure may have emerged, thus seeking to take advantage of this situation. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen comprehended the implications, realizing that the Xintian sect was far from benevolent. It was akin to outright robbery. Suddenly inspired, Ye Xingchen smiled and remarked, "My dear, our newly transformed disciples have all advanced to the Thunder Tribulation stage. Even when facing those in the Great Ascension stage, they can hold their own. This time, the Xintian sect is bound to face disappointment." Luo Qingshan paused, as if recollecting something important, her face lighting up with excitement. A smile curved her lips as she exclaimed, "Hee, I almost forgot my anger towards the Xintian sect. Thankfully, you reminded me. Now, our demon disciples are on par with those from any other sect. We must ensure that the Xintian sect suffers considerable losses this time, avenging our grievances." After speaking, Luo Qingshan rose gracefully, showcasing her flawless figure. Noticing the mischievous grin on her husband's face, she playfully glared at him. Once she had prepared herself, she turned to Ye Xingchen and said, "Darling, I shall head to the Lianyan Hall to confront the Xintian sect. You may join me later if you wish." With that, she eagerly made her way towards the Lianyan Hall, observing his wife in a state of fluster. A rare sight of Luo Qingshan's uncharacteristic demeanor before outsiders, Ye Xingchen could only manage a wry smile. It appeared that the Xintian sect had indeed gravely offended Luo Qingshan. This time, it seemed that the sect would truly face the consequences of their actions. Lying in bed, he reminisced about the enchanting melodies of the Shao from the previous night, a soft smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with tenderness. Rising to prepare himself, he made his way to the window of his study, absorbing the vibrant surge of celestial energy, which had multiplied several times due to the recent growth of the demon race. Gazing outside, he marveled at the flourishing vegetation and various spirit beasts, a sense of accomplishment blossoming within him, knowing he had played a part in this flourishing. Recalling that he had yet to check in for the day, he addressed the system directly. "System, commence today's check-in." A melodic chime resonated, announcing, "The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 1 million premium celestial stones, which have been stored in the system space." Another chime followed. "The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 1 million bottles of exquisite divine wine, which have been stored in the system space." Yet another chime sounded. "The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 Celestial Emperor Guardian cards. With the Celestial Emperor Guardian cards, upon usage, An unparalleled powerhouse of the Celestial Emperor realm would appear, utterly loyal to the host, ready to fulfill any command. A cascade of delightful sounds echoed in Ye Xingchen's ears, and upon hearing about the Celestial Emperor Guardian cards, he found himself leaping with excitement. 10 Celestial Emperor Guardian cards equate to 10 formidable Celestial Emperors, a fact that is far from trivial. Gazing at the system's space filled with millions of exquisite celestial stones and the radiant Celestial Emperor Guardian cards, Ye Xingchen's mind sparked a bold notion. He contemplated seizing an opportunity to visit the human realm. Perhaps the upcoming auction of the great Yin Empire would serve as an excellent chance. With this thought, a dazzling ambition ignited in Ye Xingchen's eyes, emanating a terrifying aura reminiscent of an ancient emperor, causing the very space around him to tremble slightly. In that moment, Ye Xingchen resembled a majestic sovereign, dominating the divine wilderness and subduing the ages. Chapter 37. Breaking Through Oneself, Ascending to the Pinnacle. Nie Zhenbei's schemes at this moment. Ye Xingchen surveyed the millions of exquisite celestial stones and the brilliant Emperor Guardian cards within the system space. A daring idea took root in his mind. Having experienced a previous life, Ye Xingchen understood the paramount importance of strength. This strength encompasses not only one's own power, but also various other factors. If solely considering his personal might, Ye Xingchen could easily overpower the entirety of the divine wilderness continent. Observing the enchanting scenery of the demon realm outside, an unprecedented impulse surged within him. In his past life, he had been diligent and earnest, yet ultimately fell victim to betrayal by those closest to him due to a lack of formidable power. Now that he had the chance to relive his life, possessing everything he wished to protect, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle and lead his beloved to behold the grandeur of the world. At this moment, Ye Xingchen exuded an unconscious yet formidable aura of authority, reminiscent of an ancient deity, effortlessly dominating the divine wilderness and subduing the ages. He resolved to commence with the Xintian sect. Gazing out at the scenery, a steadfast light sparkled in Ye Xingchen's eyes as he contemplated his thoughts. The scene shifted to the Lianyan Hall, where an elderly man, his face adorned with pride, sat comfortably as though in the sanctuary of his own sect. Surrounding him were dozens of disciples from the Xintian sect, each wearing expressions of arrogance, embodying the belief that they were the pinnacle of existence. Sensing a sudden surge in the celestial essence emanating from the demon race, the white-haired elder mused to himself. It appears that the sect leader's predictions were indeed accurate. In recent days, the demon realm has been rife with celestial phenomena and the manifestation of great paths. Something must have transpired. Otherwise, such a dramatic increase in celestial essence would be unfathomable. The richness of this aura is already comparable to the small world inhabited by the ancestors of the Xintian sect. Moreover, the demon race has recently been selling elixirs, albeit of the first grade, yet their efficacy rivals that of third-grade elixirs from the Shangqing Palace, all at a remarkably low price, an unprecedented occurrence across the divine wilderness. This expedition to the demon realm is not solely to amass wealth, but also to investigate the origins of these elixirs. Should I manage to procure the formula, it would be an unparalleled triumph. The demon race, born as a beastly lineage, foolishly aspires to emulate humanity, utterly unaware of their limitations. Despite enduring the tribulation of transformation, they may appear indistinguishable from humans. Yet, at their core, they remain beasts. With a touch of cunning, I can easily manipulate them into relinquishing vast amounts of spirit stones for the sake of their so-called pride. This time, the old man intends not only to return laden with treasures, but also to compel them to hand over the alchemical formulas. With these formulas in hand, an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones will follow, thereby empowering the disciples of the Xintian sect to a formidable degree. Particularly, the Holy Son, endowed with an extraordinary destiny, has unexpectedly acquired the legacy of an ancient giant, possessing the Heavenly Emperor's sacred body, which is unparalleled in its might. At such a tender age, he has already been taken under the wing of the elder ancestor to cultivate in a miniature realm. It is said by the sect master that the Holy Sun has now transcended the realm of Xingchen and reached the golden immortal stage. And coupled with the overwhelming prowess of the heavenly emperor's sacred body, he stands as one of the most formidable figures even among the elite disciples of the highest echelons. In due time, with the Holy Sun at the helm, the Xingchen sect is destined to reclaim the unparalleled glory of the ancient era. Upon contemplating this, the white-haired elder could not help but chuckle softly, eliciting knowing smiles from the dozens of Xingchen sect disciples behind him, who surmised that the Grand Elder must have conceived yet another ingenious method to extract more spirit stones from the demon tribe. This venerable white-haired elder is none other than Ye Xingchen, the Grand Elder of the Xingchen sect, a figure of emperor-level power. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared within the Lianyan Hall. It was none other than Wei Donglai, the chief guardian of the Empress Luo Qingxian. Casting a glance at Ye Xingchen seated there, he spoke. Elder Nye, the Empress requests that you all accompany me to the Cloud Summit Arena, where she and the esteemed elders of the demon tribe are awaiting your arrival. Recognizing the figure in black, Ye Xingchen acknowledged Wei Donglai, having visited the demon tribe on several occasions and being familiar with the Empress's chief guardian. Upon hearing Wei Donglai's words, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and responded, Leader Wei, it has been quite some time. Your strength has grown even more formidable. I must admit, I failed to perceive your presence. I am truly in awe. At Ye Xingchen's remarks, a peculiar light flickered in Wei Donglai's eyes, yet he merely replied softly, Please, Elder Nye. Noticing the unusual glimmer in Wei Donglai's gaze and his succinct response, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but frown slightly. In the past, Wei Donglai would have exchanged pleasantries, and under his praise would have been inclined to share more, allowing Ye Xingchen to glean a wealth of information. Now, however, Wei Donglai's singular reply and a strange light in his eyes stirred something within Ye Xingchen. Ultimately, he smiled and nodded, rising to lead the disciples of Xuantianzong towards the Cloud Summit Arena. At this moment, an expansive arena lay before them, surrounded by golden stands, where countless disciples of the demon race were already seated. At the forefront of the arena, the Empress Luo Qingxian sat calmly in the main seat, awaiting the arrival of the Xuantianzong members. Before long, Luo Qingxian observed the disciples of Xuantianzong approaching her position under Wei Donglai's guidance. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful demon empress, who exuded an overwhelming aura of celestial imperial power, Ye Xingchen and the Xuantianzong disciples dared not meet her gaze directly and immediately bowed in respect towards Luo Qingxian. This gesture was a tribute to the might of a celestial emperor. As Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingxian's authoritative voices resonated, Ye Xingchen remarked, El dernier. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat. Upon hearing Luo Qingxian's words, Ye Xingchen led the disciples of the Xingchen sect to take their places in the viewing platform below. The platform was already adorned with exquisite celestial tea and ethereal fruits. After settling down, Ye Xingchen, unable to contain his eagerness, spoke up, Your Majesty. This time I have brought the disciples of the Xingchen sect to engage in a friendly exchange with the demon clan. Shall we proceed according to the customary rules and begin directly? Observing Ye Xingchen's impatent demeanor, a subtle smile grazed Luo Qingxian's lips, as if she had been reminded of something delightful. She replied, As esteemed guest from the Xingchen sect, let Elder Nye dictate the rules. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Ye Xingchen's eyes, and with a chuckle, he responded, In that case, let us adhere to the traditional customs. However, this time, at the behest of our sect leader, I hope to explore a collaboration with the demon clan. Luo Qingxian, intrigued by Ye Xingchen's proposition, smiled gently and inquired, Collaboration? I wonder what the leader of the Xingchen sect envisions in this partnership with the demon clan? In response, Ye Xingchen also smiled faintly and replied, The newly established Wandan Pavilion of the demon clan, which offers a variety of elixirs, I wish for the Xingchen sect to become its exclusive agent. As a paramount force among the human race, the Xingchen sect can undoubtedly facilitate the rapid penetration of the demon clan's 3 elixirs into the human market. Certainly, If the empress is willing, the Xintian sect could sell the pill formula in its entirety. Subsequently, the Xintian sect may procure the various medicinal herbs from the demon clan for pill refinement. What does the empress think? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, all the disciples of the demon clan wore expressions of indignation. The audacity of the Xintian sect was appalling. The pills of the demon clan originated from the emperor and had no connection to the Xintian sect. To presume to act as an agent and even seek to purchase the formula was nothing short of delusional. Understanding the situation, Ye Xingchen thought it best to postpone discussions regarding the pills until after the disciples' competition. Aware of the empress's sentiments, Ye Xingchen recognized the necessity for patience, concluding that he would have to employ the methods of the sect leader. With a slight smile, he spoke. In that case, I have a request. For this competition among the disciples, let us hold just one match, but I hope to add a little more incentive. Oh, what kind of incentive? How substantial would it be? The demon clan is ready to accept. If the incentive were proposed by the demon clan, it was likely that the Xintian sect would hesitate to accept. At that moment, a figure clad in white strolled leisurely towards the Cloud Summit arena. Upon sighting this figure, the demon clan disciples in the stands gazed with admiration. Hearing the conversation, Ye Xingchen turned to look. Before him stood a young man of striking appearance, exuding an ethereal grace, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Upon seeing this young man, Ye Xingchen furrowed his brow, inwardly remarking, "What a paragon of exquisite elegance." Chapter 38. A startling gamble at the overweening Qin Gong at this moment, as he beheld the figure clad in white. Ye Xingchen furrowed his brow, inwardly exclaiming, "What an exquisite young gentleman." Meanwhile, seated in the main position, Ye Xingchen wore a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Upon observing the arrival of the white-clad man, Ye Xingchen realized that he was indeed a member of the human race, possessing merely innate strength. He could not help but ponder, who is this individual, and what audacity he possesses? In the next breath, a scene unfolded that left all members of the Zhuantian Gong astounded. Every disciple of the demon clan, alongside the formidable demon entities in the void, respectfully addressed the white-clad man, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor. We pay our respects to the emperor." It became evident that the white-clad man was the consort of the demon empress. For only her husband would be granted the honor of being called emperor by the demon kin. Upon hearing the words of the demon clan, Ye Xingchen maintained an outward calm. Yet his heart was in turmoil. The grand wedding of the demon empress, attended by the Tao, had astonished countless factions, inciting them to conduct clandestine investigations, all of which yielded no results. Rumors had circulated regarding the Qinggong Palace, suggesting that the empress's consort was a human. Other factions, upon learning of this, scoffed at the moral standing of the Qinggong Palace. Little did they suspect that the rumors were indeed true. The consort of the demon empress was, in fact, a human. Yet upon assessing his strength, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of delight within. The disciples of Zhuantian Gong wore expressions imbued with mockery and envy. It turned out that the emperor of the demon clan was before him. The old man now offered his respects. As he gazed upon the young man before him, Ye Xingchen felt a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of mockery flicker in the depths of his eyes. A mere insect of the innate realm. Having stumbled upon a stroke of fortune to become the emperor of the demon clan, he lacked the wisdom to conceal his identity properly. Now he spoke with audacity, revealing his naivety. Yet Ye Xingchen seemed to be oblivious to Ye Xingchen's words, passing by with an expression of tranquility, completely disregarding him. In that moment, all the disciples of the Xintian sect displayed their indignation, while Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of understanding, remaining unfazed within. Ye Xingchen approached Ye Xingchen, raising his hand to signal all the members of the demon clan to take their seats. With a charming glance at her husband, Ye Xingchen smiled slightly and addressed Ye Xingchen. "Elder Nye, as my husband has stated, the Xintian sect is welcome to any additional embellishments. The demon clan will accept them all." Observing the calm, yet enigmatic glimmer in the eyes of the empress, an unsettling premonition stirred within Ye Xingchen. As a powerful celestial sovereign, such feelings rarely surfaced, and their sudden emergence left him perplexed. Turning his gaze to the disciples of the demon clan seated in the stands, he was struck by astonishment, disbelief evident on his face. Those disciples were all of the Thunder Tribulation realm, with several even at the Ascendant realm. It was only then that Ye Xingchen turned his attention back to the demon empress, finally comprehending the significance of the enigmatic light in her eyes. Although Ye Xingchen was astonished, a subtle glimmer of triumph flickered in the depths of his eyes, as if he had discerned the entirety of the situation. He mused inwardly. Is this the source of confidence for that girl, Ye Xingchen? Does she truly believe that with all her disciples having advanced to the Thunder Tribulation realm, victory over the disciples of the Xingchen sect is assured? Yet, it seems something significant must have transpired within the demon clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all their disciples, having just taken form, to have ascended to the Thunder Tribulation realm. Historically, demon disciples, upon taking form, would at most reach the divine spirit realm. Moreover, the current concentration of celestial spiritual energy within the demon clan is on par with that of any top-tier force's small world. This matter must be reported back to the sect master. Observing Ye Xingchen's confident demeanor, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of pride within, though he maintained a facade of surprise. Since it has come to this, I shall play along and resolve the matter all at once, demonstrating that when it comes to strategy, the human race is indeed the progenitor of cunning. Despite the astonishing reality that all demon disciples had broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm, Ye Xingchen was reassured by the presence of a disciple from the Xingchen sect who had attained the celestial realm among their younger generation. He was absolutely confident about this contest. Casting a glance at Ye Xingchen, Ye Xingchen proclaimed with a proud countenance, "Empress, in light of this, I shall speak plainly. The Xingchen sect is willing to offer 2 types of 4th-grade pill formulas as an incentive, along with an additional 100 million top-tier spirit stones. I wonder if the demon clan dares to accept?" As Ye Xingchen's words resonated, an immediate gasp swept through the entire Cloud Peak arena. Even the disciples of the Xingchen sect were left in utter astonishment. The offer of 2 4th-grade pill formulas and 100 million premium spirit stones constitutes a considerable gamble. These 2 4th-grade pill formulas were acquired by the Holy Sun from the ancient giant's legacy, rendering their worth immeasurable. The Xingchen sect's leader had specifically instructed Ye Xingchen to bring them to the demon clan for this occasion. Furthermore, the 100 million premium spirit stones were intended to persuade the demon clan to present 3 1st-grade pill formulas as a counteroffer. With the backing of a disciple at the immortal realm, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the disciple could ensure absolute security. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's declaration, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Xingchen's eyes, while Ye Xingchen wore a smile. Inwardly reflecting, it seems that the Xingchen sect has come well prepared, having placed such a staggering wager, undoubtedly with meticulous arrangements in place. Without allowing Ye Xingchen the opportunity to speak, Ye Xingchen gently smiled and remarked, "Since the Xingchen sect is willing to offer such a substantial sum of premium spirit stones and 2 4th-grade pill formulas to the demon clan, how could the demon clan possibly refuse? We accept this wager." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, a smile illuminated Ye Xingchen's eyes as he turned a glance at the empress. Ye Xingchen. Noticing his gaze, Ye Xingchen smiled subtly and stated, "The emperor can represent the entire demon clan. Since the emperor has spoken, we shall gladly accept. And we are equally willing to put forth 100 million premium spirit stones along with 3 1st-grade pill formulas as our contribution to this contest. I wonder what Elder Nye thinks of this arrangement." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and replied, "Since the empress has spoken, I shall certainly acquiesce." After speaking, Ye Xingchen turned to a young disciple behind him and said, "Ye Bai, you shall take the stage and compete with your demon clan senior." As soon as Ye Xingchen's words fell, a young man clad in black with a stern countenance respectfully clasped his fists and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, like a streak of light, he instantly appeared on the Cloud Summit arena, his speed so remarkable that none of the demon clan disciples even noticed his presence. What astonishing speed! What formidable power! All the demon clan disciples exclaimed in their hearts. Observing the astonished expressions of the demon clan disciples, Ye Xingchen wore a proud smile, while the disciples of Zhantiangong were equally filled with an air of superiority. Mu Yebai was indeed the most powerful prodigy among their younger generation, second only to the Holy Sun. He had been training under the ancestral teachings in their sacred grounds, and this time, the sect leader had specifically summoned Mu Yebai to accompany them, intending to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Ye Xingchen merely cast a fleeting glance, realizing that he was indeed a figure of the immortal realm. With a slight furrow of her brow, she turned to Ye Xingchen and remarked, Zhantiangong truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier power, harboring such formidable disciples among its youth. It seems Elder Nye has come well-prepared this time. In response to Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen smiled modestly and said, The Empress flatters me. Yebai has indeed encountered fortuitous circumstances to reach the immortal realm. However, considering that the demon clan is also a top-tier force, it is likely that they possess numerous disciples of the immortal realm as well. Upon arriving at the realm of the demon clan, Ye Xingchen harbored an additional intention to discern whether there existed any paramount prodigies among the younger disciples of the demon tribe, thereby assessing their overall strength. Hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen furrowed her brow, inwardly reflecting, It seems that this time, we must rely on the exceptional talents cultivated within the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Otherwise, none of the disciples present in the stands could possibly rival this individual. Just as Ye Xingchen was about to speak, a calm, yet commanding voice resonated, igniting fervor among the demon clan members, while astonishment and delight illuminated the faces of the Xiantian sect disciples. Chapter 39. Ye Xingchen takes the stage, Xiantian sword art at this moment. Gazing at the young man upon the arena, Ye Xingchen realized that none of the demon clan disciples present could stand against him. It appeared inevitable that the remarkable talents training in the ancestral grounds would be called upon. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, a powerful voice erupted. This matter shall be undertaken by this emperor. I shall personally engage in the contest. At that instant, Ye Xingchen, who had remained silent until now, abruptly rose and declared with authority. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's proclamation, excitement surged across the faces of the demon clan disciples, while expressions of shock and joy spread among the Xiantian sect members. Ye Xingchen, taken aback by Ye Xingchen's words, turned his gaze toward him in surprise. In that moment, Ye Xingchen realized how pleasing Ye Xingchen appeared, and could not help but exclaim, Of course, the emperor can also participate in the contest, as it is merely a youthful sparring session. However, the emperor is of innate realm. I can allow Ye Bai to similarly suppress his cultivation to the innate realm to ensure fairness. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen remained composed, not even casting a glance at Ye Xingchen, which secretly delighted Ye Xingchen, although he feigned a displeased expression. After all, anyone in such a position would not be particularly pleased. Despite his internal joy, he maintained his facade, as he wished to see the husband of the esteemed demon empress, a lowly human with meager strength, was, nonetheless, a young man who seemed utterly unaware of his own limitations. It appeared that the empress, Ye Xingchen, held his opinions in high regard. Thus, the future of the demon clan under the emperor's guidance was evident. Even if the great Tao were to descend, what congratulations would matter? At this thought, Ye Xingchen could not help but chuckle, realizing he had lost his composure. He quickly suppressed his laughter and replaced it with an expression of displeasure. Yet, what Ye Xingchen did not know was that all his thoughts, including his schemes, had been entirely discerned by Ye Xingchen from the very beginning. As a being from two realms, Ye Xingchen regarded Ye Xingchen, who resembled a jester, with amusement in his eyes, finally understanding why jesters always brought joy. Casting a reassuring glance at Ye Xingchen, Ye Xingchen stepped forward, instantly appearing on the arena. His speed was such that neither Ye Xingchen nor Ye Xingchen noticed, as if he had always been present upon the Cloud Summit arena. At this moment, Ye Xingchen furrowed his brow, a sense of shock washing over him as that unsettling feeling resurfaced. He quickly spoke up, "Mu Yabai, since the emperor has chosen to remain silent, it is evident that he possesses immense confidence in his capabilities. You should engage in a contest with him using your celestial realm strength, but exercise caution." At this juncture, Ye Xingchen disregarded the disdainful gazes of the surrounding demon clan members. The fourth-grade pill formula and 100 million top-tier spirit stones were stakes he could not afford to lose. Since Ye Xingchen had transcended his limits and resolved to ascend to the pinnacle, the seed of invincibility had taken root within him, nurturing audacious thoughts that blossomed in his mind. In this lifetime, he aspired to lead the demon clan to the summit, surveying all lesser mountains beneath him. As he beheld Ye Xingchen, who had suddenly appeared on the arena, Mu Yabai also frowned discreetly, scrutinizing the man who only possessed celestial realm strength. Mu Yabai could not help but acknowledge that the man before him exuded an extraordinary aura and was remarkably handsome. Even he felt a twinge of envy. It was no wonder the demon empress, such a strikingly beautiful woman, would take an interest in him. However, in the godforsaken continent, strength ultimately dictated one's worth. The innate realm strength was merely akin to that of an ant. Casting a disdainful glance at Ye Xingchen, Mu Yabai scoffed. "Though you're the emperor of the demon clan, in this contest, status holds no sway upon the arena. What audacity gives you the courage to confront me, a being of the celestial realm, when you're merely a slightly stronger innate realm?" Upon finishing his words, a tremendous surge of celestial spiritual energy erupted from within him, manifesting as a colossal aura that reverberated outward, stirring clouds of dust upon the arena. Ye Xingchen, observing the contempt in Mu Yabai's eyes, smirked slightly, as if regarding a fool, and replied, "Oh, in the realm of innate power, have you ever witnessed the true essence of such mastery?" As Ye Xingchen gazed at him with an expression of incredulity, Mu Yabai could hardly tolerate such blatant disdain. In the Xiantian sect, apart from the Holy Sun, he was regarded as a figure of reverence, commanding admiration wherever he went. Now, to be so underestimated by Ye Xingchen was utterly intolerable. In a fit of anger, he resolved to demonstrate the overwhelming strength of the immortal realm. With that, Mu Yabai unleashed a terrifying aura, directing it towards Ye Xingchen, intending to crush him beneath an absolute weight of power. The esteemed emperor of the demon race, reduced to submission by a mere disciple, such an act would be akin to Mu Yabai rubbing the entire demon race's face in the dirt. If this news were to spread, the demon race would undoubtedly lose all dignity in the godless continent. Mu Yabai's maneuver was undeniably insidious. He relished the thought of witnessing the reactions of the demon race disciples in the stands, their expressions a mix of rage and helplessness, a sight he found immensely gratifying. At that moment, he could almost envision their faces, and he turned to gaze at the surrounding disciples with a sense of glee. To his astonishment, however, he found that all the demon race disciples regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, leaving Mu Yabai momentarily taken aback. Instantly, he turned his attention back to Ye Xingchen, only to observe him standing there calmly, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive aura emanating from Mu Yabai. This was impossible. How could someone in the innate realm withstand the pressure of a being from the immortal realm? It was inconceivable. Mu Yabai could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. Upon hearing Mu Yabai's words, Ye Xingchen remained composed, standing there with an expression of tranquility. He echoed the same inquiry. "Have you ever witnessed the true essence of the innate realm? In my presence, anything is possible." At Ye Xingchen's response, Mu Yabai unexpectedly burst into laughter. A radiant light emanated, and a sword of considerable caliber materialized in his grasp. With the spiritual sword firmly held, Mu Yabai regained his composure, emitting a soft snort as an immense aura of celestial energy surged from within him. The sword in his hand transformed into countless beams of divine light, wielding unparalleled might, as if it could rend the very fabric of the void, striking towards Ye Xingchen with ferocity. The sky itself seemed to shatter beneath the might of Mu Yabai's execution of the Xiantian sword technique, a revered martial skill of the Xiantian sect. As Ye Xingchen stood unfazed, a serene countenance gracing his features. He faced the terrifying sword strike with unwavering calm. In contrast, Ye Xingchen gazed upon the formidable attack with a hint of concern. Although she had absolute faith in her husband, believing he was far from the ostensible innate realm he projected, she could not suppress her anxiety, having never witnessed such power firsthand. Similarly, Ye Xingchen, seated nearby, bore a tense expression, harboring resentment towards Mu Yebai for his audacity, recklessly unleashing such a terrifying strike regardless of the opponent's stature. While it was known that life and death were dictated by fate within the arena, the prospect of Mu Yebai potentially slaying the Demon Clan's emperor with a single stroke sent a chill through him. None among them would escape unscathed should that occur. Thus, he sat there, taut with anxiety, prepared to intervene and thwart Mu Yebai's lethal blow. Yet, at that moment, a slight smirk graced Ye Xingchen's lips, his eyes gleaming with derision. As Mu Yebai felt the derision reflected in Ye Xingchen's eyes, a surge of anger coursed through him. The celestial energy within him erupted violently, amplifying the power of his sword strike to terrifying levels. Yet at that moment, Ye Xingchen's voice resonated with boundless mockery. To wield a sword before this emperor, it appears you possess no understanding of its true essence. In the next instant, as Ye Xingchen's words lingered in the air, a scene unfolded that left everyone astounded. Chapter 40. Defeated with a finger, the misfortune of the Xintian sect. Observing Mu Yebai's formidable strike hurtling towards him, Ye Xingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. To wield a sword before this emperor, it appears you possess no understanding of its true essence. Before anyone could react, Ye Xingchen, calm and composed, extended a single hand, transforming it into a sword-like finger, and pointed towards Mu Yebai's fearsome attack. This gesture was simple, devoid of any celestial energy or signs of earthly strife. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, as the arena was engulfed in dust and debris. A figure was seen retreating rapidly, blood spilling into the void. As the dust settled, a figure clad in black knelt on the arena floor, continuously spitting blood. The spiritual sword vanished from his grasp, leaving only the hilt in the hands of Mu Yebai, a disciple of the Xintian sect at the immortal realm. This spectacle left all in attendance utterly shocked. Ye Xingchen rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the scene before him, while the other disciples of the Xintian sect stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. The once formidable Mu Shixiang now knelt there like a lifeless dog. Upon reflection, the Demon Clan's emperor stands there, arms crossed, exuding an air of tranquility, untouched by any speck of dust, even in his pristine white attire. With a single strike, Mu Yebai, a disciple of the Xintian sect at the immortal realm, is vanquished. At this moment, Mu Yebai kneels on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the white-clad figure before him. He yearns to utter a word, yet ultimately succumbs to darkness. Losing consciousness, Ye Xingchen swiftly appears on the arena, discovering that Mu Yebai is gravely injured but not in mortal peril. He casually places a medicinal pill into Mu Yebai's mouth. After lifting the unconscious Mu Yebai, he reappears atop the high platform and entrusts him to the disciples of the Xintian sect. Only then does Ye Xingchen turn his attention to the composed Ye Xingchen, remarking, "Truly worthy of being the Demon Clan's emperor. It seems you possess a treasure that conceals your cultivation, for otherwise, even I would not perceive your true level of power." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen speaks for the first time. "Elder Nye, you overestimate me. This emperor is but at the innate realm. How could I possibly possess such a rare treasure? Elder Nye ought to be aware of the scarcity of such artifacts. I am merely at the innate realm." As his consciousness sweeps over Ye Xingchen once more, Ye Xingchen realizes there is not a hint of treasure's aura surrounding him. Could it be that the Demon Clan's emperor is indeed merely at the innate realm? Ye Xingchen furrows his brow, struggling to accept this revelation, yet his divine awareness, honed to the level of a divine emperor, cannot be mistaken. The Demon Clan's emperor is truly at the innate realm. Now, having returned to the high platform, Ye Xingchen observes the furrowed brow of Ye Xingchen and silently scoffs. playing schemes with this young master. Guess if you can, feel free to guess. After all, this young master is of innate realm. Do not think that even a divine emperor, let alone a powerful jade emperor, can discern my true cultivation. Observing the serene expression on Ye Xingchen's face, he too gazed at Ye Xingchen, a smile gracing his features. At that moment, upon witnessing the divine light emanating from Ye Xingchen's eyes, Ye Xingchen suddenly realized, his eyes widening in astonishment, followed by a faint smile and a resigned sigh. The divine radiance in this youth's gaze exuded unparalleled confidence, and his entire demeanor radiated an air of dominance befitting a superior being. How could such a figure be simple? It was evident that all of my schemes had been seen through from the very beginning, and the recent occurrences within the demon clan were undoubtedly intertwined with him. However, the truth of his innate realm was a conundrum that Ye Xingchen could not fathom. Little did he know, not only could he not see through it, but even if an ancient deity were to descend, as long as Ye Xingchen wished to remain concealed, none could penetrate his facade. With a resigned tone, Ye Xingchen addressed Ye Xingchen. Truly worthy of being the demon clan's emperor, I have been overly presumptuous. I admire your prowess. I hope to have another opportunity to learn from you. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 golden alchemical formulas and a storage ring appeared before Ye Xingchen. He declared, in this exchange, Xiantian sect has lost. I concede to the wager. Here are 2 4th-grade formulas and 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Please accept, your majesty. As soon as Ye Xingchen's words fell, a tremendous cheer erupted from the demon disciples in the stands, their joy boundless as the emperor had finally avenged their grievances. Upon hearing the resounding cheers, Ye Xingchen's lips twitched, and the disciples of the Xiantian sect behind him lost their earlier arrogance, their faces now painted with despair. Ashamed to remain amidst the demon clan, he nodded slightly to the empress and Ye Xingchen before effortlessly gathering the Xiantian sect disciples, causing Ye Xingchen's figure to vanish from sight. As they observed the disheveled departure of Ye Xingchen, Ye Xingchen and Ye Xingchen exchanged knowing smiles. Ye Xingchen then turned to gaze in the direction of Ye Xingchen's retreat, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes. While others might not perceive it, Ye Xingchen was well aware. In that fleeting moment as Ye Xingchen bowed his head, a glint of murderous intent deep within his eyes was unmistakably caught by Ye Xingchen. Reflecting on Ye Xingchen's exit, Ye Xingchen silently mused. It would be best if he refrains from provoking this emperor. Otherwise, the existence of the Xiantian sect would truly be rendered unnecessary. At this moment, the brilliance in Ye Xingchen's eyes shone with unparalleled dominance. Turning to the jubilant shouts of the surrounding demon clan disciples, Ye Xingchen looked at Ye Xingchen, her eyes filled with affection. My husband, since it is you who has won these prizes, they rightfully belong to you. Upon saying this, she presented 2 golden alchemical recipes and a storage ring into Ye Xingchen's hands. All the members of the demon clan, witnessing this scene, felt no tinge of jealousy. These accolades were indeed deserved by the emperor. In the eyes of the demon clan disciples, Ye Xingchen now stood as a figure of divine reverence. Ye Xingchen gazed at the 2 golden 4th-grade alchemy recipes in his hand, slightly pouting. He addressed Ye Xingchen, saying, My dear, these 2 4th-grade recipes are rather subpar. When our demon clan is in need, I shall refine them for us. For now, these recipes can be auctioned off. They should hold some value. After placing the golden recipes into Ye Xingchen's hands, he continued. Then, he glanced at the storage ring on his hand. With a sweep of his consciousness, he beheld the numerous supreme spirit stones within. Ye Xingchen felt no stirrings of emotion. After all, he possessed several million supreme celestial stones in his own system space. Raising his gaze to the surrounding members of the demon clan, whose eyes shimmered with fervent admiration, Ye Xingchen called out, Is the Grand Elder present? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Grand Elder Wan Qinli instantly appeared beside him, clasping his hands in salute and bowing respectfully, awaiting Ye Xingchen's command. Grand Elder, allocate 100 million supreme spirit stones entirely as a cultivation benefit for the demon clan disciples. The concentration of celestial essence in our realm now rivals that of the ancestral lands, is the perfect time for diligent cultivation and breakthroughs in cultivation levels. If the disciples of Xintian's sect can ascend to the realm of immortals, then surely our demon clan disciples can as well. At Ye Xingchen's proclamation, the eyes of all the demon clan members widened in astonishment. 100 million supreme spirit stones. How could the emperor show no reluctance in entrusting them to the Grand Elder as a cultivation benefit for the demon clan disciples? Truly, he is worthy of being revered as the emperor. The admiration in the gazes of all the demon clan disciples towards Ye Xingchen only deepened. As Luo Qingshan observed all that her husband had accomplished, her stunning visage radiated joy, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep affection as she gazed at Ye Xingchen. In the 41st chapter, astonishing news. Huangfu Bu Bai's conspiracy. At this moment, Luo Qingshan looked upon her husband's deeds with a captivating smile. Her enchanting features aglow with happiness, her eyes reflecting profound tenderness toward Ye Xingchen. Ye Xingchen, noticing the deep affection in Luo Qingshan's gaze, gently clasped her hand, a surge of boldness enveloping him. With hearty laughter, he proclaimed, "Today is a day of joy. We have finally avenged ourselves. Not only have we acquired 2 fourth-grade alchemical formulas from Xintian's sect, but we have also won a staggering 100 million top-tier spirit stones. This will surely cause the Xintian sect considerable distress for quite some time. Great Elder, let us distribute this 100 million top-tier spirit stones among all the disciples of the demon clan, enabling everyone to share in this joy." At that moment, the entire demon clan gathered at the Yundian arena erupted in thunderous cheers, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. In stark contrast, within the Xintian sect, a dismal scene unfolded. Inside the main hall of the Xintian sect, a middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor sat upon the exalted throne, his eyes glinting with cold malice as he regarded Ye Xingchen, who knelt before him. The man exuded an overwhelming aura, an intensely frigid presence enveloping him, rendering the space around him nearly frozen. Surrounding Ye Xingchen stood several formidable individuals, all of whom, feeling the chilling essence emanating from the middle-aged man above, closed their eyes in serene composure. "Rise, Elder Nye. This matter has been sanctioned by me and has no relation to Elder Nye. Speak in detail about this venture into the realm of the demons." A voice, cold and authoritative, resonated throughout the hall. Upon hearing this formidable tone, Ye Xingchen exhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet. He bowed respectfully to the man seated upon the exalted throne, and then, with palpable excitement, declared, "I report to the sect master that I have made a significant discovery during my expedition to the demon realm." The middle-aged man, whose visage exuded a sinister aura and whose presence was imbued with an icy chill, was none other than Nangong Luoyun, the leader of the Xintian sect. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's proclamation, Nangong Luoyun raised an eyebrow, his voice icy yet commanding. "A significant discovery? Pray, elaborate, so that all the elders may listen." It must be quite intriguing to elicit such fervor from Elder Nye. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xingchen addressed the assembly with fervor. "During this journey to the demon realm, I have astonishingly uncovered that the news disseminated by the Qinggong is indeed true. The consort of the demon empress is, in fact, a member of the human race. Moreover, the recent celestial phenomena and the sudden emergence of elixirs within the demon realm are inextricably linked to this individual. Presently, the concentration of celestial energy within the entire demon realm rivals that of the secluded worlds of our sect's ancestors." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's revelations, all members of the Xintian sect, including Nangong Luoyun, were struck with astonishment. Their shock did not stem from the fact that Luo Qingshan's consort was a human, but rather from a trepidation that such profound changes within the demon realm were somehow associated with him. Could this individual be a reclusive titan from a sacred ground? The Xintian sect harbors trepidation, fearing the ire of the true titans of the divine wilderness continent, the reclusive holy lands that are, in fact, the genuine rulers of this realm. With a mere flick of their hands, they could effortlessly obliterate the Xintian sect, leaving no trace behind. Observing the reactions of those present, Ye Xingchen immediately comprehended their concerns and then spoke. There is no need for the sect master to worry. This young man is certainly not from a reclusive giant's holy land. Although he possesses an extraordinary aura, his strength is merely at the innate level. However, one thing perplexes me. How could he, with only innate capabilities, defeat the celestial realm cultivator Mu Yebai with a single finger? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Nangong Liyun furrowed his brow slightly, and with an authoritative tone declared, Elder Nye has not erred. This individual is indeed at the innate level and has not employed any hidden cultivation treasures. Has he? In response to Nangong Liyun's inquiry, Ye Xingchen nodded affirmatively. I assure you, sect master, this young man has certainly not utilized any hidden cultivation artifacts. Such treasures are rare even among the true Titan forces. Moreover, were there any such artifacts in play, I would have detected some signs. Yet, I perceive no trace of any artifact on him. He is simply an ordinary innate cultivator. Listening to Ye Xingchen's assertion, Nangong Liyun on the main seat frowned slightly. He had faith in Ye Xingchen's insight. Yet the notion that an innate cultivator could vanquish one of the celestial realm was utterly unprecedented. This young man was shrouded in enigma. However, since it is not those hidden sanctuaries that are interested, there must be other factions that would take an interest, for indeed, many forces are currently investigating the identity of this individual. If it were to be revealed that he is merely a member of the human race at the innate level, how would those factions react? Contemplating this, Nangong Liyun displayed a sinister smile and addressed Elder Ye Xingchen below. Elder Nye, let's pause here for the time being. Let the news spread that the husband of the demon empress is a human at the innate level. I am certain many factions will be intrigued. Upon hearing Nangong Liyun's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes brightened, and he immediately clasped his hands in salute, nodding respectfully in agreement. The next day, an astonishing piece of news reverberated across the entire divine wilderness continent. The husband of the demon empress is a human at the innate level. This announcement detonated like a bomb among all factions. Meanwhile, seated in the main position within the Xingchen Palace, Huangfu Bubi listened with a serene expression to the information relayed from below, a faint smile gracing his lips. He addressed the elders of the Xingchen Palace. Now, all factions across the divine wilderness continent are aware that the husband of the demon empress is indeed a human, possessing only innate level strength. Hence, the concerns that once troubled me have dissipated. This individual could never be a disciple of a hidden giant or a sacred place. Gazing upon the numerous, powerful elders below, a glint of cold light flashed in Huangfu Bubi's eyes, and he continued, In that case, let be known that any faction wishing to concoct longevity pills may do so through the Xingchen Palace, for this is what all factions desire to create the most. In the present era, amidst the myriad of formidable powers, many strong individuals, fearing the brevity of their lifespans, hesitate to act recklessly. They rely on certain longevity herbs to extend their existence. Yet these remedies pale in comparison to the efficacy of longevity elixirs. The longevity elixir we concoct at the Xingchen Palace, when consumed, can extend one's life by a minimum of 5 years. Once this news spreads, countless factions will undoubtedly flock to us for alchemy. However, there exists a stipulation for the creation of the longevity elixir. No faction is permitted to purchase elixirs from the demon race. Otherwise, the Xingchen Palace shall refuse to craft longevity elixirs for them. Furthermore, from this moment onward, it shall be proclaimed that until the demon empress approaches us for reconciliation, the Xingchen Palace will refrain from producing any longevity elixirs for the demon race. I am eager to witness whether, in the absence of longevity elixirs, Luo Qingshan will watch helplessly as the demon race's powerful beings perish one by one. After all, it is merely a first-grade elixir. The Xingchen Palace is not devoid of such resources. They presume that with the presence of an alchemist, they can challenge the Xingchen Palace. I shall not only compel the demon race to surrender these 3 formulas, but also demand the surrender of that alchemist. One is an irrelevant alchemist, while the other is a powerful demon. I am curious to see how Luo Qingshan will decide. Ha ha ha. At this juncture, Huangfu Bubi erupted into laughter, his gaze directed toward the heavens. The elders standing below regarded him with a mixture of reverence and awe. Huangfu Bubi's stratagem was undeniably ruthless. Should Luo Qingshan relinquish the formulas and the alchemist for the sake of the longevity elixirs, no alchemist would ever again be willing to serve the demon race, and their reputation would plummet to new depths. Similarly, if Luo Qingshan were to forsake the longevity elixir for these three types of alchemical formulas and the alchemists, it would inevitably stir resentment among those powerful demon clan members whose lifespans are dwindling. In such a scenario, unrest within the demon clan could arise, potentially leading to civil strife, which is precisely what many factions would relish witnessing. Upon realizing this, all the formidable figures of the Shangqing Palace present exchanged glances filled with reverence towards Huangfu Bubi. Meanwhile, within the Empress's palace, Luo Qingshan remained composed as she listened to the elder's report, aware that her husband's affairs concerning the human race could not be concealed. She had long prepared herself mentally, though she had not anticipated such a significant reaction. At this moment, Ye Xingchen lay comfortably in the lakeside pavilion, reflecting on Luo Qingshan's bashful demeanor from the previous night, a satisfied grin adorning his face. Observing the lake's tranquil surface, he recalled that he had yet to check in for the day, and thus addressed the system. System, let the check-in commence. Chapter 42. The Fountain of Life. The Empress's fury at this moment, Ye Xingchen sat contentedly in the lakeside pavilion, reminiscing about Luo Qingshan's enchanting shyness from the previous night. A look of triumph upon his face. Remembering that he had not yet checked in for the day, he spoke to the system. System, let the check-in commence. Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of the Fountain of Life as a reward. The Fountain of Life, formed from the first drop of divine water before the dawn of creation, can restore one to their original state, heal severe injuries, and extend lifespan. One drop can prolong life by 50 years, allowing for instantaneous recovery from grave injuries, and can be used indefinitely, making it an exceedingly rare and precious divine object. Ding. The system is in the process of signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 1 million premium celestial stones, which have been securely stored in the system's space. Ding. The system is signing in again. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward of 1 million bottles of exquisite divine wine, now also safely stored in the system's space. As the melodious sounds of the system resonated in his ears, Ye Xingchen felt a surge of excitement within him. Particularly, the system's reward of the life spring, where a single drop could extend one's lifespan by 50 years and heal severe internal injuries, was astonishingly powerful and could be used indefinitely. Truly, it was a remarkable gift from the system, prompting Ye Xingchen to exclaim, System, you are magnificent. I simply adore you. No sooner had Ye Xingchen's words faded than the system's voice responded. Please remain calm, esteemed host. As the sole system across myriad realms, my purpose is to assist you in reaching the pinnacle and conquering the ages. Listening to the system's voice, Ye Xingchen's audacious thoughts grew increasingly fervent. Now that he had been granted a second chance at life, possessed formidable strength, and was endowed with a system, he felt an unwavering confidence. Perhaps it was time to venture forth. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, Ye Xingchen contemplated. He retrieved the vial of life spring from the system's space, holding it delicately in his hands for a meticulous inspection. The bottle shimmered with a faint golden hue, its material unknown, emanating an ancient aura. Ye Xingchen surmised that this golden vial was certainly no ordinary item. Upon uncapping it, an overwhelming surge of life energy erupted from within, enveloping him instantly. Ye Xingchen was astonished to discover that the Danjin Surakinger was indeed extraordinary. Within it lay a universe, concealing a vast expanse within a mere mustard seed, revealing itself to be an exceptionally rare divine vessel. As Ye Xingchen's consciousness swept across the bottle, he was shocked to find that the life essence contained within rivaled the pristine waters of a natural lake before him. This revelation caused him to leap in excitement, nearly spilling the life essence from the bottle. Such an abundance of life essence presented Ye Xingchen with countless possibilities. Gazing into the bottle, where the verdant life essence shimmered, a smile involuntarily crept across Ye Xingchen's face. Meanwhile, as he felt the rich life force emanating from the bottle, he noticed the plants surrounding the lakeside and the pavilion in the lake's center had grown remarkably taller. Even the lotus, poised to bloom on the water's surface, had blossomed in a remarkably short time, releasing a faint, delicate fragrance. Ye Xingchen swiftly capped the bottle and carefully stored the life essence within his system space, humming a cheerful tune, lost in contentment. In another scene within the empress's palace, Ye Xingchen wore a furrowed brow as the returning elder brought forth news that ignited her fury. Your Majesty, the entire divine wasteland is now aware that the emperor is a human of innate Jing. Numerous factions are secretly mocking him. What is worse, the Supreme Clear Palace has spread word that they shall no longer concoct longevity pills for our demon race. Even more infuriating is their demand for the empress to personally visit and seek reconciliation, offering up 3 formulas to our demon alchemists. Upon hearing the furious words of the elder below, a formidable killing intent radiated from Ye Xingchen, causing the surrounding space to tremble as her powerful aura permeated the entirety of the empress's palace. The several elders below hastily cried out, "Empress! Empress!" as their voices echoed. The terrifying murderous intent within Ye Xingchen gradually dissipated, her overwhelming presence retreating into her being. In that moment, she truly embodied the unparalleled empress of the demon race. With her calmness slowly restored, Ye Xingchen regarded the elders of the demon race below and spoke. This matter is of great significance and involves numerous complexities. Huangfu Bubi's actions are excessively cruel. How do you all propose we address this? Upon hearing the empress's inquiry, the several elders of the demon race furrowed their brows in concern. Just as Ye Xingchen had articulated, Huangfu Bubi's actions were indeed ruthless, and mishandling the situation could lead to consequences beyond the demon race's endurance. Suddenly, a voice filled with wisdom and sternness resounded as the sovereign of the demon race. When did the empress become so easily agitated? In times of anger and turmoil, it is imperative to maintain composure. Do not forget, Empress, your words can determine the fate of the demon race. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Ye Xingchen felt a twinge of shame and lowered her head. The words of the elder had struck a chord, for her anger regarding Ye Xingchen had momentarily overwhelmed her composure. In truth, the only person within the demon race who could speak to the empress in such a manner was none other than the last remaining sage, Lu Wanchuan. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Wanchuan's words, Ye Xingchen rose and bowed respectfully to him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Lu, for your guidance. I acknowledge my mistake. In response to Ye Xingchen's statement, Lu Wanchuan smiled and nodded, remarking, in truth, the empress and the esteemed elders are also caught in the web of this situation. Concern breeds confusion, yet this matter can be easily resolved. That Huangfu Bubi's so-called confidence merely stems from his possession of longevity pills. Have you all forgotten something when you look at me? Upon hearing Lu Wanchuan's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with sudden realization, and she exclaimed with excitement, Thank you for the reminder, Elder Lu. I had completely overlooked this matter. Summon the Emperor. I have important matters to discuss with him. Prompted by Lu Wanchuan, the other elders of the demon clan also swiftly grasped the implication, recognizing that the rejuvenated wise elder before them was a quintessential example. The Emperor is the sole 9th-rank alchemist of the divine wilderness continent, capable of concocting the indestructible golden pill that grants an astounding 100,000 years of life. Why then should we fear the Qing Palace and its 5-year longevity pills? It seems that Huangfu Bubi's scheme may be destined to fail this time. Just then, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's directive, a figure appeared, none other than the chief guard, Wei Donglai, who bowed deeply to Ye Xingchen before vanishing. Moments later, Ye Xingchen leisurely arrived at the Empress's palace. This marked the first occasion where Ye Xingchen had invited someone to her domain. Upon Ye Xingchen's arrival, Several elders of the demon clan, along with the wise elder Lu Wanchuan, bowed respectfully to him. Ye Xingchen, with a warm smile, quickly urged everyone to rise, displaying none of the imposing authority befitting the emperor. As all the elders of the demon clan and Lu Wanchuan beheld the countenance of Ye Xingchen, their faces were adorned with smiles, and their eyes reflected a profound respect. Such an approachable emperor, who could possibly resist liking him? Observing her husband, Luo Qingshan wore a gentle smile, her face radiating tenderness as she gazed at Ye Xingchen, who sat beside her with a playful grin, winking at her. Having long shared a deep connection with Ye Xingchen, Luo Qingshan immediately comprehended the meaning behind her husband's gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare. Recalling how this mischievous rogue had teased her the previous night, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet her heart brimmed with affection. She then softly addressed Ye Xingchen, saying, "I summoned you this time to discuss a matter." Upon noticing Luo Qingshan's bashful demeanor, Ye Xingchen realized that she understood his intentions. With a gentle smile, he replied, "My dear, what matter is there to discuss? If there is something, just command me. Our household is governed by your words." Hearing Ye Xingchen's response, Luo Qingshan's stunning visage blushed even deeper. She glanced at the crowd below, noting that all the demon clan members wore smiles, feigning ignorance. Luo Qingshan's face turned even redder as she playfully chided Ye Xingchen before sharing the details of the day's matters with him. Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen's expression darkened instantaneously, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. In stark contrast to his earlier amiable demeanor, he now resembled a fearsome deity, exuding an unparalleled dominance that instilled terror in all within the empress's palace. "Husband!" A gentle exclamation escaped her lips, and in an instant, the terrifying aura surrounding Ye Xingchen vanished, as if it had never existed. Observing the deep concern reflected in Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen turned to her, tenderly grasping her hand, and with a slight smile, uttered words that astonished everyone present. Chapter 43. The Secrets of the Hidden World, Ye Xingchen's terrifying aura. In that moment, upon hearing Luo Qingshan's soft call, the formidable presence enveloping Ye Xingchen dissipated completely. He turned, took Luo Qingshan's hand, and with a gentle smile, proclaimed something that left all in disbelief. What audacity this Shangqing palace possesses! What confidence do they harbor to compel the empress to personally seek an apology, merely because they can concoct that inferior longevity pill? At that moment, Ye Xingchen's gaze was electrifying, sharp, and impactful, each movement exuding an overwhelming authority. The elders below, sensing the oppressive aura radiating from Ye Xingchen, looked on with admiration, silently marveling. The emperor is indeed extraordinary. That dreadful aura just now instilled a sense of fear in us. His power surpasses anything we had imagined. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan gazed at Ye Xingchen with tender affection. The mere fact that Huangfu Bubi had forced her to seek reconciliation made her husband so enraged. How could this not touch her heart? At this moment, gazing at Ye Xingchen, whose presence was imbued with an assertive power, Luo Qingshan softly spoke, "My husband need not be angry. That Huangfu Bubi relies solely on the Shangqing Palace's ability to concoct the longevity pill, which gives him such confidence. Throughout the entire divine wasteland, apart from those reclusive and formidable powers, most factions must heed the will of the Shangqing Palace. After all, the elixirs that extend one's lifespan are of paramount importance and utterly indispensable to every force." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen interjected, expressing his disbelief. In this vast expanse of the divine wasteland, with so many factions, is there truly no alchemist of our own? The concoction of longevity elixirs is quite straightforward. Must we allow the Shangqing Palace to grow unchallenged? He then inquired further about the reclusive powers his wife had mentioned. With a resigned sigh, Luo Qingshan responded softly, "Since the ancient battle between immortals and demons, many alchemists and their recipes have been lost, rendering alchemists exceedingly rare in the current divine wasteland. Recipes for longevity elixirs are particularly scarce, predominantly held by those reclusive, powerful sanctuaries. The Shangqing Palace's possession of a recipe for extending lifespan grants it considerable influence, especially in the absence of these hidden powers. Gazing at Ye Xingchen with a gentle smile, Luo Qingshan continued, "The reclusive powers you inquired about are those superlative forces that have remained hidden since ancient times. They abstained from participating in the immortal demon war, thus preserving numerous martial techniques, recipes, and skilled alchemists. Over the years, these superpowers have become increasingly elusive for reasons unknown. Yet their strength has only intensified, allowing them to effortlessly annihilate any top faction within the Divine Wasteland. Once, the most formidable force in the Divine Wilderness, the Mysterious Manor, met its demise overnight due to an affront to the reclusive titans of the sacred grounds during an auction, causing a profound upheaval across the entire realm. Subsequently, no faction within the Divine Wilderness dared to provoke these hidden powers again. Fortunately, these clandestine forces seldom engaged in the affairs of the Divine Wilderness, resulting in minimal conflict with the contemporary powers of the realm. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen's thoughts grew increasingly fervent. He had not anticipated the existence of such formidable factions lurking within the Divine Wilderness. The capacity to annihilate the pinnacle force, the Mysterious Manor, in a single night indicated that their strength far exceeded that of the Manor's elite. As a top-tier force, the Mysterious Manor boasted at least one Emperor-level ancestor and dozens of celestial emperors. Yet, they were afforded no chance to escape, obliterated in an instant. This illustrates the tremendous might of the hidden titans of the sacred grounds. Observing Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen smiled slightly and remarked, "It seems these so-called hidden titans of the sacred grounds consider themselves divine beings, perched high above. On one hand, they remain withdrawn, projecting an air of superiority. On the other, they manipulate various factions or collaborate with certain forces to secure their own interests. Otherwise, how else could they have accumulated such vast resources for cultivation over the years, along with a plethora of spiritual herbs and elixirs? Unless their disciples have ceased their training altogether?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, "Husband speaks truly. Although these hidden factions remain in the shadows, many of them are indeed influenced by such forces. However, this is not surprising, for these factions also require spiritual stones. Yet, which factions precisely remain beyond our discernment?" With a gaze full of tenderness towards Ye Xingchen, Luo Qingshan continued, "At present, the most pressing matter is to resolve the issue of the longevity elixir, which is why I have summoned you, my dear husband, to inquire about the crafting of the longevity elixir." Hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen offered a gentle smile and replied softly, "My dear wife, the creation of longevity elixirs is rather simplistic. There are countless potions like the immortality pill and the longevity pill that can extend one's lifespan. However, I find myself rather disinclined to concoct them. Within Ye Xingchen's mind lies the ancient treasure of the alchemical sect, the true alchemy manual, with recipes abundant enough to rival any force from ancient times. Though there are numerous elixirs for prolonging life, Ye Xingchen currently possesses superior alternatives, which is why he expressed such sentiments to Luo Qingshan. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, an instant silence enveloped the entire Empress Palace. Everyone's eyes displayed a look of astonishment, for the names of the elixirs mentioned by the Emperor were ones they had never encountered before. Observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Ye Xingchen gently remarked to Luo Qingshan, "My dear, I am a 9th-rank alchemist. If our demon clan were to consume the inferior elixirs from the Qing Palace, it would be a disgrace to my reputation." As Ye Xingchen concluded his words with a casual wave, 9 indestructible golden elixirs materialized before Luo Qingshan. A dense aura of vitality instantly permeated the entire Empress Palace. He then spoke gently to Luo Qingshan, "My dear, as formidable beings of the demon clan, we shall consume these indestructible golden elixirs. Each one has the potential to extend life by 100,000 years. Although each individual may partake only once, after that span. One may utilize other elixirs to prolong their lifespan. After speaking, Ye Xingchen placed the 9 golden elixirs into Luo Qingshan's hands, feeling the rich life essence in her grasp. Luo Qingshan looked up at Ye Xingchen in disbelief and exclaimed, "Husband, these are 9th-grade elixirs. Are you certain you wish to give them all to me?" Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen affectionately caressed her delicate nose, a smile illuminating his face as he replied, "My dear, we are one in spirit. 9 elixirs are but a trifle. If you require them, I shall concoct more for you in the future." At that moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's declaration and feeling the depth of his affection, Luo Qingshan's eyes glistened with tears. With these elixirs, the demon clan would no longer need to regard the celestial palace with trepidation. Meanwhile, within the Empress Palace, the other members of the demon clan, witnessing Ye Xingchen's effortless summon of 9 9th-grade elixirs and feeling the vibrant life energy, were instantly filled with excitement. With the Emperor's presence, the demon clan was destined to rise. Suddenly, Ye Xingchen's voice resonated once more as he gazed at Luo Qingshan and declared, "Since the Shangqing Palace has set up a challenge, my husband shall accept it. While there are many matters my husband can endure, to dare to bully my wife and so insult her, I shall crush them regardless of the heavens, let alone a mere Shangqing Palace." Hearing her husband's domineering words, Luo Qingshan felt a surge of emotion within her heart. She looked into Ye Xingchen's eyes, which sparkled with confidence, and softly inquired, "Husband, it seems you have devised a countermeasure. Why not share it with the elders as well?" Listening to Luo Qingshan's gentle tone, Ye Xingchen smiled mysteriously and addressed the elders below, saying, "What is the source of Huangfu Bubi's confidence? It is the longevity elixir. Therefore, I, the Emperor, shall use the very elixir that grants Huangfu Bubi his assurance to utterly defeat him. I shall see whether he will bow before me or not." As the elders below stood in shock, Ye Xingchen exuded an astonishing aura, sweeping across the realms with an overwhelming presence. In that moment, he resembled an ancient emperor, towering above all beings, inspiring an involuntary reverence from those who beheld him. Chapter 44. The power of the life spring and the loyalty of the celestial emperor at this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's formidable proclamation. All the elder demons were filled with excitement, turning their gazes toward the imposing figure of Ye Xingchen above. He radiated an incredible energy that swept across the realms, akin to an ancient sovereign, exalted above all, compelling those around him to bow in veneration. Beside him, Luo Qingshan gazed at the figure before her, reminiscent of an ancient emperor, exuding an astonishing aura. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with profound pride and deep affection. Observing this majestic silhouette instilled an unparalleled sense of reassurance within her, as if this presence could shield her from all worldly difficulties and perilous obstacles. Turning to meet the adoration and tenderness reflected in Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen offered a faint smile and spoke, "My dear, I recall you mentioning previously that you had ventured into the human realm for several years. Part of your journey was to undergo trials, and part was to seek a pill capable of remedying the failures of breakthrough. Have you at last found such a pill?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Luo Qingshan's gaze as she gently shook her head and replied, "I have found it, the supreme creation pill refined by the Shangqing Palace. However, this pill is the very foundation of the Shangqing Palace. Even for the human factions, acquiring a single one is immensely challenging, let alone for our demon clan, which is altogether inconceivable. Yet, despite the formidable obstacles, I am determined to seek out the remedy for those who have faltered in their breakthroughs. These clansmen were once the pinnacle of our demon race, sacrificing so much for our kin. Even the slightest glimmer of hope is worth pursuing, and I shall not relent." At her words, the elders below wore expressions of deep sorrow. Those formidable figures, once esteemed predecessors of the demon clan, now found themselves unable to transcend their current realm due to injuries to their essence, languishing in the realm of the immortal emperor, unable to ascend to the immortal emperor's realm. Should a remedy for their afflictions be discovered, These venerable beings could not only restore their vitality, but with the accumulation of years, they would undoubtedly breach the immortal emperor realm once more. In due time, the entire demon clan's power will become even more formidable. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words and observing the expressions of those present, Ye Xingchen glanced at Luo Qingshan and sighed softly, saying, "Alas, my dear wife, your husband is quite disheartened. Here stands a dignified ninth-grade alchemist before you, yet you choose to disregard him. This truly disappoints me." At that moment, within the Empress's palace, everyone present felt their expressions shift dramatically upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, their gazes turning towards him with palpable excitement. Luo Qingshan, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed to Ye Xingchen's side. Grasping his hand and her eyes alight with anticipation, exclaimed, "Husband, do you mean to say that you can concoct such a pill?" Observing Luo Qingshan's fervent demeanor, Ye Xingchen feigned indignation and huffed. "Humph, a ninth-grade alchemist, and yet you all choose to overlook me. I am quite vexed at this moment, and the consequences could be dire." The elders below, witnessing Ye Xingchen's playful act of anger and then glancing at Luo Qingshan's expression, could only shake their heads in resignation, choosing wisely to remain silent. Meanwhile, seeing Ye Xingchen behave like a child, Luo Qingshan couldn't help but smile in exasperation, fully aware of her husband's playful intentions. Leaning closer to Ye Xingchen's ear, she whispered a few words. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's soft words, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned to the blushing Luo Qingshan, grinning broadly, eliciting a playful eye roll from her. In that moment, Ye Xingchen seemed transformed, beaming at Luo Qingshan as he declared, "My dear, let us invite these esteemed elders to the Empress's palace. I shall attend to their ailments immediately." Ingyist. One possesses an inexhaustible fountain of life bestowed by the system. A single drop can extend one's lifespan by 50 years, and moreover, it has the capacity to restore one's essence and heal grievous injuries. The mere triviality of fundamental injury is no longer a concern. These formidable beings of the demon clan, though unable to transcend their current limits, have not experienced a regression in their realms, indicating that they have merely been afflicted at their source by heavenly tribulations, not by the injuries of the Tao. Had it been the latter, the consequences would have been dire. Not only would they be incapable of advancement, but their own realms would gradually diminish, their strength waning until they are reduced to mere skeletal remains. Furthermore, the torment inflicted by the Tao would be an unbearable ordeal for any ordinary individual. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan was filled with excitement, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she hastily exclaimed, "Husband." Recognizing Luo Qingshan's fervor, Ye Xingchen, without waiting for her to finish, grasped her hand firmly. "Rest assured, my dear, I understand. You need only invite those esteemed elders of the demon clan to the Emperor's palace." After giving Luo Qingshan a reassuring glance, he tightened his grip on her hand and spoke. Hearing her husband's words and the reassurance reflected in his eyes, Luo Qingshan was brimming with exhilaration as she promptly declared, "Elder, please summon the esteemed elders to the Emperor's palace at once." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's command, the elder Wan Qinli did not hesitate. He bowed slightly to both Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen before vanishing from sight. At this moment, the remaining demon clan elders below gazed at Ye Xingchen with eyes full of fervor. If the Emperor truly possesses the ability to heal those venerable beings of the demon race, then the demon clan will be graced with dozens of celestial emperors, catapulting them into the ranks of the supreme powers of the divine wilderness, on par with those reclusive titans and sacred lands. In a brief moment, dozens of formidable demon warriors accompanied the Grand Elder into the palace of the Empress. After bowing in reverence to the two, these warriors turned their eager gazes toward Ye Xingchen. Observing the excitement in the eyes of these venerable demon figures, Ye Xingchen discerned that the Grand Elder must have shared some significant tidings with them. With a gentle smile, he addressed them, "Esteemed elders, you are the pillars of the demon clan, and I trust you are aware of the reason for the Empress's invitation. Therefore, I shall refrain from further ado. I implore you to partake of the life spring before you." As he spoke, Ye Xingchen effortlessly conjured several droplets of the life spring, imbued with a rich essence of vitality, which appeared before the venerable demon elders. Within the palace of the empress, everyone felt the overwhelming aura of life emanating from the droplets. Observing the greenery within the palace growing taller, all present displayed expressions of astonishment, silently marveling at the profound vitality that had caused such rapid growth in a mere instant. Noticing the astonished expressions of the demon clan, Ye Xingchen urged esteemed elders, "Please consume the life spring swiftly, then sit cross-legged to mend your internal injuries and transcend to the realm of celestial emperors." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, dozens of formidable beings from the demon clan ceased their hesitation and immediately imbibed the life essence from the divine spring before them. They closed their eyes and settled into a meditative posture. A palpable aura of life emanated from within these demon elders, their bodies absorbing the rich vitality as if they were parched deserts rejoicing in a long-awaited rainfall. This vibrant life energy continuously nourished their forms, mending their very essence. Furthermore, they felt an intrinsic extension of their lifespans by 50 years, their imposing presence steadily escalating, showcasing the extraordinary power of the divine spring. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, all the demon elders simultaneously opened their eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura characteristic of celestial emperors. Waves of celestial emperor energy coalesced into storms of power, radiating outward in all directions. Witnessing this overwhelming display, the onlookers were filled with excitement. These demon elders had previously endured harrowing tribulations, their original essence wounded, preventing their ascent to the celestial emperor realm. Now, with their essence restored and free from the need to face tribulations, they naturally broke through to the celestial emperor realm, bolstered by years of accumulated strength. This monumental advancement elevated the demon clan to the status of a superpower within the divine wilderness continent, igniting elation among all members of the Empress Palace. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Ye Xingchen, brimming with profound excitement and reverence. Those who had ascended to the celestial emperor realm knelt on one knee before him, proclaiming with earnest voices, "Thank you, Emperor. Please accept our bow. Thank you, Emperor. Please accept our bow." Upon witnessing the venerable members of the demon race kneeling on one leg before Ye Xingchen, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of all present. In Luo Qingshan's eyes, a radiant joy gleamed. In the demon race, kneeling on one leg is a profound symbol of total allegiance. The loyalty of dozens of celestial emperors is bound to leave them astounded. Ye Xingchen, however, quickly urged these esteemed elders to rise, proclaiming, "We are all kin. There is no need for such formality. Please stand." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the recently ascended celestial emperors of the demon race gradually stood up. Yet, their gazes towards Ye Xingchen were filled with deep respect. Ye Xingchen then turned to grasp Luo Qingshan's hand, and seeing the joy and affection in her eyes, he let out a hearty laugh, brimming with grandeur. Today, as our esteemed elders restore their origins and ascend to the celestial emperor realm, our demon race leaps into the ranks of superpowers. Let us celebrate. No sooner had Ye Xingchen's words resonated than a stunning spectacle unfolded, leaving everyone below in shock. The Grand Elder, Wan Qianli, could only swallow hard, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a powerful figure. Chapter 45. Ye Xingchen's generosity at the demon auction. At this moment, observing the exuberant expressions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen declared, "Today, as our esteemed elders restore their origins and ascend to the celestial emperor realm, our demon race leaps into the ranks of superpowers. Let us celebrate. I am in high spirits today and have gifts to present to everyone." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the crowd below erupted in surprise. They had experienced Ye Xingchen's gifts before, and whenever he chose to act, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, everyone gazed at Ye Xingchen with expressions of astonishment, their eyes brimming with anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, revealing a scene that left all present in awe. In their hearts, They could not help but exclaim. Indeed, the gifts from the emperor are anything but ordinary. Before them materialized hundreds of exquisite bottles crafted from premium spiritual stones. Ye Xingchen's voice resonated through the air. You all must have tasted this exceptional divine wine. Its flavor is quite delightful, albeit with an exceedingly high alcohol content. As you are well aware of its effects, each of you shall receive 100 bottles as a token of generosity from your emperor. As they beheld the multitude of exquisite divine wine bottles, a collective gulp escaped their throats, and fervor radiated from their eyes. They were connoisseurs of fine wine, and having savored the divine brew once, they found the liquor brewed by the demon clan utterly insipid in comparison. Consequently, they had long yearned for the divine wine, fully cognizant of its value. The unexpected generosity of the emperor today, bestowing upon them each 100 bottles, ignited a fervent excitement within them. This divine wine was akin to sixth-grade elixirs with every sip. Perceiving the fervent thoughts of these powerful demon clan members, Ye Xingchen waved his hand once more and turned to the gentle and affectionate Ye Xingchen. He tenderly remarked, "My dear, here lie 2 million bottles of exquisite divine wine, to be designated as a welfare for our demon clan. Let us reserve them for festive occasions, to be shared among our kin in celebration." In the next moment, the entire Empress Palace erupted in exclamations as everyone gazed in astonishment at the multitude of exquisite divine wines before them. Their eyes wide and breaths caught in a hissing gasp. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Ye Xingchen, her eyes brimming with shock, turned to Ye Xingchen, her uncertainty palpable as she inquired, "Husband, is all this intended as a benefit for the disciples of the demon clan? Might it be a bit excessive?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's somewhat excited words, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and reassured her, "Fear not, my dear. I still possess an additional 200,000 bottles. It is hardly excessive. You may distribute them as you see fit. With the recent addition of several dozen celestial emperors to our ranks, our demon clan has ascended to a formidable power, a development worthy of celebration for all our kin. Please, feel free to allocate as you wish." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen cast a charming glance at her husband before casually waving her hand to collect the 200,000 exquisite divine wines. Observing the empress gather the wines, the crowd below no longer hesitated, their faces alight with excitement as they too collected the 100 bottles of divine wine before them. If they were to moderate their consumption, these 100 bottles would suffice for a considerable time. At that moment, their gazes towards Ye Xingchen were filled with gratitude. Once the crowd had secured the exquisite divine wines, Ye Xingchen curiously inquired, "Husband, what exactly was the life spring that we had the elders consume earlier?" Upon hearing the empress's inquiry, the crowd below lifted their heads, their curiosity piqued. However, they hesitated to voice their questions, fearing that such divine matters were secrets of the emperor. After all, they all understood that their sovereign was shrouded in mystery, outwardly appearing to be of innate realm, yet possessing an unfathomable true strength. The astonishing aura he exuded, which seemed to transcend all, sweeping across the universe and commanding all directions, incited a profound instinct to venerate him. Such an aura could hardly be emanated by one of mere innate realm. Nevertheless, since the emperor favored enigma, they felt even less inclined to inquire. At that moment, hearing the empress's voice, they instinctively raised their heads, their faces reflecting curiosity. In response to Ye Xingchen's question, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and explained what the esteemed seniors consumed earlier was the life divine spring. Upon ingestion, it can restore one to their original state, heal severe injuries, and extend life. Just a single drop can prolong life by 50 years, making it an exceedingly rare and precious divine object. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, everyone was taken aback. The notion that a single drop could extend life by 50 years and heal grave wounds indeed classified it as a supreme treasure. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Ye Xingchen continued, "Did not the Shangqing Palace, in its arrogance, declare a challenge against our demon clan, believing they possessed longevity pills? This emperor has accepted, and with a life-divine spring, I shall utterly dismantle their confidence. I am eager to see the expression on Huangfu Bubi's face when the time comes. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, everyone was taken aback. Luo Qingshan exclaimed, "My lord, such divine water is far too precious. A single drop can extend one's life by 50 years and can even heal the wounds of one's origin. The longevity pills from the Shangqing Palace are utterly incomparable. Is it not excessive to waste it?" In response to Luo Qingshan's remarks, Ye Xingchen smiled slightly and declared with great authority, "Since my lord has accepted this challenge, there is no way I shall resort to such trivial longevity pills in battle. That would be a disgrace to my esteemed identity. Furthermore, if we are to fight, we shall do so decisively." Casting the Shangqing Palace from its pedestal and demonstrating to all forces in the divine wasteland that, compared to the demon race, the Shangqing Palace is merely a farcical joke. At that moment, within the palace of the female emperor, all the demon race members felt a stirring within their hearts upon hearing Ye Xingchen's commanding voice. Their gazes towards him were filled with admiration. With such a formidable sovereign, how could the demon race not thrive? Turning to Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen continued, "Tomorrow, my lord shall make his way to the Wandan Pavilion. My dear, promptly send word that the Wandan Pavilion of the demon race will host an auction of divine artifacts capable of extending life by 50 years in 7 days. I wish to see if the forces of the divine wasteland can restrain themselves. Through this auction, I shall ensure that all forces in the divine wasteland comprehend that the Shangqing Palace is nothing but a grand joke." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan hurriedly replied, "My lord, allow me to accompany you. It would be splendid to explore the realms of the human race together." Upon hearing the anxious voice of Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and said, "Very well, let us as husband and wife take a stroll through the realm of humanity. Additionally, we shall summon all the formidable demon clan celestial emperors to join us at the Wandan Pavilion. It is high time for all factions in the divine wilderness to experience the might of the demon race." At Ye Xingchen's words, the eyes of all demon clan warriors sparkled with excitement, their faces adorned with fervor. It had been many years since the demon race had the opportunity to hold their heads high. This time, it would surely astonish all factions. The Grand Elder immediately dispatched disciples to spread the word, proclaiming that within a day, the entire divine wilderness would be informed of the demon clan's auction. Moreover, esteemed elders, those who have successfully ascended to the realm of celestial emperors shall be directly elevated to the status of ancestral figures within the demon clan. I shall issue a decree to notify the entire clan. All ancestral figures, promptly heed my command and rendezvous at the ancestral grounds with other demon ancestors. Today, we shall proceed to the Wandan Pavilion to prevent any malicious interference. Should any such attempts be discovered, they are to be crushed without mercy. It is time for the demon race to reveal its brilliance." At this moment, Luo Qingshan regained the regal aura befitting an empress, addressing all demon clan members with authority. "Obey the decree of the empress. Obey the decree of the empress." In response to Luo Qingshan's command, all demon clan members clasped their hands in salute, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing. As Ye Xingchen watched the figures of the demon warriors fade from view, he took Luo Qingshan's hand in his, their gazes locking. In that moment, the hearts of the two drew ever closer, nurturing a grand tree known as love, which grew ever taller and more flourishing within their souls. Chapter 46. The Heavenly Craft's Secret Treasure. Stirring the divine wilderness at the break of dawn, Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan rose early, for they were to visit the Wandan Pavilion that day. Unlike their usual playful banter, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of purpose. Luo Qingshan had additional matters to attend to concerning the demon clan, so she instructed Ye Xingchen to wait for her at the Phoenix Nest Palace before soaring towards the Empress's palace. As Ye Xingchen watched Luo Qingshan's figure fade into the horizon, a gentle smile graced his lips. He approached the window, admiring the exquisite scenery outside, and mused to himself, "It is the perfect moment to complete today's system check-in and see what rewards await me." With that thought, Ye Xingchen addressed the system directly. "System, let the check-in for today commence." No sooner had he spoken than the system's melodious check-in notification echoed in his ears. Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 100,000 bottles of exquisite divine wine, now stored in the system space. Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a Heavenly Craft Secret Treasure. The Heavenly Craft Secret Treasure, a creation of an ancient supreme being, allows the user to instantaneously erect a magnificent palace or pavilion at a designated location. Its defensive capabilities rival those of celestial-grade divine weapons, and due to its exceedingly rare circulation, is regarded as a treasure of unparalleled value. Ding. The system is processing the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. The Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, upon fusion by the host, grants the ability to discern all causes and effects, shattering all illusions. Before this divine eye, all things return to their essence, rendering any concealed tactics utterly ineffective. At this moment, standing by the window, Ye Xingchen listened to a series of melodious sounds emanating from the system, his heart brimming with excitement. Although he had ascended to the pinnacle of power as a celestial emperor, each reward from the system evoked a profound sense of wonder within him. Truly, the system was unparalleled, delivering magnificent surprises with each interaction. Observing the influx of 1,000,000 exquisite divine wines within the system's realm, a smile graced Ye Xingchen's lips. The system was remarkably considerate, knowing his stock of divine wine was dwindling and promptly gifting him 1,000,000 bottles. With joy illuminating his expression, he retrieved the heavenly artisan's secret treasure from the system's space. Examining it meticulously, he discovered that this treasure, no larger than the palm of his hand, radiated a dark golden hue while emanating a luminous, jade-like glow, igniting Ye Xingchen's curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired of the system, once the heavenly artisan's secret treasure is used, can it be retrieved? As soon as Ye Xingchen's words faded, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Please note, the heavenly artisan's secret treasure is an extraordinary artifact, exceedingly rare in circulation. Once utilized, it cannot be reclaimed. Please choose the location of its use with caution. Upon hearing the system's response, Ye Xingchen abandoned the notion of using the heavenly artisan's secret treasure at that moment and carefully stored this exceptionally rare item back into the system space. He then addressed the system once more. System, merge the Eye of Illusions. Ding. The Eye of Illusions is currently merging. Merge successful. As the host is a chaotic body of the great Tao with unparalleled fortune, the fusion has reached 100%. Allowing the host to fully unleash the profound capabilities of the Eye of Illusions. As the system's voice faded, Ye Xingchen felt an unusual surge of energy coursing through his eyes. Contrary to the anticipated pain of fusion, a sense of comfort enveloped him instead. Simultaneously, a plethora of profound insights regarding the usage of the void-breaking divine Eye emerged in his mind. Slowly, Ye Xingchen opened his eyes, and an awe-inspiring radiance emanated from them, transforming his gaze into a resplendent golden hue. At that moment, the world before him underwent a monumental transformation. The laws of the celestial path materialized, and the ethereal essence of immortality became readily accessible. Even the previously concealed arrays and celestial veins of the demon race, hidden within the void and underground, were vividly revealed in Ye Xingchen's vision. Remarkably, even the guards of the empress's palace appeared to possess the cultivation of the celestial realm, their forms discernible with astonishing clarity despite the considerable distance. It was as if Ye Xingchen had acquired the power of X-ray vision. Indeed, as the system had proclaimed, everything reverted to its essence, rendering any hidden tactics mere jest in the presence of the void-breaking divine Eye. Satisfied, he nodded slightly and closed his eyes once more. Upon reopening them, the golden hue had entirely vanished. Whenever Ye Xingchen desired, with but a thought, he could activate the void-breaking divine Eye. And as long as he wished it, his eyes would remain devoid of their golden glow. The scene shifted to the upper clear palace, where Huangfu Bushi listened with a dignified demeanor to the elder's report below. A smile gradually spread across his face, and ultimately unable to contain his delight. He struck the armrest of his chair, erupting into hearty laughter. Splendid. Truly splendid. The demon race is actually set to auction a divine artifact that can extend one's lifespan by 50 years in just 7 days, and in considerable quantity too. This is nothing short of a grand jest. Throughout the divine wilderness continent, it is true that artifacts capable of prolonging life exist, a fact I readily acknowledge. However, such treasures are rare and elusive. Only the lifespan elixir from our Shangqing Palace stands as the most commonplace longevity potion. Albeit its high price, it undeniably exists. Upon hearing the words of Huangfu Bubi, an elderly man with white hair rose from the crowd and spoke. Palace Master, since the demon race dares to release such news, it cannot be without cause. This matter pertains to the dignity of the demon race. That young lady, Ye Xingchen, is certainly not devoid of intellect. She must possess such a divine artifact. Listening to the elder's remarks, Huangfu Bubi nodded slightly. The elder's words were indeed astute. Ye Xingchen would not act without purpose. This matter concerns the reputation of the demon race, and should all factions attend, if the demon race fails to present the artifact, it would not merely be a matter of face, but would directly offend all powers within the divine wilderness. Ye Xingchen would not make such a decision lightly. However, I speculate that such an artifact must indeed exist, though its quantity would surely be limited. Ye Xingchen's intention undoubtedly lies in trading this artifact for the lifespan elixirs from various factions, thus temporarily alleviating the shortage of longevity potions. Such longevity artifacts are rare and precious. If I were to refine one into a pill, its efficacy would surely be magnified. It could even extend life by a century. And I might very well attain the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist as a result. Upon hearing the words of Huangfu Bubu, Elder Bai's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he exclaimed, "Is that the intent of the palace master? That woman, Ye Xingchen, is likely waiting for me to make my appearance." It was evident that Ye Xingchen understood the significance of such a divine artifact, and as an 8th-tier alchemist, I would never let such an opportunity slip by. Thus, I shall fulfill her wish and pay her a visit. Should Ye Xingchen be willing to part with this divine item, I would not hesitate to bestow some longevity elixirs upon the demon clan. At that point, as I ascend to the 9th tier, ruling the realm, a mere demon would be of little consequence. At this moment, Huangfu Bubu's eyes radiated with astonishing ambition, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, as if everything lay within his grasp. Elder Bai, relay the message. In 7 days, I shall personally lead a party to the Wandan Pavilion. I am eager to see how Ye Xingchen will respond. Will she willingly surrender the divine artifact, or will she stubbornly cling to it, resisting until her last breath? Regardless, this matter is crucial for my advancement to the 9th tier, and I must secure the artifact. I am curious to see who dares to compete with the Shangqing Palace. Upon hearing Huangfu Bubu's declaration, Elder Bai immediately bowed in acknowledgement. It is said in ancient legends that a 9th-tier alchemist can reign supreme. If the palace master truly becomes a 9th-tier alchemist, more powerful figures will undoubtedly rally to his side, propelling the Shangqing Palace to new heights and establishing it as a formidable force, on par with those hidden sanctuaries of immense power. In the future, there will be no need to annually pay tribute of exquisite spiritual essence to that other faction. At this moment, not only is the Qing Palace discussing the matter, but the entire divine wilderness continent, along with various major forces, is also engaged in conversation regarding this event. A divine object that can extend one's life by 50 years is enough to stir the hearts of all. Moreover, some factions are discreetly sending messages to the reclusive giants behind the scenes. The entire divine wilderness has been set ablaze by a single decision made by Ye Xingchen. Chapter 47. The emergence of the Emperor Star, concealing the heavenly mechanism at this moment. The entire divine wilderness is in an uproar due to Ye Xingchen's decision. Our protagonist, Ye Xingchen, sits with an expression of contentment atop a magnificent tomb, marveling at the swiftly retreating clouds behind him. Observing her husband's astonished demeanor, Luo Qingshan's lips curve into a gentle smile as she softly explains, "Husband, this is the Tsung, possessing the bloodline of the ancient phoenix, with high intelligence and incredible speed. It serves as my mount. It usually resides in the back mountains of the demon clan, summoned only when I venture out. Its temperament is exceedingly gentle, yet its strength is formidable, equivalent to that of a celestial king among the human race." As if comprehending Luo Qingshan's words, the Tefeng emits a soft cry, its eyes reflecting a sense of joy. Witnessing the delight in the Tsung's gaze and hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen cannot help but marvel at the notion that all things possess a spirit. It appears to hold true. "Husband, with the speed of its Tefeng, in just a short while, we shall arrive at the Wandan Pavilion. After a brief respite there, I will accompany you to explore the human realm." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen gazes into her affectionate eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he responds, "Very well, I shall heed my wife's words. Once our tasks are complete, we shall take our time to explore the human realm." As the scene shifts, we find ourselves within the celestial city of Tianji. Dozens of elderly men, their hair as white as snow, gaze up at the vaulted ceiling of the Grand Hall of Tianji, where countless stars streak across the sky, twinkling brilliantly while the sun and moon perpetually cycle. This is the revered clan artifact, the celestial diagram of Tianji. At this moment, the venerable elders, all of whom have attained the realm of the immortal emperor, engage in a fervent discourse, their voices clashing in a cacophony that betrays their esteemed status, their faces flushed with intensity. Above them, a middle-aged man sits calmly in the grand hall, observing the tumult below with an air of practiced tranquility. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raises his gaze to the celestial diagram, and his countenance shifts dramatically. He swiftly descends to the central position below, and with a mere gesture of his hand, the previously raucous elders fall into silence. With an expression of grave seriousness, he proclaims, "The Emperor's star has manifested. A great era is upon us. The hidden will emerge, and the divine wasteland shall undergo a profound transformation." Upon hearing his words, the faces of the elderly men pale, and they direct their attention to the celestial diagram. One of the most boisterous among them expresses his incredulity. The Emperor's star has indeed materialized. But why does it occupy the central position? Shouldn't it reside in the east of the celestial diagram? At this revelation, all present are struck with astonishment, realizing that the Emperor's star, which was meant to dwell in the east, has unexpectedly taken its place at the center of the celestial diagram, including the middle-aged man. Everyone bows their heads, calculating with furrowed brows. Moments later, they all raise their heads in surprise, with the middle-aged man displaying an expression of utter disbelief. The Emperor, in disbelief, pondered the inexplicable reason behind the imperial star, which ought to have occupied the eastern position of the celestial mechanism chart, suddenly materializing in the center. Could it be that the great emperor of that realm concealed the celestial secrets? Such a notion seemed implausible. Even if a mighty emperor were to obscure the heavenly mysteries, would it be conceivable that I, the emperor, could discern nothing at all? Could it be the Tao of Heaven? Gazing at the celestial mechanism chart, the middle-aged man, with a face awash in astonishment, murmured to himself, "Given that the Tao of Heaven veils the celestial secrets, I shall examine the position of the imperial star." Upon concluding his thoughts, the middle-aged man waved his hand nonchalantly and struck forth, unleashing a terrifying surge of celestial energy into the celestial mechanism chart. In an instant, the entire chart underwent a dramatic transformation. It was as if the heavens and earth converged, amplifying instantaneously, revealing the expanse of the divine wilderness continent before his eyes. Observing the radiant star exuding an imperial purple aura, the middle-aged man whispered in astonishment, "It is indeed here, at the boundary between the demon and human realms. The imperial star has manifested at this juncture. Could it be related to the demon auction affair?" This middle-aged man was none other than Wei Tianji, the celestial emperor and master of the renowned Tianji city, a preeminent force within the divine wilderness continent. Tianji city is famed for its ability to predict fortunes and calamities. With rumors of an even more formidable backing, the secluded powerhouse, sacred mountain of divine mechanisms. Many factions, during their treasure hunts or quests for individuals, would seek out Tianji city to glean insights into their fortunes and misfortunes. Of course, such services do not come cheaply. However, the accuracy of Tianji city's predictions has engendered immense trust among the myriad forces of the divine wilderness continent. Suddenly, the entire celestial diagram of heavenly secrets emanated brilliant rays of divine light, only to dim instantaneously, as if struck by an enigmatic force, losing its inherent brilliance. Even more astonishing to the inhabitants of Tianji City was the fact that the location of the imperial star had become utterly untraceable, devoid of even the faintest trace, as though it had never materialized at all. This scene sent a profound shock through Wei Tianji's heart, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly worthy of the imperial star. It is beyond conjecture and investigation. Even its position merely appeared for a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. Nevertheless, I cannot be mistaken about the emergence of the imperial star. It seems that a grand era is approaching, and the divine wilderness is poised for significant transformation. Make arrangements. 3 days hence, I shall personally visit the Wandan Pavilion to observe the longevity treasures auctioned by the demonic clan and perhaps ascertain the whereabouts of the imperial star. We in Tianji City must prepare well in advance." Upon hearing Wei Tianji's words, dozens of white-haired elders below immediately bowed in acknowledgement before turning to vanish from sight. At this moment, Wei Tianji lifted his gaze towards the celestial diagram of heavenly secrets, his eyes sparkling with crystalline divine radiance. He pointed, and a beam of golden light shot into the diagram, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen sat upon the colorful phoenix when the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! A presence has been detected attempting to deduce the heavenly secrets and calculate the host location. Shall the host activate the concealment function to prevent any inquiries? The sudden voice of the system caught Ye Xingchen off guard. The notion that someone was attempting to deduce the heavenly secrets and ascertain his position intrigued him immensely. However, the thought of being constantly observed wherever she went made Ye Xingchen feel uncomfortable. She immediately addressed the system in her mind. "System, activate the concealment function at once." As soon as her words fell, the system's voice echoed. "Ding! The concealment function is now active. No one can deduce the hostess whereabouts, and should anyone attempt to do so, they will face repercussions." Upon hearing this, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and exclaimed with excitement, "System, I absolutely adore you. You possess such remarkable capabilities. Ding, please remain calm, esteemed host. This system is unparalleled across all realms, and every function is inherent. There is no need for alarm." Listening to the system's response, Ye Xingchen was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, "This system certainly has its quirks, but I quite fancy it. The system." In the next moment, Ye Xingchen felt the phoenix of colors descending rapidly. Looking up, she realized they had already arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Elixirs. The phoenix landed gracefully, and the two disembarked. Luo Qingshan extended her right hand, and the phoenix immediately understood, lowering its head affectionately to nuzzle against her hand, its eyes gleaming with joy. "Very well. You may return to the demon clan on your own. My lord and I will return to the demon clan in due time." As if comprehending Luo Qingshan's words, the phoenix let out a clarion call, spreading its magnificent, colorful wings, transforming into a streak of 9-colored light that soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the Hall of 10,000 Elixirs, the Grand Elder, who had arrived earlier, stood before the entrance with all the members of the demon clan. Bowing respectfully to Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen, all members of the demon clan gazed at Ye Xingchen with profound admiration. Ye Xingchen smiled and greeted the elder and others, stirring a wave of excitement among the demon kin. As he observed the 3-story pavilion before him, and then turned to the towering structures in the distance within the realm of humanity, Ye Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing the reason behind his frown, the elder spoke in a hushed tone. Your Majesty, our Wandan Pavilion was established too hastily, thus. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ye Xingchen offered a faint smile and replied, Indeed, I comprehend. However, our demon clan, in every aspect, should not lag behind the human race. This cannot be allowed, especially with the upcoming auction event in 7 days, where various factions will gather. Our Wandan Pavilion truly does not reflect the status of the demon clan. At Ye Xingchen's words, both Luo Qingshan and the elder frowned in unison. He was correct, compared to the magnificent buildings of the human realm in the distance. The structures of the demon clan appeared rather meager. Observing Luo Qingshan's slight frown, Ye Xingchen's consciousness swept across the area, discovering a vast open space between the human and demon territories, bustling with activity. He could not help but inquire, Elder, why is it that our Wandan Pavilion is so sparsely populated, while not far ahead there is such a lively crowd, with many from both the human and demon clans? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's question, Luo Qingshan smiled gently, took his hand, and began to explain. It was only then that Ye Xingchen understood the reason. Gazing at the modest 3-story Wandan Pavilion before him, Ye Xingchen uttered a statement that left everyone in astonishment. Chapter 48. Astonishing Actions. The power of the heavenly craft secret treasure at this moment. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's explanation, Ye Xingchen finally comprehended why there were no other individuals present at Wandan Pavilion. It turned out that a vast expanse of open land existed between the demon race and the human race, originally intended to delineate their territorial boundaries. However, over time, this expansive area transformed into a bustling hub for trade between the two races, witnessing a steady influx of people. Due to its proximity to the demon territory, abundant resources were available at remarkably low prices, which attracted an increasing number of humans to procure goods, gradually evolving into a vibrant and lively small town. Of course, some humans ventured into the demon territory in search of spiritual herbs and extraordinary fruits, as long as they refrained from intruding into the core areas of the demon race. They were not hindered. This was also the reason why members of the demon race could freely enter human territory. Nevertheless, the Wandan Pavilion, once teeming with visitors daily seeking to purchase elixirs, had fallen silent due to the influence of the Shangqing Palace. Fearing the repercussions of offending the Shangqing Palace and consequently losing access to the lifespan-extending elixirs, no other factions or individuals dared to approach for the demon-crafted potions. Since the announcement from the demon race yesterday regarding an auction of a miraculous artifact capable of extending life by 50 years in 7 days, many sought to visit the Wandan Pavilion, only to be informed that entry would only be permitted on the day of the auction. Thus, the Wandan Pavilion was now exclusively occupied by members of the demon race. Upon understanding these matters, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that perhaps this was an opportunity for change. Have the ancestors arrived? He inquired of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the Grand Elder immediately bowed and replied, reporting to the Emperor, all the ancestors have arrived and are concealed in the depths of the void. They can emerge at any moment upon your command, Emperor and Empress. A slight smile graced Ye Xingchen's lips as he turned to glance at Luo Qingshan, who was furrowing her brow, gazing into the distance at the indistinct towering structures. Feeling a surge of emotion, he took her hand and bestowed her with a gentle smile. Then, looking at the 3-story Wandan Pavilion, he declared something that left those around him in shock. Grand Elder, gather all the pills and items from the Wandan Pavilion. This building is an eyesore to me. Such a structure cannot possibly represent the dignity of the demon race. I intend to demolish it. The Grand Elder and the surrounding disciples of the demon race were astounded by Ye Xingchen's proclamation, yet Luo Qingshan beside him wore a smile. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen turned to Luo Qingshan, only to find her gazing at him with warmth. He could not help but smile and said, My dear, are you not the least bit surprised that I wish to dismantle the Wandan Pavilion? Hearing her husband's inquiry, Luo Qingshan's smile deepened as she softly replied, I trust you, my husband. If you wish to demolish it, you must have devised a plan. and I am certain you will not give the major forces of the divine wasteland any cause for ridicule." At this moment, upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, the surrounding members of the demon clan suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, how could they have forgotten who the emperor was? He was a man whom they all revered. Whenever he spoke, his words were never in vain. It was evident that the empress understood the emperor best. With this realization, the Grand Elder did not linger any longer and vanished in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared before Ye Xingchen, bowing deeply and stating, "Emperor, all the items and elixirs have been received into the storage ring." "Thank you for your hard work, Grand Elder," Ye Xingchen replied. And with a casual wave of his hand, a scene that astounded everyone unfolded before them. The Wan Dan Pavilion, which had just been present, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Ye Xingchen had merely stored the Wan Dan Pavilion within the system space, paying no heed to the astonished expressions of the onlookers, for he knew that an even more astonishing event was about to transpire. Turning to Luo Qingshan, he offered a gentle smile and said, "My dear, allow your husband to perform a little magic trick. Do not be too startled. I believe you shall find it delightful." After winking at Luo Qingshan, who rolled her eyes in response, Ye Xingchen directly addressed the system. "System, activate the Heavenly Craft Secret Treasure." Ding! Activating the Heavenly Craft Secret Treasure. Please designate a location and provide a name. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Xingchen pointed towards the direction where the Wan Dan Pavilion had stood and declared, "Wan Dan Pavilion." As soon as Ye Xingchen's voice fell, a surge of information flooded his mind, detailing the magnificent palace that was about to materialize. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled, and a scene of astonishment unfolded before everyone. A grand golden palace soared into the sky, encircled by colossal dragons and soaring phoenixes, emanating a subtle yet formidable pressure. The palace, towering approximately 9 stories high and sprawling across an extensive area, shimmered with a golden radiance. At the top, a plaque inscribed with the 3 golden characters Wan Dan Pavilion radiated beams of golden light, surrounded by golden clouds, exuding an aura of immense power, as if the principles of the great Tao were etched upon it, infused with boundless might. Gazing at the resplendent and magnificent palace before him, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. Reflecting on the information that had just entered his mind, he felt even more pleased. It was indeed a product of the system, with all facilities impeccably equipped. The 9th floor, lavishly adorned, instantly sparked a decision within him. It would serve as the residence for his beloved, kept exclusively private. Such an opulent Wan Dan Pavilion was truly fitting for one of the demon race. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan and the others from the demon race stood astonished at the sudden spectacle, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Although they had grown somewhat accustomed to the emperor's propensity for surprising them, this instance undeniably transcended their expectations. With a mere gesture and an exclamation, such a grand Wan Dan Pavilion materialized. Who could remain unfazed by such a marvel? Turning to observe the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ye Xingchen smiled gently and addressed Luo Qingshan, "My dear, do you like it?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan regained her composure. Her exquisite visage was suffused with a rosy hue as she joyfully leaped into Ye Xingchen's embrace, exclaiming with delight, "Shaner is thrilled. My husband always brings surprises." Observing the intimate exchange between the empress and the emperor, the members of the demon clan wore expressions of mirth, seemingly forgetting their earlier astonishment. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Luo Qingshan shyly extricated herself from Ye Xingchen's arms, casting a seductive glance at her husband. Ye Xingchen, gazing at the approaching figure from afar, addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, it must be the tremors here that have attracted others' attention. Please take a group to clarify the situation. Furthermore, this Wan Dan Pavilion consists of 9 floors. The 9th is not open to the public. Arrange for our kin to guard it, as it serves as the resting quarters for both the emperor and the empress. The other floors, particularly the 8th, shall be designated as a resting place for the members of the demon clan. Grand Elder, feel free to make arrangements. All facilities and items are fully equipped." Once you are familiarized, begin preparations for the upcoming auction. Should any forces from the divine wasteland arrive prematurely, you may grant them access to the Wandan Pavilion. Then, Ye Xingchen's demeanor shifted dramatically, an overwhelming and tyrannical aura rising within him as he proclaimed to all the Demon Clan members, "Remember, as disciples of the Demon Clan, we shall never be bullied nor bow to any force. Naturally, we do not engage in acts of oppression against others. Should there be any instigators, suppress them without fear of offending their faction. Should any issues arise, I shall stand as your advocate." After Ye Xingchen concluded his words, he directly led Luo Qingshan into the Wandan Pavilion. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's proclamation, every member of the Demon Clan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, their eyes radiating fervent light. This was indeed their imperial sovereign, commanding yet enigmatic. Hidden within the void, the ancestral elders of the Demon Clan observed the remarkable transformation below. Upon listening to Ye Xingchen's formidable declarations, their eyes glimmered with satisfaction. The vision of the ancient emperor was undoubtedly far superior to their own. With such an emperor, the Demon Clan would surely revive its ancient glory. Chapter 49. Tender Affection. The beauty of Luo Qingshan at this moment. The ancestral elders concealed in the void witnessed the astonishing changes unfolding. Hearing Ye Xingchen's commanding words, their eyes reflected a sense of gratification. The insight of the great emperor was indeed unparalleled. As he had prophesied, the ancient splendor of the Demon Clan would undoubtedly flourish through Ye Xingchen. If any individual or faction dared to provoke maliciously during this auction, it would be an opportune moment for the Demon Clan to display their might. As the scene shifted to the interior of the Wandan Pavilion, Luo Qingshan gazed in awe at the vast expanse within. The entire pavilion featured a grand platform, perfectly suited for hosting the upcoming auction, surrounded by a hall and private rooms catering to the various needs of the guests. As the two ascended to the 9th floor, what met Luo Qingshan's eyes filled her with even greater delight. The entire 9th floor was harmoniously integrated, its interior adorned with a luxurious yet elegant decor, imbued with vibrant greenery and a refreshing ambience, complete with a study, bedroom, living room, and kitchen, all that one could desire. With but a glance, Luo Qingshan found herself enamored. Observing the joyous expression on her face, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but reflect. Although the system had previously imparted the information regarding Wandan to his mind, witnessing the actual scene was indeed far more breathtaking. Suddenly, a delightful exclamation from Luo Qingshan broke the reverie. "Husband, come quickly. This place is so beautiful, truly magnificent." Hearing her words, Ye Xingchen could only smile wryly and shake his head. This was perhaps the most genuine side of his wife, revealed solely in his presence. For so many years, in service to the Demon Clan, Luo Qingshan had sacrificed everything she cherished. Following the sound, he entered the living room, where his eyes were met with a vast balcony. Witnessing Luo Qingshan's most authentic smile, he silently vowed never to allow anyone to tarnish that beautiful expression. "Husband, look. From here, we can see the human territories and the nearby towns. I never imagined that after all these years, this place has become increasingly prosperous. The scenery seems to have transformed into something even more enchanting." Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and softly remarked, "It is indeed beautiful, but my dear wife is even more so." At his words, Luo Qingshan's heart surged with delight. A blush spread across her exquisite features as she glanced up at Ye Xingchen, coyly replying, "Only my husband can behold my true beauty." At this moment, Luo Qingshan's words proved more effective than any sweet nothings, nearly transforming Ye Xingchen into a wolf as he felt the shift within his husband. Luo Qingshan gasped and, with a bashful demeanor, swiftly departed. Her voice lingered in the air. "Husband, I shall descend and coordinate with the Grand Elder regarding the matters to pay attention to in the coming days. Soon, we shall venture into the nearby town." As she left, she cast a lingering, playful glare at Ye Xingchen, her eyes devoid of anger, yet brimming with affection. Observing his wife's shy retreat, Ye Xingchen's lips curled into a smile, his gaze filled with tenderness. as he watched the departing figures beneath the Wandan Pavilion. Ye Xingchen's consciousness subtly swept across the scene, and the voices of all present echoed in his mind. The scene shifted. Beneath the Wandan Pavilion, the Grand Elder was addressing a gathering of onlookers, articulating something that prompted them to gradually disperse. Among these individuals were merchants seeking to profit from the town's resources, alongside covert agents for various factions, eager to discern if other powers were attending the auction hosted by the Demon Clan, and some who sought adventure to gather spiritual herbs and elixirs. These individuals turned back repeatedly, their expressions painted with astonishment as they conversed among themselves. Did you see that? The Demon Clan has grown increasingly enigmatic. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Who would believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? Indeed, it is said that the Wandan Pavilion was bestowed upon them by the formidable beings of the demon race. Have you noticed the three majestic characters on the plaque? They subtly emit an oppressive aura that sends shivers down one's spine. This Wandan Pavilion is undoubtedly a treasure of celestial quality. Moreover, it has been observed that the demon race frequently manifests extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. Recently, during the nuptials of the empress, even the Tao itself extended its congratulations. Those fortunate enough to witness the event described a breathtaking scene where the laws of the Tao descended, with celestial flowers showering down and golden lotuses emerging from the earth, creating various wondrous manifestations that lasted for an entire hour. This is indeed true. I was in close proximity at that time, and the spectacle remains vividly etched in my memory. However, it is somewhat regrettable, a young man remarked as he gazed upon the magnificent Wandan Pavilion. Indeed, such a scene is a rare occurrence, only seen once in a millennium. It is said that those who beheld this marvel could feel the profound power of the Tao, deepening their understanding of its principles. Yet, what do you mean by regrettable? A middle-aged man beside him interjected upon hearing the young man's words. Haven't you heard? In the entirety of the divine wilderness continent, who does not know of the demon empress, Ye Xingchen, ranked first in beauty? Her husband is merely a human of innate realm cultivation, which has turned Ye Xingchen into a subject of ridicule across the continent. Furthermore, many talented human cultivators who once pursued the demon empress have vowed to teach him a lesson. It is rumored that numerous factions are secretly investigating the true identity of the demon empress's husband. The young man, upon hearing the middle-aged man's inquiry, spoke with a hint of jealousy. Such a significant event must have stirred the entire divine wilderness. It is rare for one to remain uninformed. Yet, for someone to have caught the attention of the empress, with the great Tao personally offering congratulations, their background must be extraordinary. It is said that this individual possesses only innate strength. Perhaps it is merely a rumor. Another young man, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, addressed both the young and middle-aged men. Ah, you may be unaware. A friend of mine is a disciple of the Xintian sect, and he has witnessed it firsthand. It is said that this young man is exceptionally handsome and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Perhaps it is precisely this that has drawn the attention of the empress of the demon clan. The young man who initially spoke added mysteriously, "Is that truly possible?" The empress of the demon clan is no ordinary figure. Many a human prodigy, renowned for their looks and exceptional presence, has pursued her, yet they were backed by formidable forces. If the empress has chosen this individual, there must be aspects we are yet to comprehend. Another man remarked quietly, having listened to their conversation. As soon as he finished speaking, the group fell into silence. Indeed, there must be elements of this situation that elude their understanding. The demon clan has grown increasingly enigmatic. Just a few days ago, they began selling first-grade elixirs, rivaling the quality of second-grade elixirs from the Shangqing Palace, yet at remarkably low prices, garnering the favor of numerous human factions. Had it not been for the decree from the Shangqing Palace, any faction could have engaged in the concoction of the longevity elixir, provided they refrained from purchasing the elixirs of the demon clan. Little did they know how popular the demon clan's elixirs had become. Just yesterday, rumors circulated that the demon clan possessed a miraculous substance that could extend one's life by 50 years, sending ripples through the entire divine wilderness. The suddenness of it all left them feeling that the demon clan was becoming increasingly enigmatic. A group turned to gaze at the golden palace behind them, their eyes shimmering with curiosity as they murmured among themselves, gradually fading from sight. At this moment, Ye Xingchen, seated on the 9th floor of the Wandan Pavilion, listened to the departing voices below, a wry smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the realm, gossip remains a favored topic of discussion among people. Yet, one thing was clear to Ye Xingchen: those so-called prodigies must not provoke him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to strike down any prodigy, irrespective of their faction, with a mere swipe of his hand. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a gentle voice reached him from behind. "Husband, everything has been arranged. The day is still young. Shall we explore the nearby town?" Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen turned to face her, astonished by her beauty. At that moment, Luo Qingshan, adorned with a white veil and a flowing red palace gown that accentuated her graceful figure, appeared as if a celestial being had descended, radiating an enchanting allure. In this instant, her beauty was simply beyond description. Chapter 50. Hand in Hand. A stroll through Tianbao Hall. As Luo Qingshan spoke, Ye Xingchen turned to her, momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting admiration. At that moment, Luo Qingshan adorned herself with a white veil, her figure exquisitely accentuated by a flowing red palace gown, radiating an enchanting allure. Her beauty resembled that of a celestial being, utterly captivating. Observing the astonishment in her husband's eyes, a sense of joy blossomed within Luo Qingshan. With a flirtatious smile, she inquired, "Husband, what is it? Let us be on our way." Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen rose and approached her, gently taking her hand, and softly remarked, "My dear, you are truly breathtaking." Sensing the affection in Ye Xingchen's heart, Luo Qingshan smiled playfully, shooting him a teasing glance. She seized his arm, and together, they descended the stairs, filled with laughter and conversation, eager to explore the nearby town. All the members of the demon clan bowed respectfully upon seeing the two. The Grand Elder, accompanied by others, was inspecting the structure of the Wandan Pavilion when he noticed Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen descending. He immediately bowed to them in greeting. Ye Xingchen responded with a slight smile, addressing the Grand Elder, "There is no need for such formality. The forces of the divine wilderness are quite intrigued by me. I do not wish to be under constant scrutiny. Henceforth, I decree that in the Wandan Pavilion, as well as in the territories of the human race, when encountering me, there is no need for bows. Merely pretend not to recognize me." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan offered a resigned smile, fully aware of her husband's character. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, acknowledging Ye Xingchen's decree, immediately bowed and stated, "I shall faithfully execute the Emperor's command and relay the message forthwith." Gently assisting the Grand Elder to his feet, Ye Xingchen observed the bustling activity of the demon clan disciples around him. With a casual wave of his hand, several hundred exquisite bottles of divine wine materialized before the Grand Elder. In the coming days, they would be quite busy, and these 100 bottles of fine wine could be distributed by the Grand Elder as rewards for the disciples. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the exquisite divine wine, the eyes of the surrounding demon clan disciples sparkled with fervor. They had all tasted this wine and were well aware of its benefits. Thus, seeing Ye Xingchen produce the divine wine filled them with excitement and ardor. The Grand Elder, gazing upon the 100 bottles of divine wine before him, could not help but marvel at the high esteem in which the Emperor was held among the demon clan, even surpassing that of the Empress. It was not without reason. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall express their gratitude on their behalf." As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, all the demon clan disciples bowed respectfully to Ye Xingchen, exclaiming, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Ye Xingchen smiled and gestured for everyone to rise, then took the hand of Luo Qingshan, heading towards the distant town. Luo Qingshan gazed at her smiling husband, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Meanwhile, the admiration in the eyes of all the demon clan members for the gradually disappearing Ye Xingchen deepened significantly. As Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen journeyed, they did not rush, but leisurely enjoyed the picturesque scenery along the way, sharing laughter until they arrived at the bustling and prosperous trading town. Truly, it was the largest trading hub between the human and demon clans, teeming with people and vibrant activity, devoid of the chaotic and filthy atmosphere Ye Xingchen had anticipated. The stalls stretched along both sides of the street, overflowing with an array of dazzling goods that captivated the eye. Among them were miraculous elixirs, treasured weapons, celestial stones, and maps to hidden treasures, all accompanied by a cacophony of enticing calls from vendors. However, the authenticity of the items at these stalls varied greatly, relying entirely on the discerning judgment of the individual. In contrast, the imposing shops ahead offered items that, albeit pricier, were guaranteed to be genuine. As they traversed this vibrant marketplace, Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen emerged as the focal point of attention. Particularly striking was Luo Qingshan, despite her veil. Her exquisite grace and the innate aura of nobility she exuded drew countless glances. Many from the demon clans, unable to discern her features, recognized Ye Xingchen beside her. His transcendent demeanor and familiar visage were unmistakable, for he was their revered emperor. Consequently, the woman radiating an extraordinary presence beside the emperor was undoubtedly their empress. Upon spotting Ye Xingchen, a multitude of demons instinctively inclined to bow in reverence. Yet the gentle voice of Ye Xingchen resonated in their minds, urging them to refrain from formality. There is no need for courtesy. Please continue with your affairs. This emperor and the empress are merely here to stroll, wishing not to be disturbed. The sudden echo of the emperor's amiable words caused the demons to halt their movements. As they watched the emperor smile and pass by, they exchanged knowing glances, each quietly gathering their wares and subtly encircling Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen, silently pledging to protect them at the center of their gathering. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Xingchen turned to glance at Luo Qingshan, only to find her offering a subtle smile before casually waving her hand. The numerous individuals guarding the two seemed to grasp the implication of Luo Qingshan's gesture in an instant, returning to their respective stalls and no longer trailing behind them. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged, bearing the elder's command, whispering something into the ears of the recently departed Yaoju. They too swiftly dispersed. In no time, all Yaoju in the trading area had received the elder's decree. Any encounter with the emperor and empress should be met with feigned ignorance, negating the need for bows or salutations. At this moment, Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen found themselves within a shop known as Tianbao Hall. The exterior of the establishment was uniquely adorned, instantly capturing Luo Qingshan's attention, as she gleefully tugged Ye Xingchen inside like a playful young girl. The interior of Tianbao Hall was not overly crowded, yet it boasted a far greater array of items compared to the outside stalls, showcasing various celestial herbs, spiritual elixirs, and treasures of unparalleled quality. The two possessed an ethereal demeanor, particularly Luo Qingshan, whose veiled visage drew the gazes of many young men. Upon realizing that Ye Xingchen only possessed innate capabilities, their eyes lit up with interest, eager to approach her for acquaintance. However, upon sensing the inadvertent aura of superiority radiating from Luo Qingshan, their enthusiasm was promptly quelled. In recent days, various powerful factions had gradually arrived at the trading locale. Although they did not take residence in the Wandan Pavilion, they settled within the realm of the human race. Occasionally, disciples from these formidable factions would visit the trading area for leisure and to procure goods. Though Luo Qingshan exuded an ethereal grace, the extraordinary aura that enveloped her was unmistakable, and her profound cultivation was inscrutable, marking her as someone far from ordinary. They were keen to avoid inadvertently offending a disciple of a powerful faction, for any misstep would ultimately lead to their own misfortune. Some flowers, while appearing splendid, were not meant for them to touch freely. Suddenly, a beguiling voice broke the air, compelling everyone to turn toward its source. "Young Master Long, Zue Rao adores this headpiece. Would you be so kind as to purchase it for me?" At that moment, a captivating woman clad in a pink gauzy dress, whose beauty was strikingly enchanting, was tugging at the arm of a young man with a mischievous smirk, playfully pouting. The woman's alluring figure radiated seduction, particularly her lips, which were luscious and slightly upturned, instantly capturing the attention of many within Tianbao Hall. All eyes, regardless of age, were drawn to the enchanting woman, their gazes aflame with desire. The young man, gazing at the flirtatious beauty, wore a wicked grin as he reached for her slender waist, saying, "Since Zue Rao is so enamored, and I might earn a smile from such a beauty, I shall buy it for you." He then lifted her chin gently with his other hand, his expression a mix of mischief and delight. How annoying! Zue Rao pouted enchantingly in response to his bold gesture, prompting the already wickedly smiling young man to laugh even more heartily. Ye Xingchen glanced briefly at the scene before seizing Luo Qingshan's hand and steering her toward a nearby counter, for he had no interest in such women. It was best to remain uninvolved. "Apologies, but this headpiece has caught my interest. You may wish to consider other options." Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated, prompting everyone to turn and gaze in its direction. Chapter 51. The overbearing presence, the terrifying killing intent of Bailey II. At that moment, a formidable voice proclaimed, "Apologies, but this headpiece has piqued my interest. You may wish to consider other options." Upon hearing this authoritative tone, the crowd turned their attention to the entrance of Tianbao Hall, where a middle-aged man clad in resplendent yellow robes had made his entrance. As the words of the middle-aged gentleman echoed, the enchanting voice of Zue Rao emerged, sending shivers of excitement through the ears of the surrounding young men. Young Master Lung. Upon hearing Zue Rao's voice, young Master Lung's gaze ignited with fervor, akin to a surge of adrenaline, as he wickedly retorted, "Humph, just because you fancy it, does that make it yours? If you desire Tianbao Hall, does that imply it belongs to you as well? What a monumental jest." Casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man who referred to himself as this king, young Master Lung exhibited an air of contempt. In the divine wilderness continent, many could claim the title of this king, and given the formidable force behind him, he regarded the middle-aged man with utter disregard. Meanwhile, the proprietor of Tianbao Hall, upon hearing the authoritative voice, felt a flicker of curiosity and lifted his gaze towards the source. While his exterior remained composed, his heart raced with shock. Why has this god of death also arrived? Could it be that he is here to attend the auction hosted by the demon race? The middle-aged gentleman merely cast a casual glance at young Master Lung. Suddenly, the young man of the cold surname felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, plunging him into a state akin to that of being ensconced in an icy chamber, with beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on his back. The proprietor of Tianbao Hall cast a disdainful glance at the cold gentleman, then smiled amiably and said, "Haha, this esteemed young man is jesting. I must apologize. Since this headpiece has captured your interest, it rightfully belongs to you. If Miss Zue Rao desires, she may peruse our other unique offerings. For all the treasures at Tianbao Hall are indeed one of a kind." Upon hearing the proprietor's words, the cold gentleman fell silent, while Zue Rao became anxious, attempting to speak, only to be silenced by the cold gentleman's hand over her mouth. He then addressed the middle-aged man at the entrance, proclaiming, "I am Cold Ao Feng, a core disciple of the Divine Blade Immortal Palace. May I inquire about your esteemed identity?" At that moment, the malevolent expression on Cold Ao Feng's face faded, and he feigned tranquility in his tone. The onlookers gasped at his words, realizing that this was indeed Cold Ao Feng, the prodigy ranked 20th on the Divine Wilderness Talents list, rumored to possess the strength of a celestial immortal, and recognized as the Divine Blade's sacred body, having mastered the 5th form of the sect's ultimate technique, the 9 heavenly blades. This ranking was from 3 years prior. By now, his prowess had undoubtedly grown. It was anticipated that when the Divine Wilderness Talents list was re-evaluated in 6 months, Cold Ao Feng would likely ascend into the top 10. At this moment, as he absorbed the murmurs of the crowd, Cold Ao Feng's face was suffused with pride. Indeed, he had every reason to be proud, born as a Divine Blade's sacred body with prodigious innate talent, and having cultivated his sect's ultimate technique to the 5th form. With this stance, Lung Aofeng can withstand the might of a Xianxian strongman without faltering, bolstered by the formidable backing of the Divine Blade Immortal Palace, a premier force in the Divine Wasteland continent. In every regard, Lung Alfing possesses ample grounds for pride. At this moment, upon hearing Lung Alfing's words, the middle-aged man approached, step by deliberate step. With each stride, his imposing aura intensified, seemingly directed at Lung Alfing, causing him to grit his silver teeth, tremble uncontrollably, and struggle to endure. As if on the brink of being overwhelmed by this formidable presence, Lung Alfing realized that should the middle-aged man take another step forward, he would undoubtedly succumb to this pressure. The man's gaze bore the disdainful superiority of one looking down upon an ant, and with a forceful step, he advanced. Lung Outyen could not restrain a cry, cold sweat pouring from his brow as he regained his senses. Beside him, Zue Rao exclaimed softly, "Young Master Lung, what is happening to you?" Those around them, witnessing Lung Alfing's sudden trembling and the cold sweat streaming from him, were struck with shock and fear. Looking up once more at the middle-aged man, Lung Outyen then realized that the man had not moved an inch. He had merely been ensnared by the man's overwhelming aura, drawn into some sort of illusion. Divine Blade, Immortal Palace. Who is Lung Lingtian to you? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the arrogance vanished from Lung Alfing's countenance, and he replied softly, "He is my father." At this, the middle-aged man spoke again. "You may leave. For the sake of your father, with whom I have had a brief acquaintance, I shall let this matter rest. However, should you dare to oppose me so brazenly again, I will not hesitate to annihilate you." Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Lung Alfing shuddered, offering a slight bow and deference before hastily departing with Zue Rao, not daring to linger for even a moment, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Just moments prior, Lung Alfing had received a transmission from her protector, revealing that this middle-aged man was none other than the notorious Xianjun Baishu II, a formidable force in the realm of Shenhuang, known for his tenacity. At this juncture, Zue Rao wore a visage of alarm, her previous allure dissipated, as she silently retreated in disarray, evidently having received some unsettling news. Baishu II, true to his name, was infamous for his ruthless slaughter across 100 miles, claiming to have slain 1,000 as mere foot soldiers, 10,000 as generals, and 100,000 as kings, frequently styling himself as this king. Possessing immense strength and a ruthless disposition, his actions were dictated solely by personal inclination. He had mercilessly pursued those who had offended him, leaving behind a trail of destruction among the first-rate powers of Shenhuang, with casualties numbering in the thousands across vast distances. Although his prowess was confined to the realm of the divine monarch, he had encountered fortuitous events that bestowed upon him unparalleled speed, rendering him a rarity in Shenhuang. Even the exalted Xian Emperor could not hope to detain him. In the past, he had annihilated an entire first-rate faction, leaving no survivors, which sent shockwaves throughout Shenhuang. Consequently, many powers sought to eliminate him, yet even a single Xian Emperor could not subdue him, thus incurring Baishu II's wrath. His vengeful nature compelled him to exact retribution, leading to the systematic slaughter of disciples from the offending Xian Emperor's sect. Each attempt to corner Baishu II only provoked a more frenzied retaliation, plunging the sect into despair, where no disciple dared to venture beyond its protective confines. Later, it was this formidable celestial emperor who personally intervened. It is said that he bestowed upon Bailey II a plethora of spirit stones, thereby resolving the matter. From that moment forth, few factions dared to offend this individual. At this juncture, Bailey II arrived at the Tianbao Hall, casting a glance at the proprietor. The owner instantly beamed, respectfully presenting a headpiece to Bailey II with both hands, hoping that this god of slaughter would depart swiftly. Otherwise, given his capricious temperament, Tianbao Hall might as well cease its business for the day. Suddenly, a voice of delight rang out. At that moment, the veiled Luo Qingshan, holding a jade hairpin that radiated a crystalline glow, joyfully gazed at Ye Xingchen and exclaimed, "My lord, is this hairpin beautiful?" Beside her, Ye Xingchen, observing the elated Luo Qingshan, offered a gentle smile and softly replied, "It is beautiful. Let me adorn you with it." With that, He reached for the jade hairpin in Luo Qingshan's hand, preparing to place it in her hair. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated once more. "This hairpin has caught my eye. Perhaps you should consider another." It was Bailey too, who upon beholding Luo Qingshan's ethereal grace, found his gaze suddenly alight, and he spoke without hesitation. As one who has traversed similar paths, Bailey too instantly recognized Luo Qingshan's extraordinary beauty. Her innate nobility and elegance were incomparable to that of any ordinary woman. How could such a paragon of virtue be wed to a mere mortal of innate realm? It would be a grievous waste. Such a transcendent beauty is worthy only of one of my stature. Bailey too mused inwardly, discerning Ye Xingchen's cultivation level with a knowing glance. However, to everyone's astonishment, it seemed as though neither of the two had heard Bailey too's words. Luo Qingshan remained poised in her position, patiently awaiting Ye Xingchen to adorn her with a hairpin. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen continued to wear a gentle expression as he delicately placed the hairpin into Luo Qingshan's flowing tresses, afterwards softly exclaiming, "So beautiful." The two appeared to treat Bailey too as if he were mere air, engrossed in their own desires. Witnessing their demeanor, Bailey too seemed provoked, momentarily taken aback, scarcely able to fathom that someone would dare to disregard him. What Bailey too failed to comprehend was that one of them was the empress of the demon race, a being of even greater strength than himself, backed by a formidable power that could rival the hidden giants of sacred lands. As for the other, it was needless to say that Ye Xingchen could effortlessly extinguish him with a mere finger, an act simpler than crushing an ant. At that moment, observing the affectionate interaction between Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan, Bailey too was consumed by an intense rage, as if his prized possession had been touched by another. Subconsciously, he regarded Luo Qingshan as his own woman. In an instant, a terrifying intent to kill surged forth, directed menacingly at Ye Xingchen. Having previously slaughtered 100,000, the sheer ferocity of Bailey too's murderous aura was beyond what any innate being could withstand, even a mere hint of it. In that moment, all within the Tianbao Hall felt the overwhelming presence of this lethal intent. Fortunately, it was not aimed at them. Nonetheless, it plunged everyone into an icy abyss, compelling them to instinctively channel their celestial energy to defend themselves, granting them some reprieve. However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone, including Bailey too, in utter shock. Chapter 52. The death of Bailey too, a sensation in the trade city. At this moment, Bailey too emanated a terrifying and overwhelming aura of murderous intent, bearing down upon Ye Xingchen. His eyes were filled with disdain. How could a mere innate realm individual possess such an extraordinary presence? Although she wore a specially crafted veil that obscured her true visage, the innate nobility and elegance radiating from this woman suggested that she was indeed a rare and exquisite beauty. Such a woman could not possibly belong to the ranks of mere innate realm pests. At this juncture, the terrifying murderous intent engulfed those within Tianbao Hall, plunging them into an icy abyss, compelling them to instinctively summon their celestial energies for defense. Their gazes towards Ye Xingchen were rife with sympathy. Here was a person of the innate realm, accompanied by such a remarkable woman, devoid of any guards. Wasn't he merely a tempting target? Witnessing the imminent demise of this youth, they pondered the futility of any powerful backing he might possess. No force would risk engaging in battle with this notorious killer over an innate realm disciple, especially given the man's fearsome reputation. Following previous events, few factions were willing to provoke him. Yet, in the next moment, an event that astonished everyone transpired, including Bailey too. The oppressive aura of murderous intent, rather than wreaking havoc, flowed around the white-clad figure like a gentle breeze, lifting the edges of his garment without causing any further disturbance, as if the terrifying pressure exerted had no effect on the man. Bailey too's eyes narrowed in shock upon witnessing the scene. Beside him, the smiling owner of Tianbao Hall squinted slightly, displaying an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, Bailey too's oppressive aura was about to annihilate the man when the exquisite woman raised her hand and waved gently, seemingly inadvertently, causing the murderous intent emanating from Bai Li Tu to vanish in an instant. Although this eluded the eyes of the others, it did not escape Bai Li Tu's notice. It was only at that moment that he realized this noblewoman was, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse. The ability to effortlessly disperse his oppressive aura indicated her strength was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Yet what did that matter? Instantly intrigued, Bai Li Tu became more convinced that only the woman before him was worthy of him. Shifting his gaze towards Ye Xingchen, his murderous intent intensified. Did you not hear my words? This hairpin has caught my eye. You, an insignificant ant of the innate realm, dare to repeatedly disregard me. Upon hearing Bai Li Tu's voice once more, Ye Xingchen remained unresponsive. However, Luo Qingshan was displeased, her brows furrowing as she looked at Bai Li Tu with evident disdain. Having finally enjoyed a leisurely outing with her husband, her pleasant mood was disrupted by this incessant meddler. Glancing at Ye Xingchen, she irritably remarked, "Husband, where did this fly come from? Its incessant buzzing is unbearable and has ruined our delightful mood. Let us leave. I have no desire to stay." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen responded with a slight smile, saying, "My dear, there is no need for concern. It is merely a fly that can be easily swatted away." As soon as Ye Xingchen's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Tianbao hall. Unbeknownst to themselves, everyone began to retreat slowly, clearing a space around the hall. No one wished to incur the wrath of this harbinger of death. After all, the infamous reputation of Bai Li Tu was well known across the divine wilderness continent. At that moment, Bai Li Tu regarded Ye Xingchen with a look of incredulity, before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, the audacity of youth is remarkable. I, a king, am being mocked by an insignificant ant. Boy, do you believe that the formidable strength of the woman beside you can save you? Today, I shall demonstrate that in the face of absolute speed, all power is rendered futile. As Bai Li Tu's words resounded, an overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, seemingly freezing the very air within Tianbao Hall. In the blink of an eye, Bai Li Tu vanished from sight, leaving even Luo Qingshan momentarily astonished. Such speed, a terrifying wave of killing intent, accompanied by an insurmountable aura, surged toward Ye Xingchen with lethal intent. Luo Qingshan intended to intervene, but upon noticing the glint of amusement in her husband's eyes, she, attuned to his thoughts, realized that he was about to unleash his mischief once more. She cast him a charming glance, her face soft with affection. In that instant, Bai Li Tu reappeared behind Ye Xingchen, pointing a finger, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy aimed directly at shattering Ye Xingchen's skull. Suddenly, a cheating dread enveloped Bai Li Tu, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. To his utter horror, he realized that the speed he had always prided himself on seemed to have utterly failed him. The man of innate prowess was effortlessly keeping pace. Turning to cast a scornful glance in his direction, his expression replete with disdain. It felt as if Bai Li Tu had lost all sensation in his body, rendering him completely immobile. In that moment, a profound panic gripped him. He was unable to even shift his gaze, as if ensnared by an enigmatic force. What terrified Bai Li Tu even more was that his mind remained acutely aware. His eyes could still perceive the figure of the man before him. Yet he was powerless to move a single muscle. In the next instant, he was horrified to find his consciousness becoming increasingly nebulous, as if he were sinking into an abyss of darkness. At that moment, the entire Tianbao Hall fell into an eerie silence, as if time had frozen, leaving no one aware of the unfolding events. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded. Bai Li Tu was frozen in a peculiar posture, his face a mask of terror. Meanwhile, the man in white appeared unaffected by the chaos, wearing a serene smile as he took the hand of a lady and approached the proprietor of Tianbao Hall. With an air of calm, he inquired, "Esteemed proprietor, how many spirit stones for this hairpin?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, the proprietor was instantly jolted back to reality. His eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Ye Xingchen. He promptly waved his hands, stammering, "If the young master desires it, then." It shall be a gift, no spirit stones required. Glancing at her employer, Ye Xingchen offered a subtle smile and casually tossed a piece of exquisite, celestial stone into the hands of the Tianbao Hall proprietor. Subsequently, she took hold of Luo Qingshan and departed with a beaming expression. As the proprietor held the precious, celestial stone, feeling the dense aura of celestial energy emanating from it, he was jolted by the realization that it was an exceedingly rare gem from the divine wilderness continent. Merely this one piece equated to a staggering 100,000 premium spirit stones. Observing the vanishing figures of Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan, the proprietor was engulfed in astonishment. It seemed that the infamous Bai Li Tu had truly encountered an insurmountable challenge this time. He could not help but smile faintly and remarked, "How does it feel to finally hit a solid wall? To witness fear on the face of the god of death is indeed a rarity." The proprietor of Tianbao Hall, gazing at the retreating silhouettes of Ye Xingchen and her companion, spoke to Bai Li Tuesday, noticing the lack of response. He turned to Bai Li Tu, only to find him frozen in position, prompting a slight frown. At that moment, the entire assembly within Tianbao Hall became aware of Bai Li Tu's peculiar state and cautiously approached him. A bold woman even dared to poke him, only to discover that he remained unresponsive, leaving even the proprietor momentarily stunned. Approaching Bai Li Tu with determination, she delivered a forceful slap, causing him to tumble to the ground while maintaining his previous posture. Instantaneously, the entire Tianbao Hall erupted in chaos. The renowned god of death, Bai Li Tu, had inexplicably been vanquished, and without a sound at that. It was only then that the crowd beheld the expression of sheer terror on Bai Li Tu's face, leading them to surmise that he had undoubtedly encountered some unspeakable horror in his final moments. It is utterly terrifying. Who, pray tell, is that man in white, capable of silently extinguishing the infamous killer? A patron within the Tianbao Hall exclaimed, "Are you foolish? That man in white is merely at the innate stage. How could he possibly vanquish such a formidable killer? It must be that he possesses a powerful backing, a formidable protector who silently eliminated Bailey Tuesday otherwise. How could that extraordinary woman have wed him?" One of the man's companions immediately retorted. At this moment, however, the proprietor of Tianbao Hall pondered to casually cast away a piece of exquisite celestial stone and to be accompanied by an exceptional woman. Though he is only at the innate stage, his demeanor is unparalleled. Could it be that this man is a disciple of a hidden, supreme sect? Only the protectors of such a hidden sect would possess the strength to effortlessly dispatch Bailey Tu. The more he contemplated, the more sense it made. Observing the discussions among the patrons, the owner declared, "Let us cease our speculations. After all, it is a joyous occasion for all present at Tianbao Hall today. Though Bailey Tu has met his demise, the treasures he possessed are sure to be plentiful. Furthermore, there will undoubtedly be many who despise Bailey Tu or his affiliations, eager to acquire his remains. If you spread the news, we shall equally share the spirit stones acquired from this endeavor." At this moment, upon hearing the proprietor's words, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Truly, a businessman thinks swiftly. At this moment, lying on the ground, the deceased Bai Li Tu could scarcely have imagined that he would meet such an end, becoming a mere instrument for others to amass spirit stones, even in death. Within a mere half-day, the entire trading city, encompassing both the territories of humans and demons, was abuzz with astonishing news. The entity known as the God of Slaughter, Bai Li Tu, had been vanquished at Tianbao Hall. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the trading city. Chapter 53. Speculations of the Masses. The initial rumors of the 5 states in a lavish chamber. Lung Ao Feng and Zue Rao listened in disbelief to the words of their guard. Just moments ago, the formidable Bai Li Tu, who had forced them to flee in disarray, had been eliminated within Tianbao Hall. They could hardly trust their own ears. Even a being that the immortal emperors could not subdue had been slain in such a brief span of time. Upon hearing the guard's report, Lung Ao Feng promptly took Zue Rao and soared towards Tianbao Hall at breakneck speed. By the time Lung Ao Feng and Zue Rao arrived at Tianbao Hall, it was already teeming with people, encircled by layers of onlookers. After much effort, they finally entered the hall. where they beheld Bai Li Tu lying on the ground in a peculiar posture, his face frozen in terror. Lung Ao foam furrowed his brow slightly. At this moment, the proprietor of Tianbao Hall was engaged in discussion with several individuals. Eventually, after they presented him with a storage ring, they seized the feet of Bai Li Tu and began to drag him outward. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Bai Li Tu's corpse disintegrated piece by piece. Even his garments reduced to dust. Subsequently, his entire body, akin to stones that had been scorched for an extended period, crumbled into powder at the slightest external force, dispersing into the air. At this juncture, all present widened their eyes in astonishment, many beginning to speculate about the unfolding events. In stark contrast to the atmosphere surrounding Tianbao Hall, Ye Xingchen held onto Luo Qingshan's hand, strolling joyfully as if the earlier incident had no bearing on them whatsoever. After glancing at the time, the pair decided to seek out a restaurant to enjoy a meal and take a respite. They arrived at a bustling eatery, securing a private booth on the third floor with a window, and after ordering some signature dishes, Ye Xingchen produced a bottle of exquisite divine wine, and they began to eat and laugh heartily. Luo Qingshan had never felt as carefree as she did today, despite a few unpleasant moments along the way. Their spirits remained unscathed. As she gazed at Ye Xingchen, her eyes sparkled with mirth. Occasionally, Luo Qingshan would ponder whether her union with her husband was indeed fated, as it had led Ye Xingchen to her sanctuary. From an initial sense of wariness to a present state of complete devotion, Luo Qingshan felt the depth of her husband's affections, marking this as one of her most relaxed moments in many years. Since Ye Xingchen's arrival in the demon clan, profound changes had swept through the entire realm. Luo Qingshan had never inquired about her husband's origins. Her curiosity merely led her to question the extent of his prowess. However, this adversary deliberately misconstrued her intentions, inadvertently leading her into a predicament. Reflecting on these events, Luo Qingshan felt a rush of shyness as she gazed at Ye Xingchen with increasing tenderness. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps emanated from the second floor, clearly audible to the pair by the window. "Li Ge, have you heard? A significant event has transpired. Have you heard of Bai Li Tu? He is the one dubbed the god of slaughter in the divine wilderness, and he has been annihilated at Tianbao Hall. It is said he was reduced to mere dust. His remains utterly obliterated." "What? Bai Li Tu has been destroyed? Impossible. This individual has experienced extraordinary encounters and obtained the legacy of a supreme being. His speed is such that even an immortal emperor could not capture him. How could he possibly be vanquished? Did he perhaps offend a great emperor?" The man named Li Gu remarked to those beside him. "Ah, Li Gu, that could never be." This news has spread throughout the entire trade city, and soon the whole divine wilderness will be aware of it. Moreover, according to the owner of Tianbao Hall, it is speculated that Bai Li Tu may have encountered a formidable opponent, an heir of a hidden giant's sacred ground, which could explain his instant annihilation. It is said that his entire body was turned to dust. Who else possesses such power, capable of instilling terror in the formidable Bai Li Tu, leaving even an immortal emperor helpless? Upon hearing these words, Li Ge could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. An heir of a hidden giant's sacred ground? If it were indeed a powerful figure from such a lineage, it would certainly be plausible. On that day, did the proprietor of the treasure pavilion ever speak of the disciples from the hidden giant's sacred land, describing their appearance and cultivation? Upon hearing Brother Li's inquiry, the man expressed his astonishment. Strange indeed, the proprietor of the treasure pavilion, upon reflection, was horrified to discover that he could not recall the visage or prowess of that man, as if he had never existed. Yet he distinctly remembered a breathtakingly beautiful woman who accompanied him. Upon hearing this, Brother Li was taken aback and remarked, "This does bear some resemblance to the ways of the hidden giant's sacred land. However, what could the hidden giants possibly seek in our trading city? Could it be for the upcoming auction of the demon race in just a few days? It seems highly plausible, for the treasures being auctioned by the demon race are said to extend life by 50 years. What force in the divine wilderness continent would not covet such a prize? The hidden giant's sacred land is no exception." In response to Brother Li's words, the man continued, speaking of the auction. I have heard that the Gathering Treasure Tower will host a grand auction tomorrow. All major factions have arrived in advance to participate in this event, only to proceed to the Demon Race S1 Dan Pavilion afterward. Brotherly, shall we also attend tomorrow? I have heard that all the major factions are coming. Even the Flower Goddess Palace, which is one of the few elite factions in the Divine Wilderness comprised entirely of women. It is said that each disciple possesses extraordinary beauty. Shall we go and witness it ourselves? Hee. Following the events that transpired, Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan found themselves disinterested in the further discourse. However, Ye Xingchen's curiosity was piqued regarding the upcoming auction. Thus, he turned to the smiling Luo Qingshan and inquired, "My dear, have you heard of the Treasure Pavilion?" Indeed. The Treasure Pavilion is one of the wealthiest factions in the Divine Wilderness continent, boasting immense power. Aside from our demon clan, each state within the continent hosts a branch, with its headquarters located in the Central Emperor State. Whenever the Treasure Pavilion holds an auction, various factions gather, creating a truly grand spectacle. Casting a sidelong glance at her husband, Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. During my time in the human realm, I once attended such an event. However, I became preoccupied with affairs of our clan, and due to the scarcity of spirit stones, I have not participated in a long while. Nevertheless, the grandeur of the event is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen's interest deepened. Yet recalling her previous statement, he queried, "What do you mean by each state?" At her husband's question, Luo Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle, her voice playful as she replied, "I am beginning to wonder if you're truly of the human race, or if you have descended from the heavens." With an affectionate gaze upon her husband, she then gently explained, the Divine Wilderness continent has, since ancient times, been divided into 5 major states: the Eastern State, Southern Emperor State, Western Buddha State, Northern Immortal State, and the most prosperous, the Central Emperor State. Between the states, there exists a vast expanse, requiring the utilization of teleportation arrays for traversal. Our demon tribe belongs to the Eastern continent, which, as ancient lore recounts, was once the most formidable region of the Divine Wilderness continent, renowned as the Eastern Divine State. With a soft sigh, Luo Qingshan continued, "Yet now, it stands as the weakest among the 5 states, consistently finishing at the bottom in the competitions held between the major states. Furthermore, due to this perpetual underperformance, it cannot reclaim its ancient title of the moving divine state." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's lament, Ye Xingchen expressed mild curiosity and inquired, "What is this significant competition among the states that you speak of?" Noticing her husband's inquisitive demeanor, Luo Qingyun smiled gently and replied, "Every 3 years, the powers of the various states convene in the Central Emperor State for a crucial competition. This event showcases the most exceptional young prodigies, aged 30 or below, from each state. The top 30 disciples will be recorded in the Divine Wilderness Talents ranking. Earlier, at the Tianbao Hall, you met that disciple from the Divine Blade Immortal Palace, Lung Alfeng, who is ranked 20th on the Divine Wilderness Talents ranking, possessing the strength of a celestial immortal. Despite this, Lung Alfeng has every reason to take pride in his achievements. The number of prodigies under 30 in the entire Divine Wilderness continent is vast, and for him to stand out and secure the 20th position is a testament to his extraordinary talent. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen's interest waned, and he asked, "So this important competition you speak of is merely about vying for the rankings on the Divine Wilderness Talents list? That hardly seems significant." Upon witnessing the visage of her husband and comprehending his character, Luo Qingshan offered a mysterious smile. Her subsequent words ignited a spark of excitement in Ye Xingchen's eyes, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 54. The Ancient Divine Tomb. System check-in in that moment. As Ye Xingchen absorbed Luo Qingshan's words, his eyes shone brightly, his face alight with elation. Observing her husband's exuberance, Luo Qingshan playfully cast a charming glance his way and continued. The interstate competition, held once every 3 years, is a grand event across the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Young prodigies, not exceeding the age of 30, shall gather in Central State to partake in this magnificent affair. Those who manage to secure a place on the prodigy rankings will not only receive an abundance of spirit stones for their respective factions, but will also gain entry to the ancient divine tomb, where unparalleled opportunities await. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes gleamed with realization as he exclaimed, "The ancient divine tomb? Indeed, it is the hallowed resting place of deities from ancient times, teeming with opportunities. Immortal herbs, divine treasures, and legendary weapons abound. However, the perils within are equally formidable. Historically, at least half of the prodigies who venture inside meet their demise." Reacting to Luo Qingshan's statement, Ye Xingchen inquired eagerly, "My dear, with such immense allure and countless opportunities within the tomb, how can the major factions of the divine wilderness resist the temptation to enter?" In response, a twinkle of amusement danced in Luo Qingshan's eyes. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked tenderly at Ye Xingchen. "Indeed, my dear husband, your intelligence is commendable. When the ancient divine tomb first manifested, an extraordinary phenomenon descended from the heavens, with divine radiance illuminating all realms, causing an immense stir. Every faction hastened towards the central emperor continent. The formidable beings from all powers, upon arriving at the entrance of the ancient divine tomb, beheld a spectacle of dazzling divine light, with various celestial herbs and divine treasures emitting brilliant glimmers. In a frenzy, these strong individuals surged forward, only to be thwarted by a mysterious and formidable energy barrier. Regardless of the techniques employed by the powerful factions, including the invocation of their ancestral artifacts, they were unable to penetrate this enigmatic and potent force. Ultimately, after thorough investigation by the elite of various factions, it became evident that only those under the age of 30 could gain entry, and with each opening of the ancient divine tomb, the window lasted a mere 10 days. Moreover, one as prowess could not be too feeble. Following extensive deliberation among the factions, the Divine Wilderness Talents list was established, held every 3 years and presided over by the mightiest faction, the Heavenly Tao sect. Given the age restriction for tomb entry, only 30 individuals could be listed on the Divine Wilderness Talents list. Only those who made it onto this list were granted passage into the ancient divine tomb to seek their fortunes. As time progressed, numerous disciples made their way into the tomb. Some prodigies met their demise, entombed within, while others seized monumental opportunities, soaring to great heights. Over the years, every entry yielded disciples who emerged alive, each acquiring tremendous fortunes. Some ascended to become formidable beings, commanding regions and basking in boundless glory. Some have risen to become sovereigns, commanding legions and earning the reverence of thousands. However, a more explosive revelation has emerged following the conclusion of the last ancient divine tomb, sending shockwaves throughout the divine wilderness. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen felt a spark of anticipation and inquired, "What is this explosive news that has stirred the entire divine wilderness?" With a mysterious smile, Luo Qingshan responded, "Within the ancient divine tomb lies the secret to ascension." Ye Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "The secret to becoming a deity?" Noticing her husband's quiet contemplation, Luo Qingshan smiled gently and continued, "My dear, in 6 months, the disciples' tournament among the various states will commence. Would you be interested in bringing the Demon Clan disciples to witness it? As for the so-called secret to ascension, do you wish to explore it yourself?" Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen smiled subtly, understanding the gleam of excitement in his wife's eyes. He nodded slightly and declared, "Such an intriguing affair shall certainly draw my participation. The secret to ascension. How fascinating." Ye Xingchen harbored a faint sense that, even as he stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm, there existed even greater heights beyond. Much like the ancient legends of the divine wilderness, those who surpassed the emperor of the divine wilderness had ventured into realms of unparalleled power. These legends, Ye Xingchen firmly believes, are not mere fabrications. It is entirely possible that within the ancient divine tomb lies the secret to attaining godhood. How could he possibly miss out on such an intriguing affair? Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingxian smiled gently, confirming her earlier thoughts. Her husband would undoubtedly attend. After dining, recalling that they were to participate in the auction at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion the following day, the couple refrained from further wandering and departed from the trading city, returning to the Wandan Pavilion. The next morning, Ye Xingchen slowly opened his eyes, only to find that Luo Qingxian was no longer by his side. With a faint smile, he realized without a doubt that his wife had gone to inspect the preparations at the Wandan Pavilion. After freshening up, Ye Xingchen approached the window and gazed at the distant trading city. Though early, he could already discern vague silhouettes. Remembering that his wife should be returning soon, he recalled that he had yet to sign in for the day. He promptly addressed the system. System, commence today as sign in. As soon as Ye Xingchen's words fell, the system's voice echoed, ding. The system is processing the sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 1 million premium celestial stones, now stored in the system space. Ding. The system is processing the sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward of a primordial Linglong bracelet. The primordial Linglong bracelet, a divine-grade accessory for women, was crafted in ancient times by an unparalleled titan who collected celestial stones and primordial pearls to forge for his wife. Upon adorning herself with it, the wearer shall repel malevolence, remain untouched by water and fire, and be impervious to myriad poisons, possessing innate powers that can manifest in both grand and subtle forms. When enlarged, it serves as a formidable weapon, enabling both offense and defense, securing an invincible position that only an emperor can breach. When diminished, it transforms into a divine weapon, executing silent strikes that leave no trace, eluding detection by all. It is a divine artifact that amalgamates attack, defense, and entrapment into one. Ding. The system is currently signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Emperor's Guardian card. The Emperor's Guardian card may only be utilized by the host, summoning an unparalleled being of the Emperor realm, who will pledge absolute loyalty to the host, obeying any command and performing any task without the slightest hint of betrayal. At that moment, standing by the window, Ye Xingchen listened to the voice emanating from the system, a smile gradually curving his lips. The system had unexpectedly rewarded him with yet another Emperor's Guardian card. Supplementing the 10 Heavenly Emperor Guardian cards he already possessed, his clandestine influence now rivaled that of the apex forces in the divine wilderness. With this thought, Ye Xingchen's mind brimmed with even bolder aspirations. Now that he was aware of the divine wilderness being divided into 5 major regions, with the central region being the most powerful and prosperous, he contemplated the possibility of taking preemptive actions. However, these endeavors could not be accomplished in haste. He had ample time and need not rush within the next couple of days. With a gentle smile, Ye Xingchen gazed at the primordial Linglong bracelet within the system space. The bracelet, resplendent in white jade, radiated a crystalline brilliance, eliciting a joyful laugh from him. He contemplated finding an opportunity to present this exquisite gift to his beloved, certain that she would cherish it dearly. As he pondered what gift to bestow upon her, the system promptly rewarded him with a divine quality bracelet, endowed with such formidable capabilities. Such a divine bracelet exists solely in the entire divine wilderness. How could it not bring joy to Ye Xingchen? Glancing at the time, Ye Xingchen realized that Luo Qingxian should be returning shortly. Indeed, before long, Luo Qingxian approached Ye Xingchen with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "Husband, you are awake. I thought you might still be languishing in bed." Observing Luo Qingxian's elation, Ye Xingchen smiled gently, taking her hand in his, and replied softly, "Today we shall attend the auction. How could I possibly remain in bed when I see my wife so happy? The matters concerning the Wandan Pavilion must be resolved, I presume." "Yes, with the Grand Elder present and several disciples sent by the demon clan, we are merely awaiting the arrival of the various factions." Luo Qingxian responded with a slight smile, her voice tender. "In that case, my dear, let us set forth. You may bid on anything you desire without fear of lacking spirit stones. With your husband by your side, you need not worry about the auction." Ye Xingchen gazed at Luo Qingxian, his eyes filled with affection. Touched by her husband's words, Luo Qingshan looked into Ye Xingchen's beautiful eyes, filled with tenderness. Chapter 55. Arrival of the various factions. The auction commences at this moment. Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan locked eyes, their gazes brimming with deep emotion, their bond growing ever stronger. The scene shifted to the territory of the human race, outside the gathering treasure pavilion. The pavilion was teeming with people, as various factions gathered, including those from the other four great states. Above the gathering treasure pavilion, a formidable aura descended, heralding the arrival of the powerful beings from these factions. One could even hear the resounding roars of dragons and the melodious cries of phoenixes echoing through the void, heralding the presence of formidable mounts endowed with the bloodlines of divine beasts, gracefully spiraling in the emptiness. Outside the treasure-gathering pavilion, a multitude of spectators had claimed advantageous positions, although they lacked sufficient spirit stones to participate in the auction. The opportunity to witness the grandeur of the top-tier forces from the 5 states of the divine wilderness was a feast for the eyes. Suddenly, the crowd felt a shadow sweep over them. They looked up to behold a colossal divine eagle, its form ablaze with fiery hues, emanating a crimson radiance as it soared toward the pavilion. Behold the flame divine eagle, possessing the ancient bloodline of the legendary Kuanpeng. It is immense and swift, a unique steed of the Beastmaster sect, suggesting that a powerful figure from the northern immortal state has arrived, exclaimed an astute onlooker, excitement palpable in his voice. Indeed, in the next moment, several disciples clad in the garments of the Beastmaster sect, led by a stern-faced middle-aged man, entered the treasure-gathering pavilion. Shortly thereafter, a waft of fragrant aromas drifted through the air, heralding the approach of a magnificent warship adorned with blossoms, traversing the void. The gentle scent, reminiscent of a warm breeze caressing a sea of flowers, enveloped the spectators in an intoxicating embrace. The sight of this flowery warship elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. Look, that floral battleship must belong to the Floral Divine Palace. One of the few elite factions in the Divine Wilderness comprised entirely of women. A man, absorbed in the spectacle, boasted to those around him. When he received no response, he turned to observe that everyone was gazing intently towards the direction of the Flower Palace, their eyes alight with fervor. In the next moment, dozens of stunning women clad in pink garments descended from the warship, entering the treasure pavilion. Did you see that? Truly, the Flower Palace, the foremost power in Zhongdi Prefecture, boasts disciples of unparalleled beauty and exceptional grace. Each one possesses formidable strength, with cultivation levels no lower than that of celestial beings, exclaimed a powerful rogue cultivator. His eyes ignited with passion as he regarded the disciples of the Flower Palace, a wicked smile playing on his lips. They all seem rather naive. Yet the leading lady stands out even more. Just look at her exquisite features, flawless figure, and mature demeanor. Each aspect is enough to leave one entranced. His companion chuckled, replying to the man. Upon hearing his companion's words, the man's wicked grin widened as he shifted his gaze towards the treasure pavilion, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Noticing the smile on his companion's face, he was promptly cautioned. I advise you not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Savor the view, but remember, the Flower Palace is not something we can afford to provoke, especially that leading lady. She is the empress of the Flower Palace, Hua Xiuyan. Her power is immense, her talents extraordinary, and her fortune unparalleled. Having encountered ancient fortuitous events, she has ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor at a young age. With a mere flick of her finger, she could easily extinguish both you and me. Do not act foolishly. Observing his companions, the man spoke with a serious expression. In response to his words, a man with a wicked smile nonchalantly nodded, as if he had not truly registered what his companion had said. Witnessing such indifference, the first man helplessly shook his head, opting to say no more. Whether his words would be heeded was now beyond his concern, and the consequences would be borne solely by the other. As time passed, the foremost powers from various states began to arrive, leaving countless onlookers in awe. Look, there come the elite forces from the Southern Emperor State, the people of the great Yan dynasty. And there, The formidable Tian Dao sect from the Central Emperor State has also arrived. That is, the Shanqing Palace, led personally by Huangfu Buba. Moreover, from the Eastern State, the Xintian sect is here, with their leader Nangong Luyun at the helm. And look over there, the disciples of the Western Buddha State's Buddhist sect have also come. It seems they are here for the auction of the demon race. At this moment, as the time for the auction drew near, Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan had also arrived at the front of the gathering treasure tower, gazing at the 5-story structure that sprawled widely before them. Adorned with a lustrous exterior, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at how the architecture of the human race surpassed that of the demon race in grandeur. Simultaneously, he gained a new appreciation for the gathering treasure tower. Its opulent decorations and intricate carvings were astonishing, with the entire edifice constructed entirely from ancient wood. This ancient tree perpetually exudes an ethereal aura, its value exceedingly high. Thus, it is evident how affluent the treasure-gathering pavilion is, truly deserving of its reputation as the wealthiest entity in the divine wilderness continent. Luo Qingshan and Ye Xingchen strolled hand in hand, gradually making their way into the pavilion. Along their path, although they did not ride upon a formidable ancient vessel or a flying steed, they nonetheless attracted countless gazes. Luo Qingshan donned a splendid palace gown, her demeanor gentle as moonlight, exuding an innate noble grace. Even though her visage was concealed by a veil, one could still perceive the regal beauty that she possessed. Ye Xingchen, equally distinguished, was strikingly handsome, his demeanor effortlessly embodying an air of superiority that hinted at his extraordinary nature. Upon their entrance into the treasure-gathering pavilion, a graceful young woman approached to greet them, respectfully inquiring, "Esteemed guests, I am Lu Yin, a maid of the pavilion. Would you prefer to proceed to a private room on the 5th floor or the hall below the 4th floor? The private room requires 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, while the hall necessitates merely 10,000. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Ye Xingchen smiled slightly and replied, "Then please escort us to the private room. It is rather noisy outside." At his response, Lu Yan's smile deepened with respect. For those who possessed the strength to access the private room were surely not individuals she could afford to offend. She offered a slight bow and graciously stated, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." After speaking, he turned and led Ye Xingchen and Luo Qingshan to the 5th floor, arriving at a splendid private room. The decor of the entire room exuded extravagance and elegance. "Esteemed guests, please take a moment to rest. Feel free to enjoy the various spiritual fruits and tea available in the room. The auction will commence shortly. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact Lu Yin, who will be waiting just outside," Lu Yin said, bowing respectfully to the two before turning to close the door behind her. The two approached the window of the private room, where a grand auction stage came into view below. From within the room, they could easily observe the lively crowd outside, while those outside remained oblivious to the happenings within, as even spiritual senses could not penetrate this unique private space. Observing the bustling hall beneath, Ye Xingchen pulled Luo Qingshan to a soft couch and, in a gentle voice, remarked, "The decor of this gathering treasure pavilion is impressively luxurious. It truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest force in the divine wasteland. My dear, is it always this lively during the auctions here?" Hearing her husband's words, Luo Qingshan smiled alluringly and softly replied, "Not necessarily. This sudden auction by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion likely stems from their awareness that various powerful factions would attend our Demon Clan's auction, prompting them to hold this event. Their intent is to capitalize on the momentum of our Demon Clan's auction for profit." In response to Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle, indeed. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion has mastered the art of commerce. No wonder it has become the wealthiest faction in the divine wasteland. Suddenly, a gentle yet resonant voice echoed, as a smiling elder ascended the platform and proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction hosted by the Treasure Pavilion. Ia Muntak Vun, the Grand Elder of the Treasure Pavilion. I trust you are all familiar with our rules. Should any individual or faction present distasteful bids and fail to provide sufficient spirit stones, I regret to inform you that I shall have no choice but to retain you within the Treasure Pavilion until your faction remits the required spirit stones. Furthermore, from that moment forth, any auction held by the treasure pavilion across the divine wilderness will no longer welcome your faction or individual. Upon concluding his remarks, a wave of formidable energy surged within the pavilion, instilling a palpable sense of pressure among all attendees. It appeared to emanate from several celestial emperor-level experts, likely the guardians of the treasure pavilion. The sheer number of such powerful beings within a mere branch was a testament to the pavilion's reputation as the wealthiest force in the divine wilderness. Observing the reactions below, Mo Wuhan nodded with satisfaction, then smiled and declared, "I shall not prolong this further. I hereby announce the commencement of the auction. The first item up for bid is the glazed blue gem seal." As his words fell, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure emerged, cradling a wooden box in her hands. Upon hearing Mo Wuhan's announcement, the atmosphere in the treasure pavilion erupted, leaving everyone, including Luo Qingshan, in stunned disbelief. A chorus of astonished voices erupted. Is it truly the glazed blue gem seal? Chapter 56. The glazed blue treasure seal, the heavenly path treasure at this moment. The entire treasure-gathering pavilion was engulfed in astonishment upon hearing Mo Wuhan's words. Including Luo Qingshan, countless individuals stood up in shock, exclaiming in unison, "It is indeed the glazed blue treasure seal." Observing Luo Qingshan's astonished expression and the collective gasp from the crowd, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but smile. His interest piqued. He inquired, "My dear, what stirs such excitement? Could it be that the glazed blue treasure seal possesses a remarkable legacy?" Upon hearing her husband's question, Luo Qingshan regained her composure, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment, realizing that her reaction had been rather impulsive. "Husband, the glazed blue treasure seal is not just of significant origin. It is renowned throughout the divine wilderness," she exclaimed with fervor. Only someone as oblivious to worldly matters as you could be unaware of the name of the glazed blue treasure seal. With a playful glance at her husband, Luo Qingshan continued her explanation. The glazed blue treasure seal is the personal artifact of the ancient emperor, the glazed empress. It garnered immense attention during the ancient battle between gods and demons. All demon clans trembled at its sight, their hearts filled with dread. It is, in essence, a manifestation of a fragment of the heavenly path's will, one of the rare divine objects capable of restraining the demon race. Furthermore, its power is formidable, capable of transforming into a colossal treasure seal to vanquish foes. Ever since the ancient war between gods and demons, the glazed empress vanished, and the whereabouts of the glazed blue treasure seal have remained unknown. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's explanation, Ye Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his confusion with a query. "My dear, even if the Liuli Qingbao seal possesses immense power and can restrain the demonic clan, it is merely a divine artifact. Why does it evoke such astonishment and even exclamations from so many people?" Looking at Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen articulated the thoughts that troubled him. Indeed, those who attended the auction at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion were among the most formidable forces in the divine wasteland. Each faction possessed their own clan's treasured artifacts, which surely rivaled, if not surpassed, the Liuli Qingbao seal. There was no need for such an exaggerated reaction. Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Luo Qingshan smiled gently and replied, "My dear, you have indeed grasped the crux of the matter. If it were merely so, it would not elicit such astonishment from everyone. However, the Liuli Qingbao seal harbors another significant function, and it is this very function that has left all in awe." Gazing at her husband, Luo Qingshan continued, "The greatest purpose of the Liuli Qingbao seal is not its capability to suppress the demonic clan, but rather that it serves as the key to unlocking the heavenly Dao treasure." At Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "The heavenly Dao treasure?" "Indeed," she affirmed. The Liuli Empress was an unparalleled powerhouse of the Emperor realm, yet her innate talent was rather ordinary. Nevertheless, she ascended to the Emperor realm in less than 200 years, and the primary reason for this remarkable feat was the heavenly Dao treasure. At that time, The incident stirred the entire divine wilderness. Subsequently, with the onset of the divine demon war, the illustrious Ye empress, in an effort to preserve her lineage, once declared that she had only explored a mere fragment of the heavenly Tao treasure. The sole key to unlocking this treasure was the Ye Xingchen seal. The empress had intended to collaborate with the formidable beings of the divine wilderness to unveil the treasure after the war, but alas, she mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Moreover, the Ye Xingchen seal also disappeared, only to be unexpectedly acquired by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, which subsequently put it up for auction. Such a revelation is bound to astonish all. Casting a glance at the still dumbfounded crowd below, Ye Xingchen continued. Given that the Gathering Treasure Pavilion has been operating for many years, they must have been quietly searching for the location of the heavenly Tao treasure, yet evidently to no avail. Otherwise, they would not resort to auctioning it. After all, the location of the heavenly Tao treasure is known solely to the Ye empress. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen was struck by an idea. His broken illusion divine, I could pierce through all mists, revealing the essence of matters. Perhaps he could uncover the location of the heavenly Tao treasure. With this thought, Ye Xingchen's mind was suddenly alight with possibilities. He gazed softly at Ye Xingchen, who was looking out the window, and gently inquired, "My dear, do you wish to bid for the Ye Xingchen seal?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at her husband and gently murmured, "My dear husband, let us not dwell on this matter. Although the location of the heavenly Tao treasure remains a mystery, the Ye Xingchen seal is far beyond our reach. The spiritual stones required are nothing short of astronomical. Despite our demon clan having acquired some spiritual stones, it is still woefully insufficient." Observing the helpless smile and flicker of despair in his wife's eyes, Ye Xingchen offered a subtle smile in return and tenderly replied, "Beloved, do you recall what I mentioned yesterday? For today's auction, if there is anything you desire, simply bid without hesitation. With me by your side, you need not worry about the spiritual stones." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again as she shook her head. She bestowed a gentle smile upon him and softly declared, "This Ye Xingchen seal is far too precious. I do not wish for it." Understanding her true thoughts, Ye Xingchen gently took her hand and whispered sweetly in her ear, "In my eyes, nothing in this world compares to a single strand of your hair. No divine artifact can rival the warmth of your smile. We are one, inseparable as husband and wife." Overwhelmed by Ye Xingchen's heartfelt declarations, Ye Xingchen could scarcely contain her emotions. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she rushed into his embrace, exclaiming with fervor, "Husband, husband, my heart is filled with joy. I love you dearly." As Ye Xingchen's words faded, her veil slipped away, revealing her blushing face as she gazed shyly at Ye Xingchen. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill, their emotions transcending the ordinary, binding their fates irrevocably together with an unbreakable red thread. The two exchanged a profound glance, lingering in silence for what felt like half a stick of incense. Suddenly, Ye Xingchen seemed to sense something. Her cheeks flushed as she fled from Ye Xingchen's embrace, casting a fierce yet affectionate glare at her husband. In that moment, Ye Xingchen clenched his fist with a sense of triumph, relishing the memory of their intimate exchange, and let out a hearty laugh upon seeing Ye Xingchen's bashful demeanor. Her heart racing, she turned away, a light huff escaping her lips, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Meanwhile, the crowd within the Gathering Treasure Pavilion began to regain their composure. Wuhan, observing the scene, smiled slightly and addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet." As his words settled, an immediate hush fell over the pavilion. With the audience now attentive, Wuhan continued, "I shall not elaborate on the function of the Ye Xingchen seal. Although the location of the heavenly Tao treasure remains unknown, the seal itself is a treasure of divine quality. Without further ado, we shall commence the auction. The starting bid is 10 million high-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now." No sooner had Mo Wuhan concluded his statement than several powerful immortal emperors emerged upon the auction stage, exuding an overwhelming aura of spatial dominance. The stunningly beautiful woman, with a figure that ignites desire, now opens the wooden box, unleashing a radiant azure light. Within the box lies a square seal, emanating divine brilliance, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. It is none other than the glazed azure treasure seal, and at this moment, every gaze directed toward it is filled with fervent longing. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonates. This emperor offers 15 million top-grade spirit stones. It is none other than the sovereign of the esteemed Tianlan dynasty from the eastern state, who makes the proclamation. With the first bid placed, various powerful factions within the treasure-gathering pavilion begin to raise their offers. 18 million top-grade spirit stones, 20 million top-grade spirit stones, 50 million top-grade spirit stones, 80 million top-grade spirit stones, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. In the span of mere moments, the price of the glazed azure treasure seal escalates to an astonishing 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Shock is etched upon the faces of all present, as they realize that the one calling out the bids is none other than Nangong Luyuan, the master of the Xintian sect, who has opened the window from the fifth-floor private chamber. At this juncture, the first of the top-tier forces has entered the fray, igniting the bidding war. This initial bid compels many first-rate powers to shake their heads in resignation, sighing at the overwhelming figure of 100 million top-grade spirit stones. However, all are acutely aware that this is merely the beginning of the true auction. Chapter 57. One by one, Ye Xingchen makes his move. At this moment, hearing that Nangong Luyuan, the master of the Xintian sect, has personally descended to make a bid, the atmosphere becomes charged with anticipation. At this juncture, the staggering sum of 100 million spirit stones has left numerous top-tier factions shaking their heads in resignation, expressing their awe and despair. Yet, it is abundantly clear to all that this enormous figure is merely the beginning. The most formidable forces across the divine wasteland have yet to make their entrance into the bidding. Now, the true contest is set to commence. Standing within the opulent fifth-floor chamber, Nangong Luyuan observes the defeated expressions of the various factions below, a glimmer of malice and disdain flickering in his eyes. Esteemed guests, he proclaims, allow me to set the stage with an opening bid of 100 million top-grade spirit stones, compelling those lacking self-awareness to feel a sense of futility. From this point onward, it shall be a matter of skill. As soon as Nangong Luyuan's words echoed through the hall, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Although the top-tier factions seethed with indignation internally, their visages betrayed not a hint of discontent. After all, the Xintian sect stands as a premier force on the divine wasteland, and Nangong Luyuan himself is a powerful celestial emperor, renowned for his cunning and adept strategies. It is no surprise that within just a few years, he has propelled the Xintian sect from a mere first-rate faction to the pinnacle of power in the divine wasteland. Thus, despite the simmering fury among the elite factions, they dared not reveal their emotions, a testament to the advantages bestowed by formidable strength. At this moment, the auction presses on, with many factions in the hall now reluctant to speak, while the price of the Liuli Qingbao seal has surged to an astonishing 500 million top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, not only were the powerful factions within the hall of the gathering treasure pavilion aware, but even those outside the pavilion knew that the bidding for the glazed azure treasure seal had escalated to a staggering 500 million exquisite spirit stones. Each individual stood with wide eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. 500 million exquisite spirit stones. The total income of a first-rate faction in a year might barely amount to such a sum. For those elite forces, merely uttering such a figure equated to an abundance of spirit stones. Outside the gathering treasure pavilion, a bystander, taken aback by the sounds emanating from within, remarked with astonishment, "Well, it's no wonder they have ascended to a top-tier status. To us, this sum of spirit stones appears to be a fortune, yet to them, it is merely a drop in the ocean." Beside him, a carefree young man, cradling a wine gourd in hand, chimed in as he took a sip. Indeed, behold, this is the glazed azure treasure seal. Possessing this seal is akin to holding the key to the celestial treasure vault. Although no one knows the true nature of the vault, none would dare to relinquish such an opportunity. To these factions, exquisite spirit stones were but mere numbers, while the glazed azure treasure seal was intrinsically linked to the celestial treasure vault. No top-tier faction would let this chance slip away. Outside the pavilion, an elder of the immortal king realm seemed to perceive everything, gazing into the gathering treasure pavilion and muttering to himself. At this moment, within the pavilion, the foremost factions from various continents were fervently engaged in bidding, driving the price up to an astonishing 1 billion exquisite spirit stones, leaving the first-rate factions within the pavilion in a state of shock. 1,100,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. A commanding voice resonated once more, revealing that the most formidable force in the Central Emperor continent, the Celestial Tao sect, had entered the fray of the auction. This announcement sent shockwaves through the gathering at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, as the Celestial Tao sect is indeed the mightiest faction in the region. Their involvement indicated that the bidding for the glazed azure treasure seal had reached its climax. No sooner had the words of the Celestial Tao sect echoed than a domineering voice surged forth, declaring 15 billion premium spirit stones. This audacious bid increased the previous offer by a staggering 4 billion spirit stones. All eyes turned towards a fifth-floor private room, where they discerned a dignified, middle-aged man standing by the window, none other than Huangfu Bubi, the master of the Upper Clear Palace. Behold, as expected of the Upper Clear Palace, they have raised the bid by 4 billion premium spirit stones. Such wealth. A murmur swept through the hall as the elite factions engaged in fervent discussions. The Upper Clear Palace controls half of the pill trade across the Divine Wasteland. For them, this amount of spirit stones is negligible. With a swift turn of events, Huangfu Bubi's voice rang out, 20 billion premium spirit stones. Just as he concluded his statement, a gentle voice emerged from the direction of the Western Buddha continent's Buddhist sect, initiating their bid with an offer of 20 billion premium spirit stones. Upon hearing this amiable voice, Huangfu Bubi turned his gaze toward the Buddhist sect's private room, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, it is indeed a surprise that even the typically detached Buddhist sect shows interest in the glazed azure treasure seal. Such an occurrence is rare. His words dripped with a hint of mockery as he cast a glance at the Buddhist sect's enclosure, concluding with a serene, Amit Ba. Upon the sight of this object, the venerable monk recognized the connection between the azure glazed gem seal and the Buddhist sect, prompting him to bid aloud, thus causing the esteemed Huangfu to chuckle. Upon hearing Huangfu's refusal to bow, a benevolent-looking old monk residing in the Buddhist sect's chamber approached the window and calmly remarked, observing Huangfu's actions, the attendees of the Gathering of Treasures were taken aback, for this kind-hearted monk was none other than Master Buqi, the leader of the Buddhist sect, whose prowess reached the celestial emperor level, placing him among the most formidable beings in the entire divine wilderness continent. No one anticipated that the long-absent Master Buqi would personally attend this demon clan auction, indicating his significant regard for the event. Upon hearing Master Buqi's words, Huangfu's eyes sparkled, and he offered a subtle smile. Upon first glance at this seal, I found myself quite fond of it. It appears that the azure glazed gem seal is indeed fated to be with the Xingchen Palace. 30 billion prime spirit stones. He smiled at Master Buqi, who, at that moment, wore a warm and friendly expression. However, upon hearing Huangfu's declaration, the monk's smile faltered, and he gently shook his head, refraining from further bidding. Noticing Master Buqi's slight shake of the head and his withdrawal from the auction, Huangfu smiled subtly and cast a glance in the direction of the monk. It seems, after all, that this azure glazed gem seal is not destined for the Buddhist sect, but rather it is truly fated to be with the Xingchen Palace. Just then, a cool, crisp voice interjected, 50 billion prime spirit stones. Upon hearing the chilling voice, the previously self-satisfied Huangfu Bubi furrowed his brow slightly and turned to see that it was none other than the empress of the Wanhua Divine Palace, Hua Xuan. Upon seeing her, a faint smile appeared on Huangfu Bubi's face, his gaze towards Hua Xuan imbued with an unusual hue. Ah, so it is the palace master Hua. It seems that you, too, have a keen interest in the Liuli Qingbao seal. Perhaps I shall acquire it, and we can delve into its mysteries together. The moment Huangfu Bubi's words echoed, all factions within the Gathering Treasures Pavilion revealed their eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. For the implications in Huangfu Bubi's words were laden with provocation. Meanwhile, in the private chamber of the Wanhua Divine Palace, all disciples wore expressions of indignation. Yet Hua Shuyan remained composed, showing no signs of disturbance. She merely cast a cool glance at Huangfu Bubi and uttered a phrase that left everyone astounded. You? Unworthy? Upon hearing this, Huangfu Bubi narrowed his eyes, a flash of anger flickering within them. Nevertheless, he soon smiled faintly, exuding an air of nonchalance as if her words had no bearing on him. Since the palace master has spoken thus, it seems she believes that the elixirs from the Shangqing Palace are unworthy of the Wanhua Divine Palace. I suppose they shall no longer procure our elixirs, regrettably diminishing my earnings. With a sigh, he declared, I bid 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Hua Shuyan's face as she frowned slightly and glanced at Huangfu Bubi, yet she remained silent, refraining from further bidding. Other factions were taken aback upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's audacious offer of 100 billion top-grade spirit stones, a sum that was far from trivial, even for their esteemed powers. Such a colossal amount was not easily obtainable. What astonished them even more was the implicit threat embedded in Huangfu Bubi's words. In that moment, prominent sects such as Tiandao sect, Dayan Empire, and the Buddhist sect could only shake their heads in resignation. Meanwhile, the crowd within the Jabala began to murmur, speculating that the Liuli Qingbao seal was likely an artifact of the Shangqing Palace. At that juncture, Mo Wuhan furrowed his brows slightly, casting a glance at Huangfu Bubi without uttering a word. Internally, he was brimming with excitement. Although the Liuli Qingbao seal was the key to the Tiandao treasure, Jabala had spent years searching for any news regarding this treasure, to no avail. They even harbored doubts about the very existence of the so-called Tiandao treasure, suspecting that the Liuli empress might have fabricated the tale, hence her decision to auction it off. Initially, Jabala had anticipated that the Liuli Qingbao seal would fetch a maximum of 30 billion top-grade spirit stones, which would have been satisfactory. However, to their astonishment, it had now soared to 100 billion spirit stones, far exceeding their expectations, igniting Mo Wuhan's exhilaration. Although Huangfu Bubi's previous remarks had dissuaded Hua Shuyan from further bidding, the sum of 100 billion spirit stones was more than sufficient. Observing the reactions of everyone present, Mo Wuhan realized that this 100 billion had placed all factions at a considerable disadvantage. Just as he prepared to speak, a calm voice resonated through the air, 110 billion top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this voice, the entire treasure-gathering pavilion fell into an instantaneous silence. Chapter 58. The terrifying spirit stone makes its debut. At this moment, the calm voice echoed, rendering the entire pavilion mute. All gazes turned towards the private room from whence the voice emanated, displaying expressions of shock. Huangfu Bubi furrowed his brows in concern, also directing his attention to the source of the voice. Within the confines of the private room, the windows were tightly shut, concealing any presence within. This sparked curiosity among all factions, pondering which force possessed the audacity to challenge the Shangqing Palace so boldly. Huangfu Bubi's earlier remarks had been quite explicit. Even a woman as formidable as Hua Xuan had ceased her bidding, yet now someone dared to compete with the Shangqing Palace. How could this not astonish every faction? Observing the private room, Huangfu Bubi appeared provoked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he let out a soft huff. 150 billion supreme spirit stones. The moment the words left his lips, before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another composed voice emerged from the private room. 200 billion supreme spirit stones. At that instant, the treasure-gathering pavilion erupted with gasps of disbelief. Individuals from all factions directed their consciousness towards the private room, yet the array that obstructed their senses rendered them unable to discern who was inside, further intensifying their curiosity. All eyes subsequently shifted back to Huangfu Bubi, whose expression had lost all traces of mirth. The voice had been a direct slap in the face to him, a blatant provocation to the status of the Shangqing Palace. Even a most formidable force in Zhongzhou, the heavenly Tao sect, has extended a courtesy to Huangfu Bujia. At this moment, however, there are still individuals audacious enough to challenge him, which is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Observing the expression on Huangfu Bujia's face, all the factions secretly reveled in delight. Even the usually aloof Hua Xun couldn't help but slightly curve her lips at the sight of his countenance. Sensing the gazes of the various powers, Huangfu Bujia gradually regained his composure and declared, 220 billion supreme spirit stones. Yet, scarcely had his words faded when a calm voice from the private room interjected, 300 billion supreme spirit stones. This time, all factions could no longer remain seated. For 300 billion supreme spirit stones is no trifling sum. Within the room, speculation arose regarding which faction had made the bid. Could it be the hidden colossal power of sacred ground? This thought flashed through the minds of all factions almost instantaneously. Huangfu Bujia, too, entertained this notion and couldn't help but furrow his brow. If it were indeed a hidden colossal power, he would need to deliberate carefully. Although the Shangqing Palace was not fearful of these concealed sacred lands, given that it also had its own hidden colossal power as a backing. He preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict over a treasure that remained uncertain in its location. At this moment, Huangfu Bujia glanced over his shoulder, and a person behind him immediately understood, turning to vanish from the room. In just a brief moment, a figure reappeared behind Huangfu Bujia, whispering something in his ear. At that moment, the major factions received the news almost simultaneously. Upon hearing the words of the person behind him, Huangfu Bubi murmured to himself, a handsome man of innate realm and a veiled woman. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he burst into laughter, his gaze laced with derision toward the private room. I was wondering who it could be. If my suspicions are correct, why not invite the empress of the demon clan to reveal herself, with 300 billion top-quality spirit stones at stake? Surely the empress is familiar with the rules of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's words, the other factions seemed to recall the rumors, turning their attention toward the private room, eager to discern whether it was indeed the empress of the demon clan, as Huangfu Bubi had surmised. Seemingly sensing the crowd's anticipation, the window of the private room swung open, revealing a breathtaking figure. The onlookers were astounded to discover a woman of noble bearing and unparalleled beauty, her exquisite features seemingly sculpted by the heavens, radiating a gentle yet commanding allure that captivated countless hearts. The young disciples from various factions found themselves utterly entranced, some unable to restrain their exclamations of admiration. So beautiful! So beautiful! This enchanting woman was none other than Luo Xingchen, the empress of the demon clan, who had removed her veil. At this moment, even the leader of the Wanhua Shinggong, Hua Xuan, was taken aback by Luo Qingshan's stunning presence, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. As he beheld Luo Qingshan's appearance, a fleeting glimmer of fervor crossed Huangfu Bubi's eyes, his brow arched in mockery. The empress of the demon clan is aware of the rules of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Maliciously inflating bids without the means to pay in spirit stones comes with consequences. Even if the demon clan possesses a modest item that grants a 50-year extension of life, it is unlikely to be worth the 300 billion top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's words, Mo Wuhan furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when a calm voice interjected. The availability of spirit stones for the demon clan is not your concern. You may either withdraw or continue bidding. If the Qing Palace lacks spirit stones, do not waste my precious time. Moreover, regarding the elderly figure on the auction stage, it has been quite some time with no bids placed. Shouldn't we commence the countdown? While I understand that everyone wishes to witness the spectacle, dear elder, do not forget your responsibilities. At this juncture, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an ethereal charm, approached Luo Qingshan, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, prompting her to roll her eyes and address Huangfu Bubi and Mo Wuhan below. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback, and the younger individuals were filled with envy. If glances could kill, Ye Xingchen would have been slain countless times by the envious stares directed at him from below. Recognizing the young man's cultivation and his intimate demeanor with the demon clan's empress, it became evident to all that he was the man many factions had secretly sought. Ye Xingchen, the consort of the demon empress. Upon hearing the voice of Ye Xingchen, Mo Wuhan finally came to his senses. Strangely enough, when Ye Xingchen referred to him as old man, rather than feeling anger, Mo Wuhan was instead filled with an inexplicable joy, as if he had garnered the recognition of a formidable figure, instilling within him a profound sense of honor. From the very first glance at Ye Xingchen, an inner voice had incessantly warned him that this individual was undoubtedly someone to be avoided. This realization struck Mo Wuhan with a sense of trepidation. The demon clan's emperor was far from ordinary. Casting a glance at Huangfu Bubi, Mo Wuhan audaciously called out, 300 billion top-tier spirit stones. Are there any bids? If not, this Liuli Qingbao seal shall belong to this young master. At Mo Wuhan's proclamation, Huangfu Bubi furrowed his brow slightly and directed a scornful gaze toward Ye Xingchen, brimming with derision and disdain. Just a mere ant at the innate level, he mused, not a so-called disciple of a hidden giant's sacred ground. Yet you dare to make such a bid of 300 billion? I question whether this ant can even produce such an amount. Should you fail to do so, the demon clan's reputation will be thoroughly tarnished. His words were laced with malice, serving two purposes: to inform all powers present that Ye Xingchen was not a disciple of a hidden giant's sacred ground, and to belittle Ye Xingchen in front of all forces in the divine wilderness, reducing him to nothing more than an insignificant insect. After all, Ye Xingchen was the emperor of the demon clan. To be referred to as an ant was a blatant affront to their lineage. At this moment, hearing Huangfu Bubi's scathing remarks, Luo Qingshan furrowed her brow, poised to speak, but was halted by Ye Xingchen's intervention. With a beaming smile, Ye Xingchen gazed at Luo Qingshan and softly remarked, "My dear, there is no need for anger. Why bother quarreling with a mad dog? A mad dog possesses no sense. So must we retaliate against its frenzy? Would it not be utterly laughable?" The moment these words left Ye Xingchen's lips, the entire gathering treasure pavilion fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, the atmosphere thick with incredulity. Then, the expressions of the onlookers turned crimson, their faces displaying a remarkable blend of astonishment and suppressed laughter. It was as though they had swallowed their mirth. Glancing at Huangfu Bubi, yearning to laugh yet restrained by the gravity of the moment, their lips twitching in a most comical fashion. Meanwhile, Huangfu Bubi's countenance mirrored their own. Flushed with anger, his hands instinctively clenching, his silver teeth grinding with a resounding crunch. A terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from him, surging directly towards Ye Xingchen. At that moment, the skies above the gathering treasure pavilion darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled, transforming the atmosphere into one more dismal than the depths of night. As if all light had been devoured, leaving only an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The wrath of the immortal emperor caused the very heavens to change hue. Outside the pavilion, onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with terror as they fixated on the unfolding drama within. The terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from within the treasure-gathering pavilion caused even those of insufficient strength outside to tremble uncontrollably, succumbing to the urge to kneel. What could possibly be happening inside the pavilion to evoke such a dreadful killing intent? Could it be that someone dared to strike within the confines of the treasure-gathering pavilion? A man, gathered outside to witness the scene, exclaimed in horror. A significant event has transpired. It has just been announced that the Demon Clan's emperor and the master of the Shanqing Palace, Huangfu Bubi, have clashed. This overwhelming murderous intent is none other than that which Huangfu Bubi has unleashed. A man who had just learned the details spoke with astonishment. The Demon Clan's emperor? Ye Xingchen. The very individual whom all the divine wasteland factions have been investigating in secret. He has also made an appearance at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Indeed, moreover, the two are engaged in a frenzied bidding war over a treasure, with the spirit stones reaching a staggering 3 billion. Upon hearing their conversation, the onlookers surrounding the pavilion erupted in gasps of disbelief. 3 billion spirit stones? What extraordinary artifact could incite such madness? It is known that even the most prominent factions seldom possess such an amount of top-tier spirit stones. But that is not the most astonishing part. Do you know what truly takes the cake? At this moment, the surrounding crowd, intrigued by the exchange, turned their curious gazes upon the two men. Relishing the attention, one of them grinned broadly and declared, "That demon clan emperor Ye Xingchen, with merely innate realm cultivation, audaciously insulted the master of Shanqing Palace, Huangfu Bubi, calling him a dog. Ha! Wouldn't you agree that is quite explosive?" Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A formidable celestial emperor, humiliated by a mere innate realm cultivator. It was no wonder that such overwhelming murderous intent emanated from him. Yet, the man suddenly widened his eyes, his countenance filled with terror, his entire being trembling as he cried out, "My lord, spare my life." No sooner had he spoken than he spewed forth several mouthfuls of blood, his vitality waning rapidly as he slumped to the ground. A voice of authority resonated through the air. "The master of the upper clear palace is but an ant, not beyond reproach. Execute him." In that instant, as the once arrogant man transformed into a lifeless corpse, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, each bowing their heads in fear, lest they be the next to perish. The vicinity of the treasure-gathering tower fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to glance at the deceased. Such was the tyranny of a supreme force, untouchable by any. The scene shifted to inside the treasure-gathering tower. Huangfu Bubi's terrifying murderous intent bore down relentlessly towards Ye Xingchen. In stark contrast, Ye Xingchen remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, standing resolutely in place. As the dreadful aura enveloped his chamber, Luo Qingshan waved her hand nonchalantly, causing that formidable murderous intent to vanish as if it had never existed. Witnessing this, Huangfu Bubi's brows furrowed in displeasure. His face contorted with rage as he directed an icy glare at Luo Qingshan. He raised his hand slightly, a cataclysmic force beginning to coalesce within his grasp, causing the expressions of the various factions within the treasure-gathering tower to shift dramatically. Upon witnessing the cataclysmic power of Huangfu Bubi, Luo Qingshan shuddered, an aura of terror emanating from her as she maintained a composed gaze upon him. In that critical moment, Mo Wuhan's authoritative voice resounded within the treasure-gathering pavilion. "The use of force is strictly prohibited. Any violations will be met with immediate suppression and expulsion from the pavilion." As his words echoed, several formidable celestial emperors within the pavilion simultaneously unleashed their formidable presence, creating an invisible barrier that separated Huangfu Bubi from Luo Qingshan. Sensing the overwhelming energies, a flicker of divine light ignited in Huangfu Bubi's eyes. He cast one last glance at Ye Xingchen, and the cataclysmic energy in his hand gradually dissipated. Likewise, the terrifying aura surrounding Luo Qingshan vanished, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the powerful beings in the hall of the treasure-gathering pavilion. With a glance at Luo Qingshan, Huangfu Bubi's voice, laced with murderous intent, broke the silence. "This debt shall be remembered by this emperor. The demon clan's imperial majesty. How intriguing." In response to Huangfu Bubi's menacing declaration, Ye Xingchen appeared unfazed, dismissively retorting, "TCH, you ought to forget about me entirely. If it were a beautiful woman, it might be bearable, but being fixated upon by a beast would keep me awake at night." At Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan let out an amused laugh, discovering a humorous facet in her husband that she had not noticed before. She playfully rolled her eyes at him, her face alight with joy. Casting a tender glance at Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen's voice resounded once more, imbued with an unparalleled dominance that swept through the entire treasure-gathering pavilion, astonishing all present. From the moment you dispatched a message urging your wife to come and apologize. Becoming the laughingstock in the eyes of all factions in the divine wasteland, it was destined that the Qing palace would decline under your hand. Huangfu Bubi. At this moment, the entire gathering treasure tower was once again stunned by Ye Xingchen, whose presence commanded an awe-filled gaze from all present. The formidable aura of a superior being emanating from him was clearly beyond that of an innate realm practitioner. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with contemplation. Meanwhile, in the private chamber of the flowering cloud palace, Hua Shuyan regarded Ye Xingchen with curiosity, a flicker of amusement dancing in her gaze. For reasons unknown, this dignified emperor of the demon race left a profound impression on her. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's extraordinarily domineering words and sensing his astonishing aura, Huangfu Bubi maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly he was taken aback. This individual was certainly not as simple as he appeared. It was unheard of for someone in the innate realm to possess such a tyrannical presence. Nevertheless, other factions grew increasingly intrigued by the upcoming auction hosted by the demon race. If this mysterious emperor possessed such confidence to boldly sever ties with the Qing palace, it suggested that the life-extending divine treasures were indeed plentiful and that they harbored no fear of the Qing palace's alchemical threats. If this were true, even if the divine wasteland were to be dominated by hidden titans and sacred forces in the future, the Qing palace would no longer stand unchallenged. At this moment, the top-tier factions that had once been oppressed by the Qing palace cast glances towards its private chamber, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. The atmosphere within the gathering treasure tower was thick with an unusual tension, as if all the major factions sensed the electric charge in the air. In response to the brilliance emanating from those around him, Huangfu Bubi let out a soft snort. While boasting may be permissible, one must be wary of lifting a stone only to strike oneself. The consequences could be dire. Perhaps one should first present 300 billion exquisite spirit stones. Upon hearing the words of Huangfu Bubi, the surrounding powerful factions turned their gaze towards Ye Xingchen. Yet, Ye Xingchen wore a serene smile. But his words caused Mo Wuhan's expression to darken, eliciting simultaneous frowns from the various factions. Meanwhile, Huangfu Bubi could not contain his laughter. As if a weight had been lifted from his chest, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 60. A resounding slap to the face. The luminous azure treasure seal in hand at this moment, Ye Xingchen maintained his calm demeanor, gazing at the crowd with a smile, and remarked, "As for the 300 billion exquisite spirit stones, I must confess, I do not possess such wealth." As soon as his words fell, Mo Wuhan's countenance soured, and the factions around him furrowed their brows in unison. Huangfu Bubi, however, erupted into laughter, as if he had released pent-up frustration, his eyes alight with scorn. "Ha ha ha! What did I say? A mere ant, devoid of power, should refrain from posturing. Be cautious not to lift a stone that may land upon your own foot. 300 billion spirit stones? The demon clan would likely have to sell everything they possess to afford such a sum. With an emperor of such caliber among the demon clan, I wager the treasures that extend one's lifespan are in short supply, if they exist at all. After all, this bluster has drawn the attention of the entire divine wasteland. How will the demon clan manage this predicament?" Observing the composed Ye Xingchen, Huangfu Bubi surprisingly discarded his earlier displeasure and, with a mocking tone, proclaimed, "If the demon empress were to speak, I might consider lending you some spirit stones. Ha ha ha." At this moment, standing beside Ye Xingchen, Luo Qingshan completely disregarded Huangfu Bubi, her gaze towards Ye Xingchen brimming with warmth and affection. She understood her husband better than anyone. When he spoke, he would surely act upon his words. This unwavering trust stemmed from the depths of her heart, never once doubting him. Sensing Luo Qingshan's sentiments, Ye Xingchen cast a gentle glance in her direction, offering her a reassuring look. Within the private chamber of the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace, Hua Xian observed the tranquil expression on Ye Xingchen's face and, for reasons unknown, felt compelled to speak. If the demon clan's emperor is in need of spirit stones, the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace can extend a loan to the demon clan. At that moment, all factions turned their gazes towards the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace, their expressions filled with incredulity. Huangfu Bubi frowned, his eyes narrowing as a glint of sharp insight flashed momentarily within their depths. Ye Xingchen was also taken aback, turning to face the direction of Hua Xuyan. He had not anticipated that this unfamiliar leader of the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace would offer her assistance. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Xuyan felt her heart racing intensely, bewildered by her own words. A faint blush tinted her traditionally serene and exquisite features. Ye Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement towards Hua Xuyan's direction and said, "Thank you, Empress of 10,000 Flowers, for your kind offer. However, the demon clan is capable of procuring these spirit stones on their own." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's response, Hua Xuyan felt a subtle pang of disappointment for reasons she could not fathom. She glanced at Ye Xingchen, nodded in acknowledgement, and fell silent. Beside her, Luo Qingshan gazed towards Wagwayan, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Suddenly, the voice of Huangfu Bubi resonated once more, laced with scorn. "Ha ha ha, how amusing! Just claimed to lack 300 billion spirit stones, yet now asserts the ability to procure them. The demon clan's emperor, how delightful! Such fickleness! It seems that the coveted elixir for extending one's lifespan may well elude you all." As Huangfu Bubi's words fell, the other factions within the gathering treasure pavilion frowned slightly. At that moment, Ye Xingchen's voice rang out, observing the self-satisfied Huangfu Bubi with a slight smirk, akin to watching a capering jester, brimming with derision. "This creature revels in its antics. I trust you all have grown weary of it. After all, who among you has witnessed a being of the immortal emperor realm behaving so foolishly? However, while you may observe, do refrain from spreading rumors." At this juncture, the entire gathering treasure pavilion fell into a profound silence, with the expressions of those present reflecting bewilderment. Some furrowed their brows in agitation. Others twitched at the corners of their mouths, and a few even sank back into their chairs, clutching their bellies, wearied by the absurdity. Two light chuckles broke the stillness, emanating from Luo Qingshan, who could no longer contain her laughter, casting a charming glance at her husband. The other laugh belonged to Wagwayan. Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Wagwayan shot a glare at Ye Xingchen, her exquisite visage flushed with a rosy hue, before turning to reclaim her seat in the private room. At this moment, Huangfu Bubi, observing the reactions of the crowd in the gathering treasure pavilion, could hardly conceal the fury etched upon his face. The palpable aura of murderous intent he exuded caused the temperature within the pavilion to plummet significantly. A mere verbal dispute. Ants are ultimately just ants, incapable of making an impression. Without spiritual stones, any utterance will only serve to invite further disdain. With a resounding thud, before Huangfu Bubi could finish his words, Ye Xingchen casually waved his hand, causing hundreds of thousands of exquisite spiritual stones, imbued with a rich aura of celestial energy, to cascade onto the auction stage. Ye Xingchen's voice then resonated. "This emperor has stated that 300 billion superior spiritual stones are indeed insufficient. However, I have never claimed that exquisite celestial stones are lacking." At this moment, Ye Xingchen directed a gaze filled with derision towards the stunned Huangfu Bubi. The entire gathering treasure pavilion, representing all factions, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the hundreds of thousands of exquisite celestial stones, each radiating a soft glow. Mo Wuhan materialized before the array of exquisite celestial stones, sweeping his consciousness over them before turning to Ye Xingchen, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Your Excellency, Yi, these 400,000 exquisite celestial stones are more than sufficient to cover the 300 billion superior spiritual stones. In fact, they far exceed the requirement." Upon hearing Mo Wuhan's words, the gathering treasure pavilion erupted into a frenzy, while Ye Xingchen merely smiled gently and remarked, "He, esteemed elder, as long as it suffices. Please accept the exquisite celestial stones and deliver the Liuli Qingbao seal." Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's tranquil words, Mo Wuhan casually waved his hand. collecting hundreds of thousands of exquisite celestial stones, and exclaimed with excitement, "Congratulations, Emperor Yi, for bidding 40,000 exquisite celestial stones and successfully acquiring the Ye Xingchen seal. This treasure now belongs to you." As soon as Mo Wuhan finished speaking, he nodded towards a voluptuous woman, who promptly appeared in Ye Xingchen's private room, respectfully presenting an ancient wooden box containing the Ye Xingchen seal into Ye Xingchen's hands. After a slight bow, she vanished without a trace. Gazing at the seal radiating divine brilliance, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly and then offered the Ye Xingchen seal to Luo Qingshan, gently stating, "My dear, this is for you. Once you refine it, your strength will increase significantly. In the future, should you encounter any unruly beasts, simply summon the seal and crush them." Looking at the Ye Xingchen seal emanating divine light, Luo Qingshan was filled with excitement. "Husband, is this truly a gift for me? But it is far too precious." Noticing the excitement in Luo Qingshan's eyes, Ye Xingchen tenderly brushed her dark hair and softly replied, "My dear, have you forgotten what I once said? Nothing in this world compares to a single strand of your hair, and no treasure can rival the warmth of your gentle smile." Hearing her husband's words, Luo Qingshan was moved, gazing at Ye Xingchen with affection before joyfully accepting the Ye Xingchen seal. At that moment, the entire gathering in the treasure pavilion regarded Ye Xingchen with contemplative expressions. The emperor of the demon clan is undoubtedly a being of innate prowess. However, such unparalleled dominance is not something an ordinary individual can exude. Moreover, with a mere flick of his hand, he can summon exceedingly rare celestial stones from the divine wilderness continent, indicating that his identity is anything but trivial. At this moment, all factions turned their attention towards the rear, conveying through their thoughts, "Investigate thoroughly. We must ascertain the true identity of the emperor of the demon clan. If he is not a disciple of a secluded powerhouse or a sacred land, then he must belong to a faction within the divine wilderness continent, unless he has fallen from the heavens." Meanwhile, Huangfu Bubi cast a profound glance at Ye Xingchen before transmitting a message. "Relay this information back. Is there a hidden powerhouse or secretive clan associated with the surname Yi? This individual is shrouded in mystery. Upon receiving confirmation, if he is not, I shall ensure that he finds himself in a predicament where survival is impossible, yet death eludes him." A startling intent to kill flickered momentarily in Huangfu Bubi's eyes. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Hua Shuyan glanced at the visibly excited Luo Qingshan and let out a soft sigh, a subtle trace of disappointment flickering in her gaze. "What's happening to me? Could the emperor of the demon clan truly be the calamity my ancestor spoke of? If not, why would I, typically so composed, feel this way?" At this moment, Hua Shuyan's heart was tumultuous. She cast a glance at Ye Xingchen, slowly closed her eyes, and her slightly furrowed brow revealed that her state of mind was far from tranquil. Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, Mo Wuhan's voice resonated. "Esteemed guests, the auction for the second treasure is about to commence." No sooner had Mo Wuhan's words fallen than a strikingly beautiful woman, with an alluring figure, approached, gracefully carrying a tray. At this moment, within the entirety of the jewel pavilion, the gazes of all the women lit up, instantly captivated. Some even gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it possible that the jewel pavilion possesses such an artifact?" The Frostflower Bracelet. Chapter 61. The Origin of the Frostflower Bracelet. The auction commences upon hearing Mo Wuhan's words. Every pair of eyes in the jewel pavilion turned towards the auction stage, fixated on the exquisite woman holding the tray. In the next instant, all the women were entranced, and gasps filled the air as they exclaimed, "The jewel pavilion truly possesses such a treasure?" The Frostflower Bracelet. The atmosphere of the jewel pavilion buzzed once more with animated discussions. Even Ye Xingchen found himself drawn to the auction stage. There upon the tray lay a pale blue bracelet, quietly resting, emitting a faint mist that invoked a sensation of coolness. Ye Xingchen couldn't help but glance at Luo Qingshan beside him, inquiring, "My dear, judging by the reactions of these women, could it be that the Frostflower Bracelet holds great significance?" Luo Qingshan, having successfully refined the glazed blue gem seal, looked at the coolly emanating bracelet and smiled gently at Ye Xingchen, saying, "Husband, this frostflower bracelet indeed possesses a remarkable history, and there is a captivating tale behind it." Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen's spirits were instantly lifted. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at her, eagerly awaiting her response. Observing her husband's expression, Luo Qingshan offered a helpless smile and spoke gently. This azure frostflower bracelet was crafted millennia ago by Master Qingyan, a ninth-grade blacksmith, for his beloved wife, Meng Shuanglin. It is worth noting that a ninth-grade blacksmith holds a status and position that is undoubtedly on par with that of a ninth-grade alchemist, destined to reign supreme. However, Master Qingyan dedicated his life to the art of forging, and even when he was merely a first-grade blacksmith, his wife, Meng Shuanglin, had already wed him. She has steadfastly accompanied Master Qingyan throughout his journey, unwavering and uncomplaining, supporting him as he ascended from first-grade blacksmith to an eighth-grade blacksmith. In the pursuit of becoming a ninth-grade blacksmith, Master Qingyan became almost frenzied, neglecting all else, his temperament growing increasingly volatile. As if he had transformed into a completely different person. Understanding the reasons behind her husband's transformation, Meng Shuanglin bore no grievances. Instead, she continued to support him as she always had. Later, when Meng Shuanglin fell gravely ill, she knew that timely treatment could restore her health. Yet, at that crucial juncture in Master Qingyan's advancement, she chose not to disturb him and refrain from revealing her condition. She endured the torment of her illness in silence, while Master Qingyan remained obliviously engrossed in his quest for elevation, failing to notice the rapid aging of his wife and her deteriorating health day by day. Until one fateful day, Master Qingyan finally ascended to the 9th rank, fully restoring his vitality. With a buoyant spirit, he turned to gaze upon his beloved wife, only to discover that she had become shrouded in a pall of death, her health irreparably failing. As he beheld the waning life force of his cherished spouse, Master Qingyan realized the folly of his pursuits. In his quest for ephemeral fame, he had forsaken the one he loved most dearly. Overwhelmed with regret, Master Qingyan embarked on a journey with his wife, Meng Shuanglin, traversing the world in search of a cure for her affliction. Yet, despite their efforts, no remedy could be found to alleviate her suffering. Aware that her time was drawing near, Meng Shuanglin implored Master Qingyan to return to their original home. As he looked upon the woman who had stood by him through the years, Master Qingyan inquired if there remained any unfulfilled wishes in her heart. With a gentle smile, Meng Shuanglin responded that throughout their many years of marriage, he had never crafted a single item for her. She wished for him to create something special just for her. In that moment, the room fell silent, all ears attuned to Luo Qingshan's poignant narrative. Casting a glance at her husband, Luo Qingshan felt a profound sense of gratitude as she continued, infused with deep emotion. It was only then that Master Qingyan recognized the irony of his life. He had forged countless weapons and ornaments for others, yet had neglected to create even a single object for his beloved wife. Regret washed over him in waves. Subsequently, Master Qingyan infused the frigid waters into the divine space iron, crafting the Qing Shuanghua bracelet for Meng Shuanglin, inspired by his wife's ice-cold physique. The name was derived from a character in both of their names, and since Meng Shuanglin had a penchant for adorning her wrist with fresh flowers, it was aptly named the Qing Shuanghua bracelet. At the moment of its completion, Meng Shuanglin, with a gentle smile, peacefully departed from this world, leaving Master Qingyan in profound sorrow, leading him to an untimely demise fueled by his yearning for her. In time, the world came to understand that this remarkable Qing Shuanghua bracelet was forged from the very essence of Master Qingyan's heart and soul. Its vast internal space exuded an inherent chill, bestowing immense benefits upon those who cultivated the path of ice. Furthermore, it could gather the ethereal energies of the air, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed of its wearer, rendering it a true divine treasure. Due to the deep bond shared between the two, the Qing Shuanghua bracelet became a cherished token of love between couples in generations to come. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's words, Ye Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. reflecting that it is only upon loss that one realizes regret, and when one possesses something, they often fail to cherish the present. Truly, Master Qingyan's fate is both lamentable and poignant. As Ye Xingchen gazed at Luo Qingshan, he took her hand firmly, as if to declare that he would never allow himself to fall into such despair. Seeing the deep affection in her husband's eyes, Luo Qingshan smiled gently, her heart brimming with joy. Observers in the treasure-gathering pavilion witnessed the sweet exchange between the two, as if they were enveloped in a honeyed aura, feeling as though they had been satiated by an abundance of love. At that moment, standing upon the auction platform, with a smile illuminating his face, Mo Wuhan gazed down at the reactions of the crowd and announced, "At this auction, the second treasure is the Qing Shuanghua bracelet, with a starting bid of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million spirit stones. The auction commences now." No sooner had Mo Wuhan's words echoed through the gathering treasure pavilion than numerous factions began to place their bids. "I bid 2 million top-tier spirit stones," declared a princess from a first-rate force, her eyes fixed on the Qing Shuanghua bracelet. A mere 2 million spirit stones for such a divine artifact? Moreover, this is the masterpiece crafted by Master Qingyan, possessing immense value. "I bid 5 million top-tier spirit stones." A young man clad in a golden dragon robe cast a glance at the princess as he spoke, his tone laced with challenge, seemingly provoked. The princess from the first-rate faction let out a huff, her gaze filled with indignation as she shot a look back at the young man. "I bid 10 million top-tier spirit stones." In a private booth, Ye Xingchen observed the ongoing bidding and turned to Luo Qingshan, speaking gently, "My dear, do you fancy this bracelet? Shall I bid for it as a gift for you?" Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, Luo Qingshan gently shook her head and replied softly, "Shaner already possesses the finest gift. Though this bracelet is exquisite, it holds no significance for me. Please refrain from bidding further. Let this bracelet be bestowed upon someone fated to have it." Seeing the tenderness in Luo Qingshan's eyes and understanding her sentiments, Ye Xingchen nodded, choosing not to continue the bidding. Below, the price of the Frostflower bracelet has soared to 50 million top-tier spirit stones. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. It was Hua Xuyan, the master of the Orchid Palace, who spoke. 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Upon hearing Hua Xuyan's bid, those elite forces within the treasure-gathering pavilion could only sigh in resignation, shaking their heads in dismay. With the top-tier powers now participating in the auction, they recognized the futility of their own bids and prudently fell silent. Meanwhile, sitting in the private room and simmering with frustration, Huangfu Bubi, upon hearing Hua Xuyan's bid, seemed to recall something. A smug smile graced his lips as he declared, "I bid 100 million and 100,000 top-tier spirit stones." As soon as Huangfu Bubi's words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the treasure-gathering pavilion. It was evident that the master of the Supreme Palace was being intentionally provocative. However, no one could voice their objections, for Huangfu Bubi had not breached any of the pavilion's rules. Within the private room, Hua Xuyan furrowed her brows upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's voice. She turned to look at him, only to find him gazing at her with unabashed satisfaction. She then stated, 110 million top-tier spirit stones. No sooner had Hua Xuyan's words faded than Huangfu Bubi's voice echoed again. 111 million top-tier spirit stones. At this moment, a cacophony of voices erupted throughout the treasure-gathering pavilion. If Huangfu Bubi's initial bid had been a mere coincidence, it was now clear to all that he was deliberately provoking a response. All factions turned their gaze toward the direction of the Supreme Palace, then shifted their attention to the private room of the demon tribe, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. In the private chamber where the great Yin dynasty convened, the formidable emperor Yin Wudi contemplated silently. Huangfu Bubi harbors a narrow-mindedness and bears grudges. Should the longevity elixir auctioned by the demon clan prove authentic? As the demon clan's sovereign suggested, the decline of the Upper Clear Palace may only be a matter of time. Meanwhile, the bored Ye Xingchen was suddenly roused when he heard Huangfu Bubi place a bid. A faint smile graced his lips, and his spirits lifted instantly. His first utterance rendered the gem-gathering pavilion silent, leaving everyone in a state of astonished disbelief. At this moment, as Huangfu Bubi continued his intentional bidding, though it did not contravene the rules of the gem-gathering pavilion, his petty actions elicited great distaste from Ye Xingchen. If it had been anyone else, he would have disregarded them. However, since Hua Shuyan had previously offered her assistance, Ye Xingchen, a person who reciprocates respect tenfold, could not stand idly by while Huangfu Bubi deliberately vexed her. Observing Huangfu Bubi's smug demeanor, Ye Xingchen smirked. His very first words once again plunged the gem-gathering pavilion into silence, astonishment etched on every face. Subsequently, they all shifted into more comfortable positions, adopting expressions of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, the representatives of various top-tier forces silently acknowledged. The Demon Clan's sovereign seems intent on a relentless confrontation with the Upper Clear Palace. The beast has emerged once more. This sovereign relishes delivering a thorough beating. What was it again? At this moment, as Ye Xingchen's words fell, Huangfu Bubi froze in place, his expression still bearing a semblance of smugness. Gradually, however, his demeanor darkened, and after casting a glance at Mo Wuhan on the auction stage and several celestial emperor powerhouses, a fierce glint of murderous intent filled his eyes as he turned to Ye Xingchen. Meanwhile, Ye Xingchen leaned against the window with a cheerful smile, reveling in his own satisfaction. In this moment, Huangfu Bubi exuded an overwhelming aura of hostility. Everyone believed that if not for the sanctuary of the treasure-gathering pavilion, this Demon Clan emperor would have met his demise countless times, even with Luo Qingshan as protection. Within the private chamber of the Wanhua Divine Palace, Hua Xuan, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's words, exhibited a flicker of delight in her eyes, her previously frigid aura seemingly thawing in an instant. This prompted the other disciples in the chamber to stifle their laughter, as if they had uncovered a delightful secret. Ye Xingchen, do not assume that with Luo Qingshan shielding you, you can rest easy. A mere insect, like you, could be crushed with the slightest effort. Once we exit the treasure-gathering pavilion, we shall settle the score. In that moment, the murderous intent in Huangfu Bubi's gaze took on a tangible form, as he looked at Ye Xingchen as if he were gazing at a corpse. Upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's threats, Ye Xingchen remained silent. But Luo Qingshan stepped forward to the window, her own aura brimming with formidable hostility. She coldly addressed Huangfu Bubi, saying, "You wretched creature in my eyes. Extinguishing your life is as effortless as slaying a chicken. Do you believe that once we leave the treasure-gathering pavilion, it will be your dominion? Do not forget, this is Dongzhou, and not far from here lies the territory of the Demon Clan. One should truly reflect upon oneself." At this moment, Luo Qingshan radiated a terrifying aura of murderous intent, her presence surpassing even that of Huangfu Bubi by a considerable margin. This indeed is the advantage of the Demon Clan. Once they successfully transform and endure the heavenly tribulation, they become virtually invincible within the same realm. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's forthright words, the various factions present cast glances at Huangfu Bubi, their eyes glimmering with amusement. In the gathering of powerful entities within the treasure-gathering pavilion, few had escaped the threats posed by the Qinggong Palace regarding the longevity elixir. Watching Huangfu Bubi being treated so disdainfully by the Demon Clan, who could not feel a twinge of satisfaction? Meanwhile, Huangfu Bubi, upon hearing the veiled threat in Luo Qingshan's tone, felt his murderous intent intensify. He flashed a sinister smile, yet refrained from speaking further, though a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes, hinting at a scheme unfolding. Standing by the window, Ye Xingchen observed the fleeting expression of scheming in Huangfu Bubi's gaze, coupled with his malevolent grin, stirring a subtle reaction within him. Huangfu Bubi must be harboring some plot. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are but feeble. Now that the mask has been torn, ensuring Huangfu Bubi remains in Dongzhou is not an insurmountable task. At this moment, casting his gaze towards the private chamber of the Demon Clan, Huangfu Bubi let out a soft snort and whispered something to the figure behind him. A white-haired elder nodded in acknowledgement and promptly vanished. At that instant, the atmosphere within the treasure-gathering pavilion became exceedingly delicate, sending ripples of shock through the hearts of numerous factions. Could it be that a mere auction would ignite a war between the Demon Clan and the Qinggong Palace? This certainly promises to be intriguing. At this moment, Mo Wuhan observed the abruptly quieted treasure pavilion and spoke. Qingshuang Flower Arm. The Upper Clear Palace bids 111 million. Is there any other force willing to continue the auction? If not, this divine flower arm shall belong to the Upper Clear Palace. Upon hearing Mo Wuhan's words, Hua Shuyan glanced in the direction of Ye Xingchen, her eyes filled with gratitude, and then stated 120 million premium spirit stones. As soon as her voice fell, the charming voice of Huangfu Bubi echoed, each word laden with intent. 121 million. Upon hearing Huangfu Bubi's voice, several stunning women in the suite of the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace glared at him with indignation. Hua Shuyan, too, furrowed her brow, regarding the wickedly smiling Huangfu Bubi, and with a cold voice declared 130 million premium spirit stones. 131 million premium spirit stones. The same voice resounded once more. As Huangfu Bubi cast a provocative glance toward Hua Shuyan's position. Witnessing her furious expression, Huangfu Bubi felt an even greater sense of triumph. He intended to make the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace understand the consequences of offending the Upper Clear Palace. This was merely the beginning. After this auction concludes, should the Demon Clan possess even a hint of longevity-enhancing treasures, the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace would be compelled to bow their heads and humbly apologize to the Upper Clear Palace for the sake of their elders. At that moment, Huangfu Bubi's gaze shifted to Hua Shuyan, taking in her graceful figure and exquisite beauty, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice of disdain pierced through the air. 100,000 premium celestial stones. The voice of Ye Xingchen resonated, his expression steeped in disdain as he regarded Huangfu Bubi. The implication in his gaze was unmistakable, as if he were challenging, come on, make your next bid. Let us see how you will respond this time. 10,000 premium celestial stones equated to 100 billion premium spiritual stones. Moreover, premium celestial stones were exceedingly rare on the Divine Desolation continent. Even the esteemed Shanqing Palace might not possess such a vast quantity. Upon hearing Ye Xingchen's declaration, the various factions became increasingly convinced that the Demon Clan's emperor was far from an ordinary individual. Even the most formidable powers could scarcely muster such an abundance of premium celestial stones. In that moment, Huangfu Bubi found himself once again humiliated by Ye Xingchen. The intensity of his glare could almost devour Ye Xingchen whole. With a fierce look directed at Ye Xingchen, he ultimately turned and resumed his seat in the private chamber. Mo Wuhan, upon hearing Ye Xingchen's astonishing bid of 10,000 premium celestial stones, couldn't suppress a slight smile. This time he truly struck gold. Casting a glance at Hua Shuyan from the Wanhuashing Palace, Missouri Wuhan confidently proclaimed, "Is there no higher bid? If not, this Qing Shuanghua bracelet shall rightfully belong to Emperor Yi." As it became evident that no further bids were forthcoming from the various factions within the Gathering Treasure Tower, Mo Wuhan announced, "Then, congratulations to Emperor Yi on yet another successful auction. This Qing Shuanghua bracelet is now yours." At that moment, observing Huangfu Bubi seated in resignation, Ye Xingchen's eyes brimmed with scorn, unable to fathom that after merely bidding 10,000 premium celestial stones, Huangfu Bubi had chosen not to contest him further. Ye Xingchen had not anticipated the immense significance of the exquisite celestial stone. At the moment the system rewarded him, he had yet to grasp its true value. Only now did he comprehend the extraordinary function of the celestial stone. Little did he know that even within the highest echelons of power, such stones were seldom relinquished. When he boldly declared 10,000 exquisite celestial stones, Huangfu Bubi, despite his intentions to counterbid, could only concede defeat, for even the Supreme Palace possessed but a scant few of these treasures. With a casual gesture, 10,000 celestial stones, radiating an intense aura of ethereal spirit, materialized before Mo Wuhan, who swiftly absorbed them with a flick of his consciousness. Subsequently, he nodded to the stunning woman who held the tray, and she, in turn, respectfully presented the Frostflower wristband to Ye Xingchen before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Ye Xingchen gazed at the icy Frostflower wristband in his hand, feeling somewhat sheepish as he glanced towards the private room of the Flower God Palace. Initially intending to reprimand Huangfu Bubi, he inadvertently acquired an item cherished by Hua Xiuyan, leaving him with a tinge of embarrassment. Noticing Ye Xingchen's apologetic gaze, Hua Xiuyan smiled and shook her head. Yet the flicker of disappointment in her eyes did not escape Ye Xingchen's keen perception. As if recalling something, Ye Xingchen's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration, and his heart brimmed with ideas. Chapter 63. A Beautiful Misunderstanding, the Ancient Treasure Map. At this moment, the observant Ye Xingchen discerned the hint of disappointment lurking in Hua Xiuyan's gaze, causing a subtle tremor in his heart. After all, Hua Xiuyan had once extended a helping hand to him, and now he had turned around and seized her cherished possession. Particularly upon noticing the flicker of disappointment deep within Hua Xiuyan's eyes, Ye Xingchen felt a subtle tremor in his heart. It was as if a sudden realization had dawned upon him, causing his eyes to brighten, and a thought began to form within him. With a simple wave of his hand, the Qing Shuanghua armlet was lifted by an unseen force, gracefully gliding towards the direction of the Wanhua Divine Palace, eventually coming to rest steadily before Hua Xiuyan. At that moment, Hua Xiuyan gazed at the armlet before her, then lifted her gaze to Ye Xingchen. Her eyes filled with questions. Ye Xingchen, wearing a warm smile, addressed her. "Palace Master, this Qing Shuanghua armlet is a gift for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance." As soon as Ye Xingchen uttered these words, the entire gathering treasure building seemed to erupt. The astonishing scene resembling a collision of worlds. Numerous factions gasped in astonishment, staring at the suddenly tumultuous gathering treasure building. Ye Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why his mere words had elicited such a profound reaction. Standing beside him, Luo Qingshan observed Ye Xingchen's momentary daze. Having shared an unspoken connection with him, she could only smile helplessly and shake her head. Yet, as if struck by an epiphany, a mysterious glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she gazed toward Hua Xiuyan, her face radiating joy. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the gathering treasure building, various factions began to murmur amongst themselves, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness! A man indeed!" In the presence of the demon clan's empress, Ye Xingchen audaciously presented the Frostflower bracelet to Hua Xiuyan, truly a model for our generation. An enthusiastic young disciple from a powerful faction remarked to his companion, "Indeed, Hua Xiuyan is renowned as the ice goddess of the divine wilderness, known for her frosty demeanor. Numerous suitors have sought her affection, only to meet with failure. This time, it is likely no different." In response to the young man's words, a companion seated beside him nodded in agreement. "However, have you noticed Ye Xingchen's expression? He appears momentarily dazed. Could it be that he genuinely intended to express his gratitude to Hua Xiuyan by purchasing this bracelet as a token of appreciation?" Another young man, seemingly aware of Ye Xingchen's peculiar behavior, interjected, "A token of gratitude? Spare me. 100,000 exquisite celestial stones is equivalent to 10 billion extraordinary spirit stones. What kind of gratitude is that for such a lavish gift? Besides, Ye Xingchen is not oblivious. Just moments ago, the demon empress elucidated the significance of the Frostflower bracelet, a token of love between a man and a woman. Yet Ye Xingchen, already in the company of the stunning Luo Qingshan, dares to act in such a manner. Truly, a case of insatiable greed." Another companion, casting a look of envy at Ye Xingchen, remarked. The discussions within the treasure-gathering pavilion grew ever more numerous. At that moment, Ye Xingchen, overhearing the myriad discussions from various factions below, finally grasped the reason behind the considerable uproar within the treasure-gathering pavilion. By the heavens, he had merely wished to express his gratitude to Hua Xiuyan, and it was evident that she appreciated the bracelet. Thus, Ye Xingchen expressed such sentiments, having long forgotten the significance represented by the Qing flower bracelet. Turning to glance at Luo Qingshan, Ye Xingchen felt an overwhelming concern that Luo Qingshan might misinterpret his intentions. However, he was met with a warm smile from her. The two had already formed a profound connection, where a mere glance could convey their thoughts. Realizing that Luo Qingshan did not misunderstand him, Ye Xingchen thought it imperative to quickly explain the situation to Hua Xuyan. If Hua Xuyan were to misconstrue the matter, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. He immediately directed his gaze towards Hua Xuyan, eager to clarify what had become a beautiful misunderstanding. Yet, he found Hua Xuyan seemingly frozen in place, standing quietly with a rosy glow adorning her cheeks, her once frigid demeanor replaced by an alluring warmth, akin to a ripe peach exuding irresistible charm. Within the private chamber of the Wanhua Divine Palace, numerous enchanting women were equally astonished, though unlike Hua Xuyan. They soon began to stifle laughter while casting amused glances her way. It was only upon hearing the laughter from behind her that Hua Xuyan regained her composure. Lifting her gaze towards Ye Xingchen, who was also looking in her direction, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As she listened to the surrounding whispers, Hua Xuyan's aura began to shift gradually. The once aloof and icy presence emanating from her began to dissipate. From the murmurs of the crowd, she grasped the situation. Yet, deep down, she understood that Ye Xingchen must have forgotten the true significance of the Qing flower bracelet. It is entirely a gesture of self-gratitude, using this azure frost flower bracelet as a token of appreciation for the assistance rendered moments ago. Indeed, a single remark from Ye Xingchen had left Hua Xuyan in a state of astonishment. Only upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd did she comprehend the true intention behind Ye Xingchen's words. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she perceived it instantly. Although a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart, Hua Xuyan regarded Ye Xingchen and, with a voice as cool as the evening breeze, declared, "Your Excellency Yi, this gift is far too extravagant. I implore you to take it back. My previous comment was merely a casual remark and did not provide any substantial assistance to Your Excellency. I cannot accept this bracelet." Upon finishing her words, she waved her hand, and a gentle force returned the azure frost flower bracelet, which landed steadily back in Ye Xingchen's grasp. She then turned and re-entered the private chamber of the 10,000 Flowers Divine Palace, taking her seat. Although Ye Xingchen wished to express further thoughts, Luo Qingshan approached him with a smile, whispering something in his ear that caused his eyes to brighten with delight, leading him to smile as he accepted the azure frost flower bracelet. At that moment, standing upon the auction stage, Mo Wuhan, noticing the lack of excitement, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to auction the third treasure." As the time unfolded within the treasure-gathering tower, for every item auctioned, if Luo Qingshan showed disinterest, Ye Xingchen refrained from bidding, allowing various powerful factions, including the Great Yin Empire, Xintian sect, Tiandao sect, Buddhism sect, and Tianji City, to begin their offers in earnest. It must be said that Jabela rightfully holds the title of the most esteemed auction house in the realm of the Divine Wasteland, showcasing treasures of the utmost caliber, much to the satisfaction of various powerful factions. As the auction nears its conclusion after a span of 1 hour, the atmosphere within Jabela becomes increasingly electrified. All factions are acutely aware that Jabela invariably reserves the piece de resistance for the final act of each auction. At this moment, Mo Wuhan observes the animated representatives of the various factions within Jabela and offers a faint smile, declaring, "Esteemed guests, we are approaching the end of this auction at Jabela. The final treasure, the origins of which even Jabela remains uncertain, is about to be revealed. However, one thing is unequivocal. This item is no ordinary relic. Following meticulous appraisal by the masters of authentication at Jabela, it has been determined that this is an ancient artifact, impervious to both fire and water, and resistant to blades and spears. The ancient script inscribed upon it has eluded identification despite our extensive examination of countless ancient texts. Nonetheless, We can ascertain with certainty that this is a treasure map passed down from antiquity. As Mo Wuhan's words resonated throughout the hall, an immediate uproar erupted in Jabala, with Huangfu Bubi rising in astonishment. The various factions within Jabala exchanged glances towards the direction of the Qinggong Palace. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman ascended the auction stage, gracefully holding a tray. Upon the tray lay a treasure map exuding an aura of antiquity, composed of an unknown material that radiated a subtle golden glow. Observing the reactions of the crowd within the treasure pavilion, Mo Wuhan refrained from further elaboration and declared, "The final item in this auction is an ancient treasure map, with a starting bid of 100 million exceptional spiritual stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10 million. The auction commences now." As his words resonated, the atmosphere in the treasure pavilion ignited with fervor. Chapter 64. The Secret of the Ancient Treasure Map. Wei Tianji's injury at this moment. Upon hearing Mo Wuhan's announcement, the entire treasure pavilion erupted with excitement. All gazes were drawn to the ancient treasure map, radiating an aura of antiquity and shimmering in gold. The various factions from the divine wilderness still held a significant trust in the credibility of the treasure pavilion. Yet they could not help but scrutinize the treasure map, although the pavilion had clearly stated that the inscriptions were beyond their comprehension. It was certain that it was indeed an ancient treasure map. This alone was sufficient to arouse their interest. The factions within the pavilion were particularly invested in this treasure map for good reason. Even the typically aloof Hua Shuyin could not resist rising from her seat to peer out the window at the ancient treasure map. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan, equally exhilarated, approached Ye Xingchen to gaze upon the golden artifact. Ye Xingchen observed the crowd's fervent response and Luo Qingshan's animated demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Curiously, he turned to Luo Qingshan and inquired, "My dear, what provokes such a grand reaction over a mere treasure map?" Looking at her husband, who seemed perpetually oblivious to the intricacies of the world, Luo Qingshan cast him a flirtatious glance, her eyes brimming with affection. "My lord." Within the halls of the Gathering Treasures Pavilion, the actions of various powerful factions stem from a singular event that transpired eons ago, thousands of years in the past. In the realm of the Divine Wasteland, an inconspicuous second-tier faction inadvertently stumbled upon a precious ancient treasure map. This faction swiftly sealed off information regarding the treasure map, concealing it from the world, and began discreetly searching for the secrets it held. After a century of diligent inquiry, this faction finally gleaned a fragment of information from the ancient map. At that moment, an exceptional leader emerged within their ranks, possessing talents in every regard. Under his astute guidance, the faction toiled in secrecy for over a decade, and fortune favored the diligent. They ultimately unearthed the ancient treasure. With a seemingly casual glance towards the direction of the Upper Clear Palace, Luo Qingshan continued, "From that moment onward, this faction began to expand rapidly. Under the leadership of this sagacious ruler, it transformed over the course of a millennium into the preeminent force of the Divine Wasteland. In a mere 1,000 years, they ascended from an ordinary second-tier faction to a top-tier power, astonishing the entire realm. However, the ruler of this faction mysteriously vanished during an expedition, leaving his fate shrouded in enigma. Fortunately, the faction had already amassed the strength to claim its position among the elite in the Divine Wasteland, dominating over half of the market for the medicinal pills they forged. From that point onward, their arrogance grew, and the rulers that followed became increasingly hubristic, ultimately offending a venerable faction in the Central Imperial Province, which nearly led to their annihilation. In the end, the reason remained elusive. Unexpectedly, a connection was forged with the reclusive titan, the Sacred Land faction. With this formidable backing, the faction was spared from annihilation. They foolishly harbored ambitions to eliminate this long-established premier force, unaware that it was, in fact, a branch of the hidden titan's Sacred Land, which even the powerful faction behind them regarded with utmost caution. Thus, they chose to behave with humility. From that moment on, empowered by their formidable support, the faction rapidly expanded, wielding control over various forces through potent elixirs, growing increasingly arrogant. Nevertheless, the major factions found themselves powerless against it. My dear husband, now you comprehend why the ancient treasure map has astonished the various factions, do you not? You must have surmised which faction it pertains to, spoke Ye Xingchen. Upon hearing her words, Ye Xingchen gazed toward the direction of the Upper Qing Palace and nodded slightly. The Upper Qing Palace. Observing her husband, Ye Xingchen gently nodded and sighed. It is a pity that the Upper Qing Palace has not seen another ruler of such brilliance since their disappearance. Ye Xingchen had not anticipated such a reason behind it. Looking at his wife, Ye Xingchen smiled faintly. Now, her husband understood why the ancient treasure map had struck awe into the hearts of many factions. Hearing her, Ye Xingchen nodded appreciatively, his interest piqued. Possessing the eye of void, he was eager to capture the moment and see if he could uncover the location of this ancient treasure map. Instantly, Ye Xingchen's spirit was invigorated. At this moment, within the treasure pavilion, various factions were fervently bidding, and the price of the exquisite spirit stones had skyrocketed to a staggering 500 billion, particularly in the Grand Hall. The first-rate powers were bidding with an almost frenzied zeal, and due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, several first-rate factions even combined their efforts to compete in the auction. However, as the bidding progressed, it became apparent that the top-tier factions from the Divine Wasteland ceased their bids altogether. This development caused Mo Wuhan at the auction platform to furrow his brow slightly, as he quickly grasped the underlying intentions of these elite factions. Meanwhile, some first-rate factions continued to bid relentlessly, naively believing that the absence of bids from the top-tier powers was merely a result of their collaboration, assuming that even the elite could not outbid them. Conversely, those with discerning eyes among the first-rate factions, upon realizing this fact, promptly withdrew from the auction. They understood that the ancient treasure map was not a fortuitous opportunity for them, but rather a calamity, even if they were to acquire it. The map would not truly belong to them, and the consequences could be dire. The latter outcome could result in the treasure map being snatched away, while the graver consequences might lead to the destruction of their sections. At this juncture, Huangfu Bubi refrained from further bidding and sat with a sinister smile. Observing the frenzied, first-rate factions below, their eyes ablaze with fervor, reflecting a palpable disdain. Watching the various powers below, as well, were the Xintian sect, the Beastmaster Pavilion, and even Master Buji from the Buddhist sect, who regarded the scene with a look of inscrutable intrigue. Ye Xingchen stood by the window, observing the intense bidding below, instantly discerning the thoughts of these factions. However, Ye Xingchen paid no heed to the thoughts of these top-tier powers, nor did he fear offending them. Standing by the window, he boldly proclaimed 600 billion supreme spirit stones. With this declaration, Ye Xingchen raised the bid by a staggering 100 billion, instantly bringing a sense of calm to the previously frenzied elite bidders. It was at this moment that these factions realized, amidst their wild competition, that the bids from the top powers had been dwindling. Abruptly interrupted by Ye Xingchen, they became aware of the predatory glances cast upon them by their peers, akin to famished wolves eyeing a succulent piece of meat, causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Turning to gaze in Ye Xingchen's direction, they were filled with gratitude and promptly took their seats, ceasing their bidding. Meanwhile, within the private room of Tianji City, Wei Tianji observed the serene countenance of Ye Xingchen. His interest in this enigmatic demon clan emperor peaked. Witnessing Ye Xingchen's audacity in offending the Shanqing Palace, as well as other formidable factions, only intensified his fascination with the demon clan sovereign. As for Ye Xingchen, she was no ordinary figure. She was the demon clan's empress, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Shenhuang continent, possessing unparalleled talent. At such a young age, she had already ascended to the supreme realm of the immortal emperor, leading her clan to break through numerous barriers, rapidly establishing itself as a top-tier power. Her beauty, gaze, and strategic acumen were far from those of an ordinary woman. Now she had what a human man whose strength was merely at the innate level. Wei Tianji believed that such a man was far from ordinary. Through today's auction, He had observed this individual whose aura exuded terror and the commanding presence of a superior, which piqued Wei Tianji's curiosity about the origins of this person. Subsequently, with a casual wave of his hand, an ancient bronze mirror emanating a faint glow appeared in his left hand. Wei Tianji then pointed with his right finger, sending a beam of white light into the mirror. His right hand moved back and forth, calculating as a soft golden radiance flickered between his fingers. At that moment, a vague figure gradually materialized upon the surface of the bronze mirror, resembling Ye Xingchen from a distance. Wei Tianji's brows furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated that a mere innate realm individual could be so elusive to divine. He pointed again, sending an even more potent beam of white light into the mirror. In the next instant, just as the figure was on the verge of becoming clear, the mirror suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, shattering into pieces. Wei Tianji coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion paling instantly as he became visibly weakened, evidently suffering severe injuries. Shock illuminated his eyes as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How can this be? Who is this person that defies calculation and investigation?" Upon hearing his words, the entire private room within Tianji City was engulfed in astonishment. At that moment, Wei Tianji paid no heed to his own injuries, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Ye Xingchen, exclaiming, "Impossible? How can this be? Who is this person that defies calculation and investigation?" Upon the utterance of Wei Tianji's words, a profound shock reverberated throughout the private chamber of Tianji City. Who is the immortal Emperor Wei Tianji? He is none other than the master of the divine wastelands Tianji City, a figure renowned for his unparalleled ability to calculate the heavens and the earth. With nary a misstep, the sole occasion of his failure was when he attempted to decipher the imperial star within the celestial diagram of destiny, which eluded him due to some enigmatic force concealing it. Yet today, he encountered another individual. What was more shocking was that his attempt to calculate this person resulted in a backlash, leaving him severely injured. How could the denizens of Tianji City not be astounded? At this moment, Wei Tianji was internally shaken beyond measure. There was a thought he had yet to voice, one he hesitated to confirm. As the Lord of Tianji City, summoning him to calculate the fate of an individual necessitated an exorbitant amount of spirit stones. It was only due to his sudden intrigue in Ye Xingchen that he had ventured to make an attempt. Never did he anticipate such an outcome, leading him to suspect that Ye Xingchen might indeed be the imperial star, though he could not ascertain it at this juncture. He found it utterly incredulous that the harbinger of a great era could be merely a person of innate realm cultivation. However, the mysteries of fate are inscrutable. After consuming a healing elixir, Wei Tianji gradually regained his composure,